What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4IG 168 situation, but these are really not too much trouble for Lin Hao, and Lin Hao is very clear in his heart. Opportunities are often equated with dangers, and the more dangerous the place, the better opportunities can be obtained. And here is the place where many practitioners dream of entering, but there is no way to enter. But today, I came to this level by chance and coincidence. This is a chance that can't be met. At least in Lin Hao's cognition, it seems that he has never heard of anyone who can reach this level. And Lin Hao also came here this time for the purpose of improving his own strength. If he turned back halfway without any big gains, he would feel unwilling now. And looking at Lin Hao's growth, he has experienced many storms and waves, and even hovered on the verge of death many times. It can be said that Lin Hao is very bearish about life and death at the age of 16, and Lin Hao's ambition does not allow him to live a mediocre life like this. If it is really to let him spend the rest of his life mediocrely, it will be more uncomfortable than killing him. The situation in Clark's body is also improving rapidly. I believe that in the past, it won't take long for him to recover to 80% or 90%. The remaining 10 to 20% cannot be recovered now, and it will take time to accumulate and recover slowly. But at this moment, Lin Hao was really very puzzled in his heart, and now should be the best opportunity for a sneak attack. I was distracted to treat Luck's injuries. It can be said that his current defense strength is when he is the weakest. Advertisement. His attention at the moment is not focused on this, if these monsters attack him all the time. There is also a very high probability of success, and if the sneak attack is successful, Lin Hao will also be seriously injured by then. And Luck's state is not at the peak, it can be said that Lin Hao will indeed fall into a disadvantage by then. If this opportunity is missed, then those monsters really have no chance. After all, if Lin Hao healed the injuries in Luck's body, Lin Hao would not be the only one facing these monsters. Although Luck's cultivation is not of much use here, it can still help Lin Hao share some. Luck can also sense some situations in a certain area, and he will tell Lin Hao about these situations at that time. If those monsters wanted to get closer to Lin Hao, it would not be that simple, and the probability of success would be extremely low. In other words, if these monsters miss this opportunity, if they want to sneak attack again at that time, they will have to pay a huge price. After all, judging from the strength of Lin Hao and Luck, the combination of the two of them should be far beyond ordinary people. This is not simply 1 + 1 = 2, and the sum of these two ones is far greater than 2. But in fact, these monsters cannot be blamed for these. They can survive in this cruel environment until now because of their cautious character. And this group of monsters is not a piece of metal, they are also fighting with each other. If Lin Hao and Luck hadn't suddenly appeared here, I'm afraid they were also fighting each other. Advertisement. Now they are able to unite temporarily because they have common interests. But if any monster falls into a clear disadvantage, it is believed that other monsters will also rush up. In the eyes of these monsters, ethics and morality are not as good as bullshit. In their view, the world is still their own business. So even if they have a very good opportunity to breathe, they dare not make a move because of mutual scruples. That's why the perfect opportunity slipped away quietly as time went by. Seeing that Luck's aura is getting more and more domineering, but Lin Hao's impression on this group of monsters is getting heavier and heavier. Lin Hao is like a big mountain pressing on top of this group of monsters, but at this moment the weight of this big mountain is getting heavier and heavier. After all, Lin Hao's cultivation base can be said to be stronger than any of this group of monsters. And these monsters knew in their hearts that if Lin Hao was allowed to go on like this, it would be a huge disaster for me and the two of them again. At that time, if they want to analyze the current situation, it will be very difficult. But there was no other way. After all, besides dealing with Lin Hao, they also had to be wary of other monsters attacking them. It's just that the pressure that Immortal puts on them is getting bigger and bigger, and these monsters are not that kind of idiots. On the contrary, they are able to live to this day because they have extraordinary wisdom, and they are also able to analyze the current situation clearly. If you don't do it now, I'm afraid if you want to sneak attack again, you really have no chance. Now is not the time for infighting. 169 Infighting. The most important thing is to discuss how to solve the market. After all, Lin Hao puts too much pressure on them. These monsters can fight among themselves, but at any rate it's just an internal fight, and it's not enough to kill all the monsters. But if Lin Hao and his two breaths are restored to their peak state, then what awaits this group of monsters is likely to be a catastrophe. After all, the reason why Luck suffered such serious injuries just now was thanks to those monsters. Therefore, Lin Hao will not have any idea of showing mercy to these monsters. On the contrary, he also has the attitude of killing them all. These monsters are also very clear in their hearts what kind of enemy they will face at that time. After all, the aura that Lin Hao exuded from this incident made them a little breathless. They couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if Lin Hao's breath was raised to its peak state. They don't want to try and dare not try, because they still cherish their own life very much even now. They would not be so stupid as to risk their own lives. After all, nothing is more important than being alive. While these monsters are also on high alert with each other, they are also on high alert against Lin Hao. But as the aura emanating from Luck's body became stronger and stronger, they also panicked. So this group of monsters also had a quick exchange, analyzing the current situation very clearly. Advertisement. It's just that they are using a unique communication method, so they didn't detect any sound. And Lin Hao couldn't detect that the current state of this group of monsters was only level 1, and he felt that these group of monsters were still around. Moreover, these monsters still have a very big hostility towards themselves, and Lin Hao is very clear in his heart. These monsters will definitely attack him when the time comes, although he is very puzzled, why don't these monsters take the best opportunity to attack him? But Lin Hao didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Who knows if this is a trap deliberately designed by these monsters? The purpose is to let yourself relax your vigilance, or deliberately consume your energy, so that when you are tired, you can launch a fatal blow. I seem to have a deep understanding of the IQ of these monsters, just judging from what the monster just showed. The IQ of this group of monsters is no less than that of humans, and even smarter than ordinary people. If the monster designed any trap for Lin Hao this time, Lin Hao would not have any doubts. In such a dangerous place, but not familiar with the surrounding environment, Lin Hao is also very cautious. The dangers here are all very deadly. If you are not careful, you may lose your life here. So even though the group of monsters didn't do anything at the moment, Lin Hao didn't dare to relax his vigilance. I'm afraid that I don't know when these monsters will launch a sudden attack on me and I can't handle it for 10 miles. Advertisement. The consequences were also very tragic and unimaginable, and it was not what Lin Hao wanted to see. So Lin Hao is still on the one hand recovering Luck's internal injuries, and on the other hand, he is also vigilant about the movement around him. Once the group of monsters had any tendency to attack, Lin Hao would definitely withdraw more of his strength immediately. On the other hand, those monsters are still having heated discussions, although they don't know what they are discussing. But it must have something to do with Lin Hao and the others. If there is no accident, they are also discussing this, which is the establishment of an alliance. Now get rid of Lin Hao first. As for how to distribute the victory materials at that time, that will be a matter of that time. After all, the most important thing now is to solve the huge problem of Lin Hao first. The current Lin Hao is like a mountain, overwhelming these monsters. Even from Lin Hao, they sensed a threat that could endanger their own lives. But looking at the current situation, it seems that the discussion is not going so smoothly. Some monsters' skins and even Wang Zhao's have changed color because of the intense discussion. After all, these monsters are still paying attention to their own interests, and then consider what material they can get in this battle. They will not solve the danger for others in vain, thus becoming other people's cannon fodder. In their concept, it's okay if they don't make a move, but once they make a move, they must get something in return. In the eyes of this group of monsters, interests are still the top priority. It seems that some monsters are not satisfied with this plan of dividing the spoils. It is because he wants to fight for it again, which can bring him greater benefits, but it may also be because his request is too much. Point 170 solved. The group of monsters who were still discussing fiercely suddenly broke out in battle. The remaining group of monsters surrounded the monsters with changed skin colors in the center. I don't know who made the move first, and then the remaining monsters crazily attacked the few monsters surrounded in the middle. Although this group of monsters also have very unique abilities, their opponent is not Lin Hao after all. But they are very familiar with them, and they are also opponents without monsters, so their strength cannot be fully displayed. And those monsters surrounded in the center had originally colluded secretly in order to strive for greater benefits. After all, they usually only have a private relationship, which is not bad, so they understood each other's meaning with just one look. They also know that in this kind of scene, one person's right to speak is far from enough. What's more, their strength doesn't belong to the top group of monsters, and they have the weight to speak at 273. It is also a big discount, and even no monsters will follow their suggestions. That's why they will unite at this time, wanting to take this opportunity to force other monsters to submit. But what they didn't expect was other monsters, and it seemed that they had already reached a consensus. They are also very supportive of this plan, only a few of them are still stubbornly resisting. All of a sudden, this group of monsters fell into a very dangerous situation. After all, the strength of this group of monsters was not very strong. Advertisement. Moreover, the group of monsters surrounding them far surpassed them both in terms of quantity and quality. If they really want to fight, they are really not opponents, they can only be ravaged. Only at this time did I realize that things were not as simple as I imagined. So they want to ask for mercy. Don't even think about this posture. If they continue to persevere, they may even lose their lives. It's just that these monsters didn't intend to give them a chance to explain, and it was a thunderous shot when they came up directly. This group of monsters also understood in their hearts that there are so many supplies, but there are so many monsters here, and everyone can get very little at that time. In other words, if there is no less monster to distribute, then they can get more. So when this group of monsters rebelled, they united without hesitation. Their purpose is the same, which is to get rid of this group of monsters, and then there will be fewer monsters to compete with them. So how can I give them a chance to explain this situation? If I really let them explain, then all their efforts will be in vain. This point is very clear to the group of monsters who support this plan. So also without anyone taking the lead, they also spontaneously, BGDI, attacked the group of resisting monsters. This is destined to be a battle without any suspense, no matter in terms of quantity or quality. This group of dissatisfied monsters is destined to be at a disadvantage. Originally, they thought they could unite several monsters together. Advertisement. It will enable them to listen to their opinions and redistribute them. But the idea is beautiful, but the reality is very cruel. What greets them is not the benefits after redistribution. Instead, the other group of monsters had already prepared various attack moves, most of which were numerous and deadly. This is really too greedy, but in the end, it ended up with a dead end. If they are not so greedy, but choose to accept the distribution plan they just propose, I'm afraid that although they say that the benefits they will receive will be less, at least they can still live. No one can be faster than this time, and I understand even more how important it is to be alive. But often they lose their lives in the end, and it is precisely because of the greed in their hearts. What I thought I had the chance to win, turned out to be nothing in the end, and I even lost my photo, which is really not worth it. But in the eyes of other monsters, they don't think so. They feel that I have been too greedy in the past few months. Haven't you seen such an obvious situation? The reason why they can unite now. It is also because the pressure brought by the person in front of them is too great, and they can clearly analyze it. There is not much time left for them. If they miss this opportunity, then what awaits them will be a catastrophe. And the distribution plan just now was finalized after some intense discussions. It also wastes a lot of time, and now for the character, time is life. 171 doubt after finally deciding on a plan, it is about to start, and the best time has already been missed. But anyway, there is still a slight chance of a successful sneak attack, but at this critical juncture. This group of monsters are still alive and kicking, and they want to seek more benefits. If this is normal, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, there is a greedy nature deep in the bones of this group of monsters, which cannot be changed no matter how they change. However, this greed also needs to be divided into time, occasion and place, if it is as suggested by this group of monsters. If you redistribute these benefits again, you don't know how much time will be wasted. At that time, when they are allotted, there is really no chance at all, so they can only sit and wait. Then this is completely opposite to their original intention, which is unacceptable to this group of monsters. Although many monsters present were not satisfied with such a distribution plan, they were very resourceful and did not choose to speak out at this time. If you say it at this time, you will become a target of public criticism, and the remaining monsters will definitely attack you crazily. If there is one less person to distribute at that time, then everyone present will get more benefits. I believe that these monsters present are also very happy to see such a scene appear. After all, the greedy nature deep in their hearts drives them to find ways to get more for themselves. But only these few monsters, as if they didn't have a brain when they came out today, would make such a low-level mistake. That is, every monster present knows that there must be someone who is not satisfied with such a distribution plan and will make some demands. Advertisement, so they also mobilize their whole body's strength and are always in a state of preparing for battle. On the one hand, it is to attack Hanji and the others directly after confirming for a while. On the other hand, it is for the sake that if someone really makes any demands, they will swarm up. I can't figure it out. There are really a few monsters who don't open their eyes, and the rest of the monsters didn't even give them a chance to explain. Directly, all kinds of attacks fell on them. You must know that there are many monsters present. And it was only a few monsters who raised objections just now, facing the siege of so many monsters. They also seemed unable to do what they wanted, and they didn't even have any way to resist. Therefore, these few monsters who raised objections were also doomed to a tragic end. Fortunately, the remaining group of monsters were also worried that Lin Hao would find out what was going on here. So to be prepared, it will be very inconvenient for them to sneak attack at that time. So they didn't use that kind of massive attack, they were all very restrained attacks. But the convergence of momentum does not mean that its power will decline, on the contrary, it is also because of this. It didn't waste its power on distributing its momentum, so its power would also be higher than usual. Coupled with the large number of monsters here, one can imagine how miserable the end of those monsters will be. Under an attack of this intensity, no matter how tyrannical their bodies are, they may all be turned into flesh. Advertisement asterisk however, only a few of the most powerful attacks fell on these monsters, and the remaining attacks were not aimed at solving these monsters. But to offset these powerful attacks, when the time comes, the momentum that emanates. It has to be said that the IQ of this group of monsters is also very high, and they can think of such a method to reduce the noise. Coupled with the reason of the prohibition here, and the fact that these monsters can cover up, Lin Hao didn't realize that there was a big battle here. It's not really a big battle, it can only be said to be a one-sided massacre, a massacre destined to end. Lin Hao's vigilance towards these monsters is also getting higher and higher, although it is for this group of monsters. The opportunity to carry out a sneak attack is also gradually passing away, speaking logically. As long as you persist for a while, you don't have to worry about those monsters hiding in the dark attacking you. After all, Clark's aura is getting stronger and stronger, and I'm afraid it won't take long for him to wake up. At that time, with the help of soliciting customers, if those monsters want to sneak attack Lin Hao, they will have to pay a huge price. According to the IQ shown by this group of customers before, I believe that this group of monsters will not know this. But why are these monsters able to resist until now and have not launched a sneak attack? It would be unreasonable to say that these monsters had no desire for themselves and Lakay. After all, these monsters have surrounded himself and Luck for a long time. 172 advantages. If it is said that this group of monsters is right, they have no intention of attacking. Then you won't waste so much time here, you've already left here, what should you do? So Lin Hao also doubted whether this group of monsters had some kind of trap waiting for him. So Lin Hao didn't dare to act rashly, after all he was not very familiar with the environment here. If he falls into the trap of this group of monsters, he will be very passive at that time. It has to be said that this group of monsters did not take action because of mutual scruples, and even created such a tortuous plot for Lin Hao's psychological 8 or 9 masters. If this group of monsters knew what Han Xin was thinking at this moment, they would probably feel very excited too. By mistake, Lin Hao actually gave Lin Hao the illusion that he did not dare to attack. Otherwise, if Lin Hao attacked them suddenly while they were having a heated discussion just now. According to Lin Hao's powerful cultivation, this group of monsters will definitely suffer heavy losses. You know, all the monsters in this space, the monsters with relatively advanced cultivation bases are all here. If they suffer any huge loss, then it will also be a very huge loss to the monsters in this space. At that time, if they want to carry out another sneak attack on Lin Hao, they will not be able to organize enough forces. Even in front of Lin Hao, they can only sit and wait to die if Lin Hao insists on killing them all. Advertisement. Then it is very likely that this group of monsters will be wiped out from this world. And after the group of monsters raised objections at home and those monsters were resolved, they were also very tacit, and did not mention the benefits that these monsters should distribute, how to distribute now. Because they also know that if this topic is raised, part of the time will be wasted for discussion. And what they lack most now is precisely time. They have no more time to waste. If the delay continues, they should hurry back to pack their things and prepare to escape. If you continue to stay here, it will definitely lead to disaster. You must know that just now, there was a surprise attack by a monster. One of them was injured so badly, and Lin Hao asked Luck for treatment. And they didn't expect to become the targets of the remaining monsters again, and the fate of those monsters just now was still vivid in his mind. Faced with such a powerful attack, they didn't even have a single breath to sustain, and they disappeared from this world. If any monsters bring up this topic again at this time, I'm afraid they will directly follow in the footsteps of those monsters. They are not the few monsters just now, they went out without a brain, and the current situation is very clear. If we don't have a long-term eye to deal with bad things, then there is no need for us to continue to exist in this world. And they are very clear in their hearts, although the distribution plan has been determined now. But if the big trouble of Lin Hao is really solved by then, no matter how to distribute it, then it may not be certain. Moreover, they were not too sure about whether they could defeat Lin Hao. Advertisement. So the wisest decision now is not to ask questions, but to unite and get rid of Lin Hao first. Regardless of whether they sincerely want to form this alliance temporarily, but at least on the surface they have to show it. After eliminating the monsters who raised objections, they also focused all their attention on Lin Hao. This is also the first time for them to feel the strength of Chilling Heart wholeheartedly, just now because Lin Hao wanted to treat Luck's injury. Therefore, the cultivation base of the whole body cannot be displayed, and only a part of it can be displayed. What these monsters can feel is only a part of Lin Hao's power, but even this small part of power. All of these monsters are under great pressure, not to mention that Luck's injury is almost fully recovered now. The oppression emanating from Lin Hao is also getting bigger and bigger, and the pressure on these monsters is also very huge. But for this group of monsters, no matter how great the pressure is, they have to bite the bullet. Because for them in 5.4, there is no other choice except to fight, or to lose their own lives. But for this group of monsters, nothing is more important than their lives. So in this situation, no matter what, I can only choose to fight Lin Hao, even if they are not Lin Hao's opponents. But compared with Lin Hao, this group of monsters also has certain advantages. First of all, this is Lin Hao's first time here, and he doesn't know much about the environment here. Moreover, there are various restrictions in this space, and now Lin Hao has only discovered a few of them. 173 homegrown, and it can still be perceived. The most powerful restriction is what limits his perception. I have to say that this ban, which is usually not very conspicuous, seems very disgusting at the moment. Still can't be clear at all, and know the surrounding environment, so it will end up in such a passive situation. And there must still be various dangers in this space, but according to the ability that Lin Hao can display now, it is also impossible to find them all, so Lin Hao is also cautious at this moment, not daring to act rashly. But it is undeniable that there is definitely a very powerful killing array in this space. According to Lin Hao's current cultivation level, once he touches this killing formation, he will die from death. Moreover, this space is also very weird. Before Lin Hao fully understands the situation, he dare not take 16 any risky actions. But this group of monsters is different, they have stayed in this space since birth. It can be said that they are natives, while Lin Hao is just an outsider. As for what kind of terrifying existence exists in this space, or what kind of powerful killing formation, they are also very clear about their understanding of this space according to the situation passed down from generation to generation. It can also be very thorough in terms of length, which is exactly what Lin Hao worried about. In this space, besides these restrictions, there are various other dangers. Advertisement. One of them is their group of monsters with special abilities combined with this weird environment. Although they said that this group of monsters didn't have much fighting power face to face, they would attack from behind. Even if it is a practitioner whose realm is higher than theirs, I am afraid that they can only admit defeat. Now their special abilities are too weird. And these abilities have never been encountered by those practitioners, and they don't know how to defend against them. And this is also giving this group of monsters a chance to sneak attack, so there are also a lot of practitioners who fell here between the two countries. Among them, immortal cultivators with higher cultivation bases than these monsters can be found everywhere, but they were also defeated by the sneak attack of these monsters. In addition, there are other terrifying existences in this space, but those terrifying existences are also sleeping at the moment. Their strength is truly terrifying, and because of this, if they want to maintain their shape, they need to consume a huge amount of energy. But in this space, the energy that exists is also very special, and these practitioners can absorb it freely. But for those monsters, the efficiency is very low, especially for those monsters with terrifying strength. And there seems to be a special spell in this space. The more terrifying the monster is, the slower it absorbs energy. This group of monsters can also just borrow the strange ability of a piece of space to slowly approach those practitioners. In this space, strength is still the basis for survival, but if there is not enough strength. After all, if those terrifying existences were really touched, it would only take a wave of hands to wipe them out. Advertisement under the suppression of the prohibition in this weird space, their perception ability has also been greatly reduced. And those cultivators can't detect the existence of these monsters at all, when these cultivators are aware of it. The gap in cultivation between them and Lin Hao is too huge, which simply cannot be compensated by numbers. But in the eyes of this group of monsters, although they dare not provoke those terrifying existences, the probability of their successful sneak attack is already very low at 167 at the moment, but they also have to plan their retreat in advance. But they can use these terrifying existences to make some articles, and they have already seen it. This group of monsters had already lurked beside them. Moreover, Lin Hao is completely different from the practitioners who came in before, those practitioners who came in before. It will only become the prey of others, be swarmed by other monsters, and be divided up completely. What should they do if the sneak attack is unsuccessful at that time? This is a deep hatred that will never die. Although these monsters had come to fight Lin Hao with the intention of dying, they were very clear in their hearts. So they can only choose to avoid energy consumption through deep sleep, otherwise, excessive energy consumption will also reduce their strength. But the speed at which they consume energy is indeed very rapid. With the increase in ratio, the energy they absorb is simply not enough for their usual consumption. But for the monsters that were at the top that day, the speed at which they absorbed energy was almost imperceptible. Even for this group of monsters, I shy away from those terrifying existences and dare not provoke them easily. 174 Unwilling. Those practitioners will not even have time to react, and taking a shot is the best fierce move. So there are too many practitioners who have lost their lives here, and the most sad thing is, they only found out where the enemy was when they were nearby, and at that time they had no power to fight back. The most important thing is that before they die, they can also feel the strength of this group of monsters, which is probably far inferior to them. But relying on the strange ability and the special nature of this space, they were able to launch a sneak attack on them silently. If it is a face-to-face head-to-head encounter, as a result, one's own strength is not enough to cause oneself to die. Then they didn't have any complaints, but this way of dying was too aggrieved for them. You must know which of the practitioners who can enter here is not a top boss who controls one side. Furthermore, only practitioners with tyrannical cultivation bases are eligible to enter here, and the rest are not even qualified to enter here. Children who can reach this level of practitioners, which one has not experienced strong winds and waves, wandering on the edge of life and death, I don't know how many times. Why have they ever been afraid of death? If they were afraid of death, they would not have come here. But they didn't know the opponent's existence until they were dying, and they didn't even have a chance to resist. This is the saddest thing, and it is also what this group of practitioners are most unwilling to do, and this is exactly what this group of monsters rely on. This is also the reason why they rushed over and attacked Lin Hao after realizing that Lin Hao's cultivation was far higher than theirs. Advertisement. But later they discovered that Lin Hao was not the practitioners who came in before. In other words, Lin Hao is stronger than those practitioners, but of course he is not stronger than the level of cultivation. It's that Lin Hao's perception ability is too scary, far from what he can show at this level of cultivation. According to common sense, the perception ability that Lin Hao is showing now. At the very least, Lin Hao's current cultivation level must be improved by 2 more levels to be able to display it. And if Lin Hao's cultivation had really increased by 2 realms, then this group of monsters would not come to attack again. They also know that practitioners who have reached their level are no longer something they can deal with. What they rely on is that the perception ability of this group of practitioners is suppressed. And once a practitioner's practice world reaches that level, no matter how their perception ability is suppressed, it can also be maintained within a not small range, and once they enter this range, they will be perceived by the practitioners. At that time, there is no way to escape their body shape, and they can only be exposed to the perception of practitioners. At that time, they can only change from a sneak attack to a face-to-face confrontation, and if they confront each other head-on, their cultivation level will not be the opponent of practitioners at all. It can only be said that an egg hits a rock, and these monsters are not that stupid. But after all, he was only one person, and beside him was an unconscious wounded patient. So they didn't even think about fighting him head-on, face-to-face, and they wanted to continue on their previous route. Advertisements that this group of monsters can be regarded as a miscalculation. Today is doomed, it will be a fierce battle. I also felt uneasy about the monsters in the head, feeling that Lin Hao is not as simple as it seems. This means that in the next battle, only Lin Hao will fight alone. It looks like they want to surround Lin Hao and Luck in the center of the encirclement. They also know the gap between themselves and Lin Hao. Years of life experience also made him have to be cautious, so he made such an arrangement. Mo Wang's. They know who they can deal with, and who they can't deal with. It also forms an encirclement circle, slowly encircling the place where Lin Hao and Luck are. But they happen to encounter Lin Hao, a variable among practitioners, and his perception ability was too perverted. It's not like letting Lin Hao out, and even in terms of strength, they are not Lin Hao's opponents at all. That is to carry out a sneak attack, and the reason why they formed an encirclement circle is also just in case. Moreover, Lin Hao has to allocate part of his energy to protect the damage next to him, so it is impossible for him to exert all his strength. In this case, even if they were discovered by Lin Hao in advance, they would be able to surround Lin Hao in the center. However, based on the advantages of the terrain, they can still fight on wheels, although Lin Hao is strong. This group of monsters is also headed by the monsters with the most advanced cultivation bases, and they are under the leadership of these monsters. If there is any accident at that time, they will also have enough time to react. 175 It's time to shoot. This is also very good news for this group of monsters, and this good news also has a premise. It is to carry out this battle on the premise that Luck's injury has not fully recovered. Otherwise, if he recovers from his injuries, they will face more than just Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao didn't know the danger, and had already stretched out its sharp minions to him. But based on Lin Hao's experience of wandering on the edge of life and death for many years, he also knows his dangerous situation at this moment. If he was not careful, he might be attacked by monsters hiding in the dark, so he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. The remaining monsters were evenly distributed by the leading monsters, and they were cultivated as powerful monsters. Under each monster, there will be several slightly weaker monsters. Then a huge encirclement was formed, and the area of this encirclement was far beyond what Lin Hao could perceive. Otherwise, with so many monsters acting at 290 at the same time, Lin Hao would definitely be aware of it. After all, among this group of monsters, not every monster has very advanced abilities. If those strengths are relatively weak, it is inevitable that the monsters have some flaws in controlling their breath. In that case, Lin Hao can take precautions in advance. After all, there are very powerful restrictions in this space. As a result, Lin Hao's range of perception is not as wide as in the outside world, so he has no awareness of the actions of this group of monsters. Advertisement and the reason why these monsters distribute their own monsters in this way is because of their worries. Although they have great confidence in this sneak attack, there is always a burst of inexplicable panic in their hearts. I always feel that things today are not as simple as I imagined, so they, BGCC, are also doing a good job. They did not surround this group of monsters according to their level of cultivation. Instead, take monsters with strong cultivation bases, bring monsters with weaker cultivation bases, and distribute them evenly to form an encirclement circle. And if the encirclement is arranged in this way, there is also a very huge advantage, that is, the defensive ability of the entire encirclement is relatively strong. At least it is much stronger and safer than the encirclement method they adopted before. But this form also has the same disadvantage, that is, if an attack is launched at that time. If there is no one with outstanding strength, one direction becomes the main attack, and it will be very troublesome even if it gets up at that time. It can only be said that the average strength is not bad, but there are no outstanding characteristics. This is the characteristic of this encirclement. But for this group of monsters, what they asked for was that the entire encirclement should be relatively solid. Otherwise, the encirclement of those weaker monsters would become the direction for Lin Hao to break through. But it can also be kept within a certain range, so when this group of monsters entered this range, Lin Hao also immediately noticed their existence. Although Lin Hao didn't know the reason for the group of monsters just now, which delayed the best opportunity to attack. But even though these few monsters with relatively advanced cultivation bases, the ability to restrain their breath is also relatively strong. Advertisement. It seems that the aura I sensed just now should be this group of monsters. Are you finally unable to hold back and want to attack me now? It's just that you're only doing it now, isn't it too late? But you must know that Lin Hao's perception ability is also very abnormal, even though it is suppressed by prohibition. It has been able to recover slowly by itself, and has now entered the final stage. But this does not prevent Lin Hao from killing them all. After all, Lin Hao is not that kind of cruel person. And those monsters with advanced cultivation bases are like the sharp knives, only looking at the enemy's heart. What's more, these monsters injured Luck so badly just now if he didn't wake up in time. Most of my attention is focused on Luck. At that time, the probability of success in a sneak attack will be very high. But if someone wants his life, then he will not be polite at all. And according to the potential shown now, if he is allowed to escape at that time. If you said that when you mentioned Luck to treat the injury just now, you chose to do it yourself. Then waiting for a group of monsters is also a disaster, and they will not allow this to happen. Lin Hao's eyes, which were originally closed, opened suddenly at this time, and a sharp light radiated from them. I believe so, it won't take long to wake up, and it will be a great help for Lin Hao at that time. But now it's hard to say. After all, Luck's injury is no longer needed, and Lin Hao is injecting magic power into him. 176 Depressed atmosphere. I'm afraid that what he has to face now is no longer a living person, but a cold corpse. Lin Hao loves his subordinates very much, since Luck has already voted under his command. Then he can't be allowed to pay in vain, and these monsters must pay a certain price. However, if Lin Hao is not satisfied with the strength that these monsters will show at that time, then Lin Hao doesn't mind destroying them all. However, these monsters with the most advanced cultivation bases are obviously very powerful in hiding their aura. Even though they have entered Lin Hao's perception range, Lin Hao is not so clear about their real cultivation level. This is somewhat beyond Lin Hao's expectation, after all, although his perception is limited within a certain range. But it is precisely because of this reason that within a certain range, his perception is much clearer than before. But now he can't accurately perceive the cultivation realm of these monsters, which is a bit intriguing. It seems that these monsters also have particularly strange abilities, and the next battle must be very careful. But Lin Hao was not in a hurry to act. After all, now is not the best opportunity. Now Luck is at a critical juncture of sobriety. If passing by this time, do it yourself. Then luck will have no one to guard him, and any monster can come and kill it at that time. This is unacceptable to Lin Hao, so he must guard luck here. At the very least, he had to wait for him to wake up before he could fight this group of monsters and start a big battle. Advertisement in that group of monsters, seeing Lin Hao's performance, also thought that their hidden aura was perfect. It seems that there should be no surprises in today's sneak attack. Seeing Lin Hao like this, his attention is still focused on the injured person next to him. When the time came when they were lurking near Lin Hao, they suddenly launched a sneak attack. Even if Lin Hao's cultivation is too high, it is impossible to make a correct response in that situation. So he will also be injured to a certain extent, and his actions will definitely be hindered by then. And for this group of monsters, we will take advantage of this advantage and continue to pursue the victory. Our advantage continued to expand until Lin Hao was completely eliminated in the end, after all, in the concept of this group of monsters. But there is no such thing as not allowing the more to bully the less. In their view, as long as they can win, they are successful. There are not so many here. What kind of ethical concepts? The most important thing is to survive. And these monsters were still thinking darkly. They were so worried just now for nothing. It seems that this person is not as scary as they imagined. It is estimated that he has a whole body of cultivation, but he has not experienced the experience of life and death. It should be a dude in a big family. They are all flowers raised in the greenhouse. Although Kong has a realm of cultivation, but does not have the corresponding combat power, and this kind of person is also the best solution. But the experience of wandering on the edge of life and death for many years did tell this group of monsters, although in their view, this person is not as scary as imagined, but he can't take it lightly. If this is just an illusion made by this person to lure them into the bait, that would be bad. Advertisement, ask for flowers. After all, in the memories passed down by this group of monsters, human beings are synonymous with cunning. This group of monsters also thinks that although they are cunning enough, they are still not as good as these people. So they are also very cautious, but judging from the current situation, their probability of success is relatively high. The distance between this group of monsters and Lin Hao is getting closer and closer, but whether it is Lin Hao or this group of monsters, there was no slack in the slightest. On the contrary, they became more and more tense. After all, the next battle was about life and death. There is no room for maneuver at all. If because of a little negligence of my own accident, my little life is lost. That's not a funny joke, so it's better to be cautious in all of this. Slowly, this group of monsters has also reached a distance where they can launch a sneak attack, according to their past experience. If a sneak attack is launched at this distance, the probability of success is also very high, and they also started attacking at this distance. After all, for those tyrannical practitioners, although their perception is limited, but they also have an instinctive sense of danger if the distance is too close. It will also be noticed by those practitioners. Although they will not be aware of their position, they will also be on guard. At that time, it would be difficult for them to sneak attack again, but it was obvious. The practitioner in front of him is not in that range, so Lin Hao is obviously an exception. .177 stands still. Although it is said that this distance is enough to launch a sneak attack, but for the sake of insurance, they also decided to get closer. And when they look at Lin Hao now, they are already looking at a dead person, and now they have everything in their eyes. He is no longer a practitioner with a strong threat, but a lamb at the mercy of others. And this lamb has the benefits that are enough to make all the monsters feel excited, and even some of them have difficulty controlling their aura. But soon they realized that they had to calm down more and more at this time. If it is at this time, because of one of my negligence, 087, the aura will be exposed. That's not worth the loss. After all, if it is really a face-to-face confrontation, they are really not Lin Hao's opponents. And now Lin Hao also seemed to be unaware of the danger, and was still sitting there. Looking at that appearance, it seems that he is also wholeheartedly treating the injured person next to him. At least in the eyes of this group of monsters, the situation is like this, so they have such great confidence. But in fact, Luck's injury no longer needs Lin Hao's help. Everyone can repair it by themselves, and a blessing in disguise, a small breakthrough. Up to now, most of the beliefs have been recovered, and it is not as long as it takes to wake up. In addition, after the fierce battle just now, he also made some breakthroughs. I believe that the combat power of the sober one will also rise to a higher level. This is great news for Lin Hao, but it is a nightmare for this group of monsters. Advertisement already Lin Hao is enough to bother them, if they add a luck. At that time, it will be really troublesome, and it is even possible that all monsters will be buried to death. Originally, after this group of monsters had entered Lin Hao's perception range, Lin Hao did not choose to do anything. Because Lin Hao is not sure how many monsters there are in this group, and what is their combat effectiveness. So Lin Hao also stood still, wanting to see what kind of tricks this group of monsters were playing. Why didn't you take advantage of the great opportunity just now? On the contrary, now you have to take a very big risk to attack yourself. The most important point is because of Luck's injury, which is now at a critical juncture. If Lin Hao had made a move just now, although the group of monsters said, it would not be a big problem. At least according to what Lin Hao sensed, these monsters were not his opponents at all. But the same Lin Hao needs a lot of effort if he wants to solve them as quickly as possible. And by that time, presumably this group of monsters will not be able to, and the obedient ones will only fight with themselves. They can also see that the injured Luck next to them is very important to them. If they can't beat themselves at that time, they will definitely use Luck to threaten themselves. It should be the most advanced of the 3.9 group of monsters, at least according to the situation he perceives. Presumably these monsters should be pioneers, the purpose is to catch myself by surprise. Just now Luck suffered a big stumble on this group of monsters, but now his cultivation has improved. Advertisement: this is for another practitioner, it is really possible to fall here today. And if this state of Luck is forcibly interrupted, it will be a very huge damage to him. It is also a very big threat to Luck, and if I wait until then, I am afraid that I will not have time to call him. But presumably based on the strength that Luck can display when he wakes up, it shouldn't be a big problem. But this group of monsters is very different from the practitioners they met, Lin Hao, who cannot think with common sense. Otherwise, what if these monsters suddenly burst out with super fighting power at that time? They formed a huge encirclement circle, surrounding themselves in the center, the few monsters they perceived just now. Yes, Lin Hao wanted to use these monsters as experimental stones for Luck to hone his strength. Their every move is within the range of Lin Hao's perception, and there is no concealment at all. That's why Lin Hao would not do such a stupid thing, and in Lin Hao's view, this group of monsters has already become fish on the chopping board. Before that, Lin Hao also wanted to find out the true strength of these monsters. I'm not in a hurry to get rid of them, and Lin Hao also has his own plans in mind. Although it is said that these monsters are stronger than the monster just now. Seeing that he launched a surprise attack on himself when he was not prepared, he wanted to take this opportunity to take himself down in one fell swoop. At this moment, Lin Hao also felt that there was a whole circle of monsters around him. 178 Concentrating breath. So the biggest support of this group of monsters has long been gone, but they still foolishly think that the situation is under their own control. Little did they know that they were performing there like clowns in a circus. And Lin Hao is an appreciator of this circus, since now Lin Hao has already noticed their actions. So, now, whether in terms of form or strength, this group of monsters are at a disadvantage. But Lin Hao concealed his aura perfectly, as if he didn't notice any danger. At this time, among the few monsters who were getting closer to Han Xing, the monster with the highest cultivation base also had doubts in his heart. It is reasonable to say that if you are in this range, you must have entered the perception range of this practitioner. He is also very clear in his heart, although the perception of practitioners here is very limited by 16. But this doesn't mean that their perception is completely useless, it's just bounded in a very small range. Although this is a very big disadvantage, it is also an advantage. That is the situation that can be perceived when the distance is small, and it is more clear that the past of this group of monsters should have been perceived by this person long ago. After all, according to the aura emanating from this person, it is comparable to those powerful practitioners that this monster encountered before. And the powerful cultivator before him was already aware of the existence of his group of monsters when he was still farther away from him than this distance. That time it was true that a sneak attack was of no use at all, it could only rely on hard confrontation. Advertisement: that means that the enemy was too powerful and lost a lot of monsters, which seriously damaged the vitality of the entire race. He didn't believe that the cultivator in front of him didn't have the slightest awareness of his group of monsters. But what he's showing now is very suspicious. At the same time, the monster leader also feels a sense of danger. People like them, who have been fighting on the edge of life and death all year round, also trust their intuition very much. Sometimes this intuition can really save one's life, so the monster leader also decided to trust his intuition. The immortal cultivator in front of him must be weird, maybe he is already dead, and now he is waiting for them to go to die. And this possibility is also very high, since the practitioner's plan has been determined. Then they can no longer go there to die. After all, what they are good at is just sneak attack, not head-to-head confrontation. If you go back in the already exposed situation, it will be no different from sending you to death. But the current situation is that this group of monsters is no longer allowed to retreat, presumably, if they want to escape at that time. This cultivator will definitely be able to make a timely move to stop his group of monsters. And the monster with the highest level of cultivation is the leader, becoming the arrow on this sharp sword. The way we blamed us for attacking was also very special, although it was said that what they were going to use was their strongest move. If this group of monsters whose cultivation base is no stronger than their own are allowed to rush up, they will definitely not do their best. Advertisement: I'm afraid he is also a little difficult to deal with. Once he reveals a flaw, then these monsters will swarm up. So this group of monsters didn't dare to hesitate, and mobilized their whole body's strength one after another, preparing to launch the strongest attack. So no matter how good they are at restraining their breath, they are actually doing useless work. We can only bite the bullet, but this distance is enough. What they are good at is sneak attack. It's just that you, Lin Hao, have already noticed the traces of this group of monsters. After all, I am facing the 187 premise that my cultivation base is higher than my own, and the other party may already be aware of me. To be able to hide the breath so well, continuously expanding this flaw, will eventually become Lin Hao's Achilles heel. Now that the distance is so close, as long as they increase their speed to the extreme, I believe that the combat power that can be exploded will definitely have a very large improvement from before. Although the person in front of him may have been on guard, but facing so many powerful monsters is the most powerful move he can unleash. But before this attack was released, there was very little movement. But Lin Hao is also very curious, not only what kind of method the monster used. Coupled with the restrictions that exist in this space, if it is a different person, it is really difficult to detect. At that time, they will really not be the opponent of this cultivator, so now they only have 10 paths left. And in this situation, they are not allowed to do it, so even the most powerful monster rushed up directly. 179 countermeasures regarding the journey of cultivation. Lin Hao also has his own opinions, but he has never heard of them. Is there any secret method that can hide one's aura so well? To be precise, it is to hide the fluctuation of one's aura so well before the full attack erupts. If you want to talk about some exercises to hide your breath, in fact, there are many on the road. Even Lin Hao himself has learned a thing or two, just to facilitate things when the time comes. But that is only on the premise of ensuring that you don't use your strength, you can hide your breath. But the methods used by these monsters are a bit abnormal. You must know that the power fluctuations in their bodies have reached the limit. And in this case, he can hide his aura so well, which proves from the side. How perverted are the secret techniques performed by this group of monsters? At the same time, I want to mourn in silence for the practitioners who entered here before you. This group of monsters can move freely here only by this method of restraining their breath, and the perception of practitioners here is also greatly restricted. Lin Hao could also imagine how helpless they were before they died. After all, if we only talk about strength, it's not like they have no strength to fight against this group of monsters, and they even faintly overwhelm a group of monsters. But these monsters also rely on this strange ability to survive tenaciously until now. In Lin Hao's cognition, this secret method of hiding the breath is only used sometimes at most. But it is still unknown who will use this secret method as a means of survival. Advertisement. If it seems that this group of monsters can be regarded as a wonderful flower, but combined with the current situation, the effect is surprisingly good. Lin Hao is also now, and he has some thoughts about the secret technique performed by these monsters. If he can obtain this secret method, he will be able to take the lead when fighting with others. As you can imagine, a big living person suddenly appeared in front of you and launched the strongest attack. No matter how fast you react, it is still difficult to mobilize all your strength in a haste. Whether it is used for sneak attack or for reconnaissance, it is perfect. Although it is said that Lin Hao doesn't need to do these things by himself now, but leave this secret method to the people under him. It can also greatly increase the probability of their survival, and they also value Lin Hao, the person under him. If he can try his best to ensure their safety, Lin Hao will also try his best to do so. Lin Hao didn't have the determination to use the lives of his subordinates to achieve his career. This is why the people under him are also very loyal to Lin Hao. It is the dream of many people to meet such a benevolent and righteous leader. Now I have finally met 10. Of course, it is necessary to show allegiance. After all, on this continent, most people still regard their own interests as the most important thing. And the same is true for those so-called leaders. When it comes to their own interests, the lives of their subordinates are as worthless as worthless. Advertisement. If he left Lin Hao's team, it would be really difficult to find a leader as benevolent and righteous as Lin Hao. But if Lin Hao thinks about it carefully, this method is also somewhat unrealistic, let alone his current situation. Just talking about this group of monsters, it would be a bit troublesome for him to deal with, although talking about this group of monsters, any one of them. Even the most powerful monsters are inferior to Korean dramas, but these monsters rely on their numbers. If they are really not afraid of death at that time, they will attack Lin Hao in turn. Even according to Lin Hao, the current effect is a bit unbearable, although the power recovery in this space is also very fast. But in a battle of this intensity, it is difficult for the speed of recovery to keep up with the speed of consumption. After all, the strength in his body will be exhausted by this group of monsters, and his fate can be imagined at that time. And looking at the posture of a group of monsters is also a situation where they are going to die endlessly with themselves. At that time, maybe, they will definitely explode with all their strength, and that is the real tricky thing. Therefore, Lin Hao also has to think about how to deal with the next situation, as if he is not careful, he may lose his life. But Lin Hao is relieved to know that Luck's aura is also constantly strengthening. Then I also have to avoid head-to-head encounters with this group of monsters, at least until Luck fully recovers. You can't be entangled by this group of monsters, you still have to set aside a part of your strength to protect Luck. At this moment, Luck can also be said to have little defensive strength at all. If he encounters a monster of this level, he will not have much resistance. 180 offset. Lin Hao also knows that once he is entangled, it will be very difficult to break free. So the most important thing at present is to avoid its edge, and the most important thing now is to delay time. Time is life. As long as a little time can be gained, the situation will be beneficial to Lin Hao. But now that this group of monsters has launched an attack, Lin Hao must not just sit still. After all, although the strength of these monsters is not strong, they are not his opponents, but they can't stand their large number. If you let these attacks fall on yourself, you will definitely lose weight and suffer some injuries. Once injured, it will definitely affect his actions, and these monsters will also take the opportunity to attack wildly. And at that time, if you want to avoid it, it will be very difficult, and then it will be a vicious circle. Lin Hao's brain also began to spin rapidly, thinking of the best solution. Soon these monsters will attack Lin Hao, and I have to say that these 247 monsters are also very perverted. Before these attacks erupted, the aura erupted was only very weak, and it would not be possible to detect them without careful observation. But Lin Hao never doubted how powerful it would be if all these attacks were unleashed. No matter how confident Lin Hao is in his own strength, he doesn't dare to make too much of it, and he doesn't dare to make any mistakes at this time. So Lin Hao did the same. With his right hand, he squeezed out a wind magic to bless himself and Luck. Originally, Lin Hao wanted to travel through space directly, but he still doesn't know space magic. Advertisement. Besides, there are various restrictions in this space, in case some restrictions are touched. Judging from the power that these restrictions can erupt, it is not a joke. So Lin Hao just blesses a wind magic, so as to increase the speed of his and the solicitor's movement. Immediately afterwards, another earth magic was released, forming a protective shield in front of him. You must know that graphic magic has always been known for its thickness, and it is the best defensive magic. In terms of defensibility alone, there is no magic that can surpass 10 series of magic. But these alone are not enough. This protective shield can at most delay those attacks. But it was impossible to offset those attacks. After all, this was the full attack of a group of monsters. If it was easily resisted by Lin Hao like this, then it would be too unreasonable. Moreover, it is necessary to cast a powerful magic, preferably a magic with a relatively large coverage. First break up the formation of the group of monsters around and the group of monsters rushing over. Otherwise, if they were allowed to output wantonly like this, Lin Hao's situation would be very passive. But if it is such a powerful magic, it will also have a lot of load on Lin Hao's body. With a low shout, Lin Hao uttered an obscure magic incantation. Then Lin Hao must have prepared himself well, otherwise he wouldn't have acted so calmly. Advertisement: it is used to offset the mental oppression brought by Lin Hao, otherwise it will be over by then. This group of monsters only felt that there was a big mountain pressing on them, which made them feel very huge pressure. But in the current situation, it is too late to think about it, and it is only possible to cast this large-scale magic. If they continue to stay here, there is only a dead end, so their instincts want to drive them to escape here. Then, the breath on Lin Hao's body suddenly increased at an incredible speed. There was even a thought in their hearts that they had no way to resist this attack. Originally, Lin Hao's cultivation was stronger than theirs, but now he was growing at an incredible speed. The level of danger has also risen in a straight line. If we say that before, they still had a glimmer of hope, but now with this group of monsters, it seems that they have no hope at all. Judging from the current situation, Lin Hao is also very confident in his own strength. No matter how advanced the cultivation base was, the monster also discovered this situation, and the alliance unleashed its coercion. If the expected purpose cannot be achieved, it will create, opportunities for these monsters. Since Kaixin can release such a powerful move, it proves that they have already been discovered by Lin Hao. So their original blind self-confidence is really useless, now that they have already noticed their existence. But the current state of the market also shows that their sneak attack has no effect. And these monsters also noticed the strangeness in Lin Hao at the first time, and the feeling Lin Hao made them feel at this moment. Thunder Magic Thunder Prison Forest, 181 Procrastination. Their strength is already at a disadvantage. If this group of monsters escapes again, then they really don't even have the ability to resist. He could also tell that the move released by Lin Hao was also very special. Not only does it have enormous power, but it can also affect the opponent's spirit and cause spiritual oppression. Especially when the strength of the opponent is not as good as that of the Korean line, this oppression is particularly obvious. Even for some weaker enemies, there is no need for Lin Hao to make a move at all, and this kind of oppression alone can make the opponent surrender by himself. At this moment, this group of monsters was also affected by this powerful move and wanted to escape from here. So he also quickly exuded his coercion, although it could not be compared with the influence released by Lin Hao. But the impact can be somewhat weakened, according to the special abilities of the monster itself before this issue. Although it still has a certain influence on their strength, it is not that they do not even have the ability to resist. And the group of monsters quickly realized that they were frightened by the coercion released by the person in front of them just now. I feel a little ashamed. After all, they have always been in this space. Have you ever been so angry? Often these practitioners see that they are just their own food. Immediately afterwards, a sense of anger welled up in their hearts, which was the shame after being severely humiliated. And they, by coincidence, relied on this anger to offset the spiritual impact of Lin Hao. Advertisement: this is also thanks to the coercion released by the monster with the highest cultivation base, which offsets some of the coercion released by Lin Hao. Otherwise, it would be useless to fear that no matter how powerful their anger might be in their hearts. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is useless. But now for this group of monsters, they have no retreat, and their strongest attack has been released. The strength they can release now is not much. If they escape now, they couldn't escape at all. Presumably, since Lin Hao was aware of their existence, he must have already arranged for them. They definitely wouldn't let them escape so easily. If they escaped so easily, then it wouldn't be him, Lin Jia. The fact is indeed the case, and he found that it has long been within the maximum range of his perception, the closed magic circle. Moreover, Lin Hao's spiritual power far surpassed this group of monsters, so this group of monsters did not notice anything. But if they want to escape Lin Hao's perception range, they will find that there is an invisible barrier blocking them alone. This is the magic circle that Lin Hao depicted silently just now. Of course, this magic circle doesn't have much attack power. But in terms of defense, it is very strong. Without Lin Hao's permission, it would be very difficult for the people inside to get out anyway. To be able to break this barrier, or have some special magic weapon, otherwise, no amount of hands will help. The same people outside the barrier, if they want to break the barrier and rescue the people inside the barrier, it will take a lot of effort. Under the order of the monster with the highest cultivation base, he also released his strongest set of attacks, and the target was Lin Hao, who was squatting in the center. Advertisement: otherwise, once hit by these attacks, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. After all, this is a full blow from a group of monsters. It's not a joke, although Lin Hao has the advantage in terms of cultivation. Ask for flowers. Just when this group of monsters launched an attack, the thunder magic in Lin Hao's hand was already ready to explode. But in the face of such a huge number of monsters, it seems a little powerless. If Lin Hao shot with all his strength, he would definitely be able to resist these attacks, but he would also suffer some injuries. Unless their strength far exceeds that of Lin Hao, and they can unleash a very powerful attack. However, it's not bad with this effort, the enemy has been dealt with long ago, after all, Lin Hao's strength lies here. But if he escapes, he will definitely die here, and the end will definitely be very miserable. And at this moment, he has to allocate his strength to protect luck, so in the face of such a terrifying attack, he can only temporarily avoid the edge, and cannot face it head on. Although this group of monsters didn't know this magic circle that Lin Hao didn't know, they knew that it would be difficult for them to escape today. So the group of monsters surrounding here, also no longer hide their figure. Zero. Even though Lin Hao had already unleashed such a powerful attack move, he still felt that his pressure had increased a little at that moment. Since they are all dead anyway, it is better to fight hard, maybe there is still a way to survive. 182 Purpose. The magic released by Lin Hao is considered to be extremely powerful among the many magics mastered by Lin Hao. But the price paid for the great power is also very obvious, that is, it takes a long time to chant the spell. So I also invited those defensive magic circles that were released just now, just to delay him. Lin Hao also understands that although the magic seems to have a very strong defensive ability, in front of this group of weird monsters, it is not very useful at all. If you want to rely on those magic to avoid this attack, it would be a bit of a fantasy. But the purpose of February 17th, Lin Hao was not to resist all these attacks, but to delay him for some time. As a result, he prepared this thunder magic, even if this group of monsters used it together. Lin Hao also has a lot of power, after all, although Lin Hao has mastered a lot of unit magic. However, that was all aimed at a single individual, and he really didn't know much about such a large group of powerful attack magic. And this is the only attack magic suitable for the current situation once it reaches the Thunder Prison Forest. Although Lin Hao did not have much confidence in these defensive magics, after all, the level of these defensive magics is not very high. But even so, according to Lin Hao's current strength, the power of these spells is quite great. Just like the simplest magic, if there are those top-level powers released, it will also be as powerful as forbidden magic. Advertisement. After reaching a certain level, the level of magic is not very useful, and the most important thing is to look at the ability of the releaser himself. I haven't thought about changing to my current strength, but it has already far exceeded the level of this magic. Originally in Lin Hao's budget, although these defensive spells could buy him some time, he still couldn't allow himself to complete this spell. However, the fact was beyond Lin Hao's expectations. These defensive spells were abrupt, and he delayed until he had finished casting this offensive spell. So it was very unfavorable to Lin Hao, and the loss of the situation has been balanced, but overall, it is still somewhat unfavorable to Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao still has to protect luck, that is to say, if it's not the time to make a move, he can't make a move with all his strength. There are also some restrictions, and these restrictions officially limit Lin Hao's performance, but this does not mean that Lin Hao has no ability to resist. Just when the strongest attack from the surrounding monsters fell on Lin Hao, he chose this attack magic and cast it at the same time. No matter how many hands Duan Yi has, it is useless, now is the time to desperately. But the current situation is far beyond their expectations. If they hide something, I am afraid that they will really confess their lives here. After consuming nearly half of the power of this set of lightning magic, the full blows released by these monsters completely dissipated. They know that if they don't try their best at this time, then they will lose their lives by then. But although the full blows released by these monsters completely dissipated, the set of magic released by Lin Hao still has nearly half of its power. Advertisement. So one by one, they used all the means they could, just to resist the magic released by Lin Hao. And those monsters seemed to feel the threat of their lives, and each of them wanted to stop this set of magic at any cost. And that target is exactly where this group of monsters are located, and it seems that they want to kill them all here. But this is also clear, after all, they just unleashed their full attack before, and they haven't reached the point of desperately. So each of them has reservations, thinking that they can fight for it again when they divide up the benefits in the future. No matter whether it is these few monsters with advanced cultivation bases, or those monsters forming an encirclement circle around them, they don't have any secrets at this moment. Crazy looks appeared on each of their faces, and it looked like they were going to start desperately. But it forcibly cancelled out almost half of the power of the thunder magic released by Lin Hao. And this thunder magic also spread out to the surrounding with unstoppable power. I have to say that the strength of these monsters is indeed a bit strong, although there are only a few monsters. But after all, these shoppers are still not strong enough, and he is still a little powerless in front of this powerful attack magic. As a result, two powerful attacks collided together, and the first to touch Lin Hao's type of magic was the full blow released by those monsters with the highest cultivation base. At this moment, the attack they are playing within their hands will be stronger than the previous one in 2.4.183 escape. Lin Hao also felt the release of these monsters, and the second wave of attacks was much stronger than before. So Lin Hao also understood that this group of monsters was about to start desperately, and all of this was within Lin Hao's expectation. And Lin Hao also knew that it was impossible to deal with all of them with this attack magic alone. After all, the attack released just now, although powerful, is a large-scale attack after all. That is to say, if it is aimed at a single individual, the power will be insufficient, and these monsters are also different from those ordinary practitioners. So if you really want to solve them by relying on this magical transformation, it is a bit unrealistic. So Lin Hao didn't have too much hope, but at least it can be done after a period of delay. And during this period of time, Lin Hao can also have enough 16 time to use other means. This is the real purpose of Lin Hao. After all, these customers can only survive in this harsh environment until now, and it is just to prove their uniqueness. And this is also the first time Lin Hao has used this lightning magic after he has improved a little. As for what kind of power he could unleash, Lin Hao didn't have a clue in his mind, and he was blocked by the previous battle materials. Although the heart has also been used, the effect is not too satisfactory. After all, this is a large-scale attack. Since there is a price to be paid for large-scale coverage, the power is not as good. But the expected effect now is far beyond Lin Hao's expectation. The power released by this magic is stronger than he imagined. Advertisement originally, he thought that this period of magic was just to delay their steps, and it didn't have much effect. But now he was able to make this group of monsters start desperately. It seems that his improvement in this period of time is really not small. The attacks released now can have such a huge power. It seems that this place is really a good place to improve the strength. But now is not the time to think so much, since these monsters have already started to desperately. It also proves that this attack magic cannot last for too long. After all, before this group of monsters, when they were not desperate, they had already offset half of the power of this magic. Now that they are desperate, then this set of magic is not their opponent at all. I'm afraid it won't take long to break through this magic, and if those attacks fall on him by then. Even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured, and in this case, once you are seriously injured, it is no different from death. Although he still had certain confidence in his own strength, he did not dare to bear these attacks head-on. And he also felt that the current state of soliciting customers has reached the last juncture. It is very likely that you will wake up immediately, and this bald head is also the most important time. It must not be interrupted by external forces, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Since Lin Hao used a wind magic for himself in advance, their moving speed is also very fast now. Lin Hao also planned to take advantage of the time when this attack magic was still effective. Advertisement take luck and leave the center of the battle first, then the impact will be less, and the damage to soliciting can also be reduced. I have to say that these are two very powerful attacks, especially a group of monsters, who have already begun to desperately. It is also conceivable how powerful the attack power released is. To be honest, if this battle can be avoided, Lin Hao doesn't want to get too entangled with them. After all, the strength of this group of monsters is too weird, and there are too many uncertainties in fighting them. In case of any accident at that time, it will be really troublesome. But it is like this a lot of times, you don't go to cause trouble, but 220 troubles come to you by yourself. Lin Hao is in this state now, and this group of monsters has already found him. There is no room for her to escape and she can only face it. The more she escapes, the more prestige this group of monsters will be fueled. Two very powerful energies collide together, and the power that will erupt at that time can be imagined. And that group of monsters seemed to be able to predict what was going to happen next, so they retreated quickly one by one. I want to escape from the center of this battlefield, otherwise, if I am affected by the aftermath of the explosion. Judging from their current cultivation, they would definitely die without a whole body, and they didn't want to die like this. And those few monsters with advanced cultivation bases also retreated the fastest. After all, the advantage in cultivation bases is also here. Even if you can't beat it at that time, if you want to escape, you will have a very big advantage in speed. 184 Storm, as the saying goes, he said that you don't need to run very fast, you just need to be faster than the slowest one. And the reason why these few monsters dare to rush to the front is also because of their own advantages in cultivation. Even if they can't beat Su Yang at that time, if they want to escape, they can still run ahead, even if they are also rushing to the front. At that time, with the pace of the group of monsters blocking the route, they can also run away. After all, although the monsters below me are not as strong as them, if Su Yang wants to get rid of them, it also needs to consume a period of time, and within this period of time they can inherit the advantage of speed and escape. As expected, he is indeed an old monster who has lived for many years. No matter what he does, he has already considered the way forward. And the group of monsters below saw that these highly cultivated monsters had already started to escape. How could they have the courage to stay here again? If it hadn't been for the monster with the highest cultivation base to release its own coercion to counteract Su Yang's oppression, they might have already started to run away because of the fear in their hearts. Now that the monster in the lead has escaped, if the group of youngsters confront Su Yang head-on, he will win it all. There is no chance. On the premise that there is no probability of success, it is not courage but stupidity to go head-to-head with the video. If you want to survive in the leisure industry, you don't just rely on your own indomitable spirit. Most of the time, you still have to act according to the situation. Blindly charging will only make you die faster. Advertisement. It is obvious that the group of monsters below have interpreted this law to the extreme. Without any monster organization and leadership at all, they started to escape outside spontaneously. When they were desperate just now, they also inspired some powerful secret techniques, and the deadline for these visits has not yet passed. Originally, they still had the strength to fight against the environment, but now they use these strengths to escape. Also because of this, their speed is also very fast. Even if it is according to Su Yang's speed compared with them, it is still inferior. They didn't care about the rear either. Two powerful forces collided. At this moment, after these two powerful forces collided, due to certain factors, they also began to become entangled in the future. As a result, it also exudes a very strong sense of oppression, and as time goes by, the entanglement between these two forces is getting deeper and deeper, and the sense of oppression released is getting stronger and stronger. Soon, it has exceeded the limit that Su Yang can release, this level of coercion. Originally, they thought that according to the strong attack of so many monsters, they would definitely be able to defeat the person in front of them. Now they start to blend with each other again, and the power that erupts is far greater than the effect of 1 plus 1 greater than 2. As a result, this powerful storm has been caused. If this storm is allowed to erupt, then the lungs of the people present can survive. So how much probability does he have to survive? After careful dissemination, Su Yang had to accept a sad reality. Advertisement things have been out of their control, not to mention Su Yang's situation, but he said that their current situation is very dangerous. After their combined attack collided with Su Yang's magic, some wonderful changes took place. But it is also impossible to resist their thoughts of escaping. After all, in the face of life and death danger, no matter what strength it is, it seems a little insignificant. It is also impossible to release such a powerful coercion, and he is also thinking in his heart, if he faces this huge force, it is very likely that they will lose their lives here. The purpose of their coming here is to seek benefits. There won't be more than 3, and now this energy storm is still brewing, but even if he hasn't reached the peak, he has already exuded such a great power. It's not for the sake of losing one's own life, so even though there are those few powerful monsters on top, if she were to face a Big Bang alone, the probability of her surviving would be almost 0. The fluctuations emanating from it are far from what they can resist, if they stay here any longer. Even Su Yang felt lingering fear, even when he was at his peak. And when the large monsters sensed the strong sense of oppression behind them, the speed under their feet also accelerated a bit. They can also clearly perceive that the powerful coercion behind them has exceeded their sphere of influence. This is not alarmist talk. In fact, these two forces are already strong enough. 185 Destruction. If this energy storm is brewed and completed, then it will be very small if they want to survive. So no matter the few monsters with advanced cultivation bases or the surrounding monsters, they have already started to escape, wanting to stay away from the center of this big explosion. Although they don't know why such a change happened, they also know it is also the place far from the center of the energy storm, and the power emitted by the explosion will be stronger at that time. The pressure they are under is also the greatest. If they want to survive, according to their current cultivation, they can only try their best to go to the periphery of the explosion. Although they can't bear it, after all, there is a buffer of distance, and there is still a certain probability of surviving. Even if they are seriously injured, at least their lives will be saved. It is also strange to say, the attacks emitted by this group of monsters and the magic released by Su Yang. At this moment, it turned out to be completely mixed together, just like paint that is evenly stirred, and it is no longer distinguishable from each other. If you don't care about the different energies contained in these two attacks, resulting in different colors, it's hard to tell that this huge energy storm was completed by 2 waves of attacks. And he is already trying his best to escape to the outside. After all, according to his cultivation, he dare not work hard here. Of course, if it is in his peak state, he may try again. But the state of his body now is also after the battle just now, with some losses and a wound number in his hand. Advertisement. It is impossible to fight wholeheartedly, otherwise Su Yang will have to try this power. But even though Su Yang had already fled outwards at high speed, when he wanted to feel the powerful coercion behind his back, BGDH, again, he couldn't help but secretly startled. Who knows how it became the current situation, it just released a relatively coffee group attack magic. He just wanted to give it a try and see how much his current cultivation had improved compared to before. In addition, I also want to delay the pace of these monsters passing by, and want to wait until that moment to wake up. It can be said that the changes that have occurred now have exceeded Su Yang's expectations. Suddenly, Su Yang, your expression changed, and the speed of your feet couldn't help being a little faster. At the same time, you created a few defensive magic spells and placed them behind you. At this moment, the energy storm that had been brewing for a long time broke out with all its power at this juncture. Su Yang only felt a huge impact on his body. It felt like being hit by a hammer weighing 100,000 tons. It made his chest tight and he almost couldn't breathe, but Su Yang quickly adjusted his bad state. At that time, if you want to make a breakthrough in your cultivation, it will be as difficult as reaching the sky. And the luck in his hand is no exception. After all, luck is not fully awake yet. It can be said that the current one is also extremely fragile. Without Su Yang's protection, any wild beast can eat it. But his current physical condition is not optimistic at all. It is because the power of the impact just now is too great. Advertisement. Invisibly, this huge impact also saved Su Yang's life, otherwise, Su Yang might have landed in this place. Although he has all the strength in his body, he can't show much and can only be wasted in vain. This makes Su Yang also fly faster, and the distance from the center is a bit farther. On the other hand, the fate of that group of monsters was not much better than that of Su Yang. No matter what Su Yang said, he had the advantage in terms of cultivation. Otherwise, it is very likely that he died in that suffocation just now, and it was because of the huge impact of this one. If it weren't for those few defensive spells to resist part of his strength, I'm afraid it would have become a puddle of flesh by now. It was a blessing in misfortune that he was only seriously injured instead of directly falling here. This way luck didn't have to bear the huge impact, so he survived. Even according to Su Yang's current cultivation level, it is impossible to resist, but at any rate Su Yang has already taken precautions. This is because Su Yang noticed it in advance and made certain defensive measures to achieve this result. One must know that this is only the impact force at the edge, and such a huge power has already erupted, so the impact force in the center of the explosion can be imagined. When the impact just now acted on Su Yang, it seemed that luck was placed in front of his body. But his injury is also very serious. If he doesn't hurry up to recuperate, it is very likely to leave permanent damage. 186 And in addition, Lin Hao had been on guard for a long time, so he cast a wind magic on himself. Therefore, the distance he ran was a bit longer than this group of monsters, and the impact he received was also smaller. But Lin Hao almost couldn't bear it, and now he is seriously injured and dying. Then the fate of this group of monsters can be imagined. They are no match for Lin Hao in terms of cultivation base. However, they have the advantage in speed, so the running distance is even comparable to that of Lin Hao. As for those monsters with advanced cultivation bases, they ran farther than seafood, so their damage was lower than that of Lin Hao. In addition, they were originally very strong in terms of physical strength, so many monsters survived this big explosion. At least one of the few monsters with the highest cultivation base came out, because all the rest survived except for the bad luck. It's just that they are also suffering from very serious physical injuries. Of course, they are better than Lin Hao. But it is also necessary to pay close attention to recuperating, otherwise the injury will only get worse. It is also a huge damage to their foundation, and it will be very difficult to make up for it at that time. This is a pain for the group of monsters forming an encirclement circle. They do not have an advantage in this regard. Plus, he'd wasted some time running away when they figured out things weren't right. So in this big explosion, they became victims instead, except for a few others who had life-saving means. Advertisement: the rest of the monsters all lost their lives in this big explosion, but they were originally proud of their physical strength. In the face of this huge impact force, it seems vulnerable when the impact force acts on them. They are also like kites with broken strings. Their bodies are uncontrollable, and they fly out quickly. And this is not the end of flying upside down. The powerful impact is acting on the inside of their bodies. Not only were their internal organs destroyed, although this group of monsters were also trying their best to repair them, the speed of repairing was far behind the speed of being destroyed. By the time they finally fell to the ground, their internal organs had been completely destroyed by the impact, and so had their bodies, which was horrible. And that scene was too bloody and cruel. Even if Lin Hao had seen it before, it wasn't too stormy, but he couldn't bear it. And there are a few monsters, although they survived, they were also seriously injured, and they kept howling there. I stretched out my hands to let my own kind to save myself, but now those monsters can't even take care of themselves, so there will be thoughts to help others. And even if they have the ability to help other monsters, according to their personality, they would not choose such an approach. After all, their characters are still so greedy. If these monsters are cured, they will be another competitor by then. The most important thing is that they are also suffering from very serious injuries in their bodies now, and they must be recuperated immediately. They are not much better now, with injuries and shocking scars all over their bodies. After avoiding this huge wave of impact, the group of monsters they survived also began to recuperate in place. Advertisement *TTT. And next to them was their wailing kind, but they ignored it as if they didn't see it. The whole scene was like after the end of the world, with stumps and broken arms mixed with their wailing. For these situations, the player didn't take advantage of them to deal with them when they were seriously injured. It was already very considerate of the face of the same race. Otherwise, according to their usual personalities, I am afraid that this group of seriously injured monsters would have been decapitated by now. Not killing them now is already a great favor to them, and praying for them to be cured is tantamount to nonsense. I have to say that the physiques of this group of monsters are also very perverted, and they look even more perverted than Lin Hao. Their injuries also seem to be very serious, but they were recovering quickly at the moment. If you distinguish carefully, you will find that their recovery speed is even faster than that of Lin Hao. At least the injuries on the surface of their bodies have begun to scab at this moment, and it seems that it won't take long for them to recover. However, superficial injuries are easy to recover, but inner injuries are indeed much more troublesome. After all, on the surface, it was just a flesh injury. According to the nature of this group of monsters, there is no reason or no problem at all. But the most important thing is the serious injuries received in the body, and thanks to these monsters, they have perverted physiques, otherwise, none of them would be able to survive now. In fact, if we followed the physique of this group of monsters, it would be very difficult. 187 Strange energy. This method is also not a big problem, but the problem lies in the energy storm that broke out just now. At least now I realize that the energy storm that erupted just now was not worth it at all. It was just a simple explosion. What they endured was not just the shockwave from the explosion. This shockwave also contains a breath of that energy storm, and it is precisely because of this breath. This makes it so difficult for them to recover from their injuries, whenever they need to recover a little bit. These strange auras appeared at the wounds like 147, and ghosts, and then tore those wounds open. Just like that, their injuries didn't heal much at all, and they still had to bear great pain. The wounds that had already healed were torn open by this strange energy, and only they could experience that kind of pain. It is because of their strong physique that they can make such progress if it is an ordinary practitioner. I'm afraid he has already lost all his breath, after all, whether it is the powerful shockwave or the strange energy contained in the shockwave. It has far exceeded the limit they can bear, and the reason why they can survive now is just luck. But at any rate, it is precisely because the physique of this group of monsters is relatively strong, so even though the recovery from injuries is very slow, they are indeed developing in a good direction. As long as there is sufficient time, the listing will definitely be able to fully recover, which is beyond doubt. Advertisement on the other hand, Lin Hao is also being entangled by this strange energy, preventing him from recovering from the injuries in his body. Lin Hao also tried every means to suppress this weird energy, but it didn't seem to have much effect. As if this strange energy didn't have a world, it was rampant in Lin Hao's body. It was precisely because of this strange energy that was making trouble in Han Xin's body that his body, which had already suffered a lot of damage, was now being injured even more. Now Lin Hao still has to beware of that group of monsters coming to attack, although Lin Hao also thinks that it was in the violent explosion. In the face of this powerful impact, no creature should be able to survive. Even if it survives, it will be seriously injured. Although the bodies of that group of monsters are much stronger than I imagined. But compared with himself, he was only a little bit stronger, and Lin Jie was seriously injured in front of this kind of shockwave. Presumably the situation of those monsters is not much better than their own, not to mention that there is still this weird energy. But Lin Hao also had to be wary of what kind of strange methods this group of monsters had. And in this space, it can be regarded as the lair of this group of monsters. Who knows if this group of monsters has other means, even if the group of monsters just now were seriously injured and unable to move. But it doesn't rule out that there are other monsters here, and it will be a very troublesome thing to sneak attack on him at that time. Advertisement Lin Hao also tried every means to suppress this weird energy, but he used all the methods he could think of, but it didn't work. It can't be said that there is no effect, it can only be said that the effect is very small, almost negligible. Just when there was nothing to do, suddenly that rock titan evolved into a stone ball. There was a sudden vibration, and Lin Hao was also very keenly aware of the change in this stone ball. Lin Hao's incident also reminded Roran that there was still a stone ball in his body that had been transformed from a rock. On the last floor, in order to deal with the rock titan, Lin Hao also paid a relatively high price to succeed. And in the end, the rock titan somehow helped him, which made Lin Hao puzzled. In the end, this one also turned into an old king and entered his body. At that time, Lin Hao was still worried about what harm this old king would do to his body, so he checked it carefully. But after checking 4.5 several times inside and out, Lin Hao found that this old king didn't emit any breath at all. If I can't think about him, I won't be able to realize that there is such an old king in my body. After researching for a long time without getting any results, Lin Hao also temporarily forgot about it. After all, he was in a hurry to enter the next floor, and this old Wang didn't have any useful clues on him. Lin Hao also only allocated a sliver of mental power, paying attention to every move of the old king transformed from the rock titan, but there was no other movement. 188 Beware in the battle just now, Lin Hao also needed to concentrate on observing the surrounding situation, so he forgot about the stone ball instead. If the stone ball hadn't moved suddenly at this moment, Lin Hao would have completely forgotten about him. Now that the stone ball has also changed, Lin Hao hastily observed it carefully. After all, Lin Hao still doesn't understand what this stone ball is for, but now it has changed suddenly. I don't know whether this change is good or bad. If it is a good change, it's okay to say. If it were to develop in a bad direction, then it would be like a bomb ambushing Lin Hao's body at this moment. Lin Hao will not tolerate such a mutation lurking in his body. When the time comes, it is very likely that he will lose his life. There is no room for sloppiness in this, and this matter must be carefully clarified. Just took this opportunity to study the function of this stone ball clearly, otherwise, Lin Hao would have trouble sleeping and eating at that time. This is the stone ball, and its movement is getting bigger and bigger, shaking violently there non-stop. Just when he saw that this stone ball was about to make some further huge moves. Suddenly the stone ball stopped all movements, staying inside Lin Hao's body as if it hadn't changed. If Lin Hao hadn't clearly felt the change in him before, Lin Hao thought it hadn't changed. Originally thought that this stone ball could still move with his right hand, thus saving himself once. Advertisement, but looking at it now, his hopes have come to nothing, but Lin Hao doesn't think it's a little funny when he thinks about it carefully. When you come in, your own safety depends on a rock. When you come in, you are so desperate. But in reality, he focused all his attention on himself, trying to find a way to get rid of this strange energy from his body. At this moment, the rock that had stopped shaking suddenly flew out of Lin Hao's body. Just when Lin Hao was dumbfounded, the stone ball was suspended in front of Lin Hao. Before Lin Hao could react, the stone ball was indeed emitting a strange light from the surface of its body. Lin Hao subconsciously wanted to block this light and invade his body. After all, he still didn't know what the stone ball was going to do. If you want to hurt yourself, you can't let this weird light touch you. Wherever you still believe this, resisting is doomed to be useless, and it doesn't play much role at all. Those rays of light directly entered Lin Hao's body as if he had not encountered any obstacles. Lin Hao also quickly observed the situation in his body, causing these strange rays of light to cause huge damage to his body. She was already seriously injured, if these rays of light posed any threat to him. Then Lin Hao really doesn't have many ways to stop him. Lin Hao is also worried at the moment. However, these strange lights didn't seem to be hostile to Lin Hao, and they didn't hurt Lin Hao's body at all. And those weird rays of light seemed to be very interested in those weird energies. Advertisement, he ran directly to those strange energies and surrounded him, looking like he had met the enemy of life and death. And those strange energies also noticed the existence of this stone ball, and gave up the damage to Lin Hao's body. He rushed towards the stone ball directly, seeing that his posture had a tendency to be endless. In Lin Hao's astonished eyes, these two strange things collided together. Not to mention the stone ball that has always existed in his body, just this strange energy. It made it difficult for Lin Hao to completely remove it from his body, and this strange energy was still hindering Lin Hao from recovering from the injury in his body. Lin Hao's recovery ability, which has always been very strong, seems a bit vulnerable in the face of this strange energy. Once the wound that has just recovered is disturbed by this strange energy, the wound will tear open again. And this stone ball exists in Lin Hao's body. If it wasn't for the sudden change today, from Zhao, he would have forgotten its existence. Lin Hao originally wanted to stop it, but judging from this posture, it should be in his own favor. So Lin Hao also quietly watched the development of the situation, in case something went beyond his control. He will also use his own strength immediately to separate these two strange things. After all, you still have to be careful in everything. This is inside your body, not in some open field. If any accident happens at that time, then I will definitely be the first victim to bear the brunt. If you really want to regret it until then, there is no way. 189 Eliminate. So Lin Hao has always been very vigilant about this strange energy in this stone ball of memory. However, what these two other things exuded just now actually surprised Lin Hao a little bit. It seems that these two things seem to have some life and death hatred, or like natural enemies. Lin Hao didn't intentionally control the stone ball at all, but when the stone ball felt this strange energy, it also rushed out directly, wanting to compete with this weird energy, but it doesn't mean that Lin Hao didn't control this stone ball. It's just that no matter how much Lin Hao tried, he found that he had no influence on the stone ball at all. But now that these two other things are fighting on their own, Lin Hao is also very hot, sitting by the side to reap the benefits of the fisherman. And these two other things, although they are not within Lin Hao's control, are faintly out of control. But this is in Lin Hao's body after all, and if he wants to control the general situation at that time, these two other things will not be able to make big waves. This means that the energies of these two coins have met together, but it seems that neither of these two things can do anything to get each other. Therefore, the battle situation has also fallen into a stalemate, and there is no progress for a while. Lin Hao couldn't help but frown when he realized it. If he continues to delay like this, it won't do him any good. After all, these two things were fighting, so he had no intention of recovering the injuries in his body at all. Although it is said that this strange energy is delayed by this stone ball, Lin Hao still has to pay close attention to the battle between the two of them. Advertisement: in case something out of control happens at that time, he will be able to react immediately. In order to avoid further out of control situations, after all, anything can happen inside the body. In addition, Lin Hao also has serious injuries in his body now, if there is another accident at that time. That's really not worth the loss, so even if you waste a little precious time, you have to keep an eye on the two of them. This is related to his own life, and there is no room for sloppiness. Lin Hao understands this very well. And if these two things cause some trouble when he recovers from his injuries, then he has no good way to deal with it. But now these two things are in a stalemate, and time is very precious to him. Although it is still willing to waste a little time now, Lin Hao cannot bear this kind of waste that is destined to be fruitless. Thinking of this, Lin Hao also wanted to help the stone ball, after all, judging from the current situation. This stone ball should be on the same front as himself. They all have a common enemy. That is that strange energy, and now, they all have to find a way to deal with this strange energy. Tsinghua University is also very unfavorable for Korean dramas. It can be said that Lin Hao's sudden move. When fighting this stone ball before, this strange energy also had the upper hand. So Lin Hao also decided to help her. After all, it would be of great benefit to his more than 10 children recovering from their injuries. Advertisement: I am afraid that according to this situation, it will not take long before it can be completely eliminated. What Lin Hao is worried about now is if this strange energy is eliminated. The fighting power of this strange energy has also been obviously affected, not as fierce as before. And that stone ball also seized this opportunity, and really launched an attack on this strange energy. How should he deal with this stone ball? After all, although Lin Hao is also very wary of this stone ball, I have to say that Lin Hao's method is also very effective after cutting off these sources. It also exceeded the expectation of this strange energy, which made him a little caught off guard. In addition, this weird energy at this moment is like rootless water, with no resources at all. But fortunately, he had to react at the critical moment, otherwise, Lin Hao's body would already be filled with this weird energy by now. So this stone ball also seized this opportunity to continuously dissolve this strange energy. Therefore, neither the market nor the situation of this stone ball is optimistic if this stalemate continues. For a while, this strange energy was also busy, so many flaws were exposed. The stone ball has been suppressed, and several times the stone ball was almost broken through by this strange energy. So Lin Hao controlled the little power left in his body, and cut off all the sources of this strange energy. 190 Recovery. But it is undeniable that in the critical situation just now, if it weren't for this stone ball, I am afraid that the Lin Hao at this moment has long since passed away, and there is no such thing as him now. However, Lin Hao didn't know the purpose of this stone ball, nor did he know the purpose of this stone ball lurking in his body. Lin Hao didn't want to keep such a disaster in his body, after all, although Lin Hao's body was very strong. But if the stone ball destroys it from the inside, it will be very easy. Therefore, Lin Hao will not easily remove the guard on him before confirming the 737 purpose of this stone ball. But now it is still necessary to get rid of this strange energy first, and then hurry up to recover the injuries in his body. And this strange energy has lost its source of power, and it has fallen into a disadvantage at this moment. And that stone ball was also pursuing the victory, and it didn't take long to completely eliminate this strange energy. But what puzzled Lin Hao was that after this strange energy was resolved by this stone ball. That is, there is no more movement, still, quietly, lurking in his body, just like before. If you don't observe carefully, you won't even notice the existence of this stone ball. Lin Hao allocated another part of his strength to surround the place where the stone ball was. Although these powers are completely vulnerable to the power shown by this stone ball just now. Advertisement, but the main function of these forces is not to guard against the stone ball, but to serve as a warning. Then if there is any change in your stone ball at that time, you must break through the encirclement of these forces. And once this stone ball touches these forces, Lin Hao will notice it immediately. At that time, he will be able to react in time, even if it may not be the opponent of the stone ball, but at least the minimum response plan must be prepared. After finishing these things, Lin Hao started the next most important step, which is to recover the injuries in his body. Just now, because of the existence of this strange energy, his wounds were continuously healing, but at the same time, they were constantly being torn apart. So now if you want to restore those wounds, it may be difficult, but fortunately. Among the items Lin Hao carried with him, there were some healing elixir, which Lin Hao originally thought was based on his strong physique. There is no need to use these elixirs at all, after all, the help of these elixirs to him is very small, almost negligible. But judging from the current situation, whether it can be restored to the market or not depends on the power of these elixirs. It also means that the threat brought by this stone ball is greater than that strange energy, if it is not that he has not changed anything yet. I have to say that these elixirs are indeed very precious, and those wounds are also recovering quickly. Of course, this is also because the strange energy that mainly prevented Lin Hao from recovering from his injuries has been removed. While Lin Hao was recovering from his injuries, the group of monsters were also hurrying to repair their injuries. Advertisement, that's why the market can recover from the injury so quickly, otherwise it will have to wait for a very long time. After a while, those wounds have healed, and the remaining injuries will be much easier to deal with. Of course, it was also because this group of monsters lived here all year round, so their physical strength was even stronger than that of Lin Hao. Of course, Lin Hao didn't forget the stone ball that shined so brightly in this battle just now. Then Lin Hao can use his powerful body's recovery ability, and it won't take long, and he can usually recover from his injuries to a full extent. So even if they don't have this or that stone ball inside their bodies, to help them eliminate this strange energy. Even Lin Hao found it very difficult, he just solved it like this. Lin Hao will not just let it exist in his body like this, even if he pays all the price, he will get rid of it to 1.3. Although Lin Hao used his own physical strength to recover from before, there is still a gap in speed. Although to Lin Hao, this strange energy is the most dangerous thing, of course it is the same, that stone ball should not be underestimated. Now that Lin Hao can't use his physical strength to heal those wounds, he can only use his external strength. Otherwise, it would be like a time bomb buried in his body, maybe it would explode at any time and would burn him to pieces. After these wounds have fully recovered, the power in Lin Hao's body can flow through the meridians at that time. But judging from Lin Hao's current situation, it is already very good to have this kind of speed. 191 situation, but just relying on his perverted physique, he was able to heal the injuries on his body. If you still want to see this scene here, you will definitely scream, the danger level of several monsters is rising several levels. But the strong recovery ability they showed is enough to make people dread. Moreover, they have long been unending life and death enemies, and only one of them can survive. So for the sake of their own safety, they will also try their best to eradicate each other. So now, no matter for this monster or Lin Hao, time is the most precious. Now whoever can recover the injury in his body first will have the advantage. At that time, if they fight with their opponents, they will also be able to take the lead. After all, both of them are seriously injured now. Whoever can recover earlier will be able to recover a little more strength, and the balance of victory will also tilt in their direction. So both Lin Hao and this group of monsters are hurrying to recover. At this moment, Luck seemed to wake up because of this violent fluctuation. When Luck woke up, Lin Hao caught his eye, but Lin Hao was recovering from his injuries. Although it was said that Luck was recovering from his injuries just now, his perception of the outside world has not been cut off. So everything that happened just now is understood, especially when the powerful shockwave swept over. Advertisement Lin Hao quietly protected her behind him, so that he alone could bear the powerful shockwave. Luck can also feel it, and now Lin Hao's Shishi festival is also very chaotic in his perception. Luck also quickly realized that most of Lin Hao's current injuries were caused by himself. So at that moment, I also very consciously played the role of Dharma protector, guarding Lin Hao's side. After all, although there was a huge explosion just now, there should be no threat to the two of them now. After all, an explosion of that level is no joke, even according to Lin Hao's cultivation level, he would still be seriously injured. Coupled with the strange ability attached to this energy, even if he does not die on the spot, he will still be seriously injured. And in this dangerous environment, once one is seriously injured, one's own situation will become very dangerous. So if those monsters around have a little brain, then the most important thing now is to be able to distinguish clearly. The most important thing for them now is not to attack Lin Hao, after all, they themselves were also seriously injured. If he came to sneak attack Lin Hao, he might not bring it with him. The goal would not be achieved, but his own life would be ruined instead. It is simply impossible to withstand such a huge force and flow in the meridians like before. And it is very likely that at this time, it will be attacked by other monsters in this space. Although luck is very clear in his heart, it is better to be cautious. Advertisement in case of any sudden change at that time, they will not have time to deal with it. There should be no threat to the lives of Lin Hao and Luck, but the crisis for the two of them is indeed not over. And the experience of wandering on the edge of life and death for many years also told him that there is nothing wrong with being cautious at any time. In this way, 2 days passed by in a flash, but in Luck's view, it seemed that it was only a moment. The most important thing is that this kind of sacrifice is meaningless, and it can't bring any benefits at all. So time passed so quickly. Lin Hao was recovering from the injuries in his body, and Luck was also stabilizing his cultivation. Although the last weird energy was also eliminated, it still had some impact on Lin Hao's body. Although the group of monsters were also seriously injured and suffered heavy losses, after all, some monsters with advanced cultivation survived. But because of this, it was a blessing in disguise, and his cultivation base has also improved, otherwise he would have woken up long ago. For seafood, this result is quite optimistic. After all, the meridians in her body are also a little fragile now. But fortunately, there is Luck on the side to assist. It can be said that in this space, if there are no major accidents. Most of the injuries in Lin Hao's body have also recovered, but 167 is a bit too perverted compared to that strange energy. After all, Luck was in a dangerous situation when he came back just now, and he almost lost his life. Therefore, whether it is out of consideration for oneself or for the entire race, the most important thing now is to recover the injuries in one's own body first. Han Qian's current strength has not yet returned to its peak. If she goes all out, she should be able to exert 80% of her previous strength. 192 tricky, and these monsters that survived are even more difficult to deal with than the previous ones. After all, although the previous group of monsters had an advantage in quantity, they were uneven in quality. In addition, they all have their own ghosts, so they don't have much advantage. But the monsters that can survive now are all relatively advanced, so when the time comes, they will be able to better cooperate with each other. So these remaining monsters are the real threat, if they can't be solved. I'm afraid they won't have a better life in the future, especially in this space, except for those monsters who attacked them just now. And it can be clearly felt that there are still other monsters, and the cultivation level is much higher than this group of monsters. Especially in this illusory forest in front of him, the real threat exists here. But for Han Shui, the most important thing now is to get rid of this group of monsters first, and then spend some time to fully recover from the injuries in his body. Only when the aura of my whole body is adjusted to its peak state can I enter this fantasy forest. Otherwise, if you go in, you can only die in the past, which is meaningless at all. But now where the group of monsters are hiding, Lin Hao also doesn't know, but Lin Hao can be sure of one thing. Even that group of monsters were seriously injured, and they must be hiding somewhere to recuperate their injuries. If they waited for the injuries in their bodies to fully recover, then it would be very difficult to get rid of them at that time. Advertisement, so Lin Hao must find that group of monsters as quickly as possible and get rid of them. As a result, Lin Hao and Luck continued to spread out around their current location. Of course, the most important thing is to search in the opposite direction to their current direction. After all, when the Big Bang happened, the group of monsters fled in the opposite direction from the two of them. Although these monsters may flee to other places to recuperate their injuries, his direction will not change. It must be in the opposite direction to Lin Hao, otherwise Lin Hao would have discovered their existence long ago. But Lin Hao and Luck searched for a day, but they didn't find any clues at all. The current situation is also very unfavorable for Lin Hao and the others. Now Lin Hao and the others are running around looking for it. And that group of monsters can use this period of time to recover from their injuries, and the gap is also invisible. But the next day, Lin Hao and Luck's luck was surprisingly good. It didn't take long before they found the traces of the group of monsters. Following these trails, Lin Hao and Luck also successfully found the hiding place of the group of monsters. However, judging from their appearance, their physical condition is not much better than that of Lin Hao. After all, there is still a certain gap between them and Lin Hao in terms of cultivation. However, it was far beyond Lin Hao's expectations, and he couldn't help but feel grateful for his decision. If the group of monsters like the Zhejiang CPPCC grows up, it will be a very troublesome trouble for him. Advertisement. Without the slightest hesitation, the two of them directly attacked this group of monsters. Their purpose is also very obvious, which is to completely eliminate this group of monsters. But at this time, the group of monsters also discovered the existence of the two of them. After all, Lin Hao and the others did not intend to cover their tracks in the slightest. So a big melee was about to break out, but this group of monsters was obviously not Lin Hao's opponent. Especially now with the help of Luck, this group of monsters is gradually losing to Lulu. It didn't take long for Lin Hao and the others to completely eliminate this group of monsters. Lin Hao and the two of them did not stay in this place too long, and they found a hidden place again. The next step is to start to get rid of all the hidden dangers in your body, and prepare for entering this environmental forest. After all, this is the purpose of Lin Hao, and this group of monsters is just some accidents. If Qian Nuo's fruit had a choice, Lin Hao would definitely not want to be entangled with this group of monsters. But anyway, it didn't waste too much time, and all the hidden dangers were completely solved. The next step is to enter this fantasy forest, and now is the real dangerous moment. After all, according to Lin Hao's perception, there are too many powerful auras in this forest. There are many people, even Lin Hao, who have no concept of winning in the face of them, in case they are really impulsive against these powerful beings. Even Lin Hao and Luck would lose their lives here, but Lin Hao and the others went in without hesitation. 193 The beginning of the illusion. The three people who walked into the illusion began to have a blurred mind, and their consciousness was a little confused. This is because the atmospheric pressure in the illusion is relatively low and the oxygen is insufficient. Wheezing. What's wrong with me? Lin Hao felt a little unwell, but because he is a boy, he has not yet appeared to the point of hallucinations, but the other two girls are different. Han Shuang, I am your mother, have you seen me? Han Shuang seemed to hear someone calling him, and opened her eyes wide to see that it was her mother. Mom, where have you been all these years? I miss you so much. Silly child, I have always been by your side, and my mother is waiting for you here, come to my mother quickly. Han Shuang was crying while running, saying that mom are waiting for relatives. In her mother's arms, Han Shuang felt 100% warmth. Mom said, Han Shuang's child. How have you been my child for so many years? Mom, you are not by my side, and Dad married another young one. Fortunately, Luck is here. Without him, I don't know how I would have lived all these years. It turns out that Luck is the stepmother's daughter. My little mother has been stumbling around me for so many years, targeting me everywhere. Anyway, she just doesn't like me and wants to get rid of this thorn in her eyes. Fortunately, Luck helps me everywhere. Otherwise, I don't even know what I should do. Mom, if you were here, I wouldn't have so much pain. But it's all right now, you're by my side. You're still there. It turns out that his mother has passed away, this one belongs to him, and the virtual world is a fantasy in her brain. Advertisement. While chatting with my mother, I hugged my mother, but the figure of my mother gradually disappeared. Where are you, mother? Don't go, mother. Before I finished speaking, I heard someone say in my ear. Han Shuang, wake up, Han Shuang, wake up. Anxious Lin Hao seemed to only see Han Shuang in his eyes. It turned out that he had been secretly in love with Han Shuang for a long time. He narrowed his eyes and opened them desperately. He saw that there were only Luck and Lin Hao around him. Luck said, Sister, how are you? Are you okay? You scared me to death. Why did you pass out? It turned out that Han Shuang's mother had died for some reason, BGEB, since he was a child, and his stepmother was not good to him. I have had several serious illnesses since I was a child, and my physique is weaker than normal people. But he opened his eyes and said weakly that I was fine, it was just a dream, and there was not a trace of tears in my eyes. Let's go. The three of them continued to walk in the direction of the monster. Lin Hao said, be careful, there must be many abnormal things, everyone must be careful. In this way, Lin Hao was in the front, Han Shuang was in the middle, and Luck was in the back. They walked carefully together because there are many trees in this mountain. The sun can't even come in. It looked so dark that I couldn't see the other person's face clearly. Suddenly Luck called out, help. Looking back, Leclerc, where are you? It turned out that there was a swamp under his feet, and Luck sank into it instantly. Luck tried his best to go up, but the swamp moved and sank, and soon Luck sank to the waist. Sister, don't move. The more you move, the more you sink in this swamp. If you move again, you will sink to your neck. Link said not to panic. There are many trees. The cane let us use it to pull your Luck out. The two quickly made a hemp rope. Just like that pulled Luck out. Luck said, oh, my god, I was scared to death. Those who haven't hit the monster will lose their lives. Lin Hao said, everyone told me not to let you come, but you have to come. Do you think this is a joke? It turns out that Lin Hao and Luck's colleagues in the same company just like archaeology. It was also through Luck that I met Han Shuang. Although Luck and Lin Hao are colleagues, but Lin Hao should be unrequited love for Han Shuang. Chapter 194 Meeting a monster. Luck blushed slightly and said, HMPH, I'll go ahead this time. 0 As they walked, the three of them saw a ray of sunshine at the same time. Shine on the face. Wow, it's like entering Xanadu Genichi. The birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant and the sun is shining brightly, as if seeing an era where there is no struggle with others and no pressure. But at this moment, the bodies of the three of them seemed to feel uncomfortable at the same time. It turned out that these were all monsters. The illusion created is illusory. Luck said, it's so strange that this monster can reflect such an illusory world. Han Shuang said, don't believe in yourself easily, everything you see in front of you must firmly believe in your own thoughts. As soon as the voice fell to the ground, Lin Hao saw a person who looked like himself. Who are you? Why do you look like me? Lin Hao, who holds a pistol, raised the pistol in his hand. Facing this person who looks the same as himself. Said, who the hell are you? Why are you acting like me? Don't you know who I am? I am you. Don't you even know yourself? You see that I am the same as you. You shoot? Do you dare to shoot? You killed me, is equivalent to killing you, yourself. Lin Hao is a well-known taekwondo master, but he also has a little fear of himself who looks the same as himself, holding a pistol in both hands. He choked up a bit, and said with saliva. I don't care who you are, I am not afraid, I am me, there is no second me. Believe in words and believe in thoughts. Let the pistol in his hand emit a bullet bang. The self on the opposite side disappeared and turned into a big monster, with 5 claws and 1 eye. A big monster more than 2 meters high. HMPH, it turned out to be a monster. But Luck's self is not so easy to deal with, because Luck's character itself is timid and fearful. Of this kind. Luck sees someone who looks the same as himself. I trembled, excuse me, why do you look the same as me? Why do you wear the same clothes as me? The same self as Luck. A wicked smile appeared on his lips. Without further ado, walk towards Luck. Just go up and give Luck a kick, and kick Luck with this kick. Kick 2 meters away. It was also this kick that woke up Luck, damn it. How dare you kick me? I've grown up so big. My mother didn't even say to kick me. You son of a b******ch, you kicked me despicably. The battle between the two has just begun. Luck didn't bring a weapon and fought the monster with empty fists. This monster, it should be said, was also a relatively stupid one. Although Luck was timid and afraid of getting into trouble, his strength was relatively strong, and he knocked down the monster with 3 strikes. Oya actually turned into an old lady to bully me. This time I know that old lady is amazing, haha. Along the way, this monster who looks the same as Luck also gave his original form. In addition, Han Shuang's problem is a bit tricky, and he has indeed been very powerful. How should Han Shuang, who has no strength to restrain the monster, deal with this monster? Chapter 195 Wisdom is more than everything, Han Cream Han Cream. Who are you? How do you know my name? This monster seems to know Han Shuang very well, and knows Han Shuang's character, to everything. Han Shuang, I am you. You have suffered for so many years. I am not by your side to accompany you. You must have suffered a lot. Now that you are fine, I will definitely help you to seek an explanation. This monster seems to be very reasonable and understands Han Shuang very well. I know that Han Shuang has been abused by her stepmother for so many years. Han Shuang, as long as you are with me, I won't let you suffer any grievances. As long as you are with me, destroying these useless humans is abominable. Han Shuang behind said, be careful, there is another one, and played another flying arrow. In this way, he fought and fought with this big monster. After nearly 10 minutes of fighting, it turned out that this monster, BGBG, was just smarter and had no physical strength. Han Shuang. It's not a good idea to hit you like this, I have to think of a way. Suddenly someone called her, Han Shuang, don't believe him, he is a monster. Han Shuang and Lin Hao have learned a few kung fu. Speaking of, come on, big monster, take 2 moves from me. Walking to the front, they saw a lot of blood, and the 3 of them were terrified. When they walked forward, they saw many people's bones. This terrified Luck. Mamma mia, shall I find a barong yuan? The smart Han Shuang said. It seems that many people came here before us to search for treasures, Lin Hao said. Be careful, there must be traps here, or they won't die here. Advertisement, I don't know how many risks there are on the way to go further. Han Shuang's brain suddenly realized that this was not him, this was a monster. Lin Hao said. It can't be that we have stepped on some mechanism. Be careful of your feet, and you must pay attention to your own safety. The 3 people carefully looked at, back and forth, left and right. I don't know what will happen in the next second. As soon as the welcome fell to the ground, the flying arrow flew past Lin Hao's face. Lin Hao's face was cut in time, and blood flowed out. This monster is so powerful that it can hypnotize a person into obedience just by talking. It's also a great character. In the process of fighting the monster, Han Shuang was accidentally injured, and it was a foot injury which delayed the walk a bit, Lin Hao said very distressed. Come up, I'll carry you, Han Shuang said. 11 Without this little injury, I can walk by myself. Lin Hao said, in case there are no more imposters, let's send a red thread on each hand, so as not to impersonate ourselves and hurt our partners. In this way, the 3 of them tied the red lines on their hands and continued walking. They shouted slogans together, don't destroy the monsters, don't go home. In fact, this is Han Shuang's negativity, in my heart. Everyone has, how immature thoughts. While Han Shuang was being brainwashed by the 163 monster, there's a wave of shaking in my mind. I walked forward while talking, but my body didn't allow me, so I fell a little while walking. The strong Lin Hao carried Han Shuang on his back without saying a word. Lucky's eyes turned red with anger. But I can't say anything, just keep going. I saw a hole next to it, because Han Shuang was relatively small, and the monster got into that hole due to its large size. Shout loudly, help, ask for resources, Lin Hao and Luck at this time. Hearing Han Shuang's call for help, they rushed over one after another. 3 times, 5 divisions and 2 divisions killed the monster. Luck said, what is this? Is this making a movie? The hidden weapon actually has a hidden weapon. Advertisement chapter 196 Meeting a living person in this way, the 3 of them walked forward very carefully. As they walked, they heard someone talking, but they were foreigners. The most educated of the 3 of them was Han Shui. Han Shui said that these were foreigners. What should be discussed inside? Let's go and listen. Why do foreigners appear here? Luck said. Don't even talk about it, the purpose must be these treasures. Just getting close to the foreigner, Luck accidentally stepped on a small stone, and the foreigner heard the existence of the 3 of them, who is who. He wanted to run away, but because of Han Shui's leg, part of the reason is that they don't have the ability to run. I can only say, we are passing by, I don't believe you are passing by. It turns out that these foreigners can also speak Huxia. There were a dozen of them with weapons and pistols. The 3 of them who have no power to restrain themselves can only be theirs. Target. Give them soup. Going forward is a stone gate. This stone gate seems to require a password to enter. The foreigner pointed a gun at Lin Hao and said, HMPH, go and open this password. I don't know if it's a coincidence or what. After Lin Hao was indeed archaeological, his grandfather gave him a key before his grandfather passed away. Just tell him that he will use this key one day. There's a 6-digit code written on the back of the key. Lin Hao naively said it as the password of the bank card. Lin Hao was terrified and tried the password of his bank card. Put the key in the middle of the stone crevice and brush it. The master saw that all the time fell into 10 black holes. Accidentally threw them away. In this way, the three of them walked forward very carefully. As they walked, they heard someone talking, but they were foreigners. The most educated of the three of them was Han Shuang. Han Shuang said that these were foreigners. What should be discussed inside? Let's go and listen. Why do foreigners appear here? Rick said. Don't even talk about it, the purpose must be these treasures. Just getting close to the foreigner, Luck accidentally stepped on a small stone, and the foreigner heard the existence of the three of them, who is who. He wanted to run away, but because of Han Shuang's leg, part of the reason is that they don't have the ability to run. I can only say, we are passing by. I don't believe you are passing by. It turns out that these foreigners can also speak Huxia. There were a dozen of them with weapons and pistols. The three of them who have no power to restrain themselves can only be theirs. Target. Give them, Soup Road. Advertisement going forward is a stone gate. This stone gate seems to require a password to enter. The foreigner pointed a gun at Lin Hao and said, HMPH, go and open this password. I don't know if it's a coincidence or what. After Lin Hao was indeed archaeological, his grandfather gave him a key before his grandfather passed away. Just tell him that he will definitely use this key for 10 days. There is a 6-digit code written on the back of the key. Lin Hao said it as bank card password naively. Lin Hao was terrified and tried the password of his bank card. Insert the key in the middle of the stone crevice and brush it. All three of them fell into a black hole in an instant. Accidentally threw them away. Han Shuang said, Lin Hao, put me down, you're tired after holding on for so long, I can walk by myself, and I'll rest well. Lin Hao said, okay, be careful, and I'll help you walk slowly. Seeing Lin Hao being so kind to Han Shuang, Luck was once again angry and jealous. The abbreviation of Luck's feelings for Lin Hao is a moment, and at that moment, he fell in love with him. Lin Hao's son from a wealthy family, the son of the president of Lin's large company. Out of my own desire to struggle, in a small company. Work, he never revealed his true identity. Asking for flowers, meet again by chance. I met Luck. At that time, Luck was still very innocent. It was a year ago, it was very foggy that night, and few people walked on the street. Luck talked and laughed with several young people, talking and laughing. Talk about homework together. At this time, it is Lin Hao, otherwise, pass by his side. The headlights dazzled his eyes, the slender eyes with curved eye hair, the mouth raised slightly, that kind of smile made him unforgettable, his eyes were so charming. Dressed in black and wearing a pair of white shoes, his eyes made Luck's heart pound. That is, colleagues of his colleagues, so they got to know each other. But Lin Hao has no feelings for Luck. It's just a relationship between colleagues, talking and laughing is fine. It is true that his charming eyes have seduced thousands of little girls. Heart. Lin Hao is a straightforward boy with a bright and sunny personality. Speak straight, dare to act, not easily confused by money and beautiful women, but only Han Shuang led him. The heart felt a little care. Lin Hao, who has never been in a relationship, actually doesn't know himself. I like Han Shuang. Han Shuang is a very naive girl who says one is one and the other is two, never lie. A girl who doesn't swear and is very smart. And very candid. Just such a real girl. It made Lin Hao fall into it and couldn't extricate himself. As for Luck, he is a particularly mischievous, likes to lie, lively and lovely girl, like to play some bad tricks from time to time. It is a potential stockist among bad women. Chapter 197. Meeting the big boss. The three of them joked as they walked. Suddenly they came to a water's edge and needed to cross the river to get to another bank. Luck couldn't swim, so what should they do? They had to choose to make a boat to get across. They are fast. Quickly made a boat. Row the boat to the middle of the water. Lin Hao also showed off the sturdy boat he was on. Suddenly a big monster came out of the water. Lin Hao said, what the hell is this? He took out his pistol and rushed to the monster to shoot at it. After a few shots were fired, the monster didn't move, it just barked a few times. Continue to open your mouth at them to demonstrate. Han Shui. Our way is not a way. If this is the case, the bullets will soon be wasted. We need to find a way to find his weakness to defeat the monster. At this moment, the monster jumped out of the whole water, roared non-stop and opened its mouth. Han Shui said, hurry up and hit his upper jaw. His upper jaw is the most vulnerable place. This kind of monster is of the same nature as a crocodile. Jump, just one shot. The monster fell. This monster is bigger than a crocodile. The mouth is about the size of a crocodile, and all three of them are fascinated. They crossed the shore safely. I saw the legendary treasure. Suddenly there was an angry shout from the opposite side. Hey, I found you guys, there is no way to get rid of us. Could it be that the friends didn't get together and unexpectedly met these foreigners again? They used the same method and crossed the river like us, seeing that the treasure was snatched by them. But this treasure has several layers of boxes. Can't open it, can't take him away. The foreigner pointed a gun at Lin Hao's head and said, don't try to play tricks to open it. But this is Lin Hao, and there is really no way to open it. Once again the foreigner said to open it, or I'll kill him. Said the pistol in his hand, and pointed it at Luck's head, said Lin Hao. You are forcing me so much, how can I fight? I can't open it. Don't you think you can open it yourself? If you can't open him, we don't want to leave. Lin Hao was angry. Otherwise, we will die together, and the treasure will never be obtained. As he spoke, he took out a grenade. Get ready to pull the strings. Then one of the foreigners said, Don't, if you have something to discuss, if you can't open it, you can say that it can't be opened. We can solve the following problems. Don't hurt your peace, don't you look at this, if we can't, go out and find experts to study, let me tell you how to open this box. Everyone thought what he said was quite reasonable. After all, this box should have been developed by an ancient person, and it is very difficult to solve, so we can only retreat. In this way, this group of people, with the chapter 198 A Chance Encounter. Back home, Luck had mixed feelings. He kept thinking about Lin Hao and Han Shuang in the forest. With every move, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Why Lin Hao's attitude towards Han Shuang is completely different from his attitude towards me. Seeing her sister's expression, her eyes lit up. Seeing me is like seeing trash, I have nothing like him. I am not as good as him in one point, I have higher education than him, and I look better than him, I don't believe that Lin Hao doesn't like me, Because of jealousy, Luck went to the bar and drank a lot of wine. While Luck was drowsy, he met a middle-aged man. As for this middle-aged man, he is about 1.8 meters tall and has a little beard on his face, wearing one casual jeans, white t-shirt, wearing a pair of black shoes with the sides of the white socks exposed. He looked very young. Walk past Luck. Sitting next to Luck. Say, Hi beauty, my name is Ah Fu, what about you? Luck said drunkenly. Your name is Ah Fu, and I'm still called Ah Gui, haha. Also because of drinking, Luck chatted with this man named Ah Fu. This man named Ah Fu seemed very interested in Luck, talked to him late at night and sent him home. Luck told Ah Fu all his thoughts. Ah Fu seemed to understand him very well. This makes Luck feel very comfortable. When it comes to drinking next time, I will look for this Ah Fu man. Luck vomited all his bitterness to Ah Fu. But I still don't know anything about Ah Fu. So quickly, Saturday and Sunday passed. Everyone went back to normal work. Go ahead, be boring. Luck saw Lin Hao's expression. Still so excited and shy. Luck who always thinks of Lin Hao. I don't know what to do for him all day long. Make snacks for him every day. Brew him some tea. Where can I find such a woman? But Luck is on this point, he is sure that the stone cow will not be able to pull it back. But Lin Hao didn't care about him at all his thoughts were on his sister. At this moment, Lin Hao took out his mobile phone and called his sister, who was Han Shuang. Condolences said, Han Shuang, how is your foot injury? Is it better? Have you eaten well recently? Have you lost weight? What do you want to eat? I will buy it for you. Eyes narrowed. Very fascinated, but Han Shuang's refusal made Lin Hao very upset, but Li Hao didn't give up, went downstairs to his house, bought a bouquet of flowers, and asked the courier to deliver them. It was this scene that made Luck bump into him again. Luck is envious, jealous and hateful at the same time, and decides that he will be at odds with his sister in the future. From now on, it's not about his sister, honestly. All the thoughts I wanted to say were told to the middle-aged man, De Li Zhao, that is, Ah Fu. Ah Fu's actual age is 35 years old. Have a home. I have a daughter who is 8 years old this year. Harmonious family. To be well off, the character is very bad, and he is a big carrot. He only targets girls. When he was not married, he stepped on many boats without turning over. It is this kind of man who has ambitions and wants to find his own happiness. It just so happened that Luck was the one he was looking for. When Luck met him, he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 199 The First Kiss Gone. The heroine Han Shuang, born in Tangshan, Hebei, is 22 years old this year. She has a gentle and considerate personality, is smart, cute, and has a flawed heart that is too soft and kind. Working as a nurse, he met Lin Hao. It was also a coincidence that Lin Hao had a cold and went to the hospital for an injection. I met a heartless doctor. The doctor didn't know what was wrong. After getting several needles but still not getting it right, Lin Hao just wanted to get angry and glanced at the beautiful nurse next to him, and it turned out that 207 was Han Shuang. That snow-white nurse uniform made Lin Hao unforgettable, from bottom to top. A pair of simple black flats, black leggings set off his charming legs. At this time, a fat nurse next to me interrupted my dream. Hey, what are you looking at? I have never seen a beautiful woman with my eyes motionless, said the fat nurse. Lin Hao came back to his senses. Big sister, I didn't see you. What kind of onion are you? I seem to have forgotten that the doctor gave me several needles, but none of them were successful. I went up and said, Nurse, can you give me an injection? I think your needle is quite accurate. Turn on the phone and agree. Seeing that Han Shuang agreed, Lin Hao was at a loss and prepared a bunch of words, but forgot all of them, and only replied a few words. Hello, I'm sorry today, I didn't mean it. This is the beginning of Lin Hao and Han Shuang's 15th acquaintance. It was this kiss, also Han Shuang's first kiss, and the two looked at each other for 2 seconds. Han Shuang instantly pushed Lin Hao aside, saying, You actually took my. Without saying a word, Han Shuang got up, wiped her mouth and ran away. Advertisement look, how can there be such a coincidence, mouth-to-mouth kiss? Lin Hao also said, What's your name? Can you add a WeChat account? Lin Hao said, Why did you run away? I didn't mean to. He still looked smug in his heart. Ask for a subscription, ask for a subscription, ask for a subscription, and say important things 3 times. But Han Shuang didn't add him, he just said that he had his WeChat. But they were still not friends. Well, it took a while. Lin Hao's injection is over. I don't know why, but I am still reluctant to part with Han Yang. Well, I'm not afraid to come. Humph, my first kiss, it's gone. Soon the setting sun was falling. Han Shuang was still thinking about today's affairs, seeing Lin Hao who hadn't been added, thinking in her heart that she would know this no matter what, avoiding the man I kissed for the first time. While talking, he wrote a needle, which had already stuck into Lin Hao's blood vessel. I don't know if Lin Hao is just looking at Han Shuang, not knowing what the pain is, but it really doesn't hurt at all. The instant first reaction tugged Han Shuang, but neither of them stopped, and fell to the ground directly. Han Shuang couldn't postpone it. Nodding, Lin Hao thought to himself. A few more needles would be good, Han Shuang said. It hurts a little, just bear with it, while getting the needles. Han Shuang ran out and looked angry. I don't know how to describe it. I have never seen Han Shuang so angry. Who is this? Turning around at this moment, Han Shuang didn't stand firm and slipped, leaned back and stood up. Lin Hao happened to see this scene. Han Shuang said innocently. If you are sick, if you have any questions, you can consult a doctor or a little nurse who only gives needles. Lin Hao stalked Han Shuang as soon as he heard that there was a drama, and chased after him so hard that he wanted to log off Han Shuang's WeChat. Chapter 200 Party. When Lin Hao knew that Han Shuang's first kiss was his own, he felt unspeakably excited. Hey, he is also a 24-year-old boy, how could he be so shy just thinking about it? This is also the reason why Lin Hao likes Han Shuang's perseverance, and also because Lin Hao likes Han Shuang's type. 2. That is, because the feeling at this moment is right. Party? What party? Dad, what are you talking about? Let my sister and I hold a party, his dad said. That's right, today is your brother's birthday. Your brother likes to be lively. You should find more people to celebrate his birthday. He said he didn't want to, but Han Shuang and Luck are very filial children, so they agreed. They are also the baby's own 2 girlfriends. Mei Mei and Lily. Luck found it. My male bosom friend is Ah Fu, and the birthday party with Lin Hao. My parents and younger brother will definitely be very lively. The younger brother is very happy. Number 10 years old this year. A full 10 years younger than me, so I let him do whatever. Soon it was evening, and the night fell. The birthday part prepared for my younger brother, BG Selly, soon arrived. Han Shuang's house is very big. A small villa is a bit like a 2-story building. The first floor is the living room, the kitchen, and the second floor is the bedroom. Han Shuang's room is on the inside of the second floor, and Luck's room is on the side of the second floor. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Everyone said in unison. Happy birthday to brother Ding Ding. Ding Ding is very happy, made a wish. After that, everyone was free to move around. Those who like to sing, those who like to dance, and those who like to eat. Lin Hao and Han Shuang came together by coincidence. Advertisement talking jokes while walking, actually didn't say anything, just chatting about family affairs, but the younger sister with a face full of economic struggles felt that they were talking about love. Ah Fu next to him persuaded. Look at your face, you're almost green, and they didn't say anything. Look at you can't hold your breath. Lin Hao and Han Shuang fell into a common hobby while walking and talking, just swimming. Han Shuang said, what swimming? You know how to swim. Lin Hao said, of course, I can swim very well, and I can swim backstroke. Han Shuang's interest was aroused. While walking, I said yes, you will teach me another day. Lin Hao, who likes to learn swimming very much, said, respect is worse than obedience, then I will accept you as an apprentice. Go upstairs and have a look at my swimming goggles, this is a limited edition. The two said as they walked, yes. There seems to be a tale behind them listening to everything about them. I can't wait to put my ears on it, I'm listening and talking about Brother Fu, why do you say that I feel uncomfortable all over? Why can these two people talk about it? He listened while walking, their every move. I heard Lin Hao say, hey, be careful. When he got closer, he saw that the lace had hit Han Shuang on the head, and he passed out instantly. Anxious Lin Hao hugged Han Shuang and said, what's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? He touched the back of Han Shuang's neck, and it was covered in blood. After the serial number, covered in cold sweat, he picked up Han Shuang, and ran out of the door quickly. The father who saw everything said anxiously, what's the situation? What's going on here? Who can tell me? Luck said casually, it's okay, it's just that the vase hit his head. Why are you in such a hurry? Doesn't anyone feel sorry for this? It's okay if you die or die. Chapter 201 That slap. Just listen to Dad waving his strong hands forward. It smacked Luck in the face. How do you talk about this child? He is your sister, Dad said angrily. This slap made Luck sad. Luck covered his face and said, you actually hit me. You're not my father. He slammed the door and left. Luck's mother saw the whole process and quarreled with Luck's father. Luck's mother is an extremely vicious, sinister and cunning person. As early as 10 years ago, she killed Han Shuang's mother, that is, Luck's father. He was taken down with extraordinary means, and he has been obedient so far, saying that one is one, and the other is two. Luck's father also turned a blind eye to everything, and let it go. But today, he really couldn't stand this woman's discipline and indulgence of his daughter, and the harshness of his elder daughter. He quarreled with Luck's mother, and he settled new and old scores together. Although his father is right, he will not be as good as his mother. There is another thing that his mother has been hiding from the truth, and no one knows about it. It was Han Shuang's mother who died, which was directly related to him. It was one summer. Han Shuang was 10 years old that year, and Luck was 8 years old that year. At that time, the father raised women and children outside, but Han Shuang's mother didn't know. His father gave his mother a ring, saying it was unique in the world. There is only this, 1 carat big diamond ring. Advertisement. Han Shuang's mother carried it beautifully, because I am very happy. But one day Han Shuang's mother ran into Luck's mother when she went out to buy vegetables. Luck's mother dresses very enchantingly and looks very young. In fact, Luck's mother knew Han Shuang's mother, knew that this was her opponent, and waited for Han Shuang's father to say that she had been talking about divorcing Han Shuang's mother for a long time, but it was Luck's mother who was unreliable say. Seeing Han Shuang's mother, Luck's mother held out the diamond ring in her hand. He flaunted that it was bought by his husband, and he also knew that his diamond ring looked exactly the same as his own when his mother saw it. Pointing to this woman, he said, "Where did this diamond ring come from? Who gave it to you? Who are you?" Luck's mother provocatively said, "Do you still have to ask? It was given to me by my husband. It is Han Guo. Your husband and we have a child, both of whom are 8 years old this year." When Han Shuang's mother heard this, she lost her mind and said excitedly, "What did you say? Say it again. Are you talking about my husband?" Han Shuang's mother didn't know at all. For everything this woman said, Han Shuang didn't believe it at all, and shook her head straight. "No, I don't believe it. What you said is false. You are lying to me." Usually Han Shuang's mother is very kind, and his father is very kind to him, and he can't tell which point is going to cheat, but the meaning is that such an honest man has a home outside and an 8-year-old boy child. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Han Shuang's mother snatched the diamond ring from Luck's mother's hand and ran home. The aunt who bought the vegetables saw all this, obscure, and did not speak. Because Han Shuang's mother was too excited, she didn't look at the car when passing by, and suddenly a car came out and hit Han Shuang's mother. Han Shuang's mother was touching the diamond ring in her hand, and she was dying like this. Seeing this, Luck's mother's eyes were straightened, and she felt that she had gotten into trouble. She went to touch Luck's mother, and when she lost her breath, she pulled out the diamond ring in his hand. "Walk away. I didn't turn back, and I didn't call 120. This is why Han Shuang's mother died, but..." Han Shuang's father didn't know all of this, and naturally Luck's mother had already taken over, transforming from a third party to the hostess of the family. But all of this, Han Shuang's father doesn't love. This is Luck's mother. He has been hiding things. He has been keeping Han Shuang's mother's diamond ring and his own diamond ring. Whenever Han Shuang's father asked where his diamond ring was, he would say that he had lost it after looking for it for so many years. In fact, it had been kept in a drawer, and it was a big lump in his heart to let him hide it. Oh will eternal. Chapter 202. Lin Hao just carried Han Shuang into the car quickly. Looking at the unconscious Han Shuang, Lin Hao was very anxious. Time passed quickly, but Lin Hao couldn't send Han Shuang to the hospital in time due to the traffic jam on the road. The anxious Lin Hao could only get out of the car and run with Han Shuang in his arms. I ran for about 15 minutes to the hospital. The journey took an hour in total. Lin Hao, who was sweating profusely, went to the doctor to find the emergency room. Seeing the doctor immediately picked up Han Shuang and gave first aid. Lin Hao waited anxiously outside the emergency room. Lin Hao, who was in a hurry, didn't know what to do and could only wait quietly. After smoking a lit cigarette, the doctor came out. "Which one is the family member?" "The family members come here to sign. The patient may not be able to see, which will lead to amnesia. There is a blood in the brain. It must be removed. Please make a decisive decision, or you will become a vegetable." Lin Hao was at a loss, and at this moment Han Shuang's father appeared and signed the word. The operation was performed. The operation was very successful, but Han Shuang was still in a coma and didn't know what was going on. The anxious Lin Hao could only sit beside Luck and wait for him, holding his hands. Looking at him motionless, I blamed myself a lot for being so stupid and why I wasn't the one who hit the vase. Who knew that all of this was arranged by Luck? Luck knew that there would be a party tonight and put the vase in the innermost part of the second floor. That is, above Han Shuang's room. It was such a coincidence that it hit Han Shuang on the head. Han Shuang, Lin Hao said anxiously, but Han Shuang didn't respond in the slightest. In this way, 3 days passed and Lin Hao stayed with Han Shuang for 3 whole days. On the morning of the 4th day, Lin Hao was not like the first 3 wipe Han Shuang's face every day. Suddenly Han Shuang's fingers moved. Lin Hao tried hard to call Han Shuang. "Han Shuang, I'm Lin Hao. Wake up, wake up." Han Shuang's eyes narrowed. "Open your eyes and say. Why is it dark? Why didn't the lights turn on? Where am I? What's wrong with me?" Han Shuang only remembered her name and her parents. Lin Hao looked at Han Shuang in surprise, waved his hand and said, "Han Shuang, take a look again. Who am I? It's daytime. Are you sure you can't see it?" Immediately afterwards, he hurriedly asked the doctor to check on Han Shuang's situation, but Han Shuang opened his eyes wide but did not see any light and said anxiously, "What's wrong with me, doctor? Why can't I see?" The doctor intentionally wanted to avoid Han Shuang, but Han Shuang didn't give in, saying that I can make decisions about my eyes. "Say something to my face," said the doctor. "Han Shuang, you may be temporary. If you can't see it, don't be discouraged. It's because the blood clot in your head is still there." The doctor's unexpected answer made Han Shuang so sad that he passed out again. Chapter 203. Shocking frustration. "Who are you?" Han Shuang said tremblingly. Lin Hao hurriedly said, "Han Shuang, I'm Lin Hao. What's wrong? Don't you remember me? Open your eyes and look at me. Can you see me?" But as long as Han Shuang opened his eyes wide and wanted to look at him, his head would hurt very much. Doctor, doctor, help me. Why are my eyes blind, and I don't know who he is? Why is he by my side? What did you do to me? Why can't my eyes see? Lin Hao was stunned by a series of questions, and Lin Hao was stunned at the time. Running out of the corridor, he punched the wall deeply with his fist. The punch was so hard that his hand was already bleeding. Who knows the pain in his heart? The person he wants to chase has lost his memory, he doesn't know who he is, and he can't see himself. Mom and Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. Han Shuang shows herself in a corner, hugging her legs. Said weeping. It's his father who came to hug him. Daughter, I'm here, and father is here. What's wrong with you? Han Shuang cried. Why me? Why can't I see? Who can tell me what happened in the middle? Why I can't remember anything? Where's my mother? I miss him so much. Advertisement. This is Luck's mother who came with Luck and saw the whole process. Luck's mother said, he has lost his memory. Why can't I believe it? He must be pretending not to see. Haha. How does the real dog blood act in a movie? I remember my daughter saying, no matter what happens when you go in, don't talk. Your father is very angry now. If you talk, you will hit the muzzle of a gun, understand? Okay. When the two entered the ward and saw Han Shuang like this, Luck felt elated. Luck wanted to think about it and asked you to pretend. You are awesome. You stand up and fight with me. Can you beat me? Little rookie. This is just his inner monologue, without revealing a trace. Dad, is Mom here? Why hasn't he come to see me? His BGCF. Dad didn't know how to answer him. Just go out and ask the doctor. Why does it cause amnesia? The doctor returned. His poetry may be short-lived, or it may be for a lifetime, because the place where the vase was smashed happened to be the place of memory, so it is normal to temporarily lose memory. Don't be discouraged, everyone. Han Shuang is also a well-known nurse in our hospital. It's very accurate. I don't want him to be like this. I also want to cure him. I will do my best. You can stay in the hospital for another 3 days before you can leave the hospital. Dad held the doctor's hand and said yes. Then we must cooperate with the treatment and cure Han Shuang's illness. At this time, Lin Hao was not in the hospital, but ran to Han Shuang's house to see the vase, because he felt something strange. Why did the vase fall while walking? How can there be such a coincidence in the sky that the explosion happened to hit Han Shuang's head? But when Lin Hao ran to Han Shuang's house, there was nothing left. Even the fragments of the vase were destroyed. The nanny was taken away. Lin Hao hurriedly ran to ask the nanny. Aunt, did you pick up this vase? Nanny Aunt said. I packed it up. What's wrong? Lin Hao asked anxiously. Where's that fragment? Chapter 204. Lin Hao. The nanny aunt said that the debris has already been collected and thrown into the trash can. The lost Lin Hao can only leave safely. Hey, don't go. It's just a vase. If you guessed right, this vase was bought by Luck. Lin Hao said. Really, Aunt, are you sure this vase was bought by Luck? Said in a small voice. I'm sorry, Dad, is my fault. If it weren't for my mother's eyes, I can't be like this, so blame me. During the 3 months when his wife and Ran was injured, it was the beginning of Ah Fu's cheating. But the clues are cut off from here. Although I know that Luck bought the 16 bottles of flowers, there is no evidence. But his mother has been dead for many years and Han Guo has no choice but to tell Han Shuang the truth. Said, son, you have amnesia. Your mother has passed away long ago. Please accept the reality. Don't be overly sad and don't think too much, okay? Han Shuang heard the news of her mother's death, and her worldview collapsed immediately. Why did my mother die? Han Shuang's father could only tell him how his mother died. I don't believe it. How could mother go to sleep? But Ah Fu didn't know it at the time, and then he went to the hospital and felt safe to see his wife. There is no evidence to prove that this fried vase was arranged by Luck. The clue is broken from here. Lin Hao protected, and Han Shuang's psychology became stronger and stronger. He was still hugging me yesterday. His father said, the child is your dream. Wake up. This is reality. Lin Hao just arrived. His name is Lele, and he has a gentle wife who manages the house. What happened to him outside? The wife suddenly doesn't know. She still loves her so wholeheartedly and has given birth to him. Advertisement on the night of the party. Ah Fu's wife, and Ran, fell from a height. Helpless Han Shuang hugged Lin Hao's body. Say, why did my newcomer pass away? I only have one mother. Why did God take away my eyes? Why did God still make me blind? I don't want to live anymore. At this time, Ah Fu's house was also in chaos. Ah Fu himself is a married person. He has a well-behaved daughter who is 8 years old this year. 337 said the doctor. His leg is broken. He needs 3 months to heal. Now he needs to put on a plaster cast. He can rest at home and walk as little as possible. It was because of Lily's mischievousness, and Ran was injured and could only go home to recuperate quietly. At this time, Han Shuang didn't believe anyone and only wanted to see her mother. The truth is always so simple. Lin Hao thinks this is also the reason why the two sisters are at odds. Lin Hao knows very well in his heart that Luck likes him. It is also a coincidence that the reason turned out to be that the 8-year-old daughter was playing in the elevator without sponsorship. At this time, his mother safely caught his daughter, but fell off the elevator. But Lin Hao refused. I only like Sister Luck, and I raised my fist and said that I must find out the truth of the matter, and I must return Han Shuang's innocence. Rush to the hospital. HMPH, you naughty child, you actually want to get off the elevator. If your mother hadn't picked you up, would you have fallen to your death? You're so big, why are you so naughty? Lele cried. Lin Hao didn't answer, he could only touch his head comfortingly. At this time, Lin Hao could only choose to stay by his side silently. Chapter 205 Trust and Gratitude. 3 days passed quickly and Han Shuang was about to be discharged from the hospital. At this time, Lin Hao came to help Han Shuang to be discharged from the hospital. Because Han Shuang lost his memory, he lost all feelings for Lin Hao, but he still had some good feelings for Lin Hao. This Lin Hao also told Han Shuang everything about Lin Hao and everything that happened to him. On the way home, I met a stray dog. Because of Lin Hao's kindness, Han Shuang's kindness took in the stray dog. This dog seems to be very humane. It is a breed of dog. It is still very small and dirty, but it can be seen that it is a lively and lovely puppy. Seeing that the dog was a dog that could not find its owner, Han Shuang named it Jiajishang. Soon at home, Dad and Luck were waiting at home. On the surface, Luck treated Han Shuang like his own sister, but in fact, this Luck was very generous to Han Shuang. And put that slap on Han Shuang's head. HMPH, if it wasn't for you, why would Dad beat me? It's all about you. You shouldn't be living in this family. If it wasn't for you, Lin Hao would be able to like me. Seeing Han Shuang's arrival, Luck stepped forward to greet him and said, "My dear sister, you are discharged from the hospital. I miss you so much. Have you remembered anything recently? Are your eyes better?" Advertisement. Han Shuang replied weakly, "Luck, it doesn't matter. My eyes are only a temporary thing. Maybe one day I can see them, because I am worried about how you are doing recently." The lively and lovely Han Shuang didn't think too much because he knew that he thought too much. His eyes wouldn't be healed all at once, and his memory wouldn't be recalled all at once. Dad said, "What are you doing standing up? Sit down. Where is this dog?" Lin Hao said, "Oh, we picked it up on the way. Seeing that Han Shuang liked it very much, we picked it up. What a poor dog." Seeing how Lin Hao cared and loved Han Shuang, Luck felt jealous at this moment. It was Luck's mother who appeared and patted Luck on the shoulder quietly. Why should a child be angry with a blind and frustrated man? His days are yet to come. The mother and daughter were thinking the same thing. Han Shuang, who knew nothing, thought that Luck's mother and Luck were so kind to her, but she didn't know what was wrong with her secretly. It turned out that before Han Shuang went to bed, he had a good impression of Lin Hao. Although the two of them were not together, they were only a window away from the paper. But because Lin Hao's euphemism did not come out, it has been delayed. Advertisement. At this time, Lin Hao wanted to protect Han Shuang more and more, because there was a Luck in the family who always wanted to change Han Shuang. Dad said, "Okay, Han Shuang has just been discharged from the hospital, and it's time to go upstairs to rest." The doctor also explained that more rest will be good for your memory. "Hurry up, help your sister upstairs." Lin Hao said, "No need for uncle, I will help Han Shuang, I can do it." Hello. No one believes it now, and you have to do everything yourself to ensure Han Shuang's safety. Although Han Shuang lost all her memories, she still has some gratitude to Lin Hao. Talk to Lin Hao. "You, Didi. See that you have been taking care of me for so many days and helped me when I was discharged from the hospital. Now you even need to help me when I go upstairs. I really don't know what to say." While talking, he pushed Lin Hao's hand away, trying to go upstairs by himself, but he fell every 2 steps. Lin Hao said, "You just remember my love and don't move. Let me help you, okay? You see you stumbled and you are so brave." Han Shuang, who was even more embarrassed, could only be helped upstairs. After all, the only people he can trust now are Lin Hao and his father. Chapter 206 Nightmare. Han Shuang had a very strange dream when she got home on the first night. Dreaming that the whole world is different, dreaming that there is a kind of rain in the sky which is acidic, and it falls on the skin of a person, and this person will mutate. Han Shuang was immersed in her dream and couldn't extricate herself. This dream seemed to explain, what? Let Han Shuang remember it clearly. In the dream, many people are looking for the direction of survival. Where does this rain fall? Where does it infect this place, including people, livestock, even cats and dogs? Everything is no exception. In the dream, Han Shuang was a fugitive, not infected by the virus, but many people were infected by the virus, and when the rain fell on them, they turned blue. This person is even more mutated and looks the same. Open your mouth wide, wanting to eat. At this moment, Lin Jia appeared in Han Shuang's mind. It was this man who smoked Han Shuang and rescued him. Han Shuang, why are you sweating so much when you wake up? What's wrong with you? It turned out that just after arriving upstairs, Han Shuang was very tired and fell asleep on Lin Hao's lap. Han Shuang hugged Lin Hao and said, "It turned out to be a dream, which scared me to death." Lin Hao touched Han Shuang's head and said, "It's a dream, don't be afraid, I'm always by your side. Be hungry after such a long time. I'll make you something to eat." Han Shuang still had the nerve to let Li Hao stay at his home, saying, "It's okay, I'll let the nanny do it for me, you can go home, I'll really trouble you after so much time." Han Shuang is grateful to Li Hao. Just like that, Lin Hao didn't go far when he left, he did go home to give, and he still needed to make love bento. Since it is the first time for Lin Hao to cook this meal, I don't know how many times he has cooked this meal, and his face is covered with flour. Advertisement. At first glance, this man opened his mouth and stretched out his hand for food. That's right, Lin Hao is the eldest son of the Lin group, and he hasn't cooked much at all. Just fine fiddling with the computer. Just move your mouth. Lin Hao said, "HMPH, I don't believe it. Is this thing so difficult to make? Lin Jia, can't make a bento meal." An angry Lin Hao searched Baidu for what the kitchen knife is called. Want to know more great ways to cook? Ask for flowers. The emperor paid off, and just like that, an hour passed, and 2 hours passed. Lin Hao's love bento is finished. What a sunshine boy. There are 2 little hearts on the bento. Lin Hao sent it to Han Shuang's family in a hurry. Dang dang. He knocked on Han Shuang's door. Who's that? Han Shuang asked. I'll bring you some bento. I don't know if you can get used to it. Han Shuang walked slowly to the door with a walking stick in her hand, opened the door and said, I'm sorry to bother you to give me a bento. He took Lin Hao's bento with both hands and said, thank you. This scene was seen by his luck on the crack of the door. HMPH, you actually gave him a bento. I haven't eaten the bento you made yet. What right do you have to eat the bento he made? Luck wanted to grab Han Shuang's bento. Just as Lin Hao left, Luck went to grab Han Shuang's bento. Because Han Shuang couldn't see it, Han Shuang didn't know that Luck had exchanged the bento. Invincible Chapter 207. The days passed day by day, and whenever Han Shuang ate, Lin Hao brought over a bento. If it changes every day, I will do it for Han Shuang. But because Li Hao's bento was very unpalatable, Luck changed it once and never wanted to eat his bento again. It was salty and spicy. Suddenly one day Lin Hao didn't make a lunchbox for Han Shuang. The nanny of Han Shuang's family was also very hungry after shopping for vegetables and wanted to go downstairs for a glass of water. But no one was around, so I had to go down by myself. Unknowingly walked out the door. Han Shuang didn't know that he was walking outside the door at this time. He couldn't find his way home. At this time, a man suddenly appeared in front of him. This man had a very wretched complexion and said to Han Shuang, Little girl, what's wrong with you? Can't you see the road ahead? Han Shuang returned weakly. Brother, I can't see the road ahead. Can you take me to number 101, Songren Street 2? The wretched man took a look at Han Shuang's attire like a child of a wealthy family and thought to himself, isn't the one who just happens to be the first choice? This wretched-looking elder brother, with a wretched face, said, okay backquote. In this way, he led Han Shuang to walk step by step until there was no one there. In the panic building area, Han Shuang always felt that something was wrong. Advertisements say, brother, where did you take me? Why do I feel that the more I walk, there's no sound of people, no sound of cars, so quiet? This wretched man, at this time, doesn't care what Han Shuang says or doesn't say. He doesn't listen to him anymore. Because there is no one in this place, he already has the final say. Han Shuang didn't say a word after hearing that her elder brother kept pulling Han Shuang's hand to move forward, and Han Shuang felt that something was wrong. But it was already too late at this time. Han Shuang said, brother, I want to go home. Where are you taking me? Where are you taking me? Help, help. Han Shuang shouted loudly, but no one in this place could hear Han Shuang's voice. Said the wretched man. HMPH, did you realize it until now? You can only blame your eyes for not being able to see it, or you can only blame your elder brother for my empty wallet. With you as a fat sheep, I think Big Brother's wallet can be bulging for a while. As long as you are always obedient, I will not hurt you, my little baby, haha. Han Shuang wondered what to do. She couldn't see with her own eyes, and was kidnapped by gangsters. At this moment, Lin Hao knocked on the door of Han Shuang's house and found that Han Shuang was not at home, so she went to ask the nanny. The nanny said, I just went shopping and I'm not at home. Only Han Shuang is at home alone. Just ask Luck. Advertisement anxious Lin Hao ran to Luck's room and looked at Luck sleeping and said, Where's your sister? Where is your sister? Did you see him? Why isn't he in the room? Don't you know why he can't see you? Sleepy little cat, where did he go? I don't know, you ask the dog next to him, Yun. The room was empty, only the little Jishang was taking a nap beside Han Shuang's bed. Anxious Lin, Qian Nuo's, Hao called Han Shuang's father. But Han Shuang's father doesn't know where Han Shuang is. So Lin Hao called the police, who arrived at the house in time. I recorded Han Shuang's appearance, and all the videos of the community fell out. The police said, look at this man, is this the person you were looking for? Lin Hao hurriedly replied, yes, this girl is the police comrade. You must help us find her. He can't see her eyes. He must be in danger. Chapter 208 Distress again. Last time, it was mentioned that the wretched man tied Han Shuang to an abandoned building where no one was around. Han Shuang's hands and feet were tied, and his mouth was also bandaged. Han Shuang couldn't speak if he wanted to. I thought to my God, who can come and save me? Where the hell am I? Why did these things happen to me alone? The wretched man looks very wretched. He is about 40 years old. His dark skin and small eyes make him feel even more wretched. The wretched man asked, little girl, where is your family? Do you have your family's phone number? I'm just trying to make money. If I guess it, I won't touch you. Han Shuang, who was tied up, couldn't say a word. The wretched man said again, little girl, as long as you don't shout, I'll take off your bandage and let you say a word. Will you cooperate with me? Han Shuang nodded in agreement. The wretched man opened Han Shuang's bandage. You can talk now, but you can't speak loudly. You can only talk to me in a low voice. You are not allowed to shout. Do you hear me? Han Shuang said weakly. Where is this? What are you going to do with me? If you want money, I can call my family, and you can ask for as much money as you want. As long as you don't hurt me. Advertisement. When the wretched man saw Han Shuang's outfit, it was worth 8,000 no matter what. Decided to open the lion's mouth, to compare with Han Shuang. The wretched man stroked his wretched beard and said, I think 500,000 is worth it, don't you? Oh girl. Han Shuang said, how can I have so much money if you want so much? The wretched man said, I don't care, I want 500,000. You call me the money and I let him go. If there is no money, I will tear up the ticket. Han Shuang could only agree silently. His father gave him his phone number and asked his family to find a way for him. The call was connected quickly, and only Han Shuang was talking. Dad, Dad, save me. His father said anxiously, Han Shuang, where are you? How are you? Are you injured? Han Shuang said, Dad, I'm not hurt, but I'm so scared when they ask for money, what should I do? At this time, the gangster grabbed the phone and talked to his father. Hey, as long as I get enough money, I won't hurt your daughter. As long as you cooperate and don't report the crime, do you understand what I'm saying? I want 500,000 cash, send it to me immediately in a small boat next to the gazebo under the square. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Hang up the phone immediately after speaking. Call again and it's off. Anxious Lin Hao said that he wanted money and gave him money so he could pull it. But where did Han Shuang's family get so much money? At this time Lin Hao said, how much money does he want if I have it? Said his father. He wants 500,000 in cash, where can I get it for him? And we won't be allowed to report the case or notify us. Please check, otherwise, my daughter will definitely be in danger. At this time, the police had already heard the news, and conducted a blanket search, finding an abandoned building area. Locked on the target, thinking that Han Shuang was in this abandoned building. And notified Han Shuang's family. They took the police dog and Han Shuang's dog with them. After all, Hai Shui's dog knew Han Shuang. Lin Hao is holding Han Shuang's dog Jishang. Carefully hold a pistol, looking around for the hiding place where the gangsters hid Han Shuang. Soon, Lin Hao found Han Shuang's hiding place and quickly notified the police. At this time, Han Shuang's father took 500,000 yuan to the boat where the gangster said, after all, he wanted to catch the gangster to the factory. Oh will Eternal Chapter 209 soon, the gangster sent someone to wait there because Tukai was on the boat. The 500,000 yuan was quickly in the hands of the gangster, but the police followed the clues and found the gangster. The gangster had a criminal record before and was caught again this time, the police said. It turned out to be you, little Li, I finally caught you. You dared to commit the 180 incident recently. I was worried that there would be nowhere to find you, don't worry now. In this way, Tuatu was caught and Han Shuang was rescued. It is indeed auspicious that this puppy found Han Shuang. It was a strange coincidence that this dog had been professionally trained, so he found Han Shuang very quickly. Lin Hao looked at Han Shuang, his hands and feet were tied, his mouth was also tied with a bandage, and he hurried up to cut off the bandage on Han Shuang's mouth and the rope on his feet and hands. At this moment, Han Shuang panicked. Everyone feels that they are lying to themselves. Who are you? You don't touch me, you bad guy. The terrified Han Shuang was not allowed to touch anyone. Only Lin Hao was heard. He took Han Shuang away at once and said, Han Shuang, I'm Lin Hao, I'm your Hao big brother, don't you remember me? It's my fault, I shouldn't leave you at home by yourself. Han Shuang heard Lin Hao's voice and quickly went up to hug Lin Hao and cried out. Why did you come to Hao big brother? I thought I couldn't see you anymore. I believed in him and could take me home, but he was abducted here by me. Woo woo woo. Advertisement Han Shuang cried after covering it. Lin Hao hugged Princess Han Shuang and said, silly girl, how old are you? Why does everyone believe it and not tell you? Don't go out when no one is at home. Your eyes have not recovered yet. What should I do if something happens? Han Shuang tensed Lin Hao's big neck with both hands and said, I. Due to Han Shuang's excessive nervousness and the failure of his previous injury, he passed out again. In this way, Lin Hao carried him to his private small home. Han Shuang didn't know that Lin Hao was a rich second generation, and he didn't even know that he was the sole heir of the Lin group. His small home is twice as big as Han Shuang's. It's such a big villa, Han Shuang hugged it in, because Lin Hao didn't want him to suffer any more harm. Decided to take care of him here by myself until he recovered. Luck was very happy when he heard the news that Han Shuang was kidnapped. I thought about it. It's a good reward, but it relieves me a lot. Lin Hao took Han Shuang to his private villa with Han Shuang's father's consent. His father knew that at home, his daughter and his 2.2 wife did not take it, and let his daughter install it, so he chose to let Lin Hao take care of her. Entering the villa, Lin Hao's home is very big, empty, a house as high as 3 floors. Only Han Shuang and Lin Hao are in this room. Chapter 210. The memory is still fresh. Han Shuang lay on Lin Hao's bed unconsciously, feeling a sense of stability and peace, feeling very safe. By the time Han Shuang woke up, she had already arrived at Lin Hao's house. Where are you, Dad? Where are you, Lin Hao? And still panicking about the smell of the place, asking if this is the strange place. Lin Hao hurried up from downstairs. I'm here, Han Shuang, how are you? Is there any discomfort? Do we need to go to the hospital? Don't be afraid, I am here, this is my home and you can help your own home. At a loss, Han Shuang leaned tightly against the wall behind her. It was indeed terrified. Oh, I'm fine. I don't hurt anywhere. I don't hurt. I'm just a little hungry. Is there food? Can I have a piece of bread? Lin Hao had already prepared a full meal, but he was afraid that Han Shuang would be hungry. Wait, I'll come up to you right away. I feel that this room is very big. Can I get acquainted with this room? Why am I in your home? Why am I not in my own home? Lin Hao couldn't tell a lie, and his face would turn red when he told a lie. Fortunately, Han Shuang's eyes couldn't see. Just say, well, your dad is away on a business trip and isn't home, your sister and your mom aren't home, they entrusted you to me. Advertisement Han Shuang said. Oh, then I see. In fact, Lin Hao doesn't believe anyone now, he only believes in taking care of Han Shuang. He no longer cared about those gossips. As long as Han Shuang is safe. Han Shuang said, can you help me run around your house? Let me get acquainted with the environment of your house? Lin Hao said, okay, I'll help you slowly, just walk slowly and be careful with your feet. In this way, he grabbed Han Shuang's hand and walked straight forward. Han Shuang had never felt this kind of warmth. Holding his hands, he felt very safe. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. At this time, Lin Hao looked at Han Shuang shyly, because Han Shuang couldn't see it, so he said, he couldn't see it no matter how he looked. Han Shuang said, your home is so big. It's been 10 minutes since I walked, and I haven't reached the end yet. Lin Hao said anxiously, it will be the end when we get there. Han Shuang, you can recuperate here with peace of mind, and when your memory and your eyes recover, I will send you home, so I can rest assured, right? Han Shuang nodded silently. Well, how nice you are to me. The relationship between the two is also cultivated bit by bit from here. Ah Fu's house here is in a mess, because Ah Fu is messing around outside every day, ignoring the family, and his wife at home suddenly doesn't know. On this day, Ah Fu asked Luck to go out to the bar and drink normally. The two of them were chatting about family affairs and gossiping about their minor problems at this time, not knowing that Ah Fu was already married. Already considered Ah Fu to be his blue-faced confidant, say everything. Ah Fu has already seen Luck clearly, De Zhao. On this day Luck drank too much, but Ah Fu did not send him home this time, but sent her back to the hotel. At this time, Luck was too drunk to recognize anyone. Chapter 211 Don't dare to accept the reality. The eyes just narrowed a slit, so glaring. Where is this? Why is he feeling uncomfortable all over and opened his eyes? This appears to be a large hotel room. The eyes just narrowed a slit, so glaring. Where is this? Why is he feeling uncomfortable all over and opened his eyes? This appears to be a large hotel room. Luck is looking at the surrounding environment, looking from the left to the right. Oh my god, who is this? This is Ah Fu. What did we do? This is. Why is he lying next to me? Oops, thinking about it now, my brain still hurts. It may be caused by drinking too much last night, but what did we do? What did he do to me? This is due to Luck's nervousness. Ah Fu also woke up. A slit opened in his eye. He glanced at Luck and closed it again. Luck shouted loudly. Brother Fu, why are you by my side? What did we do? God, I really can't believe that Luck disappeared like this for the first time. Awakened by Luck, Ah Fu opened his eyes and said calmly. Thinking about it, why did God treat me like this? All the injustices will be imposed on Han Shuang. Treating Han Shuang is even more disgusting. If it is not because of Han Shuang, I will not complain to Ah Fu. At this time, Ah Fu thought in his heart, there is no one I can't take down, there is no one I can't handle. Sitting on the ground crying frantically, but he also knew that no matter how much he cried, there was no way he could go back to last night. I can only wipe away my tears and gladly accept the reality. It turned out that Ah Fu had planned for a long time, and Luck, who didn't know anything about drugging Luck's wine, obediently let him take him to the hotel. What's the matter, baby? What did we do last night? Last night you hugged me so hard that you didn't let me go home, and you said you were going to stay in a hotel. I had no choice but to take you to the hotel. I don't know what you did. What is it? Advertisement. Ah Fu's daughter is 8 years old this year. Because of her birthday, she is still in kindergarten and she asks Ah Fu to pick up and drop off students every day. Ah Fu's daughter-in-law and Ran asked, what's the matter with you today? It looks like you won the lottery. What's the happy thing? Tell me why you worked overtime last night. You're so happy. Why do you always work overtime recently? You always go out at night. Woolen cloth. Ah Fu hurried back. No, I just thought of a joke. It's funny. Is your leg getting better recently? If you're inconvenient to move, don't go down on the ground. Luck's drinking capacity is actually very large, and he has no impression of him after drinking. To be honest, he really drank too much. And Ran, who didn't know it, thought that he always went out to work overtime at night to deal with clients. He never knew that he always went out to drink and pick up girls at night. Asking for flowers. Sad Luck, sad, didn't know what to say because he didn't want to say anything at this time. He just wanted to stay away from Ah Fu and think about what happened last night by himself. Why? What happened last night? Why'd I have no memory at all? Although Luck said that this had a relationship with Ah Fu, his love for Lin Hao has not changed. He turned around and told Ah Fu to leave and treated Ah Fu. He could only keep silent, not knowing what to say. This is because I thought badly about who I am. I am Luck. No one can help me. I am not afraid of anyone. Such a little thing. At this time, Ah Fu got Luck and felt complacent. When I got home, I looked very proud. After thinking about it, he put on his clothes and left without looking back. Chapter 212 exposed the smooth-talking Ah Fu won over Luck with just 3 or 2 sentences, and Luck gave Ah Fu a slap in the face without saying a word. As he spoke and cried, he ran to the car and left without giving a chance to speak. Ah Fu's daughter said, goodbye, Dad. You must come and pick me up early in the evening. I will miss you and love you, Dad. Luck said, iPhone, let's do this. Let me think about it carefully. I really don't know what I should do with you. I haven't put you in any position now. I don't know how to face you. I'd rather I don't know how to face your daughter. At this time, Luck involuntarily moved forward to open the car door, followed behind Ah Fu. Ah Fu quickly returned to Luck. Yes, it's my fault. I'm afraid you can't accept me. My daughter is my daughter. I won't lie to you. I just have a daughter. Can you accept her? Ah Fu looked up at his daughter and waved without saying a word. Ah Fu sent his daughter to the kindergarten, and when he looked back, he saw Luck. Suddenly, when he took a closer look, he saw that the man's back was very familiar. There was a child next to him. Luck was surprised and looked at the child in front of him with wide eyes. Although Luck liked Lin Hao in his heart, he was still a little worried about the man in front of him, Ah Fu. After all, we had some relationships together, but I still want to know what kind of family background and family situation this man has behind him. Suddenly one day Luck drove his own small white car to the entrance of a kindergarten. I thought to myself that this man must not be Ah Fu, right? Luck's body became more and more nervous, and he wanted to step forward to find out what was going on. Luck said, "AFU, how long are you going to lie to me? What do you have? It's still something I don't know. Can you tell me once? I really can't stand you like this anymore. You actually have a daughter. She is yours, daughter, right? I want to listen to your truth. As long as you say anything, I will believe that you are my confidant. I have given you everything, but I have no idea that you have a daughter." At this time, Ah Fu grabbed Luck's hands and begged, I know your current thoughts and attitudes. I know you can't accept my daughter in me now, but I am really sincere to you at my first sight. I fell in love with you when I saw you." The excited Luck didn't know what words to use to express everything he was feeling now. TMD, it's actually school time, 847, when I got closer, I saw it was school time. Luck's car was blocked at the entrance of the kindergarten, and he was waiting there. Luck, who crosses his legs impatiently and doesn't know where he learned these strange habits, and holds a small cigarette in his mouth, is a bit despicable and depraved. You have failed me. You actually have a daughter. Why didn't you tell me that you lied to me? There are so many things you haven't told me since 2.4. I regard you as my confidant and I regard you as my true love. I told you everything, but what about you? You actually lied to me. You still have a daughter and whether you have a wife. Can you tell me clearly once and for all? I really can't stand you anymore. His eyes froze for a moment, and he stuttered and said to Luck, Luck, listen to my explanation. Advertisement chapter 213 explanation Ah Fu. I was still thinking about Luck in my heart, and I felt very guilty and embarrassed about Luck. At this time, Ah Fu was very panicked and wanted to go to Luck to explain, but Luck didn't listen to anything Ah Fu said. I just want to be alone and don't know who to trust. Ah Fu is in a very panicked mood now, because Luck is one of the most different girls he has ever seen. Although he had picked up so many girls before and been on so many boats, his feelings about Luck were still different. At this time, Luck was in a state of confusion. He didn't know who to talk to about everything in his heart, so he could only cry loudly. God, why do you treat me like this? What did I do wrong? Luck said, I called you here just to have a quiet talk with you. I want to hear you tell me the truth. I don't want you to continue to lie to me. I regard you as my close friend. But if you lie to me, tell me now, let's talk quietly, okay? Luck, who was dubious, now didn't know whether he should believe the man in front of him. After all, he was deceived once. Luck shouted loudly. At this time, Luck's heart became calmer little by little. He didn't have the frizzy mentality like 16 just now. The calm Luck didn't want to listen. He just wanted to hear the sound of the sea when anyone said a word. He turned the car driving to the seaside. Listen to the roar of the sea. Listen to the voice of the sea, and talk to the sea everything in your heart. This may be a different way for everyone to talk. Ah Fu looked at Luck affectionately and tried to express his thoughts with his eyes, but Luck didn't look at him or pay attention to him. Luck's heart was not with this man at all. He said, Luck, listen to me explaining things. It's not what you think. I do have a daughter. My daughter is 8 years old this year. My wife has passed away. I raised this daughter by myself. I have no choice. If I have the courage to tell you the fact that I have a daughter, then you can't accept me. It's not particularly important to Luck either. Advertisement. Luck slowly calmed down. At this time, Luck wanted to make a call to Ah Fu, and wanted to ask Ah Fu to talk about his own affairs. He also wanted to make things clear between the two of them and see if there was anything good. Solution. Luck said, okay, since you told me the truth, I can accept your daughter. Since he has no mother, let me take care of her. I will try my best to take care of her as his mother, so that he can feel the warmth for a while. Isn't it? But it's just a relationship between friends. I just pity this child. You and I still don't like you. Don't hit me. So we have a relationship, but I still like my brother Lin Hao. Luck called Ah Fu, and after thinking about the call, Ah Fu saw that it was Luck's call and quickly picked it up. AFU said, Luck, did you answer my call? Where are you? The two people reached the same goal in unison. Ah Fu hurriedly replied, okay, wait for me there, I'll be there now, don't go away, wait for me and I'll be there in a while. Ah Fu said, okay, listen to me, in fact, my daughter's mother passed away 8 years ago. It was because her mother had difficulty giving birth to this child, so her mother passed away. At that time, we just received it's just a marriage certificate, there is no other. This child was brought up by me alone. So far, I have not found another woman. You are the first one. Lin Hao said, you don't like me, but that doesn't mean you can't let me chase you, right? I really like your mentality, and I still won't give up. You are the most different girl I have ever seen, and your feelings are right. So I am sincere to you, and how you treat me will change in the future. Soon Ah Fu arrived at Luck's side and explained a lot about her daughter to Luck. Luck said, I'm at the beach now, the beach on Yuanchuan Road. At this time, Luck was completely thinking about Lin Hao, being a man. He could only nod and agree to accept this child whom he had never known before. After all, he did not want to be with Ah Fu or anything else in the future. He just regarded him as a confidant. And did he have any children? Chapter 214 Incident. Luck fell in love with Lin Hao at first sight. It was that moment and that look in his eyes that made Luck fall in love with Lin Hao. Lin Hao is the kind of perfect man that everyone loves, with no flaws at all. That man's sexy appearance and everything he does are the objects of Luck's admiration. What are the advantages of this man? Why does Luck like this man so much? Because Luck knew about Lin Hao's family situation, he investigated everything. It was because Luck fell in love with Lin Hao at first sight that he sent some photos of this person and decided to fall in love with this person. He also liked Lin Hao's family, like Lin Hao's family property. At this time, Han Hao and Lin Hao were living day by day. In Lin Hao's small villa, Han Hao's memories were found bit by bit. Sometimes his head hurt slightly, but 557 it was every time his head hurt. Every move, every expression, every movement between Lidu and Lin Hao is still fresh in my memory. Han Hao has been able to remember a lot of what happened between the two of them before, so during this period of time, he felt as if his memory of Lin Hao had returned to his brain. What the two of them did before was little by little it came back to his mind. Looking at Han Hao, Lin Hao's eyes changed day by day. He was not as strange as before, nor as repulsive as before. At this moment, Lin Hao felt very happy. He knew that his painstaking efforts were not in vain, and he knew that through his own efforts and what he had done to Han Hao, some of his memories had been awakened. All of this made Lin Hao protect and take care of Han Hao more carefully, allowing Han Hao to become the cheerful, happy and optimistic little girl again with his help. Life sometimes gives people some pain and suffering, but this does not mean that the person will always be in pain and suffering. He will always let the person escape from those painful prisons. Happiness and smiles are reflected on Han Yu's face day by day. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll ask Auntie to cook it for you. Advertisement. Lin Hao looked at Han Yu playing with flowers and plants and said to him, Han Yu had always liked flowers and plants before. I want to eat pan-fried potatoes and I want to eat spicy cod. Lin Hao was a little surprised by Han Hao's casual words. He could remember what he liked to eat before, and he could say it casually. It seemed that he had completely remembered these things in his squad leader's presence. Seeing Lin Hao here at this moment, he quickly said to Han Hao, would you like to fry another ham? Yes. How did you know I was going to say this? I just want to fry another ham. At this moment, Han Hao excitedly said to Lin Hao that he felt that Lin Hao seemed to understand him and be able to speak his mind. That's just my guess. My guesses are always accurate, believe it or not. As Lin Hao spoke, he pretended to look at Han Hao mysteriously, as if he knew a lot of things. In fact, it was all in his memory. He knew Han Hao, so he could tell what Han Hao was saying. The things I love. I also know that the ham should be eaten wrapped in lettuce leaves. Lin Hao's words made Han Hao even more surprised. Looking at the Lin Hao in front of him, he felt as if he had seen him before, and he thought hard in the depths of his memory. Lin Hao's eyes, Lin Hao's smile, and Lin Hao's voice seemed to be deep in his memory, but no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't seem to remember it. At this moment, Han Hao only felt a dull pain in his head. Chapter 215 Awakening. Han Hao, who was in coma, slowly opened his eyes. The cold ground made Han Hao feel very cold. Han Ling said, Lang Lang, I'm so cold, how could it be so cold? When Lin Hao heard what Han Hu said, he quickly carried Li Han Hu upstairs and covered him with several layers of quilts. The frail Han Hao must have caught a cold, but now he actually developed a high fever. The anxious Lin Hao put Han Hao on the bed, covered him with a quilt, and went to buy medicine for Han Hao and make ginger soup for Han Hao. What a warm picture and such a warm man. Han Ling seemed to be conquered by this man. Han Hao was thinking about how this man was so kind to her, being as obedient as his mother, loving and taking care of himself. Han Hao was still very grateful to Lin Hao. After a series of events, Luck had no time to care about Han Hao's existence. When he recovered, he realized that Han Hao did not live at home, but actually moved to Lin Hao's house. I went to find my father and said, Dad, where is my sister? Why did she disappear after she got sick and was kidnapped? I miss him so much, can I go see him? His father replied, your sister has moved to Lin Hao's house a long time ago. Don't you know? Since his kidnapping, Lin Hao has been worried about his safety. I have to take care of him personally, and I don't have time, so let him take care of me. It seems that he is also a good young man and a person worthy of being entrusted to him for life. At this time, Luck felt very dark and depressed and focused everything on his sister. He said, where is his home? Can I go find him? I haven't seen my sister for a long time and I miss her so much. His dad, okay. His family lives in Linquan Road 101. You can see it when you get there. It's a small villa. Bring your sister's favorite small sesame cakes with you. I made these for Dad with my own hands. He is my favorite. Luck said, okay, Dad, I'll bring your little sesame seed cakes to my sister. Dad knows that my sister likes to eat little sesame seed cakes. At this time, Luck drove into his little white car and found the small villa that his father mentioned. I thought to myself, I have suffered so much humiliation at home and so many hardships, yet you actually enjoy the happiness here and live in a villa. At this time, Luck took out a packet of paper with some unknown white substance inside, put it on the surface of the small sesame seed cakes and spread it evenly. There was a slight evil smile on the corner of his mouth, thinking to Han Ling that this time it will be your fault. I will make you kneel down and beg me for mercy. What is this white powder? In fact, only Luck knows, and I don't know where Luck mobilized a drug for his sister to take. I guess he already knows how disgusted he is with his sister, and how powerful his hatred is. Such a shameful thing happened. Will Han Hao, who has no idea, eat this cake? Chapter 216 Behind the Small Xiaobings. Luck looked at the villa in front of him, disguised the powder on the small sesame cakes, and prepared to enter the villa. He knocked on the door of the villa. Who is it? It was a woman's voice. This woman's voice sounded very old. It turned out that it was Lin Hao. Afraid of inconvenience to Han Hao, he hired a nanny for Han Hao. The aunt and nanny opened the door and took a look at Luck. The nanny said, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" "Hello, may I ask if this is Lin Hao's home? I want to find my sister Han Hao. He is here. His eyes can't see me. I am his sister. I want to see him and take a look at him." The aunt and nanny nodded in agreement and said, "Little girl, come in. Han Hao is upstairs. Just wait a moment and I will help him down." The high temperature had just subsided in Han Yun, who was being cared for by Lin Hao. Inside Han Yun's room, two people were talking when the nanny knocked on the door and told him that his sister was looking for him. Lin Hao knew that Luck came to see Han Hao and went downstairs with Han Hao. Lin Hao was thinking that the cat cried and the mouse pretended to be merciful and went to the three treasures hall for nothing. What was he doing here? Anyway, no matter what he wants to do, just ignore him. What's on his mind is to be on guard against Luck. As he spoke, he took out the small sesame cakes and handed them into his sister's hands. At this time, Lin Hao saw something wrong and followed Luck, talking and laughing. Luck didn't want to hear anything Han Ling said. In fact, at this time, Han Yuji's memory recalled everything, including who was good to him and who was not good to him. He knew it very well in his heart. But his sister, was completely defenseless. Luck looked at the food in his hand and wanted to put it down. At this time, Lin Hao wanted Luck to eat the food in his hand. Advertisement at this time, Han Ling looked at his favorite small sesame cakes. "When I put it in my mouth, I felt very greedy. Open your mouth when you are about to eat." "What's wrong with Luck? Is your father biased? You can also eat the things your father makes." So he took out one of these small sesame cakes and gave it to Luck. Luck said, I've been busy lately and I don't have time to see you. I came to see you because I was free, right? Sister, how are you doing recently? Has your memory recovered?" Han Hun said, "Luck, where have you been in the past few days? My sister is here, don't you know? You have something to deal with. You are not at home, and you are staying with your mother." He said, "Luck, why don't you eat it? Isn't the food your father makes delicious?" At this time, Luck didn't know Lin Hao's defensiveness against him. At this time, Lin Hao must have been very calm. Han Hao helped him downstairs and chatted and laughed with Luck about their daily routine. Luck's words and deeds, he was stunned for a moment, and he took the sesame seed cakes handed over by Lin Hao. With such a stunned look, Lin Hao hesitated to see that Luck had this different psychological level. Luck said, "Sister, look what I brought you. This is what Daddy made for you. It's your favorite biscuits. Dad is biased. He only knows how to make delicious food for you and doesn't care about me at all." Snort. Luck was afraid of seeing a flaw, so he had no choice but to eat this little **** in front of Lin Hao without moving. Luck said, "Brother Li Hao, don't be ridiculous. You know my heart and you still make fun of me, isn't it funny?" At this time, Lin Hao said, "Wait a minute, Han Hao, it's time for you to take medicine. This medicine cannot be taken with food. Did you forget, Li Jiao? It just so happens that you haven't eaten now, so first take this medicine." Han Ling could only put down the food in his hand, take the medicine and choose to take the pill that could cure his eyes. Han Hao said, "My memory is now almost half recovered and I can basically remember everything, but my eyes haven't seen yet. I don't know when my eyes will heal, or whether I will never be able to see again in my life, doctor." Lin Hao said, "Luck, long time no see. How are you these days, Bu? Have you met the man you like, Zhang?" Chapter 217 Poisoning. Luck looked at the sesame biscuits in his hand, then glanced at Lin Hao, wanting to change the subject and not wanting to eat the sesame biscuits in his stomach. But the clever Lin Hao saw the clues and felt that there must be something in the sesame seed cakes. It was not a good thing anyway. Lin Hao said in a hurry, "Luck, isn't the food your father made delicious? Is it poisoned? Why don't you eat it?" Luck couldn't say anything. He could only eat the small sesame cake in his hand without any expression. It seemed to be the one with the most powder on it, but otherwise Luck could only eat a little, and he would wait for a while. Secretly dig it out and spit it out. Lin Hao thought that laxatives or something had been added here. He never thought that Luck was so cruel that he would put drugs in it. He didn't even dare to think that he was such a cruel woman. Why does Luck force everything on Han Hao? It's all the fault of this woman. It can only be said that Lin Hao likes Han Hao. It's a mistake. Luck will always keep an eye on his sister and won't let him. Her sister had it better. Just like that, Luck ate the sesame seed cakes, put them in his stomach, and quickly walked out of the small villa. Luck knew that he had taken some drugs, and his head was a little dazed and dizzy, so he drove to a small alley in a daze. When you see no one in a place, go and dig out the food in your stomach. This is the only thing he can do now. He knows the power of this drug, and he doesn't want to be harmed in any way, but the drug has already given off a corresponding reaction. He is now feeling dizzy and doesn't know what to do. At this moment, he made a call to Ah Fu. "Say, brother Ah Fu, where are you? I feel so uncomfortable. I feel like my whole body is not well. Come to me now. I am in a corner of such and such a community. I will send you the location on WeChat now." Ah Fu quickly replied, "Okay, wait for me there, don't move at all, wait there, okay?" He had never been in such a hurry. Ah Fu actually panicked because of Luck's words and hurried to the place Luck said. He quickly ran to Luck's side and said as he ran, "Silly girl, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like you haven't woken up?" At this time, Luck couldn't say anything because he also looked a little sleepy. Well, it must be that the drug has taken effect now. After taking the drug, Luck took the drug into his stomach, and now it has a certain effect of the drug. He already thought that he was the same as in his dream, and he no longer had any worries about what he said. He became a little more arrogant, and it was like he was the only one in the world. Chapter 218 Restoring Memory. Han Shuang was walking in the empty villa. He wanted to try it. He could walk the entire distance of the villa by himself without anyone's support. Suddenly the sole of his foot slipped, and he could not stand firmly on the road under his feet. He did a somersault, and fell directly from the back of Han Shuang's head. With the help, Han Shuang fell down. At this moment, Han Shuang's mind went blank, but he remembered all the little things in the past, about Lin Hao, about himself and Luck's mother. She remembered it all. Lin Hao was not at home at this time. There was only the nanny and her nanny who quickly helped up Han Shuang who fell. "What happened? Why did you fall down when you were fine? How are you doing?" Han Shuang returned quickly. "Auntie, I'm fine," but Han Shuang didn't tell me all his memories. Auntie is the nanny. Now Han Shuang knows everything, and knows that Luck has some evil thoughts towards him, and knows that Lin Hao likes him very much. The two of them really love each other, and only a layer of window paper can break through. Matter. Han Shuang was very brave. At this time, Han Shuang felt that no man had ever been so kind to him. Apart from his father, Lin Hao was the best man to him. He wanted to entrust his life to Lin Hao. When Luck saw Ah Fu in a daze, he fell into Ah Fu's arms and said, "Why did you come here? I miss you so much, brother Lin Hao." Once again, he thought Ah Fu was Lin Hao. When a person is the most carefree and carefree, the person he thinks of is the person he most wants to see or the person he wants most in his life. He thinks the man in front of him is brother Lin Hao. He focused all his life's hopes on this man. Ah Fu in front of him could only touch Luck's head. Helped him drive home and said nothing. At this time, Luck already had some dependence on drugs. This drug dependence was still relatively strong. This was just the beginning of Luck's drug addiction. Luck himself didn't know it. He thought he had taken all the drugs away, vomited it all out and nothing happened. Ah Fu was still immersed in Luck's arms, feeling that the world belonged to him, because Ah Fu's whole heart was with Luck at this moment, but Luck was different. Ah Fu quickly drove the car downstairs to Luck's house and woke Luck up from his sleep. "Luck, wake up in your home. Go back to sleep, baby." Breathing loudly, Luck opened his eyes in his sleep, looked at the man opposite 523, and said, "Where am I?" "You, alas, isn't my brother Lin Hao. Why are you? Come to me." Ah Fu said, "Silly girl, call me. Don't you know who you were calling? What's wrong with you? You were asleep when I saw you, looking dazed. Have you been drinking?" Luck quickly replied, "Oh, I'm fine. I just didn't get a good rest last night. I was flustered, smoothed my hair, said nothing, and got out of the car in a hurry." Chapter 219 Accident. Luck arrived home and fell asleep without thinking about anything. He didn't say anything to Ah Fu. Awakening from sleep, Luck woke up. At this time, he found that he felt very sick and wanted to vomit. Counting the days, he should be about to have his period, but why hasn't it come yet? Luck hurried to the hospital to check his condition. He went to the hospital and no one knew that the test results soon came out, which Luck didn't want to accept. He unexpectedly got pregnant. The doctor told him that the child was now 2 months old. He calculated that the time was right and the child was Ah Fu's. With his painful expression and confused thoughts, he was thinking about the 760 night he had S*X with Ah Fu. He felt a little disgusted and a little scared in his heart, but the child still landed on him. This is the reality he has to accept. Oh my God, I'm actually pregnant. Why would God do this to me? What should come does not come, what should not come comes to me unexpectedly, and what I want cannot be obtained. Why is my life so miserable? When Luck learned that she was pregnant, he washed away the test report and walked away angrily. Luck was in a very complicated mood at this time. He only wanted to find one person now, and that was the child's father, Ah Fu. Ah Fu still didn't know that this was just money. He returned home and saw his wife and child. Looking at his poor wife, whose limping legs were not yet fully functioning, my heart suddenly softened, and then I looked at my 8-year-old daughter who was so cute and lively, and felt that I had done something wrong. While he was struggling with his thoughts, Luck turned out to be pregnant. This is also the reason why Ah Fu abandoned his entire family, a firm reason. Advertisement. This is Ah Fu's phone. Yes, it was Luck who called him. Luck opened his mouth and asked where you were. "I have something to talk to you. Can we meet?" Ah Fu, who looked relieved, replied, "Oh, I know, I'll go now. Where are you?" With that, he said goodbye to his wife, saying that his company had something to do and he wanted to go out to talk about the contract and make an appointment with the client so that he could rest well at home. The wife herself suspected that Ah Fu had been acting strange recently, and asked her daughter to accompany her for a walk. Ah Fu did not refuse and took her daughter to find Luck. Halfway down the road, Ah Fu said to his daughter, "Lele, I will take you to see a client later. Don't say a word, okay? You can just play there quietly. Shiga's father will take you to the amusement park. How about playing?" Lele nodded and said, "Okay Dad, Dad will take me to the amusement park, okay. I decided not to take a word with you, don't worry Dad." Lele and her father reached an agreement on handover. As a child, how could he know that he would play with anyone who was nice to him, and he never cared about who the woman opposite him was. Soon, he arrived at the place agreed with Luck. Ah Fu held his daughter's hand and gestured with his fingers. The daughter instantly understood the truth and nodded. She showed an okay expression with her little hand and closed her mouth. They met at a coffee shop. Seeing Ah Fu leading his daughter, Luck had no other thoughts. Said, "Hello, kid, what's your name?" Obediently, Lele didn't say anything, just looked at her father. He smiled at Luck and didn't say anything. Luck looked at Lele and didn't say anything. He didn't ask any more questions. He just went straight to the topic with Ah Fu. Chapter 220 at a loss. Luck looked at Ah Fu's face and said seriously, "Can you let your daughter go aside to play? I don't know what to say." Ah Fu didn't take Luck's words seriously. He just said, "How old is he? He's not sensible. Just say what you want. He only has toys. It doesn't matter. He doesn't know how to do it. Talking nonsense." Helpless Luck heard that her daughter would have to know sooner or later. Anyway, he didn't, and Mom and I were not the third party. It didn't matter if he knew. 14 Luck looked at Ah Fu and cautiously said to Ah Fu, "Do you still remember that night? That night in the hotel, I was pregnant?" Regarding Luck's answer, Ah Fu was like a bolt from the blue. He was at a loss. He didn't know what to say. He dropped the water glass in his hand to the ground and thought anxiously. "Oh my God, is God punishing me? How could I get pregnant just once? What should I do? What should my wife do? Didn't I get into trouble? How should I deal with this problem?" Ah Fu replied, "Luck, how can you be pregnant if you are pregnant? Please don't joke with me. This kind of thing is not something you can joke about. Luck, please speak up, I don't believe it." Ah Fu, who didn't believe Luck at all, felt as if he had a big stone in his heart. He didn't know how to answer Luck, so he thought to himself. She is actually pregnant. If he is pregnant, what will my family do? Who should I choose? How should I explain to him, and how should I explain to Enran? When Lele heard that she was pregnant, she didn't say anything, but he remembered it. Luck said, "How could I joke with you about something like this? I don't want to joke with you, but is he right this time? I just went to the hospital for a checkup. If you don't believe it, we can go again." Ah Fu said, "No, I don't mean not to believe you, it's just that this fact surprised me a little, and I couldn't accept it for a while. Let me digest it." Luck then said, "Humph, I can see that you are an irresponsible man. If you say you don't want it, then don't say it. I don't want this child anymore. Go and abort it now." 11 But he was stopped by Ah Fu, who was in a hurry. Ah Fu replied, "I'm not saying I don't want it, kid. Why are you so anxious? I just said that I need to digest this problem. I can't accept this reality. I'm a little too happy. 870, baby." Luck glanced at it and said, "Then what do you want to do with this child? Do you want it or not? This child is yours anyway, but I want to discuss with you, what should I do with this child? After all, it is a little life." Ah Fu replied, "If you have a child, you must pay more attention to yourself and be careful of your body. Now you are not alone, you are two people. My son is still in your belly. You can't let it. Did he make any mistakes?" Ah Fu, who was harboring a different feeling, was thinking about how his wife would smooth things over and how she would explain it. Chapter 221 Acceptance. At this time, Ah Fu was very confused. He really didn't know what to do. On the left was his wife and his child, and on the right was his favorite person and the child in his belly. How should he choose? "Hey, Daddy took me to the amusement park. Dad, you are the best dad in the world." Lele knew clearly in his heart that he heard a lot of things he shouldn't have heard, but Lele shook his head and changed the subject. Dad, didn't you say you would take me to the amusement park? I didn't say a word whether I performed well or not. Shouldn't you praise Lele?" Soon evening came, and Ah Fu was sitting alone on the balcony, smoking a dull cigarette. Ah Fu was at a loss for words. Suddenly, his wife behind him tied him up and wanted to make love to him. Ah Fu's natural reaction was to put his own. The wife pushed aside. Ah Fu touched his daughter's head and took her daughter's hand straight to the amusement park. And ran. I didn't mean it. My phone went silent. I went to the amusement park with Lele. He wanted to go to the amusement park. I hadn't taken him to the amusement park for a long time, so after talking to the client about the matter, I went to the amusement park with him. The happy family of 3 had a very different dinner together. What a happy family of 3. But it was just a thought of this man, a crooked idea, that caused his family to be torn apart and no longer stable. The anxious Lele liked the food cooked by her mother very much and clapped her hands and praised her, and quickly ran to the dining table to prepare. Lele was very polite and filled up her mother's and father's rice, waiting for her parents to arrive together, BECF. And Ran asked strangely, "Lao Fu, what's wrong with you recently? Why are you restless and worried? What's wrong with you? Is your work not going well or is my foot injury worrying you?" Having just learned that Luck was pregnant, Ah Fu didn't know how to answer Luck. He could only comfort Luck by saying that the child he asked him to keep was his own flesh and blood after all, so why did he just stop beating him? Does it mean that he really wants to create 2 families? If he does this, won't the secret be exposed if the 2 sides don't come together? The perverted Ah Fu not only wants to have 2 boats, but also has 2 legs and has children. Will his goal be achieved? Ah Fu hurriedly explained everything, but Enran didn't blame Ah Fu. He just replied, "I know, don't I know you? I'm just worried about her safety. Did you eat? I made food at home. Eat some food, press on." Seeing his wife's eyes a little disappointed, he stepped forward to comfort her. After being crazy for a day, Lele and her father returned home and saw his wife waiting anxiously at home. He looked at the phone and muted it. Ah Fu had just separated from Luck, who had just broken up. He looked back and asked his daughter, "Lele, what did you hear just now?" Ah Fu has only had one daughter in his life. This patriarchal man prefers boys, so he wants Luck to give him a boy. His current idea is that he wants both women to be his wives, by him, and owns 2 homes. I feel like you've been restless these past few days. Tell me something. In the past, you always told me the first thing you wanted to do, but why don't you say a word now? And I smoke cigarettes by myself, which is very bad for my body. If anything happens, it can be solved. Chapter 222 Tenderness. Some of his wife's words touched Ah Fu, and Ah Fu woke up in a dilemma. He didn't know what to do, but he recalled every bit of his wife's previous interactions with him, and everything he knew about his wife. He and his wife have known each other since they were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. When he was very young, he fell in love with his wife and ran. She had no second thoughts towards him and had no defensiveness. However, she was just such a smooth person. The wedding made him think that other women were always perfect, but his own woman was nothing. A few words from his wife woke him up, and he thought about every moment he and his wife had grown up. How beautiful his wife was when she was young, and how loving they were together at that time. Others were envious and jealous. To this day, he actually has second thoughts about his wife. He no longer likes her. He feels like his left hand is holding his right hand with his wife, which is not the same love as before. But when he was formally separated from his wife, he would still feel a trace of reluctance in his heart, just like his left hand was dull without his right hand, which made him dilemma and at a loss. At this time, Ah Fu said, and ran, I'm fine. Why haven't you rested yet? Your leg is not healed yet. You should rest earlier to recover faster. You don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. 17. I used to tell you everything when I was little, but now that I'm so old, I can solve everything by myself. You don't need to worry about it. You just need to rest assured to recover and take good care of our daughter. I can handle the rest myself. And Ran really thought that Ah Fu had grown up a lot now and was no longer the kind of man who always used him to control and scold him. And Ran calmly replied, I know you are tired of having a family now. If you have any grievances or difficulties, you can tell me. I am the woman behind you. I support you. I will support you in whatever you want to do. As long as you don't hide anything from me, that's fine. You should know very well what kind of person I am, and Ran. If I choose you in this life, I will definitely be with you. Even if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. If I choose you, I will follow you. Lifetime. Your brain was mentally weak before and you can't think too much about it. Don't let your body collapse and go to bed early. In this way, Ah Fu doesn't know what to do. To deal with the problem between Luck and his wife, he can only take one step at a time and let Tianru take her fate. At this time, Luck was very worried and didn't know what to do, because he knew that he had eaten that little sesame seed cake that contained drugs. What kind of impact would this little sesame seed cake have on this child? At this time, Luck didn't dare to tell Ah Fu about this little sesame seed cake, and planned to explain it to him slowly later. Luck still thinks about brother Lin Hao. What should he do? Chapter 223 Restoration of Eyes. After living at Lin Hao's house for a while, the relationship between Neng Yumiu and Lian Hao became closer little by little. The two of them were no longer as strange as before, and they lived closer than the young couple every day. Whenever Lin Hao comes home from get off work, he buys Han Zan a lot of delicious Han Shui and he is very happy. The two of them have lived like this day by day for 2 months. Both of them feel that these 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. 7 has not been enough at all, although Han Shuang's eyes cannot see it now, but he can feel with his heart that Lin Hao's heart is right for him. This time, Han Shuang didn't know whether it was because of the stability of her life or because it was time for her eyes to see. As usual, he finished breakfast every morning, took a short break and went to swim in the upper and lower swimming pools. He and Lin Hao were playing in the water. While playing, he felt that Han Shuang's eyes were brightening, and he didn't even feel that his eyes were seeing. His eyes became so bright and beautiful over time, and the feeling of looking at Lin Hao was also different. Lin Hao's eyes looking at Han Shuang were so charming that he couldn't help but stop swimming. Lin Hao said, Han Shuang, your eyes are so beautiful. I have never seen such a pair of beautiful and charming big eyes. While saying that, Han Shuang didn't know that she could see it. Han Shuang looked at her hands in the blue sky, and then she realized that she could see it. Extreme joy and joy. Oh my god, I can actually see. I can see the blue sky, the clear water, I can see my own hands, and I can see you, Lin Hao. Advertisement. The blushing Han Shuang suddenly blushed when she saw Lin Hao. The two people looked at each other like this for half a minute. Suddenly Han Shuang showed a smile on his face, because Han Shuang could see himself for a moment, and he was very excited when he saw the fact. He looked at number 0, and the two of them were so excited, hugged each other. God, you allowed me to see. I can actually see. During this time, I didn't care. My eyes had lost confidence in him. I thought I would never see anything again, but God, now I have regained my sight. It seems that you still have to do good deeds. If you do too many good deeds, God will be watching. The usually kind-hearted Han Shuang is willing to do good deeds and donate to charity, no matter how much or how little. When she sees the poor, she will give it to the poor. Maybe Han Shuang did this, which made God feel moved. Lin Hao said excitedly, come on, Han Shuang, I'll take you to the hospital. Let's go for a review. I'll see if your eyes can be seen from now on, and there won't be anything wrong with you in the future. The two of them were running to the hospital. Han Shuang looked at the rows of cars, the trees, the flowers, and the smiles on everyone's faces. He was so excited. He hadn't seen it for nearly 2 months. See, I was so busy that his eyes didn't even know what to look at. In this way, the two people quickly arrived at the hospital and went for a review. The doctor said, his eyes can already see, and there is no problem. As long as 4.6 does not suffer any harm in the future, there is absolutely no problem. It is the same as our normal eyes. By the way, how is his memory now? Has it recovered? Does he think of anything all the time, bit by bit? If his eyes are better, his memory should be recovered soon. This is together. Chapter 224. Facing the sea. At this time, Han Hao was very excited and didn't know how to describe his current mood. A blind man couldn't see anything and lost his memory. How painful it was for him. Now that he has recovered his eyesight, he has no choice but to see anything. He said, Lin Hao, can I go see the sea? I am so excited now. I really want to see the sea and the rough waves. Okay, I'll take you to the beach if I want. Soon the two of them arrived at the beach. The sea was exceptionally blue today and the weather was very good. Han Hao ran happily on the beach, embracing the sea and the sea breeze. He felt so happy and at the same time he had eliminated all pain. What could be more joyful than being able to see it? Han Hao did not tell anyone at home about the news he had seen. Lin Hao told him, and Lin Hao told him. Although you have recovered now, Han Ling, your memory has not recovered yet. You still don't know the cause of the whole thing. When you recover your memory, you will tell them the news you saw. Now you must pretend not to see it. Haven't you said you were homesick recently? I will send you back to stay for a few days so that you can reunite with your father for a few days. It will be shorter than the time he is at home now. In fact, Lin Hao wanted to take Han Haji away because something happened at home and he needed to take the lead. It turned out that on the day he saw him, his father's secretary called him and said, his father suddenly got a disease and needed to go to country M for treatment. This family must let him tease this aunt. He is the sole heir to the Lin group. At this time, Lin Hao's mother called Lin Hao. I also told him his name. The reason was that his father had a bad heart and went to country M for surgery. However, it was not easy for others to intervene in all these matters in the company. He could only let his son learn to do it. He would indeed do it sooner or later. Liang is the only heir to this important task. After receiving the news, he felt very dull at this time. He knew that he had to handle the affairs of your big stall at home, because this was something he had to learn sooner or later. He did not say all this to Han Hedong, but just kept silent. He sent Han Hao to his home and returned by himself. The company is also M Country. At this time, Han Hao didn't know that Lin Hao and his family were in country M, and their company was in country M. Han Hao reunited with his father at home for a few days and found that he had not contacted him since then, so he called him. Han Hedong felt uneasy in his heart, so he called Li Hao, but he didn't answer the phone or reply to him, nor did he reply to his WeChat account. But what is Lin Hao like here? He returned to country M, and he left all WeChat on his phone aside. The main reason, good, was to learn more from his father, and just to help his father become the backbone of the family. It was this heavy list that once again alienated Lin Hao and Han Hao. Han Hao didn't know how to contact him, so he could only contact him through WeChat, Weibo and other information, but he still didn't ask him in the future. In the next 2 months since I came here, Han Hao has been thinking about you all day long, but there is no time on his face to send him a message back. Chapter 225. Ruthless. If you like it, say it boldly. If you don't say it, you may not have a chance in the future. What if he says he wants to get married again, Big? In this way, his life became duller day by day, and Lin Hao's heart never stopped thinking about him. At this time, Lin Hao is busy helping his company take care of all the things. Lin Hao, who is smart, can speak English and many languages and talks about the company with many foreigners. Suddenly one day Lin Hao was talking to someone in the hotel where he took the photo. It was a coincidence that he met the helpless Han Hao. Han Hao saw Lin Hao chatting with others in English. Han Hao didn't know how to step forward. Go and ask Lin Hao how he greets Li Hao. He seems to be very motivated, because he behaves calmly when talking about contracts with those people from country M, just like a serious foreigner, not like a person from country Z at all, and his foreign language is very good. Suddenly one day I saw a Weibo post by Lin Hao. His picture above was clearly Han Hao, who I knew was in a corner of country M. My eyes lit up and I started thinking about going to country M to find him. It was his mother's words that put a certain distance between Lin Hao and Han Shui. Lin Hao made up his mind to make a big stall at home and run it in order so that he could be with Han Hao. In fact, Lin Hao didn't want to deal with Han Hao. He just came back and asked his mother to hold a meeting. If he wanted to get the person he loved, he had to make a career to show his mother that he was. If he can find a man who can afford Daliang and can protect the woman behind him, if he doesn't even have a career, how can he take care of Han Ling? Suddenly one day, Han Hao saw an old couple taking injections in the hospital. As they were taking injections, the old couple's wife died. This made Han Hao muster up the courage to go to country M, but he went to country M later. He told his father that he was going to country M to find Lin Hao. His father agreed with him and Lin Hao being together, and let him go. Han Hao's destination is to find his beloved Lin Hao there. He wants to speak out what is in his heart. No matter what the outcome, he must speak out. He didn't want the two of them to shine so brightly at each other. Chapter 225. Ruthless. But Han Hao had to bite the bullet and go forward and tell Li Hao of his existence. Han Hao took a series of small equipment and went to country M. When he arrived in country M, he was not familiar with the place. He didn't know where to go. He just followed the background of Lin Hao's photo to find it. It was a palace, a very beautiful hotel. The old couple's hands were holding his wife's hand just like that. He had a lot to say but didn't say it to his wife. His wife just left without saying a word. This made Han Hedon understand one thing. Just say whatever is on your mind. At this time, Han Hao was very anxious. His life was very dull. He went to work every day, but he was always thinking about one person, that is Lin Hao. Where is Lin Hao? Has he disappeared from the world? No, even if I say a word to him, I don't know where he is. Hey, Lin Hao, I'm Han Hao. You make it easy for me to find you. Why don't you reply when I call you? Don't reply on WeChat, and don't reply on Weibo. What's going on with you? Han Hao is very simple. He doesn't speak English at all and he is still a road 120 idiot. Will he go to country M to find Lin Hao? Chapter 226 Encounter. It was these words of his mother that made Lin Hao make a vow by his mother's side, that is, if he failed to do it, he would cause trouble in the family. Then don't get along with Han Shuang. Lin Hao also told his mother about his friendship with Han Shuang. His mother did not object, but she had to achieve something to achieve results with Han Shuang. That is the oath he made to his mother. He must fulfill his promise, that is, before contacting Han Shuang, he must change himself into Han Shuang's mind and win a perfect Prince Charming. The family business must be worthy of his father. His father worried about their family every day. They were homeless since they were young. Their family was not rich. Their father worked hard because of Lin Hao. Until today, they are now among the top 10 down payment families in the country. He is indeed the only one in the Lin family, an heir. The burden on Lin Hao is heavier. If he wants to get his beloved, he must choose to move forward and fight to become the backbone of the company. Now that his father has fallen, he must hold up the family. This was the promise he made to his mother. Lin Hao, it's me. Why are you ignoring me? I'm Han Shuang. I flew all the way from Daxia to the island country to find you. Oh, I can't even understand the people here. Why are you ignoring me? Is there anything you can't say? Because he and his mother had sworn not to contact Han Shuang until there was no city. This was also the reason why he didn't talk to Han Shuang. He could only talk to others about work in silence. No matter how Han Shuang quarreled with Lin Hao never responded to him. This made Han Shuang's heart feel very cold. Looking at his familiar face, he was dressed so decently, wearing a black suit and black leather shoes. He was holding a tall red wine glass. The English he used to talk to others was so fluent and smooth. Han Shuang was thinking, yes. Why did he feel like he suddenly changed? He didn't have the same look in his eyes as he did back home. He was not that Lin Hao. Their family seemed to be very rich. Seeing that he was in such a high-class position. Drinking in a hotel, people are drinking red wine and talking about foreign languages. What about me? What do I have? That's what Han Shuang was thinking. Indeed, he didn't have anything at home. He just said that the place he lived in was better. But he is just a little nurse. How could such a tall, rich and handsome man fall in love with such a little nurse? Don't be sentimental. That is to say, he thought that there was no way to have a face-to-face conversation with Lin Hao in his dormitory. After finishing talking about the company, he would go to him and ask his assistant, Zhao Qianhao, to observe Han Shuang privately. But Han Shuang, carrying his small luggage, didn't know where to run, because the only person he wanted to find here was Lin Hao. Lin Hao pretended not to know him, and he carried his small luggage. I don't know where to go with my luggage. He walked like this and came to a street with a lot of people. As he walked on this street, he felt like he had lost himself. Chapter 227 Meeting the bandits. He kept walking like this until he came to a complicated street. There were many people on the street, but he couldn't see anyone who belonged to him. They were all foreigners, either white or black. He couldn't find anyone. I can't even find myself, a huxia. He walked along the complicated street to a small alley. There were very few people in this small alley. He was walking like this, and suddenly a foreigner came out from behind him. This time the foreigner spoke in foreign language. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. But he just looked at Han Shuang with lustful eyes, beating him from bottom to top, and pointing at the things on Han Shuang's body. Only then did Han Shuang realize that he wanted the things on his body to be robbed. Oh my god, foreigners are so blatant and dare to rob in broad daylight. Han Shuang laughed loudly and said, but, this gangster had companions who came to him one after another. He couldn't get away. They dragged him towards his suitcase. All of Han Shuang's belongings were in this suitcase. Han Shuang was 40 years old and couldn't keep his people in the suitcase. He shouted ferociously, help, help, is there someone to save me? Robbery. Ah. Lin Hao was so scared that he wanted to see if Han Shuang was frightened and if he was okay, but his mother stopped him. I don't understand. Foreigners also have economic crises. That's it. Let's take care of each other again in the future. Zero. His strong and tall body has dark and shiny skin. He should be a huxia who exercises regularly and his huxia is very good. The weak Han Shuang still had some strength to argue with them for 3 to 5 minutes. A man who had studied underworld waved to them. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. The huxia man quickly handed me his business card. Little girl, this is my business card. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can call me. My surname is Liu. His strict mother was so strict with her children. Lin Hao had nothing to say. He just sat there quietly, clenching his fists tightly. The man said, how are you, little girl? Are you injured? Did you lose anything? Check your backpack. At this time, Lin Hao asked his secretary to follow Han Shuang. He followed Han Shuang to a small hotel, and then came back to report to Li Hao and tell Lin Hao everything that happened to Han Shuang, including the robbery. This man can actually speak huxia. He is huxia. Oh my god, this is the first huxia I have met in the island country. I am so happy. Liu Chen, 17. His mother said, why are you giving up now? Doesn't what we said before count? We haven't contacted each other for nearly a month. Now you can contact us. The agreement by contacting us is over. Do you want to pursue this again? There is no door for girls. My own mood is very complicated, because I can't find the person I'm looking for, but I've encountered some very complicated things, and I don't know what to do. Han Shuang took the business card with both hands. Okay, thank you, Brother Lu Quan. I'm really sorry to bother you. Having said that, it's unreasonable why these foreigners come to the street to rob them during the day. I hurriedly returned to this countryman and said, I'm fine, thank you for your help. This man is a Huxia man. He is like these two foreign black men. He has the best of both worlds when he goes back. He beats these foreigners who are looking for teeth all over the place. Those who don't care about things run away in the deep alleys of this street. That's it, I walked along this alley to the end, walked to a small hotel, and prepared to stay. Chapter 228. On the road just like that, Lin Hao sat on the stool and couldn't look at Han Shuang's face. He was very anxious. Knowing that Han Shuang came to see him, he was also very happy, but he couldn't talk to Han Shuang about his problems head-on, own family problems. He could only sit on the sofa silently, thinking about studying, but he was actually sitting on the sofa, but his heart had already flown to Han Shuang, and he couldn't think of anything. His heart was now filled with the desire to find Han Shuang, and at night, he sneaked out of his room. In order to prevent his mother from discovering that he was living on the third floor, he used a rope to lower it to the first floor bit by bit and escaped from upstairs. This was also the reason why he ignored some dangers. He wanted to spend more time and he wanted to go with him. He explains it all. Lin Hao did not forget Han Shuang, but he couldn't help it. He had someone supervising his mother all the time, and she was very strict with him. His mother learned that his father was sick, and all the hope was all on him. At this time, Lin Hao had already escaped, and there was a knock on the door at the small hotel where Han Shuang stayed. Han Shuang asked, "Who is it? Who are you?" Lin Hao said, "It's me, I'm your Lin Hao, brother Han Shuang, please open the door quickly." At this time, Han Shuang drank the wedding wine and his face was slightly red. He didn't know how to meet Lin Hao or how to face him. He suddenly didn't feel it and didn't know how to talk to Lin Hao. He didn't choose to open the door for Lin Hao, but just said, "It's you, what can I do with you? If you have something to do, just say it at the door. I don't want to see you, I don't know how to face you." Lin Hao said at this time, "Han Shuang, I'm very happy that you came to see me. I know that I haven't contacted you in the past few months and you are very worried about me. I have compelling reasons, can you understand me? The difficulty is that I am interceding with a beautiful woman. The difficulty is that you lied to me. Your family is so rich. If I knew that your family was so rich, I would not be with you, and I would not have contact with you. How many things are you hiding from me? I really can't imagine you. I called you with joy. I wanted to find you, but you didn't answer a single call or WeChat message, no reply." Lin Hao said, "You called me. I don't know, if I knew, I would reply to you. I really have too many things going on here. There are too many things happening in my family. I don't know what to do. Where should I start with you? I didn't lie to you, I am your brother Lin Hao. You can't veto this. I like you Han Shuang. Can you please open the door? It's more convenient for us to talk face to face. If you have any problems, you have to solve them, right?" In this way, Han Shuang also wanted to talk to him face to see if there was any misunderstanding between the two of them. Just like that, Han Shuang opened the door. Chapter 229. Meeting. The moment he opened the door, he saw a trace of melancholy and concern on Lin Hao's cheek. When Han Shuang saw Lin Hao, she didn't know what to think. What on earth is Lin Hao doing now? I only know the scene I saw before. Before, Lin Hao was discussing business with a beautiful woman. Here, she was talking very closely, lying in her ear, whispering, and Han Shuang saw all of this. Han Shuang is still recalling this scene. He feels that Lin Hao's whole person has changed. He is no longer the Lin Hao brother he used to be. He saw them together that day and felt that they were a perfect match. What about Han Shuang? What does he have? He has nothing. I saw Lin Hao and that pretty girl with a good figure. They looked really good together. They were talking in foreign English. The two of them talked and behaved with red wine in their hands. They were not like ordinary people. The moment Han Shuang opened the door and saw Lin Hao, she didn't know what to say. The two of them just stared at each other for a minute, standing and looking at you like this. Lin Hao looked at Han Shuang, how much he cared about him and how much he missed him. Everything he was doing now was for Han Shuang. If it weren't for Han Shuang, he wouldn't have put in so much hard work and wouldn't be like this now. How to fight hard. Han Shuang, listen to me. Everything I did here was out of my control. My mother was in the middle. I couldn't disobey my mother. Han Shuang, can you understand how I feel now? Han Shuang's look showed that she didn't want to say a word to him, didn't want to talk to him about anything. She just wanted to just look at him, watching him change from the brother Lin Hao she liked so much to a strange man. I don't know what words to use to talk to him. Han Shuang looked at Lin Hao, just gave him a look, and then said, I don't know what you want, I don't know why you don't contact me. I can only wait at home stupidly, thinking about it every day. If you like me, why did you chase me in the first place? Why did you do so many things to me? If you don't want you to be fake, why did you give up halfway? Why did you disappear from the world? I can't find you anywhere. If I hadn't seen this picture of you on your Weibo, I still haven't found you. Here, you actually came to the island country. Lin Hao said, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have contacted you in the past 2 months because I did have some problems of my own. If it weren't for my family's problems, I wouldn't have been able to. Suddenly the gym and the doctors don't greet you, but these are some of the promises my mother and I made and I don't know where to start asking you. Your family is so rich, I really don't know what kind of person you are. I originally thought you were a simple boy, but I like you as simple as you. Look, but now it seems that you are not the one I like, brother Lin Hao. You said there are so many things you are hiding from me. I really don't know whether I should believe you or not. I choose to believe you. I choose to come to you because I trust you. But what you did really scares me. I don't know how many other things you are hiding from me. Can you tell me all at once? Han Shuang, listen to me. I really don't want to hide these things from you. I just want to find a small career in Daxia to develop and keep doing it. I just don't want to have anything to do with my family. Chapter 230 Misunderstanding. It's just that there is a problem at home. My father has a heart failure and is in the hospital. He cannot manage the company, so I can only come back to manage the company. I am the sole heir of the Lin Group, and only I can take on this responsibility. Lin Hao is the sole heir to the Lin Group. If he can't make a big deal out of him, many people will be concerned about his family's property and shares. Han Shuang thought to herself, 413. He is a good person to himself. Every time his honest eyes make Han Shuang feel a lot of warmth in his heart. It feels different when he is with her. Lin Hao said these words, and Han Shuang felt warm in her heart. Han Shuang knew it well and knew that Lin Hao liked him. He didn't want to have any urge to talk to him anymore. He didn't say anything about who this woman was. He didn't want to ask me anymore. He just wanted to have a good time with Lin Hao. Get along with each other in the world of two people. At this time, Han Shuang blocked Lin Hao's mouth with her own hands, preventing Lin Hao from saying another word. Don't say any more. I believe you. I believe you in everything. I know your difficulties. I know you. I know what you are like in Daxia. I just can't accept your family for a while. The two hugged each other lovingly, as if this layer of window paper had been pierced. Han Shuang was now wholeheartedly in Lin Hao's arms, and then just hugged him like this. The two of them were carefree. Hold it like this. Time seemed to fly by so fast. It took more than an hour for them to report, but nothing happened. It was just a simple hug. Lin Hao suddenly realized that he had escaped from home, and said to Han Shuang, I have to go back first. I really can't leave my house. If anything happens to me again, I will take the initiative to contact you. You can stay here. If you are not satisfied with the hotel, I can change it for you. If you have anything, just ask my secretary to notify me. I still have some things to deal with here. Can you stay here well? After saying that, she kissed Han Shuang's forehead. Han Shuang, who turned around, agreed and walked out. Knowing that there was still mother's knowledge over there was no way to stay with Han Shuang forever. Han Shuang looked at Lin Hao very anxiously and let Lin Hao go, telling him to be careful and that I would wait for him here for 3 days before returning to Daxia. And Lin Hao promised him that within these 3 days, he would definitely take him to the island country for vacation and travel to see what the development of the island country was like in the good times. Let's see what the island country is like. After all, Han Shuang has never been to this strange city. The two of them reached an agreement and planned to take Han Shuang to the island country of Los Angeles for a vacation. Han Shuang thought about going on vacation in the island country with her beloved, and she felt very warm. She really wanted to wait until tomorrow. At this time, Lin Hao's heart was full of Han Shuang, but how should he and his mother explain it? He promised his mother that he would take care of the company's affairs before discussing marriage, and his mother even found a marriage partner for her. Will Lin Hao agree to this marriage without knowing it? Chapter 231 Hiding. But at this time, Luck was still carrying a 2-month-old child. Should he abort the child? What should he do with Afu's family? It turned out that Afu was still with his own family. Life is very happy here. That day, Afu took Luck for a physical checkup and went to the hospital, which was also an orthopedic hospital. On the day when he wanted to live a sincere life with Afu took Luck to the hospital for a review to see what the condition of his stomach was like. Luck said, Afu and I are of course a couple. Of course he brought me here to check if there is anything wrong with our baby. I wonder why you asked him like this? Who are you? And Ran chose to lie. He didn't want to say anything to Luck. He just wanted to go back and clarify with Afu what the situation was and why he wanted to hide it from him. Afu glanced at the two of them and did not choose to speak. Instead, he hurriedly ran out with Lele. No one paid attention to it. It was inconvenient for the two women whose bodies remained unchanged to pursue them. They could only stay. The two of them have a conversation. Luck said, Brother Afu, who is this woman? Didn't you tell me that you don't have a wife? Isn't your wife dead? But why did he ask me that? This time Afu didn't know what to say or how to answer these two women. One was his wife and the other was the woman who was pregnant with his child, both of whom he loved very much. And Ran replied, I am Afu's ex-wife. I'm just saying, don't get me wrong. I don't have much to do with him. Afu is just my former husband. Just like that, his wife took his child to the orthopedic hospital to check the leg to see how the leg was recovering. Just then, when they walked around a corner, they actually met. The families on both sides were the same, allowing Luck to raise the baby with peace of mind. He said that he would go to get the marriage certificate with him in a couple of months and take their daughter, Lele. This is indeed the only good thing about Anran in Afu's opinion, that he is weak and incompetent. Anran, Afu's wife, said, Who is this woman Afu? Bede, why is he holding your arm? Anran asked in confusion, not knowing the relationship between them yet, with a very confused expression, which made Luck see the whole situation. How should Avenue choose between them? How should he speak and introduce this one as his wife and that one as the woman who is pregnant with his child? Luck was thinking, who is this woman? Could it be that Afu lied to me? He does have a family. Why am I so naive? I believe whatever he says. Luck glanced at Afu and thought to himself that this man is definitely good. He actually has a family. Why don't I know it at all? If he has a family, what will I and the child in my belly do? What should we do? Life. At this time, Luck thought that if brother Lin Hao ignored him, he would have no choice but to marry Ah Fu, because he was already pregnant with his child, and he had no way to pester brother Lin Hao anymore. 060 At this time, Luck was more than 3 months pregnant and was already a little bit pregnant. His wife and Ran happened to go to have her legs checked that day. The two of them were creating like this. They didn't know what to do. What should Ah Fu do? What to do? Hearing all these words, and Ran felt like a bolt from the blue. She didn't know how to talk to Luck at the same time, because after all, he was pregnant with Ah Fu's child. And Ran had a soft mentality. If anyone had problems with her husband, he would definitely choose to exit voluntarily. Chapter 232 At a loss, how should Ah Fu face these two women who have a relationship with him? One is his wife, the other is pregnant with his own flesh and blood, a woman. He also likes this Luck so much. Luck is so lively and cute. His wife is so gentle and he has his own children. How should he choose to face them? Ah Fu was very confused at this time and didn't know what to do. He dragged his children. This is my only request. If you don't satisfy me, I will never get married and remain single for the rest of my life. Serious Lin Hao thought to himself. It turns out that his mother has already found a partner for him. It turns out that he does not like Han Shuang. He said, Lele, you go to your own mother first and tell him that this woman is pregnant with my flesh and blood. He said that I am looking for a woman outside. I can't say this. You can convey it to your mother on my behalf. His mother was really sad when she heard what he said. She had worked hard for Lin Hao all her life and gave everything to Lin Hao, but when she heard his words for Han Shuang, she actually refuted him. Look at Han Shuang. I checked his family situation before. He has no mother. How can a child without a mother be a good child? Moreover, the family conditions are also very poor. With such a girl, what good development can we do together? Lin Hao said, What Lin Mei? If you ask her to be my wife, I won't do it. I am looking for a wife myself and you are not looking for a wife. I want her to be whatever I want. The three of them were just frozen here. At this time, Luck called Ah Fu, but Ah Fu didn't answer. He didn't know how to face Luck. As for Lin Hao and Han Shuang, can their mothers agree to the two of them being together? Advertisement. Lin Hao heard his mother talk about Han Shuang several times, and her eyebrows were wrinkled. She knew that she had a bad impression of Han Shuang, and he didn't know how to deal with the relationship between him and Han Shuang. And in addition, he found himself another half. He really didn't know what to say to his mother. He would not give in to his mother on Han Shuang's matter. His mother was only concerned about other people's property and power. Seeing Lin Hao trying to take everything into his own hands for 607 Han Shuang, his mother hated Han Shuang even more. Why do you want to be with Han Shuang? Li Hao, you are right. Your career has not been completed yet, and the things you promised me have not been completed yet. What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with me? What does the child know? He handed the flower scroll to his mother intact. His mother was heartbroken and didn't know how to talk to Ah Fu. He and his mother broke up on bad terms. Lin didn't want to look back at his mother, so he slammed the door. Lin Hao has never quarreled with his father and mother since he was a child. This time he really quarreled with them because of Han Shuang. His mother was shocked. Lin Hao's mother said, Besides, you don't have to worry about your significant other. Mom, I have already found one for you. It is Lin Mei who is negotiating business with you. What a beautiful girl she is. And the family background is also good. Chapter 233 Heartbroken. Lin Hao is also very clear about the little thoughts in his mother's mind. But if you think about it from the perspective of a son, then there is nothing wrong with this matter at all. Although on the surface, he seems to be a very selfish and man-grubbing person, Lin Hao really knows it in his heart. Everything his mother did was for his own good, and the good things he got were not fully used for his own enjoyment. The opposite purpose is to keep these things and the rest to yourself. And he himself lives a very simple life, which has nothing to do with the word luxury. And my mother is not the kind of person who is good at insisting on her emotions, so although she has paid so much for herself, you only expressed it in actions and did not translate it into words and spread it everywhere. So in the eyes of others, my mother is a very greedy person who enjoys short-term pleasures. But only Lin Hao was thinking about what a selfless person her mother was. Because of this, 310 also loves his mother very much, although he does not agree with some of his mother's actions. But I will try my best to maintain my mother's dignity, and this is just my best effort. In particular, I wanted to see a few new white hairs appearing in front of and behind my mother's originally black hair. Lin Hao's heart felt like being pricked by a needle, and it was very painful. Advertisement. She is such a selfless mother who works hard for her own affairs. As a result, he wasted all his time on himself at what should be his most precious age. Therefore, Lin Hao has never refuted some of his mother's ideas since he was a child. In her mother's impression, Lin Hao is a very obedient and good child who will not mislead you at all. But Lin Hao's performance today surprised him. Today Lin Hao actually talked back to him because of a woman. But precisely because of this, you can see how important this woman seems to be. But precisely because of this, he wanted to reveal that these two people thought that he did not want Lin Hao and Han Shuang to be together. In his eyes, his son should be a very outstanding and unique person. For someone who has such an outstanding son, he must be a lady of some great family, so that he can be worthy of his son. At the very least, only those with a prominent family background and a certain level of strength in their family can be with their son. But this Han Shuang doesn't seem to be a good match for his son in any aspect. He had also investigated Han Shuang's background in advance, and the result made him very disappointed. Although Han Shuang's family was once glorious, it has now declined due to various reasons. Nowadays, I am afraid that even an ordinary family is inferior, and those forces that once wanted to curry favor with their family are now avoiding people in their family like the plague. Advertisement. It can be said that Han Shuang's family is now exposed as an international rat. Although it has not reached the point where everyone is shouting for beatings, everyone is avoiding it. Although Han Shuang's appearance is indeed very beautiful, be careful to match her son. But beauty alone is not enough. In his opinion, his son still has a long way to go in his future achievements. Judging from your son's talent, his achievements are far more than that. But this world is also very cruel. If you have talent this year, it will be very difficult to achieve certain achievements. But if there is a big force to help his son, then things will be much simpler. My son will be very ambitious in the future, and his life will be smoother in the future. He believes that the couple's son is not only looking for a beautiful wife, but also a wife who will be helpful to her future life path. Brother Yan, from one point of view, this is no longer a simple couple, it's more like they have found a strong backer and just rely on it. He has also experienced that bleak life and knows how difficult life is. So he doesn't want his son to follow his own path, and he doesn't want his son to be able to comfortably complete his own path in life. Rather than being like myself, I have experienced many ups and downs and setbacks along the way in life. It is also painful that parents all over the world care about their children. Although many things cannot be expressed in words, the naked love cannot be covered no matter how hard it is covered. But he also ignored a very important thing. 234 Choose by yourself. Lin Hao is also very clear about the little thoughts in his mother's mind. But if you think about it from the perspective of a son, then there is nothing wrong with this matter at all. Although on the surface, he seems to be a very selfish and man-grubbing person, Lin Hao really knows it in his heart. Everything his mother did was for his own good, and the good things he got were not entirely used for his own enjoyment. The opposite purpose is to keep these things and the other parts to yourself. And he himself lives a very simple life, which has nothing to do with the word luxury. And my mother is not the kind of person who is good at insisting on her emotions, so although she has paid so much for herself, you only expressed it in actions and did not translate it into words and spread it everywhere. So in the eyes of others, my mother is a very greedy person who enjoys short-term pleasures. But only Lin Hao was thinking about what a selfless person her mother was. It is precisely because of this that he loves his mother very much, although he does not agree with some of his mother's actions. But I will try my best to maintain my mother's dignity, and this is just my best effort. In particular, I wanted to see a few new white hairs appearing in front of and behind my mother's originally black hair. That is, the Lin Hao now is no longer the Lin Hao before, he has also grown up. He also has his own ideas and the right to choose his own life path. In Hisense's view, his wife should be someone he likes so that he can live together for a long time. And he doesn't want his mother to control his life anymore, he wants to live happily for himself. He also wants to make decisions for his own life, even if he ends up regretting it. He also wants to get rid of this life without freedom, and the relationship between him and Han Shuang is also extremely deep. Advertisement. His mother only saw the immediate benefits and did not consider her own feelings at all. Of course, although he was very dissatisfied with the current approach, he had no resentment. Because he also knows that it won't work recently, and he does this for his own good, and also for his future development to be smoother. But if this kind of success comes at the expense of the person he loves most, then he would rather not have this kind of success. Even if your future life is full of ups and downs, as long as you can be with someone like yourself, you will have no regrets. If it seems now that my mother is very dissatisfied with her decision. You were angry and left here, although Lin Hao also wanted to catch up before explaining something. But if you want him to change his mind, it's simply impossible. The character of children is like this. Once he decides something, Stone Cow cannot pull him back. Although he hasn't figured out how to communicate with his mother yet. But he had already made a choice in his heart, and he would not abandon Han Shuang no matter what. If her mother had to force herself, she would be very careful to take Han Shuangyuan away. Hey, these things are really troublesome. Even Lin Hao doesn't know how to deal with them next. It is not necessary to take good care of Han Shuang first no matter what. After all, if Han Shuang, a weak woman, is left alone outside, the ending will definitely be very cruel, and that is something you don't want to see. Now that he wrote it down, his mother might be a little angry, but he was a little desperate for the person he loved most. He also quickly gave instructions to handle these things beautifully. After doing all this, Lin Hao also walked over thinking of his mother's room. Although Lin Hao will not give in on this matter at all, after all, this is the mother who has raised him for so many years. Advertisement. Even if he couldn't just look at his mother and get angry here, he still had to go over and comfort her. Please give me flowers, and if you want to be able to perfectly control this home in the future. I also want to appease my mother's emotions, so that my current relationship with Han will not be so rigid in the future. As for the other woman his mother arranged for him, Lin Hao was not interested at all. He didn't even bother to ask too much, so he put him aside and never paid attention to him again. On the other hand, the servants of the family received Lin Hao's order and quickly prepared various things and sent them to the place where Han Shuang lived. They also know that if this woman does not have a chance, then I will be their master from now on. And they still don't know the temper of this hostess at all. For the sake of their own good life in the future, they also want to investigate the hostess's character and temper clearly. And this is also their best opportunity to perform, and they can see it. The old lady at home may still be a little dissatisfied with the hostess in front of her, but the attitude of the male host is also very tough. If nothing happens during this period and the stool passes, then this woman will definitely be their mistress in the future. Now I also want to leave a good impression on the future hostess so that my life will not be particularly ugly in the future. Although it is relatively okay that your matter has been taken care of, luck is not so lucky. Although the woman in front of me spoke so calmly and acted so indifferent. And he is very eager to explain his relationship with Afu clearly, so as to avoid misunderstandings. Although he is said to be the stupidest and is still trying his best to hide it, according to Luck's intuition as a woman. The woman's intuition told her that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, and the relationship between the woman in front of her and brother Afu was definitely not as simple as he said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared here today and wouldn't have said so many incomprehensible words to himself. Chapter 235 connected with the same fate, but he was not very clear about the specific relationship between the two people. But just based on what is shown now, the relationship between the two people will definitely not be simple, at least it is much more complicated than I imagined. And as a woman, my intuition also tells me that the woman in front of me is not that simple. This can be seen from his eyes. After all, a person can change his movements and expressions, but it is difficult to change his eyes anyway. Especially the woman in front of her, it was obvious that she had not received special training, so her acting skills in soliciting customers seemed a bit clumsy. Although he tried his best to hide something, it was obvious that the situation before him was far beyond his expectation, and even far beyond what he could accept. So although he wanted to hide all his emotions, his eyes still betrayed his truest thoughts. Although it was just a simple look, Liu Kei saw a lot of things from it. It also contains too many complex emotions piled together, making this woman look like she has experienced a lot of vicissitudes. If not, you may be able to clearly see his age, and even think that this woman is rejuvenated. After all, it is a bit inconsistent for such a look full of vicissitudes to appear on such a woman who does not look so old. Logically speaking, judging from the age of the woman in front of me, she should be at the peak of her life. At this age, instead of caring for a husband and raising children at home, I am afraid that I am about to have a child of my own. Advertisement. Yes, it can be seen that the belly of the woman in front of her is also somewhat swollen, and she seems to be pregnant. It's just that his walking posture is very strange, limping. If the lecturer guessed correctly, this woman should still have injuries on her legs. But when I think of this, I can't help but feel very confused. Logically speaking, it's like this woman's current situation. You should be accompanied by your husband to the hospital for medical treatment or examination. No matter what, at this critical time, you cannot come to the hospital alone. With such a dangerous thing, if something unexpected happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. If you fall down suddenly or bumped by someone else, it is very likely to affect the fetus in your belly. And it will also cause 720 very great harm to the woman herself. It's also pregnancy, and Luck can understand how huge the risks are. It can be said that they are all women who have suffered misfortunes, and Luck also has a kind of sympathy that suddenly emerges. For women, pregnancy is the happiest thing in life, and it is also the most painful thing in life. Happiness is because you are about to have a little life of your own, which is completely your own flesh and blood. That feeling cannot be described in any language, and if you don't experience it yourself, you won't understand it. 236 Perception. At the same time, this is also the most painful thing in the world, because women have to go through 10 months of pregnancy. During this period, the body became even weaker and very fragile. If you are not careful, your body may be seriously injured, and a bump that you usually don't take seriously can be fatal if it occurs at this time. If you don't experience it yourself, you won't be able to understand what kind of pain it would be if that little life disappeared from your body. Therefore, no matter what you do during this period, you must be cautious, and you must also pay great attention to replenishing the nutrition in your body. In this regard, his brother Afu did a very good job and took great care of him during his pregnancy. No matter what aspect it is, he will consider it for himself. This period of time also really allowed Liu Kei to experience what it feels like to be loved by others. That feeling is truly unparalleled and wonderful. If he had a choice, Luck would rather choose to have his brother Afu pamper him like this for the rest of his life. Beeb, of course, what he wants most in his heart is to have his brother Lin Hao pamper him. After all, the perception of soliciting customers is also very sharp, and his ability was unparalleled before this. This can only be said to be a shortcoming in Enran's character. It is also very difficult to correct the inherent shortcomings. I have to say that Enran's performance has been very obvious. Even the person who has never met him can see that he has a hint of cowardice. And keen perception is also very important for combat. Advertisement. Although this woman looks so ordinary and even a little cowardly. But he also understood very well that this man, who was so outstanding in his heart, could no longer belong to him. And he still doesn't know what the relationship is between the woman in front of him and his brother Afu. And all the love in his heart is destined to be just wishful thinking, but this still cannot stop his inner love for Lin Hao. No matter what troubles there are, he can face them. He realizes that it is precisely because of this characteristic that he knows that Lin Hao looks at him with admiration. The woman who suddenly appeared in front of her at this time actually gave her a sense of crisis. It's just that although this woman looks very cowardly, she still brings unparalleled pressure to soliciting customers. You must know that everyone has different characteristics, and the things they say they're good at are also different. But looking at brother Afu's look just now, he knew that this matter was not that simple. But he is also very clear in his heart. Naturally, he likes his brother Lin Hao very much. I heard that he is now pregnant with brother Afu, and has made a decision in his heart to stay with brother Afu. Although brother Afu's reaction was also very secretive, Luck was still keenly aware of it. Although Lin Hao is relatively excellent in all aspects, but when compared with that aspect alone, he is still inferior. But sometimes things are so wonderful, and the trajectory of development is often completely opposite to what you think. 5IG 237 Out of control. The higher the level of battle, the more attention is paid to details, and success or failure is often determined in a lifetime. At this time, keen perception is particularly important. After all, tomorrow's perception means that you can find the opponent's weaknesses faster. At that time, if you launch an attack based on the opponent's weaknesses, the probability of success will be very high. In this kind of high-level battle, 720, there is often no opportunity for a second attack. Generally, success or failure is determined in the first attack, so this is particularly important. And Luck's ability to achieve today's breakthrough along the way is inseparable from this keen perception. It is precisely because of this that he relied on this powerful skill to escape countless fatal dangers. There have been many times when he might have lost his life if he only wore a little bit of clothing. Coupled with his powerful sixth sense as a woman, he also analyzed in an instant that the woman in front of him was not that simple. Originally, he wanted to stay with his brother AFU, but now it seems that things are not going as smoothly as he imagined. Everything must be mastered within this range, and you must exercise first. It can be done, but once it exceeds this range, there will be irreversible consequences. Although I didn't question him about the situation related to this woman, after all, they were not fools. Even he himself would not know that such a woman existed, but since this woman appeared here today. Advertisement moreover, he was bumped into by them and had a complicated exchange with his brother AFU. As a smart woman, she knew that she should not ask brother AFU about the identity of the woman in front of him at this time. It has been decided that this matter can no longer develop as brother Shen AFU expected. If this woman did not appear here today, then all these things would be easy to talk about, and then his brother AFU could continue to hide it. In the end, it will not be a good result for both of them, so it is better not to act rashly at this time. Brother Afu definitely has something to hide from him, and judging from the way he behaved just now, this matter is not a trivial matter. So Luck didn't go over to ask, and brother AFU seemed to have not figured out how to explain himself. In comparison, both brother AFU and Luck are very aware of this matter. And brother AFU may know that he can no longer hide this matter. But although he didn't show any abnormal behavior on the surface, he was secretly feeling sad in his heart. There is no need to adjust some things so clearly, otherwise it will be difficult for any of us 1.1 to step down. It was probably a very earth-shattering event, but since brother AFU didn't tell him, he had his own reasons. But if the woman in front of him did not reveal her identity, then he would not be able to judge the relationship between him and his brother Afu. As well as the relationship with this woman, this will only offend brother AFU. Chapter 238 Leave Space. Luck was not in a hurry, he also knew that this matter was not as simple as he imagined. It was very likely that he could not explain the whole ins and outs of this matter in just a few words, so he also decided to give brother Afu some time. Let him think about how to explain to himself what happened today. After all, what happened today was beyond his expectations. And he also needs to think carefully about some things and be mentally prepared. It is very likely that what brother AFU will tell him will be a huge blow to him. If you are not mentally prepared, once you cannot accept this reality, it will cause a series of bad consequences. If it affects the fetus in your belly, it will have irreversible consequences. This was something that soliciting customers couldn't bear, so he was not aggressive and chose to just sell the matter. Because in his opinion, this is not only a chance for brother AFU, but also some time for himself to react. At that time, he had already paid attention to the woman in front of him, although he would not press brother AFU about this woman. But this does not prevent him from investigating this woman geographically. Of course, it is not to take any measures against him. I just want to figure out some things and not make myself appear so passive. After all, he didn't understand the other party's situation at all, which was unacceptable to him. After all, when fighting before, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Advertisement: if I don't know the opponent's information at all, then the probability of winning will be reduced. And Luck doesn't like this kind of accident that is beyond his control. You can't control it yourself, which means that there will be various possibilities when the time comes. And these may be good or bad, so he also needs to be mentally prepared. And my own brother AFU seemed to be the same, especially he did not dare to face the woman in front of him, so after the woman opened her mouth to explain, she did not explain too much. It seems that the truth of the matter is just as the woman said. Of course, the solicitor is indeed very clear in her heart. The reason why brother AFU didn't express much was probably because he felt guilty. He must know the woman in front of him, and even said that the relationship between the two people is extraordinary. But as for how far the relationship between the two people has developed, he has no idea in his heart. But no matter which wave it develops, my brother AFU is still by his side. This already explains a lot of problems. At least in brother Afu's heart, his Qian Hao Jiao status is still very important. But relying on these alone, Luck felt that it was impossible not to have any estrangement from brother Afu. Once something arises, it is not so easy to solve, and it cannot be allowed to grow, otherwise it will definitely be fatal in the end. Especially for things like estrangement, the sooner it can be eliminated, the better. Otherwise, it will be of no benefit to either person. Chapter 239 Details. When I go shopping, I see how many good brothers and close lovers part ways because of estrangement. In the end, it became a lifelong regret. This situation is not uncommon, and can even be called very common. So if he wants to drink his AFU brother for a long time, some things must be made clear. The prerequisite for two people to be together is unconditional trust, although he also has great trust in brother AFU. But what happened today was indeed too weird, and he couldn't help but feel a little doubt in his heart. However, now is definitely not the time to ask so many questions. I will still have to find an opportunity to study this issue with my children in the future. And this woman didn't stay too long, she just said a few words briefly and then left quickly. And Luck was also very keen to notice that when the woman looked at brother AFU, her eyes were a little dodgy. There seemed to be tears in his eyes, which once again confirmed what he was thinking. It seems that the relationship between the woman in front of me and my brother AFU is definitely extraordinary. But looking at the woman's figure gradually disappearing, Luck did feel that he was being a little cruel. Please give me flowers. Brother AFU couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the woman here did not pester him too much, but left with great loss. Advertisement. He was not the kind of person who would compromise. He would rather be injured than live a life of pain like this. He also knows Luck's character relatively well. If Rand's identity is known by then, I'm afraid this matter will not be so easy to solve. I thought I had found someone I could rely on for the rest of my life, but in the end, we were still strangers. In his heart, he couldn't help but lament, maybe this was the sadness of being a woman. The most painful thing is watching him and other people of the opposite S*X making love to each other. That kind of harm is absolutely tantamount to a disaster. I'm afraid that the situation will be difficult to deal with today, and a war of words will definitely break out between the two women. It looked like Luck was a little worried for him, fearing that if he accidentally fell, it would cause serious consequences. He was also very uneasy just now. If Rand had confronted him face to face just now, it would be really difficult for him to deal with the situation. Moreover, his legs seemed to be injured and he could only limp as he walked along the corridor of the hospital. Even if he already has his own child in his belly, if he wants to keep him, the possibility is very slim. Fortunately, Rand didn't do anything extraordinary in the end, and he couldn't help but feel a little lucky at this moment. There was also a feeling of sympathy for this woman. The woman looked very lonely and alone. If it were a woman with a stronger personality, the situation would be even worse. Looking at it today, there is no problem with this choice, if he had chosen another woman. Fortunately, he and Rand were together in the beginning, and it was precisely because of Rand's cowardly character that Tuan made him choose him. Chapter 240. Tangled brother AFU was also very confused at this moment, and he didn't know how to explain this matter to Luck. After all, for a woman, abandoning her wife and being with another woman is unforgivable. Although I say that I have no discount on his friendship, it cannot change the fate that I will face when the time comes. Women all hope that they can find a dedicated man with whom they can spend the remaining 14 years of their lives. It seems that I have to think a lot again. This matter must be solved properly, otherwise I will probably lose Luck by then. And he also knew that what he did today must have broken Rand's heart, even if his character was a cowardly one. But this doesn't mean that he will always be hurt by himself like this. After what happened today, I'm afraid he has given up on himself. In other words, if this matter is not handled well, he will not only lose Luck, but also may lose Enron. In the end, both people left him, and he could only walk alone. On the other hand, I was lucky that Rand did not come to the hospital with others, but was alone. What he has to do now is to deal with the matter with Luck first. As for other things, they are secondary. This also shows that Rand has not accepted other people yet, which means that he still occupies a certain position in his heart. What Luck didn't know yet was that the man accompanying him at this moment was also having many thoughts flash through his mind. Advertisement. Although he didn't like Rand that much, after all, he was someone he had lived with. If you feel you owe Rand by then, you can only give him more compensation. Next, he still had to think carefully about how to explain to Luck what happened today and the relationship between himself and Rand. He looked at Rand's back and left alone, and he couldn't help but feel distressed in his heart. Moreover, he already has his own flesh and blood, and his feelings for him can't help but change. But what followed was a deep sense of guilt. I had let down someone who was so affectionate for me. After all, his current physical condition is not suitable for him to walk around casually outside. If there is a bump then, there will be very serious consequences. Brother AFU also reflected on the purpose of coming here today, and quickly helped Luck to accompany him for examination. But when he thought of Luck by his side, this feeling of guilt immediately disappeared. On the other hand, Lin Hao was also very troubled, and he didn't know how to explain it to his mother. He was also in a very tangled mood at the moment. On the one hand, he was also worried about why Rand didn't find someone to accompany him to the hospital for examination. It seems that the time is very long, but in fact it is just a blink of an eye. No matter how much he loves, those things have become a thing of the past, and Luck is by his side now. No matter what, he would never give up Han Shuang. Even if his mother would not agree to the two of them being together, he would not change his mind. Chapter 241. Appearance. He himself had no feeling at all about the woman named Lin Mei whom his mother introduced to him. After all, she had never met this woman a few times, let alone spent time together. Drink. Han Shuang has only spent 1,000th of the time together, so the relationship between the two people can only be imagined. In fact, Lin Hao was originally very dissatisfied with the woman her mother arranged for her. After all, she already had someone she liked in her heart. Moreover, they have experienced a lot of things between them, and they have spent a long time with each other. No matter what difficulties or setbacks the other party encounters, the two of them will always protect each other. This kind of feeling is already very deep, at least it is incomparable with this woman named Lin Mei. If her mother hadn't forced her to meet a woman named Li Mei in the past, she might not even know what this woman named Lin Mei looked like. Although this woman named Lin Mei is also, Beth, very good looking, and it can be seen from these few contacts that she is a relatively well-educated young lady from a wealthy family. No matter in terms of etiquette or behavior, she behaves like a lady. To be honest, such a woman is indeed a very suitable daughter-in-law candidate, but from an introspective perspective, this is not the case. In Lin Hao's view, it is not just the appearance and the cultivation that can accompany him on his journey. Advertisement. The most important thing is that there is no such feeling between the two people at all, and they cannot get along with each other. It was like two groups of liquids that were completely incompatible with each other, and they were forcibly dropped together. No matter how much they stir, they can't change their ending, and they can never get into each other. No, if it were him and Han Shuang, the situation would be different. The two of them were like two magnets attracting each other. Once two people come into contact, they will be deeply attracted to each other. Even if they are crowded, no amount of force can separate them. So in the hearts of his family, Han Shuang still occupies the most important position. As for the woman named Lin Mei, she always doesn't know where she is abandoned. After all, the two of them have never gotten along before, and they don't know much about each other, only some superficial information. It is more about the wishes between the parents of both parties, which is equivalent to two people being together. As for the wishes of the two parties involved, this matter is not that strong. Lin Hao actually doesn't have much interest in Lin Mei. He is just a little surprised by her beauty, but maybe he is just surprised. Li Mei, on the other hand, was deeply attracted by Lin Hao, because she was the focus of attention wherever she went since she was a child. Especially in the eyes of those boys, they opened their eyes and focused on him, unable to look away. He had seen this kind of gaze a lot since he was a child. From the previous delay to the later habit, there are some things that you cannot change. After all, the glasses market is in other people's hands, and I can't control them. All I can do is make myself happy. Chapter 242. Frustration. But sometimes he will be immersed in this feeling of self-satisfaction. After all, it is not just anyone who can get such high-profile treatment. Although sometimes those eyes made him feel very disgusted, he was enjoying this sense of accomplishment. But in front of his children, he felt a little frustrated, because his feelings were not as tightly, 540, as other men's, attracted by his beauty. In his eyes, there was not even a hint of surprise, which inevitably made Lin Mei, who had been treated like an ordinary person since she was a child, a little frustrated. It felt like being provoked by others. He was also full of confidence in his beauty, otherwise if he wanted to reach those people's eyes, they would not focus on him. To be honest, Yingmei is indeed a rare beauty, both in temperament and beauty. Or maybe it's his social upbringing, which means he must choose a standard that a rich girl should show. If it were a man, he would definitely accept this happily and be grateful that he was so lucky to marry such a perfect woman. But don't forget that Lin Hao is not the kind of man who has never seen the world. On the contrary, he has seen all kinds of people. It's not like he has never seen a woman like Lin Mei before. He also has someone he likes in the photo. Therefore, even if Lin Mei behaves so perfectly in front of things every day, she cannot change his inner thoughts. He would not give up Han Shuang so cheaply. After all, the two of them had experienced a lot. Advertisement. The relationship between two people cannot be described in a few words at all, and it is also very deep. It is impossible to separate the two of them just because of such a woman. If it is so easy to do, then you need to consider what your feelings for Han Shuang are. But looking at it now, I don't need to think about this issue at all, because I am very determined in my heart. She is absolutely loyal to Han Shuang and will never abandon him. Looking at it this way, he must be a good and loyal man. This is the man a woman wants. However, all this reflected in Lin Mei's eyes made her extremely angry. He has never been ignored by others like this since he was a child. He has always lived a life of being noticed by others. Now that he was suddenly ignored by others, this feeling was really uncomfortable for him. So although he wasn't actually very interested in Lin Hao originally, the reason why he wanted to meet his child was because he was busy with things at home. He really couldn't find a reason, so he shied away. In addition, he also got news that the man this time was different from the man he had met before. That's why he agreed to come over to meet, and the meeting did not disappoint him. The man in front of him had already met his requirements in terms of temperament and appearance. Originally, he was thinking about whether to give the man in front of him a chance. If things went well, he wouldn't mind being with him. Chapter 243. Satisfaction. However, although the ideal is very plump, the reality is indeed very skinny. Just when he was hesitating whether to give the man in front of him a chance, he didn't expect that the man would act like he didn't take him seriously at all. This made Lin Mei, who had been loved by others since childhood, unable to accept this fact. It could be said that he had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. This is also the first time today, and it appears to this person whom I still have a slight affection for. More importantly, he said that he accepted the kind of life surrounded by ZTE, and everyone who met him was respectful. But the man in front of him was really special. He was not attracted by his beauty or his prominent family background. Although he maintained a very polite appearance on the surface, Lin Mei, who was good at observing, did find that there was not too much emotion in this man's eyes. He just had a very indifferent expression and a very calm look, as if nothing could disturb him. It was as if he was the protagonist of this world and he was a supporting role. This feeling was unbelievable to Lin Mei. After all, he has been the real protagonist since childhood and everyone lives around him. So your first reaction when buying it is a little angry that the man in front of you has stolen your limelight. Maybe it's anger, I'm not accurate, it should be said to be a kind of jealousy. People are like this, they will always be jealous of people who are better than themselves. This is especially true for people who have lived a very good life since childhood, but their good cultivation prevented Lin Mei from breaking out. Advertisement. So even though he was very unhappy in his heart, he still suppressed this emotion. After all, this is not the place to fall out, otherwise it will only cause interference to yourself. If he gets angry, then the image of a lady that he has maintained for many years will be destroyed, just because of such a man in front of him, he really doesn't know. In Lin Mei's eyes, there was nothing more important than her own image, so she suppressed her anger and did not explode. But in the subsequent contact, he discovered that the man in front of him, although he seemed to be aloof from failure, was actually a very good person. Whether it was his knowledge, temperament, or various accomplishments, they far exceeded Lin Mei's expectations. If a person's expressions and movements can be faked, his temperament cannot be changed. And it was this temperament that exposed Lin Hao, so the resentment towards Lin Hao in his heart suddenly turned into worship. After all, he has never seen such an outstanding person, and speaking from conscience, the man in front of him is better than himself, the king. It is indeed okay for this kind of man to accompany you, and he can be said to be a good match. At his level, there is no need to sacrifice his own happiness to fulfill the interests of the family. In other words, he can now control his marriage and the person he will marry in the future. This is very rare for a rich girl, after all, although those rich girls look very glamorous on the surface. Chapter 244 Bitterness. But they also have their own difficulties, and if you haven't experienced it, you won't know the bitterness. Although they enjoy very generous treatment, the family also provides them with sufficient resources, enough for them to squander. But their future has already been arranged by the elders in the family. What path will they take in the future? Or who you want to marry is not something you can be sure of. They are like dolls, controlled by the elders in the family. I don't even have the power to make my own decisions, even though such a life is very wealthy. But if this kind of wealth comes at the expense of freedom, then some people would rather not want this superior life. As the same celebrity said, life is precious, but love is even more valuable. For the sake of freedom, both can be thrown away. In the eyes of some people, freedom is far more precious than anything else, so if they are asked to sacrifice freedom, it is absolutely unacceptable. But personal power is too much to think about, and it is so vulnerable in the face of the powerful family strength. Advertisement. Although they also thought about resisting the family's decision, they all failed. Gradually, they gave up this idea and began to accept their fate. Although they have lost part of their freedom, they are still very free in many aspects. You can usually buy whatever you want and go wherever you want to play. In the eyes of others, this is a very enviable life, but only they themselves know how boring this life is. But since these things are not something you can change, you might as well enjoy them. Although I have lost something, I can gain something else. Regardless of whether these things are what they want, they already belong to them. So don't envy those people who look very glamorous on the surface. The hardships they suffered in the field are beyond your imagination. If you want to get something, you have to pay a sufficient price. This sentence really has no problem at all. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Although some people's current life is not so inadequate, at least they live happily and freely. This is God's arrangement. Let you do it in one aspect, but you have no choice but to make up for it in another aspect. Lin Mei is a relatively special existence among this group of rich girls, because his family is already strong enough. There is no longer a need to rely on sacrifice and his happiness as the price for gaining benefits. Even if you have a choice, it will be other families who want to come and climb their high branches. So Lin Mei also has very absolute freedom, no matter from every aspect. This is the benefit that comes after reaching a certain level. This is also the life that some people dream of. Not only can you enjoy a superior life, but you can also control your own life, which is tantamount to a winner in life. But it is such a person who is very enviable in the eyes of others, who used to worship another person from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, this man had looked down upon workers before. Chapter 245 First impression. Not to mention that all this is a bit unimaginable to others, even Lin Mei herself is unimaginable. All the arrogance and indifference that she used to protect him are like a joke now. Yes, Lin Shui was indeed a very cold woman before. After all, his family was strong enough, and she had the confidence to do so. Therefore, when getting along with others, it is inevitable that it is somewhat difficult to communicate. Not to mention which person to worship. In his opinion, the greatest person in the world is himself. But today he really broke this perception. The man in front of him actually felt like he wanted to fall. The first impression this man gave me was that he was so inconspicuous that he didn't even have any outstanding points at all. But once you get in touch with him deeply, you will find that this man is far more terrifying than he appears on the surface. If this man was just a dull lake before, then after you get in touch with him deeply, you will find that he is actually a turbulent sea. Moreover, it also contains various ferocious whirlpools, which will make you fall deeply into it without realizing it and make it difficult to extricate yourself. But the man in front of him behaved very calmly, which was far beyond his expectation. It was as ordinary as eating an egg for breakfast this morning. This may be what attracts him to Lin Hao, and he is also worried that Lin Hao will reject him. But Lin Hao didn't show his attitude this time, which made him a little confused and couldn't figure out what Lin Hao was thinking in his heart. Advertisement. Any ordinary man would probably go crazy aggressively and act out, even going crazy. According to common sense, she, a beautiful woman with a prominent family, wanted to marry him. But when facing Lin Hao, his self-confidence had been completely lost, and he could not maintain the calmness he had before. But then he also reacted, and all this was within his expectations. In fact, when she said this sentence, Lin Mei felt a little nervous. So in order not to leave regrets in his life, he also decided to hold on to the man in front of him firmly. You must know that this kind of emotion has not appeared in him for a long time. He is full of confidence at all times. Even a woman like Lin Mei, who is already a winner in life, is no exception and is deeply attracted by Lin Hao. On the contrary, he was very calm, as if this incident did not cause any fluctuations in his heart. The opportunity is right in front of you now. If you don't seize it, you will definitely regret it. If he doesn't grasp such a precious man in his eyes, it will be very difficult to find such a man again in the future. This can't be blamed on Lin Hao. After all, it's not his fault that he is too good. He originally wanted to object to this, but Lin Mei, who was about to get married, unexpectedly went out of his way and agreed immediately. And in his opinion, even if this man performed so well, he would still express his feelings after expressing his feelings. But the fact is that he was disappointed. After hearing his answer now, I didn't show any surprise. Chapter 246 Feeling. After all, the feeling Lin Hao gave him was different from that of other ordinary people. And now he is so calm in the face of his own response. This is expected. After all, he is not an ordinary man. Lin Hao also felt a little depressed. After this period of contact, he also found that the woman in front of him was different from any other woman he had seen before. The woman in front of him can be said to be very outstanding, and any woman will pale in front of her. Of course, in Lin Hao's eyes, no woman can compare with Han Shuang, not even the woman in front of him. Therefore, apart from Han Shuang, I am afraid that among the women Lin Hao has seen, the woman in front of him is the best. Logically speaking, even if such an outstanding woman wants to get married, she still needs to find a rich, handsome man. Although his family also has a certain amount of power, after all, he is relatively low-key and has not shown it. The information on today's business card shows that he is just a relatively wealthy kid from a wealthy family. If nothing else, the woman in front of me would definitely not like him, no matter from which aspect. But I don't know what happened to the woman in front of me to agree to this marriage. He originally wanted to get rid of the woman in front of him, and then find a way to convince his mother to accept Han Shuang. After all, the obvious gap between the two people is really huge, and women like this are also arrogant. Yes, even when he escaped from here, he looked very embarrassed, as if some ferocious beast was chasing him. Advertisement. But this disease is not a problem for Lin Hao. No matter what, he has to get rid of the woman in front of him. His future wife can only have one person, and that person can only be Han Shuang. Please give me flowers. He now wants to go over to see Han Shuang. After all, he and Han Shuang also made an appointment to go over to see him today. Lin Hao was a little doubtful at this moment, whether his brain was broken. But looking at it now, my thoughts are still a little bit biased. It seems that the woman in front of me is not that easy to dismiss. After all, procrastinating like this is not a solution. But looking at it now, it seems that this woman has different tastes from other women. But he didn't look like a Lao Su Wat kind of person, which made Lin Hao a little depressed. Even when his mother told him about this marriage, Lin Hao didn't have many thoughts of success in his heart. If he continues to think about something, he will have to spend a lot of time explaining it to him. Therefore, no matter what, this matter cannot be delayed any longer, and I also need to find time to explain this matter clearly to my mother. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao also suddenly picked up his phone, and then said that he had something urgent to do and wanted to leave. He didn't even give Lin Mei a chance to react, and fled from here. Now it has taken a lot of time to meet the woman here. If I don't go there, I will be afraid that Han will worry about me. They are all people whose eyes are higher than their heads. People like me will definitely not be able to capture their discernment. Chapter 247 Solving the problem. It seems that now I really need to find a time to have a good talk with my mother. If this matter is delayed, it will not be a good thing for anyone. On the contrary, it will deepen the misunderstanding. When the time comes, it will be a bad thing to ask whether it is for Han Shuang or Lin Mei, who has no good feelings for herself. And although he doesn't like Lin Mei, who he has never had close contact with, it doesn't mean that he will deliberately hurt others. 14. Originally this was a blind date arranged by his mother, and they just came as agreed. Although he has a certain fondness for himself, he is also innocent after all. If he ends up causing harm to others because of his own fault, he will feel guilty in his heart. After all, Lin Hao is not the kind of hard-hearted person, and he will not hurt innocent people casually. Otherwise, Lin Hao will never forgive himself in his heart, so this matter cannot be delayed. It must be resolved as soon as possible, and we must use the best method to resolve it in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, he is also afraid that Han Shuang will misunderstand him. This is what he is really worried about. Even if there is a conflict with his mother, he will not hesitate, as long as this matter can be resolved. So it can be said that Lin Shui has met countless men, and she is very clear about men's little thoughts. On the other hand, Lin Mei was completely fascinated by Lin Hao after several contacts. Advertisement. Although he is now treated very well in the family, if an accident occurs then, the outcome will not be certain. How could I be willing to let him get hurt, so I had to think of a way quickly. After all, for a woman like Han Shuang, Lin Hao should be cherished at the top of her heart. So there are all kinds of men approaching him with various purposes. So it's best not to cause trouble in your life. Besides, it's not a big deal. It is already a big tree and attracts troubles. if it causes some unnecessary trouble to the family, it will definitely be very difficult to deal with 547. But Lin Shui is actually the kind of little girl who has never seen the world, so she still sees through their disguise. And if something happens to the family, then he will definitely be the victim. The worst case scenario is just to reject them, and there is no need to exclude both of them from the stage. It's not that Bingmei has never seen men before, on the contrary, he has seen countless men. And I have seen too many things in the eyes of these men, greed, desire, and all kinds of evil purposes. But no matter who he had met before, none could compare with Lin Hao's temperament. But he didn't point it out. After all, although his family was already extremely powerful, there was no need to add some hatred. And although they covered it up very well, they showed themselves a very perfect image. After all, his family is not a nameless person, but a behemoth. Chapter 248 The embarrassment of capitalization. He felt a feeling in Lin Hao that he had never felt before. It felt like a particularly warm embrace, and like a spring breeze. This feeling was never felt by that group of men or by the elders of my own family. It was precisely because of this that he was deeply attracted by Lin Hao. After all, for him, this man was the first to make him feel this way. In addition, Lin Hao did not reveal any intentions towards him like the previous men. It also made his favorable impression of Lin Hao increase by 640 points, plus he is indeed not young anymore. She has reached the age where she can get married, although the elders in the family say that they have not forced themselves to marry any disciple of that family. But everyone is also a little anxious and wants to rush their marriage. I heard that he has been arranging a blind date for himself recently, otherwise he would not come over to meet Lin Hao. But when he thought of those ugly men, he felt sick for a while. So instead of taking advantage of those stinky men when the time comes, it would be better to spend the rest of your life with the man in front of you who you like. Because if you are too ostentatious, there will always be some unnecessary troubles in the future, and there is no problem with this sentence. If you want to reach the peak on the road of life, BEBG, you must learn to hide your strength and bide your time. So until this matter is resolved perfectly, don't tell his mother. Advertisement every time I met Lin Shui today, it was arranged by my mother. Otherwise, it will only make things worse and worse, and not only will it fail to achieve its goal. Although Lin Shui also gave Lin Hao her contact information at the beginning, Lin Hao did not take this matter to heart at that time. But he can't tell his mother about this, otherwise he will definitely stop himself when the time comes. Even if Lin Hao's family is not very wealthy, he still believes that relying on the strength of his family can help him. Lin Hao also wanted to find an opportunity to resolve the matter between himself and Li Shui first. The more powerful a person is, the more he likes to keep a low profile and does not like to show his face outside. But he didn't expect that Lin Hao's strength was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Of course, this is also because Lin Hao keeps a low profile and does not want to be too public, thus causing some unnecessary trouble. But for a while, I didn't know how to contact Lin Shui. After all, it was his mother who communicated with Lin Shui before this. This is an essential skill for successful people, and it is obvious that Lin Hao already possesses this skill. If Lin Shui knew that she finally gave her contact information to a man and was so disliked by this man, she would definitely become furious. As for Lin Hao's background, it's not something he cares about. After all, in his opinion, his family is strong enough. It seems that today I still have to rely on my mother to complete today's things. This is also because Lin Hao is not very interested in these things between men and women. In his eyes, except Han Shuang, he can no longer let go of other women. Chapter 249 Joy. On the contrary, it will destroy your next plan, so this matter must be kept secret. But now he also has to face a problem, that is, how to ask Lin Shui out. He knew that he did not have Lin Shui's contact information, let alone where he lived. Therefore, it would be difficult for you to ask Lin Shui out with his own strength. Therefore, 550 still needs to rely on his mother's power to achieve the purpose of asking Lin Shui out. But in this case, he should not be able to do it. Will he take this opportunity to force himself? Judging from the current situation, there is no other choice at all. Otherwise, we can only delay it and wait until Lin Shui takes the initiative to ask him out. But this was a bit too passive, and he didn't know when Lin Shui would continue to date her. These matters cannot be delayed and must be resolved quickly. If they are delayed, there will only be constant misfortunes. Advertisement, forget it. I can't take care of that much now, so I can only bite the bullet and come here. Lin Hao also told his mother in a very anxious mood that if he wanted to ask Lin Shui out, he would go out and meet her. Lin Hao's mother was also very happy after hearing Lin Hao's request. Because his son finally figured it out, and now he has changed his mind and has to obey his own arrangements. Nothing that he would regret would happen, but by then it would be too late to say anything. But now, Lin Hao's mother quickly contacted Lin Mei and talked more. But Lin Hao's purpose is completely opposite to what his mother told Lin Mei. But it is precisely because of being a mother that when I see my son developing in the expected direction. And now that he is able to make this decision, it can be regarded as a return to the lost path, which is exactly in line with his wishes. If he could think about this issue, he would find that Lin Hao's purpose today is actually not simple. Lin Mei thought it was Lin Hao who wanted to ask her out, but in fact it was true in 2.4, it was Lin Hao who wanted to ask her out. Advertisement, I must be regretting it endlessly. If I could pay careful attention to Juban at this time. It was too late for him to be happy, so how could he question it? It was precisely because of his negligence this time. And he frankly expressed his inner thoughts to Lin Mei clearly. Because he bought the trouble for the future ending, he will think about what he said now later. Just because he didn't think about so many things anymore, he didn't have any worries about his son's future. Because Lin Hao's mother also really hopes that the two of them can be together, but Lin Hao really wants to get over it and completely clarify the relationship between the two. In his opinion, the reason his son made that decision before was because he was immature. However, in his excitement, he didn't think about this matter at all. Why did it change so suddenly? You must know that his son's previous attitude was very determined. I am still too young to understand how cruel this world is. There was nothing more important than this, so he didn't think too much about it. In that posture, he would not accept any other woman except Han Shuang. Chapter 250 Unfair Fate. And in Lin Hao's view, Lin Mei is not that kind of, alas, a mean villain. He seems to be very knowledgeable and reasonable, and I believe that if I explain this matter clearly, Lin Mei should also be able to understand her difficulties, and Lin Hao is already prepared, even if he cannot understand herself. Then he would continue to do this, even if it left a bad impression on Lin Mei. Even if he is a bad guy once, he will not hesitate. After all, nothing is more important to him than Han Shuang. 700 On the other hand, Lin Mei got a phone call from Lin Hao's mother. To be honest, he was also a little happy in his heart. After all, he had a good impression of Lin Hao. And since meeting Lin Hao, my goodwill has continued to increase, although last time Lin Hao found an excuse, even a very lame excuse, and left. But this did not affect Lin Hao's image in his mind. Instead, he thought Lin Hao was a very honest person. They are not like other hypocrites who bury all their emotions, in their hearts and have no way of knowing what they're thinking in their hearts. Of course, you don't know what is about to happen now, but you are still using your best to face Lin Hao. But there was no way. The first person Lin Hao met was Han Shuang, and the two of them also experienced many things. Sure enough, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. As long as you like him enough, you will think he is right even if he did something wrong. Although they have not been in contact for a long time, this woman who looks very ladylike really likes me. Advertisement. It can be said that the relationship between the two people is very deep, and it is not something that can only appear and be broken by Lin Mei. But he could not have imagined that what he was about to face today would be news that could be regarded as a disaster. At least it was something that Lin Mei, who had only appeared for a few days, could break. In fact, to be honest, Lin Hao also feels a little guilty in his heart now. After all, Lin Mei also knows how she feels. If he had never met Han Shuang before, he would definitely choose him without hesitation when he met Lin Mei for the first time. Lin Mei is indeed a very attractive woman to you, no matter from which aspect he looks. But fate is so unfair. No matter how good you say it, it can't offset the fate that has been doomed for a long time. In fact, in terms of conditions, Lin Mei and Han Shuang are not much different at all. Even if the other party hasn't opened his mouth to explain to him, he has already found a reason to defend the other party. So after I put down the phone, I quickly dressed up and took out my favorite clothes and cosmetics. But some things are destined to end from the moment they happen, and the outcome cannot be changed by one's ability at all. He, who was originally full of joy, will experience the cruelest blow when the time comes. Especially when I thought of Lin Hao taking the initiative to contact me and expressing his desire to meet me, I couldn't help but feel excited. He feels that today is a very important day, and he must face the person he likes most with the most perfect attitude. Chapter 251 The outstanding Lin Mei. Whether it is in terms of beauty or temperament and the strength of the family behind it, it can be said to be top-notch. When compared with him, Han Shuang felt a little ashamed. After all, although Han Shuang was not inferior to Lin Mei in terms of beauty and temperament. But if we look at the family business behind it, Han Shuang is far inferior to Lin Mei. And the help he can bring to Lin Hao is far less than what Lin Mei can bring. Logically speaking, as long as a person with a little bit of brains knows what choice to make. But Lin Hao is not that kind of ordinary person, although the Lin Mead family is relatively powerful. But for Lin Hao, it is impossible to provide much help. Lin Hao's strength has reached a certain level, and it is very difficult to stand out. Therefore, the help brought to him by the outside world is no longer that important, unless it is some very special existence. But it is obvious that if we only rely on Lin Mei's family's business, although in the eyes of ordinary people, they are already very powerful. Advertisement, but compared with Lin Hao's needs, it is still not enough, so in fact, for the strong family strength behind Lin Mei. Lin Hao was not tempted. After all, it was not of much help to him. If you just want to separate the two of them like this, it seems to be very difficult. It's just the last thought in my heart, the last struggle of reason. Because fate is a very wonderful thing, you can only continue to follow the path arranged by it. Well, he can't resist it at all, and that's why he seems so calm on the surface now. On the other hand, you don't have confidence in yourself in doing things, because Lin Mei is very attractive to any man. So this is also a very helpless thing. After all, fate made him meet Han Shuang first. That was something he gradually became unable to accept. Sometimes there is an illusion that you have succeeded in resisting fate, but in the end you find that you are actually still the biggest loser. Advertisement. That's why I want to resolve this matter as soon as possible, otherwise, if I don't resist the temptation in the end. The reason why Lin Hao wanted to resolve this matter quickly was because he didn't want to make Han Shuang sad. At that time, he will not only hurt one person, but two people, and a woman with whom he has deep feelings. He also prevents himself from being unable to resist the temptation and falling into trouble. The two of them have gone through many difficulties together and developed a very deep relationship. But sometimes fate is like this, and it can no longer be controlled by human power. When you want to resist, you will find that in front of the behemoth of fate, you actually have no room to fight back. But this does not mean that he has the heart to hurt an innocent woman. In fact, fate is also very unfair to Lin Mei. Lin Hao is no exception. After all, he is still a man in essence, facing such an alluring woman. He didn't do anything wrong, and he could even be said to be very innocent. Chapter 252 Wrong guess. After all, Lin Hao is also a person who pays more attention to emotions, so he doesn't want to hurt others anymore. Of course, there is no other way to sacrifice Lin Mei alone now. Otherwise, the connection between him and Lin Mei is not that deep yet. Solve it quickly while he is still struggling to make this decision. Otherwise, as time goes on, he will not be able to bear to hurt this woman Ming Ming anymore. Lin Hao's mother placed the location here in a relatively elegant coffee shop. In the eyes of your mother, this is a very romantic thing. When two people meet, they will say some small love words. I said we were going to talk about something at that time, and no outsiders were allowed to come and disturb us at this time. And the atmosphere is also very important at this time. A good range can increase the probability of success. That's why those couples always like to go to places like coffee shops when going on dates. Advertisement because there is a sour smell of love in it, and the emotional mother wants to encourage her to make this thing happen. That's why I chose such a place, and Lin Mei certainly didn't have any problems. From Lin Mei's point of view, it doesn't matter where the location is in the future. The most important thing is who to date. As long as it's okay, it doesn't matter even if you walk slowly on the highway. Lin Hao, on the other hand, didn't think so much. He must be thinking about solving this matter as soon as possible at this moment. He didn't notice this small detail, so his mother took the initiative and arranged the meeting at this place. However, in Lin Hao's opinion, it would be a good choice to have such a quiet place where he could go back and forth to explain the matter clearly. Both Lin Hao and Lin Mei arrived at the date early. The reason why Lin Hao arrived early was because of his inner guilt. And the reason why you find it, buffet, every time is to leave a good impression and adapt to the scope in advance. To calm down his mood, to be honest, he is also a little excited inside now. Advertisement. Although his family is very powerful, there are also many people pursuing her on weekdays. But Lin Mei is a clean and self-sufficient woman, and she is very self-respecting even if she goes out on a blind date. There won't be anything outrageous at all, and of course most people will only go out once and won't get a second chance. So in essence, Lin Mei is still a relatively simple person, so she was a little nervous today. But when he saw Lin Hao arriving here as early as himself, he was slightly surprised. Today, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. In his opinion, Lin Hao valued this date as much as he did. That's why I arrived here so early. If I really hated myself, I could arrive on time or be a few minutes late. But Lin Hao did arrive here early, so the meaning expressed is very obvious. Originally, these things were just Lin Mei's wishful thinking. Lin Hao was just a cup. What you did today will hurt Lin Mei. He couldn't get over the guilt in his heart, so he arrived here in advance, wanting to calm down his mood. Chapter 253 Lost my mind. Lin Hao also looked very serious, just sitting there thinking about what to say next. Lin Mei, on the other hand, stared at Lin Hao and couldn't help but become obsessed. As the saying goes, serious men are the most handsome. There is nothing wrong with this for Lin Hao. When he thinks about things seriously, he does exude endless charm. Even for a woman like Lin Mei who has seen strong winds and waves, 950, cannot resist this charm. Lin Mei couldn't help but think to herself, such a handsome man will belong to me from now on. Just when Lin Mei was having wild thoughts, Lin Hao suddenly spoke, but it was obvious that Lin Mei was not in the right state. He didn't hear what Lin Hao said at all, and he couldn't help but blush. There was also a feeling of annoyance in my heart. Lin Mei, why are you so hopeless? After all, you have seen strong winds and waves. Why were you so embarrassed just now? He was just staring at people and was caught on the spot. Advertisement. How embarrassing. If this matter spreads, I will not have the shame to go out in the future. But when he was thinking seriously about things just now, he looked so handsome that he couldn't help but be addicted to it. Only such an outstanding man can be worthy of me, so I decided that I must win this man. Moreover, both his and my surname are Lin, so this must be a natural fate. It seems that even God wants us to be together. In this case, I cannot live up to God's will and must firmly grasp the man in front of me. Lin Mei was still thinking in her heart that Lin Hao's mother was also very satisfied with herself. In addition, I can also go to Lin Hao's house to chat with his mother. After all, he has nothing to be busy with and has free time all day long. Now I can use this time to spend time with Lin Hao's mother so as to leave a good impression. In this way, the probability of success will be greatly improved by then. This time it was really the right time and the right place and everyone was standing together. If this didn't succeed, it would be unbearable. Advertisement. I have to say that Lin Mei really wants perfection in her heart, but the reality is often different from what she expected. Because I was a nymphomaniac just now, I didn't even listen to what Lin Hao said to me. He was also very embarrassed and said to Lin Hao, I'm sorry, I was thinking about something just now. What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly, could you say it again? Now it was Lin Hao's turn to be embarrassed. He had already mustered up the courage to say what he just said. I was afraid that I would cause great harm to the woman in front of me, so I finally spoke out about it. But he didn't hear it, so he had to say it again, which made him very embarrassed. If 0.2 had other solutions, he would never choose this most ruthless one. But there is no way now. He didn't hear clearly what he just said, so he can only say it again. Even if it will bring him endless harm, there is nothing that can be done. It's better than procrastinating and hurting everyone. Advertisement Chapter 254 Unacceptable. I'm sorry, I already have someone I like, and we've been together for a while. We have experienced many things together, and the relationship between the two of us is also very good. It's just that my mother didn't agree with what happened between the two of us, so she gave me a blind date. That's why I met you, even though my words will cause some harm to you. Please allow me to say sorry, but I still have to say it, otherwise it will not be a good thing for anyone if it is delayed. Lin Hao also struggled very much to finish saying these words. After saying these words, he felt as if he had spent a century so long. Chapter 255 Questioning. It turned out that the purpose of calling him out today was not to confess to himself, but to tell himself such a cruel fact. He was not even mentally prepared to accept this cruel fact. Originally, he came here with joy. But now the joy is gone, replaced by an inexplicable sadness. After all, this was the first time that I liked a man, but this man rejected me. This was unimaginable to him. After all, he had not suffered many setbacks since he was a child. No matter what he does, everything goes smoothly, but with Lin Hao, he stumbles. Lin Mei also said with trembling lips, since you already have someone you like, why do you still want to go on a blind date? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment when you see me in such a mess? Yes, because he does look a little embarrassed now, and the tears gushing from his eyes have ruined the delicate makeup on his face. A beautiful woman who was originally beautiful and fragrant, now looks a bit like a tabby cat. Advertisement. But his pitiful look made people want to protect her. Even Lin Hao is no exception. After all, he is also a man, and it is still difficult to resist this temptation. Please give me flowers. As long as Lin Mei gives up on her, it will be impossible for her mother to go over and try to make connections. This matter will naturally be disintegrated. After all, although it is a blind date, the most important thing is the feelings between two people. After all, my mother is also very picky, so it is already good to be able to choose someone like Lin Mei. So he stopped trying to comfort him and just gently handed him the tissue on the table. This is exactly why he wants to resolve this matter as soon as possible. He is also afraid that if he delays it, he will not be able to make this choice. Actually, I don't want to do this, but my mother doesn't agree with the two of us, so she arranged a blind date for me. And if Lin Mei gives up on herself now, then there will be no need to explain anything to her mother by then. Advertisement. But the tears were like a flood that broke the embankment and could not be stopped at all. Even after being wiped away, they would continue to flow out. He also wanted to take this opportunity to make Lin Mei give up completely. After all, he couldn't complete this matter by himself. Lin Hao was also a ruthless general. He had already practiced it countless times and told Lin Mei everything. All the movements seemed so natural and revealed a stiff sense of distance. And I don't want to lie to you, so I tell you this. It is destined to be impossible between the two of us. And according to his mother's personality, among so many blind dates, only Lin Mei fell in love with her. Since Lin Mei has given up on herself by then, and she was originally opposed to this matter. Lin Mei, on the other hand, didn't notice these details. She just took the tissue and wiped the tears on her face. But now that I have made my choice, I need to be thorough and not leave any hidden dangers behind. Chapter 256 Exploitation. Presumably her mother couldn't say anything else, but this method was a bit too cruel for Lin Mei. But there is nothing we can do about it. If we delay it, we will have to confess this matter one day. And the longer it is delayed, the more serious the damage will be caused to Lin Mei. So it is better to take advantage of this opportunity and make it clear when you are not very invested. Lin Hao looked at Lin Mei, who looked very sad, and felt a slight pain in his heart. After all, the woman in front of him was also innocent, but he soon confirmed his inner thoughts. This is not the time to be kind, otherwise it will be a bad thing for both Lin Mei and herself. To tell you the truth, the relationship between the two of us can be said to be as strong as love. My mother was simply opposed to the marriage, and I was trying to figure out how to do his job. I believe it won't take long for you to get him to accept it, so I also want to minimize the harm to you. Advertisement. You also know that this will cause harm to me. In this case, why don't you tell me everything for the first time? I'm not the kind of person who forces others. As long as you explain things clearly to me, I will never force you. In fact, he really thought of a solution at that time to delay his mother. What a ridiculous joke, yet it happened to him. For Lin Mei, who always maintains her image as a lady, no matter what happens, her voice will never be so loud. No matter how you say oh, this matter is all your own fault, and what Lin Mei questioned herself is indeed correct. Lin Hao also knew that he was in the wrong, so he did not argue with Lin Mei, let alone yell at him loudly. It made his head feel heavy and created a shadow in his heart, so when he met Lin Mei for the first time, he did not tell him about it. Lin Mei asked Lin Hao hysterically, her voice a little louder due to her emotional fluctuations. That's why he questioned Lin Hao so loudly regardless of his own image. Advertisement. Why did you have to wait until this time to tell me? Why did you have to wait until I already had feelings for you before telling me this cruel reality? I also felt that I was really sad, as if I was being used by others. But the funny thing is that I actually developed feelings for the person who abandoned me. And now I have lost the value of use and has been abandoned by others. But now he can't take care of that much anymore. He feels like he has suffered the greatest grievance in the world. He also wanted to use Lin Mei to delay his mother from making further arrangements for him. He wanted to vent this grievance, he didn't want to hold it in his heart. He now felt as if people all over the world were laughing at him for being so stupid. Why didn't I tell Lin Mei about this the first time? It can be said that my mother is constantly arranging blind dates for herself for her own marriage. Chapter 257 Inner Pain. Yes, Lin Hao also had such an idea at the time. He just wanted to take advantage of him. But then I gradually discovered that the woman in front of me was different from the women that my mother had introduced to me before. The previous women also came to flatter him and get close to him because of his status. More or less, you have to have a certain purpose to come here. Even when you look at him, there is a certain purpose in his eyes. This look made him very annoying, so he had to find a way to get out of this predicament. But later he discovered that what he did was indeed a big mistake, although he said that what he did at the time did get rid of a period of trouble. But it brought endless regret and guilt to his heart. He had let down a kind woman. If you approached him with a certain purpose, then Lin Hao would not have such a guilty feeling. But the problem is that wearing it here, you didn't pass the exam. Lin Hao has no purpose, it's just a simple relationship. This made Lin Hao feel very guilty, as if he had done something huge. Advertisement. This is indeed the case. If he had no feelings for Lin Mei, he should have made it clear at that time. In other words, don't leave any thoughts for Lin Mei, even if you are worried that explaining it clearly will make both parties a little embarrassed. This caused Lin Mei to feel disgusted with herself, and this emotion continued to accumulate over time. Everything was really too unhurried, which made his plans unable to keep up with the changes, which led to today's situation. His original plan was to create an illusion in front of his mother that he and you liked Ji Mei. At that time, his classmate was also forced by his mother and had no choice, so he came up with the worst solution. But this is the best solution he can think of at the moment, otherwise, he really doesn't know how to solve it. But you can also express your meaning through some euphemisms. You never considered my feelings, you just used me as a tool. However, it is obvious that the current situation has gone beyond the control of things here, and there is no way to develop in the direction imagined. Advertisement. The look of the woman in front of him really made him feel distressed, and he wanted to go over and comfort her. Although this method is not worth advocating, and he himself feels a little bad. But before he could put his thoughts into action, Lin Mei's questions followed one after another. Lin Mei would make herself angry without even having to speak, so the matter was resolved. Now my role has been fulfilled. Then when the time comes, I will slowly resolve this matter with Lin Mei, or I often do something wrong on purpose, Bia. Instead of it being like this now, which caused great embarrassment between the two people and even hurt the other person. Especially when you didn't question him, he felt as if his heart had been pricked by a needle, and it hurt very much. They have no chance to continue to develop, and they have no time for him to continue to make mistakes. I'm just a tool you use, right? It's the tool you use to get rid of your own mother and arrange a blind date for you. Chapter 258 Caught off guard. I am of no use to you at all, so you tell me all these things. The purpose is to let me figure it out for myself that I have no value to you now. Well, in that case, I, Lin Mei, am not the kind of person who stalks you. Now that time is up, I won't continue to pester you, but you have to understand one thing. Today it was me, Lin, 890, Mei, who kicked you, not you who kicked me. Now I am officially informing you that you have been dumped by me. Lin Mei didn't give Lin Hao any time to react. After saying this, she turned around and left. Although there were still tears in the corners of his eyes, he just wanted to leave this sad place as soon as possible. He didn't want to stay here any longer, for fear that he would do something stupid by then. And he didn't want the man in front of him to see himself looking embarrassed. Since the man in front of me didn't take him seriously, then I had to let him have a good look. Advertisement. Because you want to live a comfortable life so that the man in front of you will regret the decision you made today. Lin Hao was still confused at this moment, and he didn't even realize what Lin Mei said just now. After all, Lin Mei, who was in a sad state, spoke very fast. And he left the place directly after speaking. Even Lin Hao reacted, but there was no time to take countermeasures. After all, Lin Mei is also a very proud person, even though she feels very uncomfortable at the moment. He didn't want to hurt an innocent woman again, it was really uncomfortable. Lin Hao didn't react until Lin Midu left for a while. I'm afraid there will never be any contact between myself and Lin Mei from now on. But when he wanted to do something, it was already too late, because Lin Mei had already left here. He didn't know whether what he did today was right or not, but at least he knew one thing. Advertisement. I just want to live a good life, and I must show him that I can find a good man besides him. Just by keeping yourself in your heart, you have already become a huge evil person, and the sea between the two people is already a big mountain. 5.1 And I cannot continue like this anymore. I must explain everything clearly to my mother. And when that time comes, I still need to choose this dilemma. What's more, I still have some good feelings for the man in front of me. If he saw me like this, he would definitely laugh at me. He was also sitting by the window, looking at the direction Lin Mei left, and gradually became distracted. Since he doesn't take himself seriously, he can't let him laugh at himself. There was still the bitter taste of the bitter coffee between his teeth, but compared with the pain in his heart, it really seemed weak. Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh, loosened his tie, and drank the bitter coffee in front of him. I also don't want others to see me in embarrassment, so I have to show my silent side at all times. Otherwise, his mother would still continue to introduce blind dates to him. Chapter 259 Thoughts in the Heart. Lin Hao also knew in his heart that Lin Mei must hate himself to death. But this is fine, this result is a good ending for everyone. Although Lin Mei will be in more pain now, if this matter continues to be delayed. When the time comes, the damage suffered will be more than this, so it is said to cut through the mess quickly. Long-term pain is not as good as short-term pain. It hurts a little now, but it is worse than pain in the future. But for some reason, Lin Hao always felt empty in his heart, as if something was missing. Lin Hao thought about it carefully and didn't remember what he was missing, so he simply stopped thinking about the problem. Now that Lin Mei's matter has been resolved, he now wants to take advantage of this free time to check on Han Shuang's situation. After all, he has been busy these days, and so is Lin Mei's affairs, which is also a bit neglected for Han Shuang. Now that I have some free time, I should hurry over and take a look at his situation. Advertisement: if something happens to Han Shuang again, then I will really regret it. I must admit my mistake when I see Han Shuang later. After all, it was indeed my negligence in the past few days. I also somewhat ignored Han Shuang's feelings, and I must make up for him well when the time comes. He has always worked hard and never complained. Even though his mother had a lot of prejudice against him, she always targeted him. No matter what he is going to do, even if he is just hanging out, be with him. Otherwise, he really has Han Shuang's heart in his heart. Of course, he will spend all the rest of today being angry with her. He had to try his best to satisfy her. After all, he felt too guilty. Helping me find such a woman to accompany me is a great blessing for me. After all, Han Shuang suffered a lot of grievances by following him, but he never complained to himself. He has never complained to himself, and he must be afraid that if he complains to himself, it will be very difficult for him. Advertisement: Lin Hao has silently made a decision in his heart, after meeting Han Shuang for a while, no matter what conditions she puts forward. So he must cherish it well, otherwise it would hurt his heart, so he was also planning to take him out to buy a gift when the time comes. I'm also going to take him to eat some delicious food today, the best looking clothes in the future. But fortunately, it didn't mean that he wanted to abandon Han Shuang but be with another woman. I also have to show an attitude, so that I can show Han Shuang's status in my heart. These days, he has been busy dating other women, but left Han Shuang aside. I have really been neglectful these past few days and haven't spent much time with her. Today I want to make it up to him first. Although Han Shuang is not with him for these external things, after all, it also represents his own feelings. No matter what the reason is, this kind of mistake is unforgivable, so Lin Hao is also very guilty. When the time comes, it's Han Shuang's business to decide whether to buy it or not, but whether to buy it or not is up to you. Under such circumstances, he was always thinking about himself, which was enough to show how important his position in Han Shuang's heart was. Chapter 260: The Original Intention of Last Resort. But at least Lin Hao's original intention is forgivable, otherwise, Han Shuang would have abandoned him and gone away alone. And Han Shui also knows how much pressure he faces because he is with Lin Hao. The reason why Lin Hao didn't come to look for him in the past few days was also because of him. But he always firmly believed in his heart that Lin Hao would not abandon him. He also believes that Lin Hao is now thinking of ways to solve these problems, and when the time comes, he will definitely be the one he chooses in the end. This should be the basis for two people to be together, not to trust each other. Only this kind of trust can make the two people go on for a long time. Otherwise, even if they are together now, they will not be able to stay together for long. The most important thing is that the relationship between the two people has also gone through many hardships and tests, which is why the two people have little trust in each other. But no matter how good the relationship is, it cannot be maintained with words alone, although it may be a bit too realistic to say so. But after all, this is nothing. An ideal life is better to be more realistic. Advertisement: what's more, doing this will also help them go longer in the future, and he doesn't care about this. In fact, if two people want to be together for a long time, they must maintain a certain sense of freshness. The best way is to give each other some small surprises occasionally. Of course, this kind of surprise does not need to be too big. Of course, it won't be too far away. This will make Lin Hao worried. After all, Han Shuang lives alone. And the frequency of preparing surprises does not need to be too frequent, otherwise it will lose its meaning. The place where Han Shuang lives now was also found for him by Lin Hao. It is not that far from where Lin Hao lives. He hasn't seen Han Shuang for several days now, and now his mind is full of Han Shuang. Although he said that he shouldn't speak so badly of his biological mother, but for some things it's better to prepare for the worst. Of course, it is not very luxurious, but it is more than enough for Han Shuang to live alone. But there is still a certain distance, otherwise if you are too close, it will be difficult to explain your mother's face. Advertisement: if it happens often, it can't be called a surprise, it can only be called some small gifts. Lin Hao did the same. Without delaying time, he immediately headed towards the place where Han Shuang lived. So Lin Hao arranged for Han Shuang to be at a moderate distance from him, and he had bought this room earlier. Please give me flowers. As for the guilt he felt towards Lin Mei, he had already put it behind him at this moment. You just need to prepare yourself carefully and let the other party feel your friendship. Of course, except for his own mother, but that is his biological mother after all, there is no comparison at all. And the functions are also very complete, and the cleaning lady will usually come to clean the room. In addition, her mother did not agree with this concern, and she also played some tricks behind her mother's back. After all, Han Shuang still occupies the most important position in Lin Hao's heart, and no one can compare with him. Chapter 261 The basis for being together. Although Lin Hao has never lived in this house for a few days since he bought it. But it has been properly maintained, so it still looks like a new house. Now his mother is watching him very closely, so it is impossible for him to spend money to buy a new house for Han Shuang. Otherwise, his mother would definitely use this as an excuse to embarrass Han Shuang even more. It would be better to keep a low profile. And Han Shui is not the kind of person who is particularly picky about houses. On the contrary, Han Shuang thinks that as long as he can live in it, it is a good house. The quality of a house does not depend on its geography or its size. What matters is who you live with. If you live with Lin Hao, even the shabbiest house can have the warmest feeling. But if he lives with someone he doesn't like, even the most luxurious villa in the world will make him feel desolate. What's more, although this house was bought before, it still looks relatively luxurious now. Moreover, Lin Hao was afraid that Han Shuang would be left out, so he bought him a lot of things. So this small house looks very comfortable now, at least it is more cozy than those big villas. There is no way to survive in such a hard life, so understanding each other at this time is the most important. But this time he came here to solve these problems, and he also believed in Lin Hao very much. The size of this house is just right now, and I only live there by myself. Advertisement at first, Lin Hao loved him even more. After all, every man hopes that his woman can understand him. After all, although those villas are large, they always have a sense of desolation. He knew that Lin Hao must be busy with this matter now, so he did not go over to fight Lin Hao. Now Lin Hao is caught in the middle and is in a dilemma, so Han Shuang doesn't want to make it too difficult for Lin Hao. It was also because of Han Shuang's actions that he did not force Lin Hao to make any decision. Lin Hao's mother is not very satisfied with herself, and Lin Hao is also a relatively filial child. Obviously, Han Shuang has done this very well. If he does this, he will not alienate Lin Hao from him. He also knew that if he went there rashly, he would only cause trouble for Lin Hao. Lin Hao will definitely not abandon him, so he is absolutely confident about Lin Hao. Don't worry. It doesn't make him feel too lonely. Han Shuang is actually very satisfied mentally. It's just that now I can't be with Lin Hao every day like before. This is the only shortcoming in Chao Shuang's opinion. Sometimes I really have no choice but to live, but what I fear most at this time is that the person I love the most cannot even understand me. He also always believes that he is the most important in Lin Hao's heart, no matter what happens. On the contrary, it will make Lin Hao not want to leave him even more. The area is too big, but there are only a few people living in it, so it's normal to feel like people are being replaced. Chapter 262 Not willing to remain calm. Not only that, Lin Hao is also talking about Han Shuang all the time, and now, even if he takes time out, he hurriedly comes over to visit him. In fact, Lin Hao would prepare a large sum of money for Han Shuang every month, as well as a batch of daily necessities. Han Shuang doesn't need to worry about any of this. Lin Hao will be ready for him when the time comes. In other words, Han Shuang only needs to stay at home at this time and does not need to do anything. Moreover, the benefits that can be enjoyed at that time will also be very generous, and this kind of life is also what many people dream of. But for Han Shuang, this kind of life is too boring, and he can't stand it. After all, he can only stay in this room every day and can't do anything. There are only a few things that can entertain him and relieve his boredom. It's okay for a short period of time, but if it goes on for a long time, people will be driven crazy under this situation. Although Lin Hao also gave Han Shuang numerous instructions, telling Han Shuang to just enjoy herself and not go out to do anything. But for Han Shuang, this was too boring. He also wanted to go out and do something. Advertisement, of course, you don't have to go against your will, you can do whatever you want. In this case, although every day will be busier, for Han Shuang, this result is the best. In this way, you don't have to have trouble falling asleep because you miss Lin Hao every day, or don't know what to do. People often have random thoughts when they don't know what to do, once they are busy and can't stop. He had already arranged a job for Han Shuang, of course, at Han Shuang's insistence. So when the time comes, he doesn't have to look at other people's faces, he only needs to act in accordance with his own inner thoughts. But it is inevitable that something will drop, and Han also knows that this idea is very dangerous. They didn't know that Han Shuang was their future boss lady, so on the surface they also respected Han Shuang very much. It's just that it's only revealed on the surface, and he will still be asked to do some necessary work. But he couldn't control his thoughts and always thought of Lin Hao unconsciously. I just know that Han Shuang is not as old as the ordinary employees applying for jobs below. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. In other words, in the company where Han Shuang currently works, they only know that Han Shuang is related to the company leaders. After all, after thinking about it, he understood that what Han Shuang said was very reasonable. He didn't expect what Han Shuang was thinking at that time, so he agreed with Han Shuang's idea. There is not much time to think about other things, although Han Shuang also has great trust in Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao also had conditions, and he would not let Han Shuang work in those inexplicable companies. Of course, Lin Hao originally refused this matter, but after Han Shuang's insistence, Lin Hao compromised. After all, they didn't know Han Shuang's relationship with the leadership above. It's just that he is not looking for a job to make money, just to pass the time. Lin Hao did not reveal Han Shuang's identity, but just asked his subordinates to handle the matter. So in order to avoid any accidents, Han Shuang also decided to go out and find a job. Chapter 263 Fox. Therefore, Leaders of all sizes in the company tried to be more tolerant of Han Shuang. The more this kind of person doesn't know the details, the more terrifying it is, because you don't know when he will reveal a background that can scare you to death. It has to be said that the decisions made by these leaders were also very correct, and they did not embarrass Han Shuang too much in all aspects. There were no unspoken rules in the workplace for Han Shuang, but some easy jobs were arranged for him. 14. As for Han Shuang, they also tried to take care of Han Shuang as much as possible within the scope of their abilities. After all, these leaders are like old foxes, they have matured with age, and they are also very smooth in dealing with others. They are also very clear in their hearts about what they should do and what they should not do. He even knows what he should do if he wants to keep his position or even advance to the next level. Therefore, they are also particularly tolerant of Han Shuang. After all, they have a close relationship with their boss. Therefore, Han Shuang can be regarded as the most relaxed employee in the company. What's more, Han Shuang didn't come here to make money, just to kill his boring time. Han Shuang also finished his day's work and drove back home. This car was also prepared by Lin Hao for Han Shuang. After all, Han Shuang's place of residence was not that far from where he worked. But Lin Hao always tried his best to compensate Han Shuang. He also knew that Han Shuang and himself had suffered great grievances when they came back. Advertisement, so he also wanted to prepare the best for Han Shuang in all aspects. Of course, Lin Hao did not choose to be too ostentatious, but now it is a relatively low-key luxury car. For Han Shuang, this is also the best configuration, because sometimes things don't necessarily have to be the best, they also need to be the most suitable. In fact, according to Han Shuang's wish, she could go to get off work alone, but Lin Hao was worried about herself at that time. So he had to be equipped with a car. Originally, Lin Hao planned to equip him with a driver. But Han Shuang refused. According to Han Shuang, he went to work. Not being a boss in the past, he could have enjoyed special treatment, but for him this was already the limit of what he could endure. If you don't have a driver, the treatment will be even more luxurious than that of a manager in the company. When the time comes, even if the leaders in the company know that they have this background, they will take extra care of themselves. But sometimes it is a sin for 223 to be too public, and other people in the company will also exclude themselves. This should be a common problem among human beings, that is, they cannot see others being better than themselves. If the leaders in the company enjoy this kind of treatment, they won't say much. But after all, Han Shuang's current identity is just an ordinary employee, but he enjoys such luxurious treatment. He will also be ostracized and discussed by other employees in the company. Lin Hao can ignore these, after all, he is the president of the company. But Han Shuang couldn't do it. Han Shuang was just an ordinary woman, and he couldn't bear the huge pressure. Chapter 264 Solution. And sometimes these pressures can become the straw that breaks the camel's back. What's more, Lin Hao never wanted Han Shuang to be wronged even a little bit. So Lin Hao also gave up the idea and did not provide Han Shuang with a separate driver. In fact, the current situation is already very satisfying for Han Shuang. The only drawback is that she is not accompanied by Lin Hao. But this time I came back with Lin Hao to resolve this matter, so Han Shuang didn't complain too much. After a busy day, Han Shuang was very tired, so when she got home, she turned on the light and wanted to go to the bathroom to take a bath. In fact, Han Shuang does not do much work in the company every day. After all, the leaders around him have given orders. At that time, more attention should be paid to him, so the tasks that are more tiring for those in the company were not given to him. It is said that Han Shuang worked in the past, but in fact it was more like supervising in the past, and his daily work was just sitting there. Occasionally, he will be assigned a few very easy tasks, which can be regarded as taking care of him. BEFG. But although the tasks assigned to him are very easy, the working hours every day must not be less. Then I'm afraid that other people in the company will really not be able to bear it. This can be regarded as a tragedy of human nature. In this case, Han Shuang can only work overtime there with everyone in the company. So considering the overall situation, Han Shuang must stay, even if he doesn't have to be responsible for anything. Advertisement. There is also a relatively difficult task in the company today, so everyone in the company is working overtime. But they do know very well that if the employees below go on strike collectively, their own future will definitely be ruined. For such an illusory opportunity, I would ruin my entire future. If they are really based on Han Shuang's absolute freedom, I'm afraid those employees will not be afraid of Qian Shu by then. And those old foxes understand these truths even more. And I don't know if Han Shuang will bring him a chance to be affectionate when the time comes. This is very unworthy, not to mention that these people are all experienced professionals in the workplace. And this task is also relatively important, and it is also very important for the company. How could they make such a low-level mistake? So they turned a blind eye to Han Shuang, but they must abide by the regulations during working hours. After all, for a company, the most important thing is to unite together. Otherwise, it will be difficult to survive in this fiercely competitive society. After all, if there is any problem with the company's operations, they will be the unlucky ones. When you arrive, when you see people who are the same as yourself, but enjoy different treatment from yourself, the jealousy in your heart will expand accordingly. Otherwise, if everyone in the company is working overtime, and he gets off work alone, it will have a very negative impact. After all, assigning him easy tasks was already extremely controversial, and the employees below were also very dissatisfied. If you are in Hanshuang then, you can come to work when you want and get off work when you want. Chapter 265. You can go home, but this matter is also relatively difficult to deal with. After all, Han Shuang is not an ordinary person. That's why they came up with this idea, which was to let Han Shuang just do his own work on the sidelines and not participate in this arduous task. And in order to silence the people under me, they also chose a particularly easy task for him. It can be said that this task does not require too much energy at all. The staff below also saw this series of arrangements, but you didn't say anything more. They are also very clear in their hearts. The leaders above can do this step and are already taking good care of their emotions. Otherwise, I'm afraid Han Shuang would have been able to go home and rest while they were working overtime. So although they were still very unhappy, they could only suppress this emotion in their hearts and did not dare to express it anymore. It can be said that these leaders are in a state of anger now, and they don't want to hit the muzzle of this gun. Moreover, it is not easy for these leaders to make such arrangements. Advertisement. Moreover, this task has been very urgent recently, and everyone is very busy. And now the leaders are working overtime with everyone in order to complete this task as soon as possible. For the company, this task is very urgent and is related to the future interests of the entire company. Han Shuang felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He knew that if he did this, it would definitely make it very difficult for the leaders in the company. So Lin Hao rejected his request, so Han Shuang could only live a very relaxed working life now. He knows very well how tiring his company will be if it is carried at full capacity. Looking at others working very nervously and busy, I am just doing the most relaxing work. Although he once proposed to Lin Hao that he should be an ordinary employee and experience life. In fact, Han Shuang's stay here is really boring. After all, the leaders in the company also take good care of her. Advertisement. After all, if everyone else is busy working there, you are the only one playing around. According to Han Shuang's current physical condition, even if he is not exhausted, it will still be very difficult. It is very likely that he will be regarded as the chicken who kills the chicken to scare the monkey, and Li Liwei happens to be in the company. So we can't be careless if they mention this matter again at this time. The task assigned to him was also very easy, and he just completed it by the designated off-duty time. Ask for flowers 0, and when they are busy, they have no time to think about these other things. You have to keep yourself busy every day. Only in this way will you not feel empty and lonely. Even if your own task has been completed, it will inevitably leave a bad impression on others. But his proposal was directly rejected by Lin Hao. In Lin Hao's view, how could his woman make him so tired now? Now that his mission has been completed, there is no point in continuing to stay here. Instead, it will attract hatred. Chapter 266. Professional Bodyguard. Therefore, Han Shuang returned home directly after asking the leader for instructions. This was also a better solution. At least Han Shuang couldn't think of any better solution than this. He didn't want to cause a lot of trouble to the company because of himself. After all, although this company is just one of many companies under Lin Hao, after all, it is also Lin Hao's hard work. He didn't want 170 Lin Hao's hard work to go to waste, so he went home from get off work. Although today's work is very easy in comparison, it is also quite tiring compared with his previous work. So the first thing he did when he got home was to take a comfortable bath. You have to soak in the bathtub for a while and apply a lot of small bubbles. It is a very pleasant life. As for eating at that time, there will be a dedicated chef to cook for you, or the food will be cooked and delivered directly to you. But Han Shuang felt that her interest was very high today, so she decided to cook by herself after taking a shower. But when he opened the door, he felt that his home seemed a little different from his usual life. So he was immediately alert. Han Du was not an ordinary woman. He had experienced many things when he and Han Xin were together before, so he still had some self-protection skills. He didn't turn on the light, but tiptoed, keeping a high degree of vigilance, walked towards the living room. As long as any accident happens, he will be able to react immediately. Advertisement. Moreover, in order to ensure his safety, Lin Hao also bought another house next to his house. Special bodyguards have also been arranged to live here. If Han Shuang yells, those security guards will come over. These bodyguards only serve Han Shuang alone, which means that they will not pay attention to anyone's orders except Han Shuang. Of course, for the boss who hired them, Lin Hao, of course, still has the biggest command. But for Han Shuang, he can't alert the snake now, because he still doesn't know if there is a bad guy in his house. He only noticed that there was a slight difference in his home, because there was an extra breath of strangers. Of course, he can't be considered a stranger, but he is relatively unfamiliar compared to his own breath. We can't blame Han Shuang, because after all, Lin Hao hasn't been with her for a long time. In addition, Han Shuang is often in the company, so she is exposed to a lot of smells. Therefore, it is also slightly unfamiliar with Lin Hao's breath. It just feels that although this breath is relatively unfamiliar, it also has a familiar feeling. That's why he didn't call his bodyguard over immediately, but chose to check the situation by himself first. Otherwise, 2.0, when those bodyguards come, things will not end so easily. Although those bodyguards are completely obedient to their orders, it is inevitable that they will be unable to control themselves when the time comes to fight. It will definitely cause some damage. It's okay if a stranger comes, but if it's a familiar person. Chapter 267. Just to be on the safe side, then the misunderstanding will become serious, and some injuries may occur. Han Shuang will not tolerate such a thing happening, and he also has certain fighting skills and abilities. In this case, if I launch a surprise attack, it is really possible for ordinary robbers to be knocked down by me. And if it's someone you know well, then it will be easy to end it. Even if he can't handle it at that time, as long as he screams, the bodyguards will rush over quickly. So you won't take too much risk in this matter, which is why Han Jing chose to do this. After all, he also knew that the situation he was in now was quite embarrassing, although Lin Hao's mother did not accept him very much. But after all, the relationship between himself and Lin Hao is here, there is no doubt about it. If by then some thoughtful people want to use themselves to blackmail Lin Hao, so as to achieve some evil purposes, then Han Shuang will really never forgive himself in his life, so no matter what he does now, caution is the most important thing. Advertisement. He also slowly moved his hands and feet and walked towards the living room without making too much noise. After all, the situation is not very clear now, so it is better to be cautious. He didn't know who the person sitting in the living room was and why he came to the house where he lived. But after all, it was Han Shuang's heart that could not go to waste. And the reason why he chose to work in Lin Hao's company was because he wanted to help Lin Hao. That was what he really couldn't accept, because he didn't want to be a burden to Lin Hao. It's as if this is the center of the universe, and everything revolves around him. Judging from the background alone, this person should be a male, and he is relatively strong. Although it is said that you should not have the intention of harming others, you must also have the intention of guarding against others, no matter what the person's intentions are. As the distance slowly shrinks, the outline of the person in front of him gradually becomes more obvious. Advertisement. But we have already come to this point. If we want to retreat before the battle, it is impossible. Don't be distracted at this time, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. He even had a feeling that the man in front of him was not something he could enjoy at all, and it also contained huge dangers. Although according to Lin Hao's current state, Han Shuang can't help him at all. It has very beautiful proportions and lines, and just looking at it from the back gives people a special feeling. However, as he got closer, Han Shuang became more and more uneasy. He felt that the situation seemed to be slowly getting out of his control. If he puts himself in danger again, he has nothing to worry about. It is even possible to expose one's own existence, and that is when one will be put in danger. Always keep the situation within your control, which is the best and safest. What he is worried about is that some people will use him to blackmail Lin Hao to achieve some ulterior purposes. Han Shuang also quickly emptied these thoughts from his head. Now is not the time to think so much. Advertisement. Chapter 268. Pressure. But as the figure of the man in front of him continued to enlarge in his eyes, huge pressure followed. It was like being stared at by a wild beast, giving Han Shuang a frightening feeling. But the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Han Shuang had no chance to regret. Just when there were only 2 steps away from the man, Han Shuang suddenly accelerated his speed. The reason why Han Shuang walked slowly before was so as not to make any noise and expose his presence. After all, although Han Shuang also has certain fighting ability, compared with professionals in chapter 760, he is still not as good as him at all. If the man in front of him was a professional combatant, his 3-legged cat skills would not be of much use at all. But in this case, the best way to fight is to make a sneak attack. When he is not paying attention, it is still possible to capture him. At this time, Han Shuang exploded like a tiger descending the mountain, and he started to attack me as fast as possible. One hand wanted to grab the man's throat, and the other hand wanted to grab his waist. When the time comes, if both hands are used together, the man can be thrown from the sofa. Then as long as I restrain his 2 hands, I'm basically done. I have to say that for Han Shuang, this is indeed the best way, but often ideals are beautiful and reality is backbone. And the self-esteem number in his mind is indeed the most suitable for him, but it is obvious that he underestimated this man's ability. Advertisement. Just when his hand touched the man reacted as quickly as possible. And I didn't see how he moved at all, but he was already subdued by this man. Moreover, this man also turned over and pinned Han Shuang under him with one leap. Although the man said that I looked very strong, I didn't seem to weigh much, and Han Shuang didn't feel much pressure. But the man in front of him put his hot breath on his body, which made Han Shuang feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, it is impossible to serve like this. After all, my matter is not trivial. If the man in front of him really succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable, so Han Shuang did not give in. This was an immediate reaction, and he wanted to lift his legs and stretch them to cut off Xia Sun's legs. It has to be said that for any man, the lethality of this move is extraordinary. There were no exceptions for this man, just when Han Shuang raised his leg and was about to exert force. The man also suddenly pressed down Han Shuang's legs with his own legs, making him unable to use any strength at all. So now the 2 people were lying on the sofa in a very ambiguous posture, and the man was also very close to Han Shuang. I have to say that this man is also very experienced. In his series of tactics, Han Shuang can't even use any strength now. Because Han Shuang didn't turn on the lights when he came in, he didn't see what the famous man in front of him looked like. After all, if I activate it quickly, I will definitely be exposed, so Han Shuang also wanted to be on the safe side. Chapter 269. Familiar voice. Just now, it was because this man's appearance was too obvious that he found such a person sitting on the sofa in the living room. But now this person is right in front of him, and he really can't see clearly what this person looks like. So Han Shuang kept struggling, so he was exerting force all over his body, trying to break free from the shackles of this man. This man was obviously not a free man, and no matter how hard Han Shuang tried, he couldn't break free. But because of Han Shuang's series of actions, the man had some reactions. After all, Han Shuang's development was very perfect, and his range of movements just now was also relatively large. The 2 people were close to each other, so the man felt it very clearly. It has to be said that this man is enduring very hard now, just like a volcano erupting at its limit. But it just can't explode and can only be in that state of expansion. This is nothing short of a very painful thing. But Han Shuang didn't seem to have this awareness. He didn't know the consequences of his series of actions. Advertisement. He just wanted to break free from this man's arms as quickly as possible, because he always felt that there was a sense of danger in this way. Just as he was struggling wildly, he suddenly touched a certain part, and then all his movements suddenly stiffened. His face was also red, and he saw that the man in front of him also had an angry expression. He didn't know what to do. He felt as if he had done something very important wrong. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly exerted force on his foot and stepped on the man's instep with his sharp high heels. However, when she actually saw him, she thought he was a thief who had sneaked into the house, and she had just stepped on him hard with her heel. Hearing this familiar voice, he felt that he had reacted immediately. No wonder the man's back looked so familiar to him just now. It felt like being hit by a heavy hammer, and the range was awkwardly stiff for 3 seconds. Then Han Shuang felt a very familiar voice coming from his ears. The man didn't seem to expect that Han Shuang would suddenly make this move, and he was caught off guard and was stepped on by Han Shuang. I have to say that the lethality of high heels is also very huge, especially when it steps on the instep. Advertisement. Han Shuang knew how huge the strength he had just used was. Please give me flowers. At this moment, the man suddenly increased his strength in his hands and held Han Shuang tightly in front of him. Isn't this man Lin Hao whom he is thinking about day and night? He wants to see him day and night. 3 seconds later, the man suddenly let go of his hands, and then one foot kept beating on the ground. Just when Han Shuang wanted to shout loudly to the bodyguard next door, the man suddenly covered his mouth. 0. What? Do you still want to murder your husband? Han Shuang tried to struggle, but found that he couldn't break free with his own strength. Just when the man's movements became stiff, he was about to slip away quietly. It can be seen that Han Shuang showed no mercy at all in that kick just now, and hit it with all his strength. Chapter 270. The wronged Han Shui. At this moment, Han Shui suddenly let go of Lin Hao's arm and started crying. He wiped his tears on Lin Hao's expensive suit, but Lin Hao's expression was still comforting, as if he didn't take this matter to heart. This is indeed the case. For Lin Hao, it is just a piece of clothing. How can it be compared with the woman who loves him most? Lin Hao thought about it for a moment, and then slowly patted Han Shui's back with his hand. Silly girl, it's okay, everything is over now. Am I not staying with you? Don't worry, I will never leave you again. As for my mother, leave it to me. You just need to remember that you can only stay with me from now on, do you hear me? Han Shui also nodded his little head. After listening to Lin Hao's words, he finally felt better. It seems that his position in Lin Hao's heart is still so important, and it seems that all his previous worries are completely unnecessary. But he was really afraid of losing this man tomorrow. He couldn't even imagine what his life would be like without this man in the future. Because such a scene was too terrifying, he didn't even dare to think about it, and he didn't want to think about it. Because he didn't have the courage to face the bleak reality, he decided to start from now on. He must avoid it, otherwise what he fears will become reality, and the outstanding man in front of him can only belong to him. On the other hand, Lin Mei was very angry because she suffered a big loss from Shin and returned home. Advertisement. You must know that in the family, he has always been a treasure that the entire family must protect. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what he wanted, the elders in the family would try their best to satisfy his request. How has he ever suffered such grievances? It can be said that with Lin Hao, he has had enough of all the grievances he has suffered since childhood. But when he first returned home, his same emotions were keenly noticed by the elders in the family. He has been the core of the entire family since he was a child, and everyone turns around for him. So as long as there is any problem with Lin Mei, it will arouse everyone's nervousness. Normally, when Lin Mei returns home, she will be very happy, if not elated. But today was indeed very unusual. Lin Mei didn't say a word when she returned home, but went straight back to her bedroom. Even when his father sitting in the living room greeted him, he ignored him, which was very abnormal. You know, although Li Mei has been pampered by his family since he was a child, he has also been cultivating various aristocratic etiquette since he was a child. So this kind of very rude thing has never happened to him since he was a child. Therefore, Lin Mei's abnormal change also attracted her father's attention. After all, his father has also been trained in society for a long time, and he is also very keen on these things. It can be seen at a glance that Lin Shui has this matter in her heart, and it must be something unhappy. But he was also very measured. Since Lin Mei didn't tell him, it proved that he didn't want him to know about it. Chapter 271. A qualified father. As a qualified father, he would not ask Lin Mei what happened. He said that all he could do was wait here quietly, waiting for Lin Mei to tell him about it when the time came. Even if he is anxious about this matter, it is of no use at all. He can only wait for Lin Mei to tell him about it. But he was also very angry in his heart. You must know that he is a precious daughter who has been cared for by him since she was a child. Really, he would not be allowed to suffer any grievance, let alone make him shed tears. That would not happen. But looking at Lin Mei's appearance today, I'm afraid she has suffered a lot of grievances from outside. This made him a little unbearable, and he also made a decision in his heart. If the time comes to find out who did this, he must pay a huge price and let him know that Lin Mei is someone he cannot bully. But although Li Mei did not tell her the whole thing, as a qualified father, he would not just sit here and wait for death. You must know that their family's current strength can be said to be very large, and various sources of information are available all over the world. As long as there is no information he wants to get, he can't get it, so although Lin Mei has not told him the situation now. But he also had to investigate the situation in advance, as if he was prepared for the whole thing. Otherwise, we should have a general understanding of these things first, otherwise we won't make jokes again. There is nothing wrong with sailing with caution, even though their family's power is already huge enough. Advertisement their family's status is already high enough, but as their status continues to rise, their understanding of the world continues to deepen. He also knows that the world is never as simple as it seems, and there are some things that ordinary people can never reach. Although his family is now a big family that is very enviable in the eyes of others, he does know it very well in his heart. There are many more powerful families in this world than theirs, not just in Daxia. Those foreign families have been passing down the inheritance for hundreds of years, and that is the real foundation. What can really affect the destiny of a country is that kind of strength that is truly terrifying. At most, their family only looks more powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, and it is far from the level of being rebellious. Therefore, he was not confused by the achievements of his family. On the contrary, he acted more cautiously, fearing that if he was not careful, the whole family would be ruined. Therefore, he also needs to investigate the situation in advance, otherwise, if the time comes, he will attract someone who cannot be provoked. It would only bring unimaginable disaster to the entire family. As the leader of the entire group, he would never allow this to happen. Therefore, we must take precautions before they happen. On the one hand, our beloved daughter is in an unknown situation. So no matter how big the risk was, she still had to give it a try. She would not allow her precious daughter to be wronged like this. At that time, we will do a good investigation, no matter who is behind it, to make his daughter like this. Chapter 272. Taking it out, he also needs to pay a certain price, and he also needs to know that his daughter is not someone who can be bullied by just anyone. Lin Mei also returned to her room, closed the door and threw herself on her big bed. Then his hands kept playing with the big doll on the bed, as if it was Lin Hao. I want to vent all the resentment in my heart on him. I really have never been so wronged since I was a child. We absolutely cannot let him go so easily, we must make him pay the price for his actions. But after all, this is the first man I like. If I really want to take revenge on him then. It was really hard for him to start, but he felt very unhappy just looking at him like this and humiliating himself like this. I must also think of a way to take revenge on him. Of course, this matter must not be allowed to be known to the elders in the family. Otherwise, according to their character, they will never give up like this, and they may come up with some means to deal with Lin Hao. Although Li Mei hated her very much at the moment, she also had some good feelings. If he looked at Lin Hao like this and encountered difficulties, he would feel very sorry. After all, Lin Hao didn't hurt her much, but he had lived a privileged life since he was a child. Suddenly someone stopped pampering him, which made him psychologically difficult to accept, but that was all. It has to be said that the education Lin Mei received from childhood also prevented him from losing his mind due to anger at the alarm clock at this moment. Advertisement being able to maintain your own sanity in this situation is enough to show that the education you received is really excellent. She has not developed the character of a domineering and arrogant lady, which is also very rare. You must know that those ladies from rich families have more or less arrogant personalities, which is true, and they are also relatively difficult to get along with. In fact, if you put it simply, Lin Mei is also a very ideal partner. With a perfect family background and such a good personality, she is the goddess in the hearts of most Oedicus. But after all, Lin Hao already has someone he likes, so even if Lin Mei is here, no matter how perfect he is, he can't capture her heart. At this time, Lin Mei could still worry about Lin Hao's fear that he would be made things difficult for him by the elders in the family. After all, if Lin Hao was also made things difficult by the elders in the family, it was also because of him. Besides, for him, it was just that he couldn't swallow the breath in his heart, and there was no need to make such a big noise. So no matter what, the bad breath in my heart made me realize that I couldn't let him go so easily, Nolis. But as for how to retaliate against Lin Hao, this is also a matter worth considering, and these things must be carried out under confidentiality. If the news is leaked and I let the elders in the family know, this matter will be in big trouble. At this moment, Lin Mei also put away all the unhappy emotions in her heart. Now he just wants to come up with a perfect solution. Chapter 273. Candlelight dinner. But what Lin Mei didn't know was precisely because of the abnormal situation after he entered the house just now. It has attracted the attention of his father. At this moment, his father has sent people to investigate the situation this time. Originally, he wanted to keep this matter a secret, but unexpectedly it had already been leaked. If he had known about it, the incompetent soul in his heart would definitely have known about it earlier. In this case, he wouldn't have looked very depressed when he walked in the door. But after all, Lin Mei was in a good mood at that time, and she didn't notice this. So 107. Unknowingly, Lin Hao has been targeted by two forces. But even if Lin Hao knew about it, he wouldn't take it to heart because he also has the confidence brought by his strong strength. At this moment, Lin Hao also cooked a delicious dinner with Han Shuang. They also had not eaten together for a long time. Especially dinner, because Lin Hao has been busy dealing with various blind dates for the past few days. And he still has to do his mother's work. After all, Lin Hao doesn't want to fall out with his mother. Advertisement. When the time comes, he, BECG, also wants to get his mother's blessing. After all, this is a lifetime event. And Han Shuang's meaning is the same as his. In Han Shuang's view, love is not perfect if it is not blessed by parents. This is why, even if he feels a little wrong now, he still wants Lin Hao to have a good communication with his mother. Because he didn't want to wait until so many conflicts would arise in the future, and he believed it. Lin Hao and the two of them can overcome this difficulty and receive the blessing of Anshin's mother. Although Han Shuang lives alone in this place, there are dedicated people cleaning it every day. Especially the vegetables in the refrigerator are changed every day to keep them fresh. All the food prepared the day before will be replaced with the freshest food of the day. So they didn't make any preparation at all, they all had ready-made ingredients, and Lin Hao didn't let Han Shuang enter the kitchen at all this time. He will use his cooking skills to cook a delicious meal for Han Shuang today. Advertisement. It can be regarded as some compensation for Han Shuang these days, and only in this way can the guilt in his heart be reduced. I have to say that Lin Hao's craftsmanship is also very good. He made a table of sumptuous delicacies in just a short time. Moreover, Lin Hao also turned off all the lights and only lit 2 candles, a veritable candlelight dinner. Although Lin Hao was talking about some very ordinary dishes, in Han Shuang's opinion, whatever Lin Hao cooks for him is the best and the most delicious thing in the world. Because it contains Lin Hao's deep love for him, which no one can imitate. Normally, while eating the delicacies Lin Hao specially prepared for himself, he just looked at Lin Hao quietly. Han Shuang felt that this moment was really his happiest time, and it was also the life he dreamed of. Many years later, I will be able to do this, sit in the living room, accompany Han Xin, and eat together. That kind of quiet life, without fighting against the world, is really very pleasant and comfortable. But judging from the current situation, they still have a long way to go. Chapter 274 Power. But as the figure of the man in front of him continued to enlarge in his eyes, huge pressure followed. It was like being stared at by a wild beast, giving Han Shuang a frightening feeling. But the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Han Shuang had no chance to regret. Just when they were only 2 steps away from the man, Han Shuang suddenly accelerated his speed. The reason why Han Shuang walked slowly before was so as not to make any noise and expose his presence. After all, although Han Shuang also has certain fighting abilities, compared with professionals, he is still not as good as him at all. If the man in front of him was a professional combatant, his 3-legged cat skills would not be of much use at all. But in this case, the best way to fight is to make a sneak attack. When he is not paying attention, it is still possible to capture him. At this time, Han Shuang exploded like a tiger descending the mountain, and he used the fastest speed to attack me like a claw. One hand wanted to grab the man's throat, and the other hand wanted to grab his waist. Advertisement. When the time comes, if both hands are used together, the man can be led over from the sofa. Then as long as I restrain his 2 hands, I'm basically done. I have to say that for Han Shuang, this is indeed the best way, but often ideals are beautiful and reality is backbone. And the self-esteem number in his mind is indeed the most suitable for him, but it is obvious that he underestimated this man's ability. Just when his hand touched the man reacted as quickly as possible. And I didn't see how he moved at all, but he was already subdued by this man. Moreover, this man also turned over and pinned Han Shuang under him with one leap. Although the man said that I looked very strong, I didn't seem to weigh much, and Han Shuang didn't feel much pressure. But the man in front of him put his hot breath on his body, which made Han Shuang feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, it is impossible to serve like this. After all, my matter is not trivial. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. If the man in front of him really succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable, so Han Shuang did not give in. This was an immediate reaction, and he wanted to lift his legs and stretch them to cut off Xia Sun's legs. It has to be said that for any man, the lethality of this move is extraordinary. 0. There were no exceptions for this man, just when Han Shuang raised his leg and was about to exert force. The man also suddenly pressed down Han Shuang's legs with his own legs, making him unable to use any strength at all. So now the 2 people were lying on the sofa in a very ambiguous posture, and the man was also very close to Han Shuang. I have to say that this man is also very experienced. In his series of tactics, Han Shuang can't even use any strength now. Because Han Shuang didn't turn on the lights when he came in, he didn't see what the famous man in front of him looked like. After all, if I open it quickly, I will definitely be exposed, so Han Shuang also met me just to be on the safe side. Chapter 275 Express attitude. Yesterday, they had to face the pressure from Lin Hao's mother, because if the 2 of them want to go on for a long time, they must get the support of Lin Hao's mother. But judging from Lin Hao's mother's attitude, I'm afraid this is also a very difficult task. But now Lin Hao has made his attitude clear, because of what he did today. Although he did not tell his mother directly, presumably his mother would also learn about it from other channels. At that time, it would be equivalent to 14 indirectly expressing his attitude and after his actions. Counterfeit coins will also spread in this circle, and then even other people want to introduce their daughters to him. You must also consider your own attitude, otherwise you will only be humiliating yourself. In this case, even if his mother wants to introduce other girls to him who, in his eyes, are a good match for him, no one would introduce his daughter to him, so saying this would actually achieve Lin Hao's purpose. Although the effect of doing this is very obvious, the disadvantages of doing so are also very obvious. If I do this, I will undoubtedly directly declare war on his mother. I am afraid that his life will be even more difficult in the future. When the time comes, Lin Hao and his mother will definitely put all the blame on Han Shuang, thinking that he was the one who instigated her son. Otherwise, in his eyes, his son is so filial and he will obey no matter what he says. I have never disobeyed my orders since I was a child, but today I did do this, slap him in the face. Advertisement from the perspective of Lin Hao's mother, her son has completely changed since this Han Shuang appeared. It was completely different from the person he knew before, so in his opinion. All this is Han Shuang's fault. If it weren't for Han Shuang, his son would not be what he is today. His son is now very likely to have won a Bai Fu Mei who is of the same status as him. By then, it will be of great help to Lin Hao no matter from which aspect. Instead of being like this now, Lin Hao was constantly being held back by Han Shuang, which was unable to bring any help to Lin Hao. Of course, all this is just wishful thinking of Lin Hao's mother. In Lin Hao's eyes, no matter whether Han Shuang can help him or not, or how much help he can bring to him, he wouldn't mind, because what he likes is not the benefits that Han Shuang has brought to him, but Han Shuang's 870. As long as Han Shuang can stay with him, he will feel as if his whole body is full of strength. As long as Han Shuang can stay with him, it seems that he will never have any troubles. So no matter how many times you ask him to make the choice, he will choose to be with Han Shuang without hesitation. So this is exactly why he rebelled against his mother's decision, because in his opinion, recently, he is not looking for a partner for himself, but is looking for a profitable tool for himself. And I don't like that kind of rich girls at all, because of their personality and all aspects. Chapter 276 Sweetness. There is no way to compare with Han Shuang. You must know that those rich girls have also developed domineering characters since childhood. He wished that everyone in the world would have to give in to him, which Lin Hao could never bear. Of course, if Han Shuang thought so, he would support him without hesitation. But Han Shuang is not the kind of domineering person, which may be one of the reasons why Lin Hao likes him. After all, Han Shuang was one of the few people who could make her feel that heart-pounding feeling. So he also made this decision 967. This can be regarded as the first time since he was a child that he has openly disobeyed his mother's order. Although he strongly disagreed with some of the arrangements made by his mother before. But that was just doing some tricks in secret, and there was no open and above-board resistance like now. Because in Lin Hao's view, no matter what faults his mother has, she is her mother after all. The superficial workmanship must be maintained in place, but it is obvious that this time, his mother has obviously reached her limit. No matter what, he couldn't accept letting Han Shuang leave him, so this time he went too far. But he has no regrets in his heart. As long as he can be with Han Shuang, he will not hesitate to pay some price. And it's time to have a good talk with his mother. After all, he now has his own career. It is impossible to obey every arrangement of his mother like before, even though his mother is also doing it for his own good. Advertisement. But many times this kind of self-righteous good intentions will ruin the business. He has always wanted to have a good talk with his mother. But there has never been a suitable opportunity. It would be a bit abrupt to go to his mother directly, BEFD. So I just took this opportunity to have a good talk with my mother. He also knows that his mother also has good intentions, but after all, his future development cannot only rely on his mother. So if he wants to go further, he must make his own decision. This point must be made clear to his mother. This can be considered an opportunity. I also take this opportunity to express the things that I have always wanted to do but have not done. Although this candlelight dinner was not a great one, it was very sumptuous, even a little shabby. But after all, Lin Hao personally made it for Han Shuang, and it also contains his full love. So it was such a simple meal, but in Han Shuang's opinion it was indeed full of warm love. Especially when he is so nervous now, Lin Hao is still able to come over and cook such a meal for himself. Sometimes it can also show that one's position in Lin Hao is more important than other women. So although he said he was a little aggrieved now, he didn't care. As long as he knew that Lin Hao had himself in his heart, that was enough. And based on Lin Hao's current performance, he also knows that no one can replace his position in the future. Unless he did something to feel sorry for Lin Hao, but that was impossible. Chapter 277 The brawl is coming. Because for Han Shuang now, he has nothing but Lin Hao. If he loses Lin Hao again, then he will really be helpless in this world. In addition, he and Lin Hao have experienced a lot of bitterness and hardships along the way. So no matter what aspect he considers, it is impossible for him to do anything to feel sorry for Lin Hao. All that's left is 880. Lin Hao's mother's work. As long as that problem can be solved, then the two of them can always be together without having to think about anything else. Although it was just a very simple dinner, the two of them took a very long time to eat. Because both Han Shuang and Lin Hao cherished this precious time. We haven't seen each other for such a long time, and it's inevitable that I miss you a little. As the saying goes, a long separation is better than a wedding. There really is no problem at all. Now the two of them really want to never leave each other. Advertisement. But the problem has not been solved yet, so this can only be their good hope. So the two of them can only try to delay this beautiful time as much as possible, so that they can spend more time together. But no matter how much we delay, there will be a time to say goodbye in the middle, after dinner. Lin Hao is going back, but this time he also made his own decision. Then she hugged Han Shuang tightly and felt the warmth transmitted from Han Shuang's body. Looking at Lin Hao's retreating figure, Han Shuang felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. But there is also a very warm atmosphere surrounding himself. He knows that it is Lin Hao who loves him deeply, no matter what happens then. Silly girl. Just hold on for a few more days and then I'll settle the matter over there, and we can always be together. That feeling was something he had never felt before, and he had to work hard for this warmth. Han Shuang also sent Lin Hao to the door, arranged his clothes personally, and tied his tie for him. Advertisement: no matter what happens, you can't wrong yourself. Don't be impulsive. I can wait for you. Just like that, the two of them hugged tightly at the door for about 10 minutes. Finally, Lin Hao spoke first, breaking the calm. Silly girl, I should go. Han Shuang looked at it and couldn't help feeling relieved when she saw such a very neat appearance. Then you have to promise me that you will take good care of yourself during my absence. Suddenly he had the urge to hug Lin Hao, and in fact he did so. After saying this, Han Shuang didn't speak to Lin Hao at all, but just kissed him on the lips. In the end, Lin 0.3 Hao also slowly left under Han Shuang's reluctant eyes. Lin Hao was a little confused by Han Shuang's sudden hug, but he reacted immediately. So their good time is coming soon, and Han Shuang may need to suffer some more grievances before that. Han Shuang didn't respond to his words, but just used a few words, as if to explain her reluctance. Chapter 278. The final decision: he will never abandon himself, and he will always be by Lin Hao's side. It wasn't until Lin Hao could no longer be seen that he reluctantly returned to the room. Although he didn't feel so comfortable guarding this empty house, he was also very clear in his heart. The grievances he has suffered now are temporary, and better days will eventually come. And I can't make trouble unreasonably now, otherwise it will only make it more difficult for Lin Hao. He also knew how much pressure Lin Hao would face after returning this time. But he also hated himself very much because he couldn't even help at such a critical time. That feeling of powerlessness would really make him very uncomfortable if he had a choice. He would rather face the huge pressure for Lin Hao than stay here and be helpless. But it's useless to think so much, all he can do now is take good care of himself. Advertisement: don't let Lin Hao be distracted by his own affairs anymore. The most important thing is to let Lin Hao do his own thing well now. After talking about this, he felt a lot better, not to mention that he and Lin Hao had dinner together today. He felt that he was surrounded by a strong sense of happiness. Today was very boring, but he felt much happier. On the other hand, Lin Hao felt a lot better today after leaving Han Shuang's house. Although he will definitely have to face pressure from his mother when he returns home this time, he will not regret it. She already owed a lot to Han Shuang. If she continued to delay like this, he would only feel more guilty towards Han Shuang. He didn't know how to make up for it at that time, so he took advantage of this opportunity to settle everything. Of course, he would definitely encounter some difficult troubles this time, so he had been prepared in advance. He would definitely not wait until danger comes before responding. That would not be his character. He must nip the crisis in the bud or take precautions in advance. He also knew what a huge storm the decision he made would cause. Advertisement: so he had already started making arrangements a long time ago in order to prevent any accidents from happening. Originally, in his plan, he didn't want to cause such a huge fluctuation because of this. It is not a good thing for anyone. On the contrary, it will only bring unnecessary losses. Therefore, he would not choose this method until a critical moment, but now he has no other choice. This is the only way that can be used, although I will bear a certain amount of losses. But even if this is the case, is it true? He does not hesitate. There are things that can be lost. But once some things are lost, they can never be returned. He knows this truth very well in his heart. That's why he made this decision. Just yesterday he had a nightmare. It was because of his series of wrong choices that Han Shuang was very disappointed with himself. In the end, Han Shuang also left him, and he woke up from this nightmare. Chapter 279. Situation: the dream was a bit too real, so much so that he felt extremely painful when thinking about it now. When he woke up, he found that his back was wet with cold sweat. Only then did he realize how important Han Shuang was to him. If one day he found out that Han Shuang had left him, the situation would be absolutely unacceptable to him. Of course, this may be one of the reasons why he acted so decisively today. On the other hand, it was also just in case. Because he didn't dare to delay it any longer, and he was also afraid that something bad would happen if he delayed it any longer. Because he also wanted to keep Han Shuang by his side and didn't want him to leave him. Along the way, he also made various preparations to deal with his mother's various difficulties when the time came. Because what he is doing now will definitely make his mother very angry, and all kinds of embarrassments will definitely be inevitable. But no matter how hard her mother makes things for her, she can accept it, but if his mother is ready to take action against Han Shuang. Advertisement: that is his bottom line, and he cannot be touched by others at all, so he will not let this happen no matter what. Moreover, he must make it clear to his mother today, and his attitude must be firm. After all, Lin Hao is also a person with status, and his status is not low either openly or secretly. Lin Hao did this just in case. If something unexpected happened, he wouldn't even have a chance to regret it. If you want to touch him, unless there is a particularly fair and just reason, it is nothing more than wishful thinking. But if you choose to attack yourself, it would be much easier, after all, judging from the superficial situation. For people of their level, it is simply too easy to deal with a nobody like themselves. But if it touches Han Shuang, it is something he cannot accept. It can be said that although there seems to be nothing strange around Han Shuang now, in fact, the power to protect her secretly has been greatly enhanced. Advertisement: I am just a person without any background or status. On the other hand, Han Shuang also knew what a big decision Lin Hao made today. Unless it's a particularly perverted opponent, no one can hurt Han Shuang. They also knew that Lin Hao and the others could not move because of how huge a storm this decision would cause. He wants his mother to understand the seriousness of this matter. no matter how he treats himself, it doesn't matter. It is always good to be cautious when sailing a ship that lasts forever. Otherwise, if something happens, there will be no room for recovery. Please give me flowers. Therefore, it is almost impossible for them to attack Lin Hao because the difficulty is also very high. Of course, he also knew what the consequences would be if he did this today, so he also secretly increased his efforts to protect Han Shuang. And they also know that they are not liked by Lin Hao's mother at all, so they will choose to attack themselves, which is the most likely possibility. Chapter 280 Weird Atmosphere. So he also has to pay attention to his various behaviors and not cause trouble for Lin Hao. Likewise, it is not suitable for him to go out in public now. There must be countless pairs of eyes staring at him secretly now. I must have countless plans for myself, if something goes wrong by then. Then he is Lin Hao's only weakness, and the version must also want to use himself to deal with Lin Hao. So from now on, the form must be more cautious, but such tense days will not last long. As long as Lin Hao finishes everything, the danger will be lifted, and he can be with Lin Hao openly in the future. No matter what others think of him, it doesn't matter. The most important thing in his eyes is Lin Hao's attitude towards him. But Lin Hao also expressed his attitude today, which made him feel very relieved. So he doesn't have to worry about other things now. As long as he takes good care of himself, it will be the greatest help to Lin Hao. Lin Hao also returned home quickly, but before he entered the door, he felt that the atmosphere today was different from usual. Advertisement. Normally when he comes home, no matter how late it is, someone will definitely come to greet him. Although Lin Hao doesn't like this form, he is used to it after all. But today he came back not too late, but strangely the whole villa was quiet. It was very quiet, even a little strange, which made people wonder if something had happened. Although Lin Hao was very relieved, no one would openly target them. But now this abnormal situation also made him feel very nervous. He also felt a thump in his heart, and thought to himself, oh no, it couldn't really be an accident. He also rushed into the villa quickly. I wanted to see what happened. As soon as I walked in, there was nothing unusual at home, and there was no chaos as expected. The home is still clean and tidy, just like every other day. Advertisement. In addition, the TV in the living room is still on, and my mother's favorite program is playing on it. Lin Hao remembers that no matter what happens, some of his people will sit in the living room on time at this time and watch this program. But today the program has already started, but my mother is not sitting in the living room. This is also a bit too weird. Logically speaking, if something unexpected happens at home, it definitely shouldn't be like this. Besides, it is also equipped with very powerful protective power at home. Even those who come to attack, no matter how powerful they are, will leave some traces of injections. After all, the bodyguards he hired were not ordinary bodyguards. They had all killed people and seen blood on the battlefield. The most important thing is that he is also worried, so he hired several top bodyguards like this to target this kind of protective force. There has never been such a perverted person who can kill with one strike, at least not in Lin Hao's memory. Therefore, if an accident occurs at home, it will definitely not be the result of this quiet situation. Chapter 281 Worry. The atmosphere at home seemed very strange at the moment, and he couldn't help but scream a few times at home. In my heart, I am also looking forward to getting a response, even if it is scolded by my own mother, that is also good. At least it can make the big stone he chose in his heart fall into place, but now it seems that things are not as simple as he imagined. The market was really panicking at this moment, even though he had already made up his mind to explain the matter clearly to his mother today. You must stand firm and show your tough attitude at the same time. But those stairs must also be built on the premise that his mother is safe and sound. Although he also strongly disagrees with what his mother has done. But after all, she is the mother who gave birth to and raised her, no matter how many complaints she has in her heart. It's also a matter between their mother and son, and it's not anyone else's turn to step in and solve it for them. I have to say that Han Shuang did the right thing in this matter. He did not go and said that he would use Lin Hao's guilt for himself to do something. Advertisement. He did not threaten Lin Hao and made a choice between himself and his mother. He was very clear in his heart. If he really does this, then he will really lose Lin Hao. I have to say that Han Shuang is really a very smart person, and he is not like some brainless people who only play with their temper. In fact, even if Han Shuang said something, Lin Hao would be more convinced in his heart. Although it would make Lin Hao feel a little unhappy, it would not have much impact. After all, if this kind of thing can get him into trouble, Lin Hao also thinks that he will do some abnormal things. This is all human nature and understandable, but it is inevitable that there will be some grudges in the heart. Obviously, Han Shuang also considered all the situations, so he made the most correct choice. Han Shuang also knew that there was no need to rush into this matter. The more anxious he was, the more it would be counterproductive. And he also has enough time to wait, which does not mean that he does not have much time left. Advertisement. Please give me flowers, and the longer time passes, the more it can prove Lin Hao's thoughts. Only in this way can it be beneficial for them to go on for a longer time in the future. On the other hand, Lin Hao was also a little panicked. If something happened to her mother, she would really not be able to forgive herself. Lin Hao also quickly searched the entire first floor, but found no trace. Then he searched all the rooms again, but he couldn't see where his mother was. Now he is also a little out of control. If something unexpected happens to his mother, he will definitely seek revenge at any cost. It will definitely make the person who did it regret coming into this world and let them know how stupid the decision they made is. Now there is only one last room left, which is a study room on the second floor, but that study room is exclusive to me. Moreover, the management is also very strict on weekdays. No one is allowed to enter without your own permission. Chapter 282. Heaving a sigh of relief. I was too panicked just now, so I forgot about the existence of this study room. In case, if the incident happened and she was too panicked, her mother would hide in her study. This is entirely possible. After all, if an accident does occur, your kitchen will definitely be the safest place in the entire villa. So Lin Hao also came to the door of the study with his last hope. He did not open the study door immediately because it was his last hope. 14. He is also afraid to face it now, afraid to open this door, for fear that he will not get the result he wants after opening the door. Even if he usually behaves like a mature and decisive domineering president in front of the outside world. But when something involves his dearest people, he will inevitably panic a little. If there is really no result you want after this door, then it may really go crazy. He also adjusted his breathing, and then slowly opened the door, as the door continued to open. Advertisement. His heart slowly rose to his throat, and he felt like he was about to jump out of his throat. Slowly, the door was completely opened, and finally the entire study appeared in front of him. Everything is still the scene he is most familiar with in daily life, because he often deals with some things here. He also quickly scanned the situation in the study room to see if there was any answer he wanted. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the chair behind the desk, although the chair was facing away from him at the moment. But he was also feeling a little excited at the moment, knowing that there was the answer he wanted here. Because every time I finish dealing with things here, I will tidy up the place before going out. And now this chair is facing away from him, which means that there is someone sitting on this chair. Moreover, no one else except my mother can enter this study, so there is only one answer. And this answer was exactly the answer he wanted to get, and his heart that had been hanging on it finally fell to the ground at this moment. Advertisement. God knows how scared he was just now, afraid that something might happen to his mother. Although the crisis is now over, it is inevitable that there will be some lingering fears. If his mother really had an accident just now, then he really couldn't face it. And he also calmed down his mood. After all, after going through ups and downs, his 593 mood also had some ups and downs. Then he took a few deep breaths and asked softly to his mother. Mother, why are you here? His mother also slowly turned the chair around, and then responded with a tone that showed no emotion at all. Why now that you have your little partner, you don't take me as an old woman seriously at all? Am I not even qualified to enter your study? I would like to ask what my status is in your heart? It has to be said that Lin Hao was a little overwhelmed by his mother's questioning. Chapter 283. Questioning. Originally, Lin Hao was very happy to see that nothing happened to his mother. He couldn't help but feel excited inside, so he also took a long breath to calm down his mood. But then his mother's series of questions really gave him a blow, leaving him a bit confused and unable to react. But after all, Lin Hao is also a person who has seen strong winds and waves, and he can react to the reasons faster. It seems that the reason why there is such an abnormality in the villa today must be arranged by his mother. Otherwise, if there really was an accident on 440, his mother would not have asked such a question just now. He wouldn't even sit here so calmly. He must have found a safe place to hide. Looking at his mother like this, she was coming in a menacing and unkind way, even though he had already been mentally prepared. But when he actually faced it, it still felt a little difficult, which didn't mean that he was shrinking. It's just that he couldn't bear it in his heart and didn't want to be so determined towards his mother. Advertisement. But things have developed to this point. If, big, you still give in blindly, then the result will only be worse. Therefore, you must be firm in your original ideas and not change or waver in any way. I have long been tired of hearing this so-called decision made for my own good. I can take responsibility for my own life and make my own decisions. He will only become your weakness and a weakness for others to attack you, which will definitely bring you endless trouble. I don't have any feelings for him at all, so you don't have to worry about it in the future. Why do you have to ask for trouble? So you should follow my arrangement, and only this is the most correct decision for you. The reason why his son has changed like this today must have been deceived by the girl named Han Shui. I didn't mean that, but now it's my turn to make the decision on some things. If you have to stick to this woman who won't help your career, what's the point of spending your whole life? What I am looking for is someone who can accompany me throughout my life, not a political commodity. Advertisement. And no matter what the consequences of the decision are, I can bear them, and I don't like the woman you introduced to me at all. No matter what, I will not change my original intention. At the same time, I also give you a piece of advice. To say such words today is really unbelievable to him, in his opinion. It doesn't matter how you treat me, as long as he is someone I like, even if he does not help my career, I will be with him without a doubt. And Ching's mother was not surprised when she heard this sentence. In her eyes, this child has always been very obedient to her words. It seems that he cannot be allowed to stay here, he must be driven away from his son. Otherwise, his son's life would be considered useless. How did you talk to me? You must know that I am your mother, and every decision I make is for your good. The person I introduced to you is the daughter of my neighbor. If you can marry her, it will be a huge help to your career. Chapter 284. A firm attitude. But Han Shuang is my bottom line. If you attack him, don't blame me for not caring about the relationship between mother and son. After saying these words, Lin Hao didn't stop at all, and turned around and returned to his bedroom. Lin Hao's mood is now a little out of control, and he doesn't dare to stay here any longer. He was afraid that if he got into an argument with his mother, he would do something outrageous if he lost control of his emotions. That will only make things worse, so this should be avoided. After Lin Hao left, Lin Hao's mother was left sitting alone in the study. He had not yet realized that Lin Hao, who he thought was a good boy, could say such a thing today. But when he reacted, he was very angry inside. How can I put it, he is actually a person with a very strong desire to control. If you want to have everything under your control, others must act according to your own ideas. But Lin Hao was acting openly against his own will, which also made him feel a little unhappy. Advertisement. He also heard clearly what Lin Hao wanted to express, that is, he would be with Han Shuang no matter what. No matter what measures he takes to force him, he will not change his decision. No matter how beautiful a girl she introduces to Lin Hao in the future, or how prominent her family background is. He won't have any temptation, let alone any delusion that he will choose one of the girls. And the most important thing should be the last sentence he just said, that is, Han Shuang is his bottom line. No matter how you deal with him or make any arrangements for him, he can accept it. Even if he doesn't face it then, he won't take it to heart, let alone hold a grudge. At that time, he won't be able to bear it no matter what, and he will definitely make some resistance. Although he is a person with a strong desire for applause, his son is his world now. If you want your son to hate you, it will be tantamount to your own failure. Advertisement. So he hesitated for a long time and gave up the idea, since he couldn't take any action against Han Shuang. Then when the time comes, I can also offer him enough conditions to let him leave Lin Hao voluntarily. In this case, we can achieve what Lin Hao just said and no action will be taken against him. Han Shuang's safety cannot be guaranteed, but the problem can be solved in a more tactful way. In his opinion, there is nothing in this world that money cannot solve. If there is, it means that the price you offer is not attractive enough. As long as the benefits paid are large enough, there is no problem that cannot be solved. It has to be said that there are so many people struggling in shopping malls. 1.6 also subtly changed some of his thoughts, although money can solve many things. But some things cannot be solved with money, especially in terms of relationships. But if he takes any action against Han Shuang, he will touch his bottom line. However, this matter is also somewhat difficult. Lin Hao did not reveal his identity at first. Chapter 285 Incentives. In other words, when Han Shuang and Lin Hao were together, she didn't know what Lin Hao's family situation was like, but she still spent so many hard days with Lin Hao. It can also be seen from this aspect that Han Shuang is not a very realistic person. Therefore, his idea may be more difficult to implement than expected. But if you don't give it a try, who can know the final result? But judging from the current situation, he has no other way except this way. Of course, he still has the last trace of confidence. In his opinion, it may be because the temptation they faced before was not big enough. That's why Han Shuang has been accompanying Lin Hao to this point, especially after seeing everything Lin Hao has. He is even more determined about his original choice. It can be said that if he can be with Lin Hao, then the benefits he can get from him are absolutely unparalleled. And if I want to be consistent in this aspect, I must bring out greater benefits, but it looks like it now. It seems that he doesn't have enough chips in his hand to support him to complete this time, but he has to give it a try anyway. After all, from a current perspective, this is also for his son Kat to have a better future. If she is just a mother, it is understandable for her to do this. But if you think about it from another perspective, then what he is doing now is a bit too much. Advertisement. In his opinion, Han Shuang could not bring any help to his son at all, but would harm him instead. But he never thought that all the choices were made by Lin Hao alone. Even if he regretted it in the end, it was his own business. If there is no one who can go with him, tell him immediately. No matter what the result is, Lin Hao will not just let the past 10 things go. And he didn't take Lin Hao's feelings into consideration, he just acted based on his own thoughts from his own perspective. To put it bluntly, if he continues to insist on his own way, there will definitely be big problems in the end. But in his opinion, even if there will be big problems in the end, even if Lin Hao will resent himself by then. But for Lin Hao's longer-term development, he thinks it's all worth it. Of course, from the perspective of Lin Hao and his mother, there is nothing wrong with them. Lin Hao wants to pursue his own happiness, and he also shows that no matter what the final result is, he will choose to take the final responsibility. Lin Hao's mother wanted her son to have a longer term and better development, so there was nothing wrong with this, for money. This is just a difference in stance, and it's hard to tell who is right and who is wrong, and it's even harder to judge. So you still have time to judge the final strategy and see whose choice is the best and correct pool in the end. However, he was also thinking about how to solve this matter, and suddenly he thought of the girl he introduced to Lin Hao before. The girl named Lin Mei, he was just recall in chapter 286 Exploitation. I feel that if that girl were to be together with Lin Hao, she would be an unparalleled match. That girl, both in terms of appearance and the gentleman's background behind her, will also help Lin Hao's career development in the future. They are far more than Han Shuang, a girl with no background, so in his opinion, only Lin Mei is the best match for his son. Of course, there may be other better options, but he hasn't discovered them yet. In his opinion, his son is not someone who can be worthy of him casually. This is also the pride that comes from being a mother and being proud of the race of her children. But if we just compare it with Han Shuang, Li Mei is more suitable and a better match. And judging from the situation shown by the girl, he is also very satisfied with his son. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. You must know that the strength displayed by your beautiful family and Lin Hao is not much different, but is actually stronger. It stands to reason that if people like this are raised by everyone, their children will be very domineering. Especially these girls, who have been accustomed to a life of fine clothing and fine food since childhood, so it is inevitable that they will always have some arrogant characters. But she didn't feel these bad traits in Lin Mei. Although he had not been in contact with Lin Mei for a long time, this short period of time did give him a general understanding of Lin Mei's excitement. Advertisement. Although Lin Mei's character is not that arrogant, she just behaves a little better with that kind of ordinary woman. But if you think of Lin Mei's family background, you will feel how valuable this is. So although there may be a more perfect choice than Lin Mei, this character is already unmatched. The most important thing is that this girl also has a certain affection for her son. This is the most valuable thing. No matter how good a girl is, no matter how good her family background is, if she doesn't have a good impression of her son. Please give me flowers. That is useless, so when these various factors are combined, it becomes particularly valuable. Originally, he thought that this girl could be with his son, so he drove the woman named Han Shuang away from his son. But he didn't expect that his son would act so decisively and directly reject the girl. And now that I have a showdown with myself, it will be very difficult for me to make some small moves. But the girl who wanted to graduate definitely didn't give up so easily. He had investigated carefully before. Although this girl looks very gentle on the surface, she is still a very proud person deep down. Of course, this is understandable. After all, his family affairs also gave him the confidence to be proud of. The reason why he agreed to meet his son was partly because his son also came into his eyes. And if he is rejected by his son like this, he will definitely feel unwilling to do so, especially a girl like him who is very proud. Chapter 287. Too proud. The more proud a person is in his heart, the more he has his own self-esteem, and now his son has hurt his self-esteem. Especially since he has enjoyed unparalleled treatment since he was a child, he will definitely not swallow this bad breath. If this situation were normal, he would definitely be worried about his son. After all, if you are targeted by such a person, even if the matter is resolved in the end, you will have to pay a heavy price. But looking at it now, this doesn't seem to be bad news. At least in his opinion, it can use this opportunity to create some means. If this matter is handled, I think Han Shuang can be driven away from his son without even having to take action. Chapter 288. Lin Mei's confidence. But after all, it is Lin Hao who seems to have gone too far. It is reasonable for him to take certain measures to retaliate against him. What's more, in his eyes, all this was his mother's idea, and he was just cooperating. The most important thing is that a woman as good as herself is more than enough to be his wife. He also couldn't understand what qualifications Lin Hao had to dislike him or to be angry with him when the time came. Being able to marry a perfect woman like herself as a wife is simply a blessing that she has cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Of course, all of this must be based on the premise that the plan between them can be successfully implemented, otherwise, all of this can only become empty talk. Although this plan looks very simple, it is also difficult to implement it. But there is no doubt that this plan is really very executable. Especially for a man like Lin Hao who has a strong sense of responsibility, this is the real trump card. Yes, the plan proposed by his mother is to cook the rice before it is raw, even if Lin Hao now opposes and protests against himself. As long as the rice is cooked by then, no matter how much Lin Hao objects, it will be useless. Not to mention that Lin Hao himself is a very responsible man. If something like this really happens, he will definitely not shirk his responsibility. Just the strength of the family behind Lin Mei did not allow her to act recklessly in order to maintain the face of the 2 families. At that time, Sister Han could only choose to be with Lin Mei. As for what happened to Han Shui, that was no longer a concern. Even if Lin Hao still can't let go of Han Shui and still misses him, it doesn't hurt anymore. Advertisement. At least by then his real wife will already be Lin Mei. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Even if he wants to use some methods at that time, Han Shui can only become his lover. But after all, it is Lin Hao who seems to have gone too far. It is reasonable for him to take certain measures to retaliate against him. What's more, in his eyes, all this was his mother's idea, and he was just cooperating. The most important thing is that a woman as good as herself is more than enough to be his wife. He also couldn't understand what qualifications Lin Hao had to dislike him or to be angry with him when the time came. Being able to marry a perfect woman like herself as a wife is simply a blessing that she has cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Of course, all of this must be based on the premise that the plan between them can be successfully implemented, otherwise, all of this can only become empty talk. Although this plan looks very simple, it is also difficult to implement it. But there is no doubt that this plan is really very executable. Especially for a man like Lin Hao who has a strong sense of responsibility, this is the real trump card. Yes, the plan proposed by his mother is to cook the rice before it is raw, even if Lin Hao now opposes and protests against himself. As long as the rice is cooked by then, no matter how much Lin Hao objects, it will be useless. Not to mention that Lin Hao himself is a very responsible man. If something like this really happens, he will definitely not shirk his responsibility. Just the strength of the family behind Lin Mei did not allow her to act recklessly in order to maintain the face of the 2 families. Advertisement. At that time, Sister Han could only choose to be with Lin Mei. As for what happened to Han Shuang, it was no longer a concern. Even if Lin Hao still can't let go of Han Shuang and still misses him, it doesn't hurt anymore. At least by then his real wife will already be Lin Mei. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Even if he wants to use some methods at that time, Han Shuang can only become his lover. It can no longer be openly announced to the outside world, and their relationship can only be hidden in secret. Although this plan will cause great harm to the market, it will definitely make him feel very guilty towards Kai Hanshuang. But as a mother, she chose this plan without any doubt. He can wait until Lin Hao will hate him later, but he will never allow his son to be so mediocre. He must make his son more successful, at least further than he is now. Even if you have to pay a huge price, money or not, then, you won't hesitate. This is what most parents in the world think. I always think that everything I do today is for the good of my children, and they are just ignorant now, so they don't understand my painstaking efforts. But it can be said that they are just standing on the moral high ground to coerce their children. In their eyes, the so-called kindness to him is actually just their wishful thinking, or another manifestation of their inner ambition. Any choices they made were never discussed with these children. Maybe their intentions are good, but this method is very wrong, and it can only be called very overbearing. Chapter 289 Put down the airs, but no matter what, he will not change his inner thoughts. No matter what, he will drive Han Shuang away from Lin Hao. Because in his eyes, Han Shuang was not worth mentioning at all and could not bring any help to Lin Hao at all. The difficulty of the whole plan now is how to deceive Lin Hao and implement the plan. In fact, this sentence is easy to say and difficult to say. To put it simply, as long as Lin Hao is deceived, the rest will be very simple. The hard part is this method. If it is implemented, Lin Hao may detect a flaw. If the whole plan fails in the end, Lin Hao will definitely fall out with himself according to his character. Therefore, although this plan will be very effective if it succeeds in the end, if it fails, the consequences will also be very serious. It can be said that he already wants to block it, but other than that, he has no other choice. If you wait until Lin Hao reacts and handles everything properly, then even if he wants to change this reality, it will be very difficult, and there is no probability of success at all. Advertisement. That's why he wanted to put all his hopes on this plan at this time. If he succeeds, he will become very powerful. If he fails, the consequences will be disastrous. Even if there is, I am afraid that many reasons are needed to achieve the final goal. And by announcing the relationship between the two of them, Mr. Yu will wait until then. If he wants to get involved again, he will become the third party. But it seems that apart from this method, there is no other way to achieve the goal in his mind. In fact, according to Lin Mei's pride, she was not allowed to adopt such dirty methods. 0. I'm afraid that the only help I can bring will be my own housework. And if it continues to be delayed, his best years will be wasted waiting. So he must seize this opportunity. Advertisement. But now Lin Hao has made everything clear, which proves that he can no longer wait any longer. I'm afraid it won't take long. If he continues to let things go, he will definitely be with Han Shuang openly and honestly. Even if you wait for the man of your choice, you may not be attractive enough. This can no longer be called love, it can only be called being used, which is something he cannot accept. Please give me flowers, but it is not easy to meet a man that you like. It can be said that if you miss Lin Hao this time, you don't know when you will have to wait until you meet someone again next time. For this reason, the two of them also discussed in depth how to implement the entire plan and some of its details. It can be said that he doesn't have that much time now. If we go by what he said before, he still has absolute confidence. I don't allow this situation to happen. His pride, I can't allow him to become the third party in other people's mouth. No matter when it comes, the third party will always be despised, not to mention that he is a young lady with a good family style. Chapter 290 Seize the opportunity. Only by seizing this opportunity can he meet the person he loves most at his best time. Even if he met him later, he wouldn't have enough capital to deal with it. And as long as this matter can be successfully planned, even if Lin Hao will hate him by then, the result is already doomed. And he also has complete confidence that he can change Lin Hao's mind over time. In his opinion, the reason why he lost to 14 Han Shuang in this competition was because Han Shuang had experienced many things with Lin Hao before. Therefore, the relationship between the two of them is a testimony that has experienced time, so it has become somewhat indestructible. To be honest, this was the love he dreamed of, but when this happened to his love rival, it would seem a little ironic. But he also has the same confidence. If the competition is fair under fair conditions, he is fully confident that he can defeat Han Shuang. After all, no matter from which aspect, I do not belong to Han Shuang, and I am even better than him. Anyone with a little bit of brain will know how to choose, although Lin Hao may have different pursuits from others. But it can also change Lin Hao's heart through a long-term subtle influence. He has this ability, and he also has this self-confidence. In fact, if that is really what he said. If we compete under fair conditions, Sister Han may really lose to Lin Mei. In comparison, there are some things that can be solved without escaping. But things are always such a coincidence, and there is no absolute fairness and competition. Advertisement. So he had to adopt this plan that he thought was very shameful before. This can be regarded as for his own happiness, and he can be regarded as risking his life, but before the matter succeeds. You can't reveal even the slightest bit of news, especially you can't let your family know your plans. Otherwise, they will definitely try their best to stop themselves. In their opinion, if they do this, they will be completely embarrassed. As the face of a big family, they will not allow themselves to do this, even if they succeed in the end. It will only be regarded as a joke to the entire family, although they will not do anything to themselves. But if the guarantee is not enough, they will attack Lin Hao, so in order to avoid this happening, He can only take an insurance approach, as long as the rice is cooked and the rice is cooked, no matter how much his family objects. In order to maintain the mercy of the family, they can only agree to this one thing, and when the time comes, they must do their best to help Lin Hao. Only when Lin Hao achieves certain achievements will it be a real honor for them. Otherwise, if Lin Hao ends up in despair, it will be a huge loss to their family's reputation. Yes, it is equivalent to another kind of coercion. In fact, if you do this kind of thing, it is also a very test for a person. Not only must you have great courage, but you must also have great courage. You want to be the daughter of a big family. I have lived in a humorous environment since I was a child, and I can say that I get whatever I want. But today I have to use this method to achieve my goal. Chapter 291 Feeling guilty together. It is also a huge challenge for Lin Mei himself, and it takes great courage for him to make this decision. People without a certain amount of courage would not dare to make such a decision, not to mention that once this decision is made, the impact will be very wide. At that time, it will not only affect him alone, but also two huge families. If you are not careful, both sides will suffer losses, and it may even lead to a life and death struggle. Therefore, there was no room for sloppiness in this matter, so he discussed the details more carefully with Han Shuang's mother. On the other hand, Lin Hao 243 still doesn't know that a big plan is being launched for him today. And what makes him even more chilling is that the person closest to him is plotting against him, if he were to know this. It will definitely make him feel chilled, but now he knows nothing about all this. It can now be said that the struggle between him and his mother has begun, and he needs to make a good plan for what to do next. At first, he just relied on the impulse in his mind. Now that he calmed down, he found that he actually still had a lot to do. He can't just rely on that impulse to do things, so he will also start his own plan in the future. Only in this way can Han Shuang be given a legitimate identity, one that no one else can refute. Only after he has dealt with all aspects of the matter can he push Han Shuang out openly. He still thinks that everything he did was right and for Lin Hao's good. Advertisement. So the two of them also agreed to make an appointment tomorrow to have a detailed meeting and talk. In this way, the sincerity of both parties can be reflected, and the plan can be truly completed. He didn't want to affect Han Shuang's mood because of other people's nonsense. After all, he had already made Han Shuang suffer too much. The call between Lin Mei and Lin Hao's mother also lasted a very long time, and they finally hung up the phone. It's the kind of formal announcement that everyone makes, rather than just being sneaky like now. Although Caixin didn't care what others thought of him, he also wanted to give Han the best he deserved. Lin Hao's mother actually felt a little guilty, but then she shook the guilt away from her head. He must finish this matter before he can sue the relationship between him and Han Shuang. After all, some things cannot be explained clearly on the phone, and they can only be explained in person. Even if Lin Hao will resent himself by then, he will admit it. On the other hand, Lin Hao is also making his own plans. There are many aspects among them that he has not yet considered, so he will continue to wrong Han Shuang for a while. This seems to be a very simple thing, but if you want to do it perfectly. But even though the call has been hung up, the plan has not yet been completed. So although this night is very ordinary, it is so long in the eyes of some people. If this happens again, he will feel very guilty, no matter what aspect he considers. Chapter 292 Worry. Everyone has their own thoughts in their heart, so the short night is so long at this moment. Some people also toss and turn, unable to fall asleep at all, so just like that, the whole night slowly passes by in this atmosphere. The next day, Lin Mei came to the place agreed with Lin Hao and her mother as promised. Although after a buffer of time last night, I am already mentally prepared for 633's plan today. But when he actually faced it today, he realized that it was not as easy as he imagined. He still felt a little nervous and uneasy in his heart. After all, this kind of thing was really the first time in his life for him. You know, according to his identity and status, he has never been treated like this since he was a child. But now, for a man, he is constantly challenging his cognition. I have to say that this is also very incredible. However, humans are such wonderful creatures. When others revolve around you, they regard you as the center of the world. You will feel impatient, even think that he is very troublesome, and want to get rid of him from your side. Advertisement, however, when others don't take him seriously, or they don't care about him at all. He will also feel that he has been ignored and that his charm has been challenged. Instead, they will try their best to gain the other person's attention and thus express their sense of existence. But it is inevitable that there is some regret in being together for such a long time. That's why Lin Hao thinks in his heart how precious this kind of love that lasts forever is. The most precious things are often the things that are longed for, but far away and unavailable. Or maybe it's because of this fast-paced life that the server has not made it to the end. It has also gone through the dullness after the novelty, and it has also gone through the time of quarrels. It may also be because you attach too much importance to it, so it seems a little cheap, and what you get is no longer the most precious. Once you get it, you will lose the freshness, and then you will want to throw it away and find another new one. Advertisement. It can only be said that it is human nature, no matter who they are, they will have such a mentality. After all, I have gone through ups and downs, but I have not survived the last dull period. There was that kind of endless sweetness but also dullness and alienation, but it has passed the test of time. They also realized the importance of the other person to them, and they also understood their own hearts more clearly. I have to say that this kind of love is indeed valuable, and it has gone through the process of mutual suspicion. 3.4 We can't say who is right or wrong in this matter. After all, this is a matter between two people. although they have experienced ups and downs along the way. Looking at the men and women who live in this fast pace, there are only a few who can do what they do. It's usually during the dull period after the novelty wears off, that is, I just can't stand this kind of test. In the end, they finally got the look they wanted. It can be said that it was not easy. Even if we don't get together in the end, there will be no complaints. Chapter 293 Recall, because sometimes it is very simple to say something angry, and you can say it without hesitation. But when you really calm down and think about this matter slowly, you will find that it is very precious. If you really leave the other person, you may feel very relaxed at that time. I'm glad I finally left that annoying person who didn't know any sense of humor. Now I finally have no one to take care of me anymore. But this kind of relaxation, you actually find that it is not really relaxed, and you can't realize how long it lasts. You will find that instead of experiencing this kind of relaxation, it is better to experience the previous one, when two people are together. Only then will you discover the other person. Although it may sometimes cause you some troubles, it is all based on loving you. No matter how he restrains you, it is because he loves you and because he wants to go on a longer-term relationship with you. Rather than just a source of due or a short-lived love, you will miss the time you spent together before. In fact, sometimes many things require you to calm down and think slowly. Advertisement, because once you calm down and think slowly, you will find that many things are not as simple as you think. In other words, I was very happy when I made the decision and didn't find it difficult at all. But when you make a decision and then implement it or bear the consequences of the decision you made, no matter what the final result is, at least you have tried your best, no matter whether this is the love you want. We cannot rely solely on the efforts of one of them, both of us must face this difficulty together. It will only have the opposite effect than you expected. This is a test between two people. You will suddenly find that you regret it, and this is not the result you want. Once used in the wrong place or at the wrong time, good intentions will only lead to bad things. During this special period of time, both parties should be given a certain amount of freedom rather than excessive constraints. Maybe your starting point is good, but sometimes, your concern must be at the appropriate scale and within the appropriate time. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. If you don't experience many things personally, no one can tell what the final result will be. And many times what you think is inappropriate is just what you think is inappropriate. But at least you have experienced so much together, and it is worth your efforts. And how can there be so much luck in the world? You will always meet the person you think is suitable. Only in this way can you think back to today many years later without leaving any regrets. God's favor is limited after all, and your own happiness is only in your own hands. Of course, when a person calms down, he will inevitably have some random thoughts, and he will always think of more things than usual. You cannot place all your hopes on others for a long time. So at any time, all you can rely on is yourself. Although you think this is inappropriate, who dares to jump to conclusions before reaching the final step? Chapter 294 Be cautious. All happiness is obtained by fighting for yourself, and you have to experience the sadness in it. Only you can understand it, and no one else can experience it for you. What's more, if you don't experience all this, how can you call it a perfect love? If we don't go through all this, it would be impossible for this love to come to the end. And even if you meet the person you think is suitable, you will eventually go through the dull period of 14. This is inevitable, because human energy is destined to be limited, and the same is true for love. It is impossible to stay at your peak state every moment and face every day with full energy. Everyone gets tired, especially the relationship between two people, which is undoubtedly the most energy consuming. So no matter whether you meet the person you think is suitable or not, you will eventually experience such a dull period. And all you can do is work hard and get through this difficulty with someone. Don't think about whether the other person is the person you think is suitable. Many people who have been together until old age begin to think that the other person is not the person they think is suitable. In order to achieve your own psychological comfort, in fact, you know very well what you are doing for. Because of my own impulse, the results I made at that time were all without thinking. When you find that loving the other person has become a habit, it has become your instinct. Advertisement, because at this time you may be a little unable to bear this dullness, so you want to be relieved and find new excitement. It is in the continuous process of life that the two people slowly fit together. But you don't know how to make the final decision, so you can only come up with such a lame excuse. You won't care whether he is the right person for you or not, it's so magical. So whenever you make up your mind to make a very important decision, don't be impulsive. As two people spend more time together, they will understand each other more deeply. But in this case, don't rashly choose to separate from the other party, because these are just excuses you have found for yourself. Don't rush to a final conclusion, it's a constant process of exploration between two people. Time is the most terrifying thing, and it is also the most magical tool. It may turn the person you hate the most into the person you love the most. Likewise, he will turn the person you love the most into the person you hate the most, so before everything comes to the final step. And during this special period, you will feel that the other person is not actually the person you think is suitable. Think about it again. If you choose to do this, are the consequences what you want to see? You must calm down, think carefully, and consider whether you really need to do this. Don't make wrong judgments and decisions that you regret because of your temporary feelings. It's more like a running in between the two people, slowly turning each other into what they want most. Chapter 295 Don't worry, in other words, are the consequences of this really something you can bear? So no matter what you face, it's not just about feelings. When you want to make a decision, don't make it so rashly or hastily. Because sometimes many things are not as simple as you imagine, and there is also a huge gap between reality and ideals. All the plans you have made may be extremely difficult when you actually put them into practice. After reading about that most difficult time, you will find that you will be very glad that you did not make such a reckless decision. This kind of thing is also the most amazing. Many times, it will achieve the biggest reversal. Sometimes you feel that you can no longer persist or go on. What is waiting for you is the upcoming separation. Maybe you think so in your heart. But fate is the most cunning trick. It takes two people who thought they were about to separate and forced them to come to the end. Advertisement. It is true that those who thought they could stay together died midway. Everything can be said to be an arrangement of fate. But it's not just destiny, but your own choice, although it is said that there is a certain destiny. 0.7 Work hard and strive for what is best for you, because after the test of time, what is left in the end is what is best for you. You can believe in the existence of such a thing as fate, but you cannot surrender in front of it. Most of the time, don't take your own face into consideration, because face doesn't mean anything. No matter when, don't give up easily, always try hard. On the contrary, for this illusory appearance, you will only lose more things that are more precious to you. You can also regard this as one of the tests. Only by passing this test can you gain the future you want. At this time, you must not be discouraged, do not question your feelings, and do not question the other person. Never, ever give in to fate. As long as you are willing to work hard, you have to believe that everything will be changed. Advertisement. Removing the magazines over and over again leaves only the purest things. Even if the final result is not what you desire, at least you have tried hard and there are no regrets left in your heart. Think of this as constant tempering. After repeated repetitions, what is left in the end is the final essence. But no matter what, you have to believe that everything is full of infinite possibilities before reaching the final decision. Obey your own heart and keep fighting for it. Love is not arranged by fate, but more importantly, you have to fight for it yourself. No matter when, you must believe in your own abilities and believe that you can change all the difficulties in front of you. Don't make a decision that you will regret for the rest of your life because of a momentary wrong judgment. And it will only cost you more than you gain. You must always believe that your future needs to be decided by yourself, rather than relying on the illusory fate. Love is nothing more than this. It is a process that is constantly repeated, with constant closeness and constant distance. Chapter 296. Recall, regret. And when you think back to it later, you will be filled with regrets, regretting why you made such a wrong decision just for the sake of this illusory face. It doesn't mean that you have to be disrespectful and cater to the other party without any bottom line. You have to have your own ideas. No matter when, don't lose your own opinion, and you must have your own opinions on everything. You have your own bottom line, which cannot be breached no matter what. You must also consider the feelings of the other party. In a relationship, it is not just giving or taking, it is a mutual balance. If you just give blindly or just take blindly, then you will eventually die in the middle and will not reach the end. Because it was already an abnormal relationship, a bit deformed, and their lives were destined to be limited. Everything has a scale. Only by grasping the scale can we make the relationship between the two parties more harmonious. Of course, a man's face may be very important to you, but what I want to tell you is, in fact, in many cases, face is of no use, it is just a cover you use to deceive yourself and others. Or maybe this is just a way to achieve it because you are extremely unconfident in your heart and want to show yourself deliberately. Face is not given by others, but earned by one's own abilities. Of course, it doesn't mean that you don't care about your own face at all, but it's just not suitable in many cases. Therefore, we must grasp the scale and not go too far, nor retreat too far. Advertisement. Love is a very wonderful thing. Sometimes you feel like you miss someone after not seeing them for a few minutes. Sometimes you don't think it's a big deal after not seeing each other for several days, but it is undeniable. There is still a place for him in your heart, so don't rush to deny it, let alone cover up something. What exactly are you thinking? Only you know, so there is no need to panic. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive your own heart. No matter what you say, it can't change your inner thoughts. More often than not, separation occurs within this special stage, which is like a divine punishment. After you get through it, it's like a carp passing through the dragon's gate, and you will welcome a different life from now on. If you can't get through it, it will end in misery. It is very important to follow your inner thoughts and grasp the scale of doing things. Maybe you just want to punish the other person 683 a little, or you want to show the other person your inner unhappiness. This is all normal, but sometimes when doing things, don't go too far and stay within a certain limit. Such words can not only enhance the relationship between you and the other person, but also shorten the distance between your hearts. But once it exceeds a certain limit, it will be counterproductive and get the opposite result. This is like a double-edged sword. You can charge forward to kill the enemy, but you may also hurt yourself. Of course, the most important thing is that the two of you need to work together to run it well. Because the results of one person's efforts alone are not enough. Chapter 297. Sneaking away. It is far from being able to support the health of a small sapling like love, which can grow into the final towering tree. So it still requires the joint efforts of two people. You have to believe that there are no difficulties that cannot be solved between two people. Any problem can definitely be solved as long as you really love each other in your heart. Maybe you will say that you are not in love with him, but just moved, so you think that one day you will be separated. Don't make such a hasty conclusion yet. Since you choose to be with him, there must be a reason for it. Moreover, you have been together for such a long time and have experienced so many things. There will definitely be a certain bond and reluctance between each other, and they will not let you make that kind of decision to separate. You must know that feelings are not something that can be decided in an instant, but need to be cultivated slowly and continuously. Maybe sometimes, the first feeling is really important and will affect your subsequent development. But don't forget that you are with him now, so what you have to consider is not the upcoming separation. Sometimes a person's inner thoughts can also affect the final direction of an event. After the test of time, when you want to choose to separate from the other person, you will find the original feeling. Only those who love you will care about you so much, care about your every move, and care about every bit of you. But at least you are still with him now, so you must bear the corresponding responsibilities. Advertisement. Then the seeds of love will slowly sprout, and finally take root in the soil between two people, and finally grow healthily and robustly. Don't dislike him for being too old and boring you. It's just his love for you that he hasn't found a suitable way to express. Even if you and him started out just because of a touching moment, as time goes by. So while you still have it, please hold it tightly and don't let it slip away from your fingertips. Perhaps because of your first impression, you think it is still just a touch. And only in this way can the gap between you be eliminated, no matter what your original intention is. I think you are just used to this kind of touch and do not regard it as a kind of love. Therefore, you also need to take the relationship between one or two people seriously. After all, you will meet someone who is good to you, or someone who cherishes you as much as he does now. You will understand many things only after experiencing them, and only after going through the test and temper of time can you confirm your final decision. If you are unable to vaccinate in this way, you can also have a good communication with the other party. After all, only communication can solve the problem. So what you need to consider is how to manage this relationship well, instead of thinking about how to leave decently in the end. The so-called deep love has long been implanted in your bones, but you haven't noticed it yet. Because as you grow older, your style of dealing with things also continues to mature. It is really rare to encounter the naive but pure love you had at the beginning. If you choose to separate now, it may be very difficult to meet again in the future. Chapter 298. Stick to your heart no matter when. Don't overestimate your own value, and don't underestimate your own role. Your inner thoughts will really affect where the relationship between you will go in the end. Just like you have been thinking about how to break up with the other party in a dignified manner. Even if you meet the person you think is suitable, under the influence of your thoughts, you will not be able to reach the end of 853. Because you don't have the confidence to accompany the other person to the end, so how can they develop in the direction you imagined? Never think how difficult it is to predict the final result. Many times it can be determined by just your temporary thoughts. So you can say he is fragile, or you can say he is firm. You can say he is fragile because one thought can determine his life or death. He is said to be very determined because once he makes a final decision, it is very difficult to change it. So sometimes your thoughts are really important. Since you have chosen the other party, you must carefully consider how to manage it carefully. When you finally calm down and think about it carefully, you will realize how naive your thoughts are. So your inner thoughts can sometimes play a decisive role. Now that you have made a choice, even if there are bumps along the way in the end, you have to move forward bravely and overcome obstacles. Instead, you need to use actual actions to prove it, to prove the love between you, instead of falling into self-doubt. Advertisement. There is no need to doubt whether you can persist, it is just that during this special period, it makes you think wildly. Think clearly about the methods and consequences of every choice you make. If this is not different from the kind of life you want, then you will not hesitate in making this important decision. But after experiencing so much, the buds of love will burst out, and there will be a better chance of reaching the end. Sometimes the person you meet is not the one you think is the most suitable, but you do have a firm idea in your heart. It will have a major impact on your entire life, so when you encounter a major choice, you must calm down and consider it carefully. Every important decision involves very important matters and cannot be made in a fit of anger. If you truly love the other person, you shouldn't be too entangled in this issue. Instead of thinking about how to end up with each other like before, so at this time, even if there is no real love between you. Then think about whether this is what you can bear, if you find out after thinking about it. So many times what you call appropriate or inappropriate is actually just an excuse. So, never make a very important decision rashly at any time, because you don't know when you will regret it. Your inner thoughts have already affected what you usually do, and what you usually do will also affect your final outcome. Believe that you can go to the end with the other person. Because of the influence of your thoughts, you will usually manage this relationship well and carefully. Chapter 299. Looking back, of course, all this is done to prevent myself from thinking about the decision I made today when the time comes. Then I will regret why I didn't think about it before making a decision today, but I was so reckless. You must know that there is no regret medicine in this world. Once you make the wrong choice, you will only have endless regrets. Even if you figure out a way to make up for it, you can't go back to the little beauty you had before. So the only thing that can be done is to make every important decision carefully instead of making a decision hastily. No one wants to wait until they are too old to move and have to sit in a rocking chair. Without the radiance of the setting sun shining on my body, I feel the last warmth. Thinking back on the decision I made today, all I have left is endless regret. That may be the saddest life. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to predict where they will go in the future. And I don't even know what I will look like after many years, but that's why. You need to make every decision seriously and carefully consider the consequences of this. It is difficult to survive here, Li Liao Jiao, with just one's own passion, so under the constant polish of life. Don't say things you regret, let alone make a decision you will regret in the future. Of course, if you think back on it, you may feel very sorry for such a life, or very dissatisfied. Advertisement. That passion has long since been extinguished by the burden of life, leaving only a dull life. In other words, let yourself bear the consequences, and only in this way can you minimize the chance of regret. After all, this is the same trajectory you planned before. So the only thing I can control is now, and I can only control every good time now. Maybe you still have ambitions in your heart, but in the end they are not realized. But generally speaking, the development is still very along the track, and there will be no big ups and downs, nor the kind of turbulent waves. Yesterday has become the past and cannot be changed, but the future is still unknown. You dream that you can create a new world in your life with your original passion. If you think about it, your life will be very dull, without any outstanding features, but also without any big fault. It turns out that life is never as simple as one imagines, and reality is more cruel and more realistic than one imagines. Therefore, whenever you consider something, you should not just see the immediate impact, but also consider the long-term results. Think carefully about the decision you made and how it will affect you in the future. Only in this way, when I look back on my ordinary life in my later years, do I realize that even though I have so many regrets. Leave a heavy makeup and a light touch on your own life, but you will only discover it when your mother comes into contact with life. It also gradually lost its sharp edges and began to become rounded. Chapter 300. Life is impermanent. It has deviated very far, and can even be said to have gone in the opposite direction. But many times, when considering things, we can't just think about it from this aspect, but more importantly, we have to look at it from another angle. Maybe you have lived a mediocre life, without any wonderful performances in this life, let alone achieving your original wonderful life goals. But equally, you won't be left with any regrets that you can't let go of. It won't let you think about it many years later, leaving only endless trouble and regret. And life is like this, it's more 540 dull, and the little surprises you imagine only happen occasionally. If you can spend this life in an ordinary way, it can be enough to prove that you have not wasted it. Because life is like this, plainness is actually a kind of happiness, but sometimes it is because of your ambition. So you don't think this is a kind of happiness, but after you experience the strong winds and waves outside in the rich life. Only then will you discover that what you really need is such an ordinary life. Advertisement. Just like people who have been wandering outside for a long time, they always want to find a destination and don't want to continue wandering anymore. I want to find a stable place to settle down, instead of continuing to wander in such strong winds and waves. People's experiences are limited. The more they experience, the less they will gradually become. So when you really get to that point, you will realize, alas, how rare this kind of ordinary life is. So maybe if you live this life plainly, you will feel so unsatisfied. But in fact, you have also mastered the most precious wealth in the world, because you have lived a life that many rich people long for. Never go and envy the kind of life lived by those who look glamorous on the outside. Because you only see their appearance, and do not see the bitterness and suffering behind them. The more glamorous they look, the greater the price they pay behind the scenes. And this price is not something everyone can afford, which is why not everyone can succeed. Advertisement. God is always fair. When he gives you something, he will also give you something. When you think you are successful, unfortunately, you are about to lose something valuable. Maybe sometimes you don't care so much, it's just that you haven't discovered what you think is the most important thing in your heart. When you understand it, and when you want to cherish it again, you find that you have already lost it. It's just like something that is normal, at least in your opinion. Because of this, you have never thought about how to cherish it, you just regard it as a habit. But when you really lose him, you will find that you are not used to it at all. Because it's too easy to get, and it's just a common thing for you, so you don't have the feeling of paying attention to it. It is precisely because of your attitude that he will leave you in the end. In fact, the most important things in your heart are often the things that are easiest for you to get. Chapter 301. Willingness. Or to put it another way, he is very common to you because he is too easy to get. It is precisely because of this that he can penetrate deeply into your heart unconsciously and become the most important thing to you. But you don't know anything about it, so without you noticing it, it becomes the most important thing to you. But you definitely don't have any consciousness and think that this is just something ordinary. But when you really lose him, you will realize how important he is to you. But if you regret it after you have truly lost it, it will be of no use and will only make you more sad. Before that, no matter how you treated him, he would never leave you and cooperate by your side. You prove that you are also the most important person in his heart, and that is why he is willing to pay so much. No matter how you treat him or what attitude you adopt, he won't care. But it's okay for him to still stick to you, and it can be seen that you do hold a special place in his heart. Advertisement. But you can't do things unscrupulously just because the other person cares. You have to know that there is a limit to patience no matter when, and there are many things that don't mean they won't happen. It's just that it hasn't reached a certain limit yet. After reaching a certain limit, everything that should happen will follow. So don't have your own little luck, many things are not as simple as you think. No matter how bad you behave now, the other party will still choose to tolerate you. This just proves that what you have done has not reached the limit that he can tolerate. Once he makes up his mind to leave you, it means that what you have done has touched his bottom line. He has reached the limit of what he can endure, and this is like the last straw that breaks the camel's back. What you did before will definitely make him slowly start to become discouraged. You must know that many things do not happen overnight, but change slowly and subtly. You know, in this matter, it is impossible to rely solely on one person's efforts. Advertisement. Request flowers 0. It takes the joint efforts of two people to go further, but you take this kind of dedication as a matter of course. If you knew, no one's efforts should be taken for granted. It's just because they care about you that they will do these things willingly. Once you get used to giving unilaterally and just accept it blindly, you are not far from the final danger. Many times what your uncle says will shake his inner thoughts, but it's just because of his obsession with you that he has overcome this wavering. So even if sometimes he doubts what he did in the first place, he still chooses to persist. But more often than not, you will only regard this persistence as your unscrupulous capital. That's why the situation becomes more extreme, which will only make the other party more frustrated. This is a vicious cycle that never ends. If it goes on slowly, it will only make you drift apart. Until finally reaching the most dangerous step 10. Chapter 302. Don't stay in this case. If the other party has made the final decision, it means that he has also carefully considered it. You can think about it carefully. When you behaved the worst, they didn't choose to leave. But choosing to leave later doesn't mean anything. It can only mean that he is already frustrated with you. Because of what you did, his heart gradually became silent and he no longer had any hope. Maybe he still had a glimmer of hope for you before, so he chose to be patient and hope that you could change. But it seems that you didn't really understand what he meant, and just used him as capital for your further unscrupulousness. So you will only push the other person into the arms of others step by step, and in the end you will still fall into the 7 of endless regrets. Since the other person has made a decision and said he wants to leave you, it proves that he has given up on you. After experiencing so much of what you did, it completely broke his heart, and he will no longer have any illusions about you. It was only through what you did that he made such a decision, so to speak, if he wanted to change it. It may be that it is no longer possible to change the final result, because now that it is possible. Waiting until today to leave you proves that this decision has already existed in his heart, and you have been thinking about it for a long time. The decision you just made is no longer something you can change with just a few words. So don't make things develop in the worst direction, and don't let yourself become the driving force for the development of things. Otherwise, this will only make you feel regretful, and when you think about it again, you will only have endless regrets. In fact, although your own things will be very relaxed at the time, wait until you really react and think about this matter again. You will find that this matter is actually far less easy to deal with than you originally imagined. In fact, if you don't experience many things personally, you will never understand the feeling. Advertisement. Maybe you imagined before that if this happened, you wouldn't feel so sad if you faced it. But when things really happen, if you face it again, you will find that in fact, that result is not the ending you want and it is not the ending you want to face. But once it gets to that point, no matter what you say, you can't change the final outcome. Once it reaches that point, it can only mean that the other party has given up on you. And this is not the result of a temporary thought. This idea must have existed in his mind for a long time, and as time goes by. This is like a seed, buried in his heart early on, and as time goes by. This seed also sprouted slowly, and finally grew into a towering tree, so it was only when it really developed to the final step. Don't be too demanding about anything, just let nature take its course. Because since he has made this decision, it means that this is the result of his careful consideration. No matter what you say or do, you can't change the result in his heart. So if you really get to that point, you have no other choice but to accept it silently. And no matter what the final result is, you cannot resent the other party. Because this is originally a matter of two people, I am worried that it cannot be completed by relying on one person. One is willing to give and the other is willing to accept. As it is a matter of mutual consent, who do you have the right to blame others? If you can't accept it, you can reject it at the beginning. Now that you have chosen, you must take responsibility for your choice instead of just enjoying it. So this is your own decision. No matter what the final result is, you have to bear it alone. Whether good or bad, it is your own choice, and you can only bear the consequences. In fact, many times, some things have changed with the passage of time without even realizing it. Advertisement. Perhaps these changes are so subtle that you are not even aware of it and have already changed unconsciously. You still think that you still have the same thoughts and ideas as before. You no longer have a completely true understanding of yourself, you are still stuck at the beginning. In fact, sometimes it is not as difficult as you think to make some changes. All I'm saying is that you don't really want to change something, no matter how simple it is. As long as you really make up your mind to change something and take action, it will always come true. The time spent may be longer or shorter, and the final effect may be more obvious or weaker. But in the end, there will definitely be some changes compared to the beginning. And that kind of change is something you can really experience, and then it will slowly happen as time goes by. Only then can you truly feel your own changes, or can everything slowly develop in the direction you imagined. So you must have confidence in yourself at all times, and don't think that some things are simply difficult to change. That's just your own feeling. In fact, many things can definitely be changed once you make up your mind. If you don't have confidence in yourself and feel that you can't change, then how can you develop 2.0 into what you imagined? No matter what the final result is, if you don't work for a long time, you will never achieve the goal in your heart. If you give it a try, there is a possibility that this idea can be realized, but if you don't even dare to try. So no matter when it comes, it can only stay in your imagination and cannot be converted into reality at all. Don't be afraid of the difficulties and obstacles you will experience in the process of change. You must understand that any road leading to beauty is full of thorns and setbacks. It is never smooth sailing, let alone reaching the final destination smoothly. And those so-called smooth sailing life paths are only temporary for people. Chapter 303 Trying because objective facts exist, there is no smooth sailing in life here. Even if there is, it is only temporary, and it cannot always be smooth sailing without experiencing any setbacks. So don't be afraid in many cases. When the time comes, you will experience setbacks, and you will be too afraid to move forward. Because what you may see now is a road full of difficulties and obstacles. But if you give up because of this, you will never reach the final destination. Some things may seem very scary, but if you really experience it yourself, you will find that the truth is not as difficult as you imagined, just like the journey of life. It may seem full of frustration, but if you really experience it, you will find that you will get a lot of experience from it or inspiration in life. And this is necessary for a person's growth if he does not go through this difficult and dangerous road. It is also impossible to reach the final destination at 14, and the most likely outcome is to die halfway. And those so-called life journeys that seem to be smooth sailing for you, if it has always been so smooth sailing. Although it may seem like this will make others very envious and jealous, after all, no one wants to experience pain. Everyone definitely wants to reach the most beautiful place in the most comfortable way. But this only exists in my own imagination. There is nothing so cheap in the world. It is impossible for you to take advantage of all the benefits since you want to get something. Then something else must be paid as a price, also as a kind of exchange. All the energy in the world follows a conservation law. If you pay something, you will get something in return. In the same way, you get something and you have to pay something else. These are unchangeable laws. But no matter how you face it, you can never give up the confidence in your heart. Advertisement, no matter what you encounter, you should always give it a try. If you don't try, you will definitely not get any results. Although this road in the city may be full of difficulties and obstacles, it may also be full of bruises. But at least you tried hard to change, even if the final result did not reach the point you wanted. At least no matter what the result will be when the time comes, you have already worked hard and will not leave any regrets. Looking back on today after many years, at least, although the result was not so satisfactory. But at least you won't regret it. In this life, you only need to be worthy of your own psychology. Thinking too much will only add some unnecessary burdens to yourself, because you pay too much attention to what others think of you. That's why I make my life so tiring, and that's why I feel that life is not so fair to me. I have never been treated fairly, and I have never gotten the kind of life I long for. So no matter what happens, the most important thing is to find the reason within yourself first. Don't just shirk responsibility, even if there are times. If you try to change yourself, the final result may be somewhat beyond your expectations. In fact, many times, the root cause of many problems lies in oneself, which may be a small fault. You are not aware of it yourself, or in your opinion, it does not have much impact. But sometimes it is precisely because of this small mistake that it will lead to such serious consequences in the end. 1,000-mile embankment collapses in an ant nest. All the last major disasters are caused by small and inconspicuous problems. Then I didn't pay attention to it, and then these small problems slowly accumulated, and finally led to the final disaster. So never imagine those small problems. It may not be a problem in your opinion. Just like a grain of sand, if it is just one example, you may not notice its existence. Not to mention how terrifying it is and how unimaginable the disaster it brings is. Advertisement, but once the number is large, it will form a desert or a sandstorm. Then the disaster caused by that time will be unimaginable and simply beyond your ability to bear. In fact, sometimes, they don't need the other party to remind you of something, and you will consciously solve these small problems. If this trend continues, the only end result will be separation. It will trigger some unknown changes, and in the end it may form an indestructible barrier between the two of you. If the other party is just an insignificant role to you, then you won't need to work so hard. Since you are troubled by some of his things or things he has done, it proves that the other person is still very important in your heart. Only you know what you think, and others cannot spread your thoughts. Don't let these little problems accumulate and eventually become the straw that breaks the camel's back. Even if it is a barrier established between two people's hearts, it is already indestructible and difficult to break. Although sometimes you won't get support from others, don't doubt yourself. Therefore, no matter when, even if it is just a small problem, it must be solved in time. It might have been possible that some minor problems could be solved as long as they were explained clearly, but once they accumulate. So you just need to follow your inner feeling and make the decision that you think is the right decision. Otherwise, you won't get angry or have any emotional changes. Don't deceive yourself at this time. Because no matter what you do, although you can perfectly deceive others, you cannot evaluate your own heart. The premise back then was that the other party was also very important in your heart, so you would do this. Don't take it into consideration. In fact, many times, some measures are actually taken to deal with these small details. And many times, if those small problems accumulate, they may cause some uncontrollable changes. 887 Therefore, these small problems still need to be solved in time, not to take into account the so-called face issues. Chapter 304 Experience This is the path you choose. No matter what kind of setbacks and ups and downs it is full of, you must bear it alone. Therefore, it is only because of this that various difficulties and setbacks will occur. After all, there will be no smooth sailing along the way. In many cases, don't be too demanding about something, as long as you work hard yourself. Because many times, some things are not something you can change, and some things you may have worked very hard for. But the final result will still not change in any way because of your efforts. Sometimes, maybe you really just didn't expect things to turn out like this, and you just tried a little harder. But nature is such a trick, it will always let you gain something unexpectedly. The human heart is the hardest thing to figure out, so never try to figure out a person's heart. Because it is a place that is vaster and infinite than the endless Wangyang Sea, and it is simply not something you can explore. Even if you deliberately want to explore something, no matter how hard you try, you will end up in vain. So no matter when, don't think too much about yourself, you can reach out to what others are thinking. Because you think you are smart, in the eyes of others you are just a very ridiculous joke. Because of this, you don't know what others are thinking in their hearts, so don't jump to conclusions about others. Many times, what appears to you on the surface is not necessarily true. Maybe you will feel everything you experience with your heart and carefully think about the truth contained in it, instead of drawing conclusions about a person just based on what you see on the surface. There are some things that you don't understand at all, so you shouldn't just comment on something casually. Such words will only make your image in the minds of others more and more unbearable, let alone achieve the goal you want. And you may feel very angry about some things, but you have not experienced that kind of life. Advertisement, so you won't be able to appreciate the bitterness and frustration, if there is a better choice. No one would choose the bad option, and since they have chosen the bad option, that means he has no other choice, and don't force your ideas on others casually. Because it is very simple to do this, but if you are immersed in it yourself, it may be very difficult to implement. Never stand aside and make sarcastic remarks, if one day this kind of thing happens to you. If others stand aside and say sarcastic remarks about you, you will also feel a very painful feeling in your heart. If there was a better life, Wei would choose that miserable one. So sometimes what you see on the surface is not necessarily true. Never be blinded by your own eyes, sometimes your eyes can also deceive you. What's more, sometimes, things will always develop in a direction beyond your control. Maybe your intention is good, but sometimes if you really implement it, on the contrary, it may develop in the opposite direction, so don't judge others easily no matter what. Because when you are judging others, have you ever thought that you will have such a day? How do you feel when you go through all this, watching others pointing fingers at you? In other words, who are you to judge others? You haven't even taken care of yourself. If you can't even solve your own problems, how can you be qualified to shape other people's lives? What's more, in this short life, there are so many things you can do. But if you calculate it carefully, the time left for you is so short. So the most important thing for you is to handle your own affairs well and take good care of yourself, then thank God. Just stop interfering with other people's lives, because no matter how beautiful other people's lives are. Advertisement, in other words, no matter how bad other people's lives are, it has nothing to do with you. Others are not begging you to give them guidance, so why should you waste that energy? It is better to use these experiences on yourself, and the most important thing is to deal with some of your own things well. You have to know that you are actually not as beautiful as you think. Under the surface of this scenery is a turbulent undercurrent. Just like a high-rise building, it looks very majestic and magnificent, but it is already riddled with holes. The foundation has long been unstable, and a slightly larger storm may cause it to collapse. So more often than not, it's better to take care of your own affairs first, and then deal with other people's lives. Take care of yourself and don't let others see your jokes, that is the best explanation for yourself. No matter what choices others make, or what path they ultimately choose to take, it has nothing to do with you. Maybe you feel that your relationship with him is relatively good, you just need to remind him when the time comes. You have made a short film that you can do. If you do more, it will become more and more perfect. Just like there are some things you can take care of, but there are some things you absolutely cannot interfere with. Otherwise, if you interfere too deeply, if things turn out to be bad in the end, all the faults will be blamed on you, Wang's Zhao. You may still feel that you were very wrong. You obviously have good intentions, so why did you get this result in the end? This is often the case. Maybe you have good intentions, but things will not develop as you imagined. So what it will look like in the end is still unknown. Faced with this kind of position, why bother yourself by taking photos? Taking care of yourself is more important than anything else, even if you can't stand other people's style of doing things. The worst thing I can do is have less contact with him. I just don't have to face him often. There is no need to have a big fight with him. Tell him what's wrong with you and what you have to change to be like that. That will only make the relationship between the two of you worse. It may even make you turn against each other, and this is totally unnecessary. Chapter 305: Excessive Interference. So no matter when, don't interfere too much in other people's affairs, because you don't understand many things at all. The true, false questions you make only rely on your own understanding and have nothing to do with other people's experiences. Often, the more circumstances you are in, the easier it is for misunderstandings to occur, and it is also easier for your good intentions to turn into ill intentions. Why bother to make others feel disgusted with you for those illusory things? Don't jump to conclusions when you don't fully understand the ins and outs of the whole thing. Even if you truly understand the ins and outs of the whole thing, you are not the one who has experienced it personally. So you won't understand the bitterness, and everyone has their own reasons for making every choice. Everyone's situation is different, not to mention that people's personalities are also different. The solutions to the same problem may be different, so this is the reason for the gap between people. So no matter when, don't force your way of doing things on others, and let others handle things according to your way of doing things. And many times this is a matter of two people. It is absolutely impossible to rely on one person to work hard to maintain it. You might say that he is used to paying so much, or that he is used to being nice to you. But have you ever thought about why he is like this, why he is willing to be good to you, and why he is willing to pay for you? If you are not a very important person to him, why should he ask for trouble like this? It is precisely because you are a very important person to him that he will accommodate you even if he suffers some grievances. In his eyes, nothing is more important than you, so even if he suffers some injustice, he will choose to accept it silently. For him, his most precious thing is you. Apart from you, he can give anything and bear the loss of anything. And all he did was just fear that one day he would suddenly lose you. Advertisement, maybe it's because he can't bear it yet. Beef, the kind of life without you all of a sudden. So even if he himself suffers some grievances, he still wants to try his best to keep you by his side. But many times, this kind of retention will become a reason for you to be unscrupulous. Maybe in your opinion, the other person is willing to give, no matter how you treat him. In your opinion, no matter what you do, the other person will never leave you. You have also developed this characteristic of the other person. So sometimes, I will do some excessive things, and I rarely care about the other person's feelings. Although you can't see any problems in a short period of time, the other party will not make any extraordinary moves because of this. But what you have to understand is that these things will not just be taken over. He is like the grains of sand that will slowly accumulate and eventually turn into a desert. Only then will you realize how serious the mistake you made was. Never think how powerful you are. In other words, never overestimate your ability to bear it. Maybe in your opinion, losing the other person is not a big deal. Or maybe you feel a little bored now and want to leave the other person and look for a more exciting life. But you have to understand that many times you only feel this way for a period of time, if you really make this decision during this special period of time. Although I can't guarantee that everyone will regret it, most people will definitely regret it when they think about it in the future. Because after you leave the other person, if you want to find someone who takes you as seriously as the other person, although it cannot be said that it is impossible, it can only be said that the probability is very small. Because as age continues to grow and time goes by, people begin to slowly mature. Even if boys are born to mature later than girls, they will still have some maturity at this stage. Advertisement. Then after you have gone through that ups and downs, think about coming back to find this stability. It is very likely that this stability has already matured and will not be waiting for you in the same place. But once he matures, this seemingly ridiculous idea will rarely appear in his mind. This is the world of adults, which is why adults are more troubled than children. And you don't want to go through that kind of ups and downs again, you just want to find stability, but when you reach that point, it is so difficult to find stability. Maybe it's the same as what you are thinking now. After more experience, you won't realize how rare this one is. If you want to experience a life full of ups and downs, it means you have to leave your current stability. Once you mature, when you think about things, you won't be like now, preferring to bear this kind of harm yourself. It's true that I don't know why I have such naive ideas, and I still persist in it stupidly. But if you really want to experience that kind of pain and then come back to cherish it, the final outcome may be a chicken and egg affair. If you want to have this kind of pure love, it will probably be very difficult. It can be said that it almost no longer exists. Maybe your life has been too smooth and you haven't experienced any harm, so you don't know how to cherish it. She won't be as stupid as before. She only knows how to treat the other party blindly, and when the other party wants to leave, she will just try hard to keep him. He also doesn't want to lose you like this. Maybe he thinks you are the only one for him. He is no longer that ignorant boy and has his own unique views on love. When I mature and think back to those thoughts I had when I was young, I will find myself very funny. Then when you look back, you find that the original place has already become empty. Because when the time comes to talk about love, it will not only mean it itself, but also include other meanings. And pure love like that only exists before maturity. Once a person matures, there will be many things to consider. Chapter 306. Growth. People grow up slowly. As they grow up, they will consider ways of doing things, and the way they deal with things may change at any time. Such silly views on love have long been eliminated from his mind. Although this kind of love is very beautiful, life cannot be sustained by relying solely on beautiful thoughts. The reason why life is called life is that there is still a huge gap between it and beautiful ideals. Life is very real, and sometimes you may seem very cruel, but that's life. In this real life, the simple and beautiful concept of love will not work. Just like a big dye vat, a drop of white dye fell into the colorful dye vat. When he came out, it was difficult for him to maintain his innocence. He had already been assimilated by the colorful dye vat. So never think that nothing will happen. I can come back to him when the time comes. He will always be there waiting for me, right where I can see him when I turn my head. This ridiculous idea will slowly become unrealistic as time goes by, and more people have to accept that cruel life. In fact, sometimes it is really cruel. You feel that it is difficult to leave someone. In other words, you can't bear that situation yet, but if and when it really comes, there is nothing you can do to change it, because you can only bear it silently. First, it is very difficult to change. Maybe you felt very painful at that time and could not bear the cruelty caused by this separation. But when you actually experience it, you will find that some things are not as scary as you imagined as time goes by. Just like what you thought at the beginning, you can't leave the other person at all, and you can't bear the life of losing the other person. But if you really lose the other person, your pain will only last for a short period of time. Time is really a magical thing. Under the influence of time, many pains can be healed. A lot of the past can be buried in the long river of history. Things you think you can't bear, you finally find out that they are not that difficult after all. Advertisement, of course, it was just that you cherished it too much at the time, so you couldn't bear to lose it, so you had that seemingly ridiculous idea. But when you truly mature, you will find that many things are not as unacceptable as you thought before. Time is such a magical thing. Nothing in front of him can maintain the original beauty. He can turn what was the most beautiful thing at the beginning into something that two people hate each other. You can also turn something that was bad at the beginning into something that two people cherish together. You can also slowly hide the pain that you think is unbearable in your heart. Although it will leave a scar on your heart, you can finally heal that wound. Because you have lost him, this has become a reality. No matter what you do, he has become an irreversible fact. But after all, life still has to go on, and the wheel of life will not stop because of someone's dissatisfaction. Life is such a very cruel thing, it makes you truly feel what real cruelty is. When you have experienced real cruelty and think back to what you have experienced, you will find that it is not a big deal. After the experience, life still has to go on, so although the scar looks a bit ferocious and terrifying. But it's better than carrying a heavy burden all over your body, no matter how time passes. Once the scars have already existed, it is impossible to remove them, and you cannot escape them. It's just that you put it in the deepest part of your heart and won't touch it easily, so it doesn't seem so uncomfortable. But he won't disappear because of this, but that's just that you don't want to think of him anymore. Maybe when you were separated, you also made up your mind that if you could see each other again many years later, you would be able to deal with it peacefully. But when the other person appears in front of you again many years later, it will still cause various waves in your heart. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. It will never be as peaceful as you originally imagined. It can only be said that the other person has not been driven out of your heart by you. What you thought you could do at first was just deceiving yourself. The other person has always existed in your heart, but at first it occupied most of the place in your heart. Later, you hid him in a certain corner and would not touch him, so you deceived yourself and actually removed him from your heart. But when you actually meet the other person again, you will find that he is still in your heart and still holds a certain weight. You have never truly made the decision you made in your heart. Oh, maybe it's because the experience between two people has left you with too many bonds and concerns. However, the separation between two people is no longer something you can control, because it is a matter between two people. If the other party has really made up his mind to separate from you, then no matter how much you say or do, you will not be able to change the final result. Love is such a wonderful thing, it's really hard to guess. Maybe in your opinion, it's obvious that the two of you get along very well. But why the other person wants to separate from you also makes you a little puzzled. So he is also very strange, because you can't guess him at all, you can't explore his inner thoughts. He can really make a person become incomprehensible and make you even more elusive. In fact, many times you think you really love the other person, but many times this love is not that pure love. Maybe it's just that the habit from the beginning has penetrated deeply into your bones, making you feel that living with the other person has become a habit. Just like you have to eat every day and sleep every day, it has become an inseparable habit for you. Or to put it another way, it has become your instinct to own the other person's life. Just like you never forget to eat or sleep every day, it has become instinctive. Chapter 307. Become a habit. You have become accustomed to the kind of life where you already have the other person, and it has become a kind of instinct. And sometimes, what you think is the reluctance, or the inability to bear the life of losing the other person. Maybe it's just that you're not used to it. You're not used to it, but you're used to having the other person in your life. But suddenly, he really lost the other person and became a 0-3, all alone. This huge contrast is a bit difficult for you to accept, so you are still not used to it. Maybe I'll give you some time to really get used to this kind of life, or let you change this habit. You won't realize what an unbearable suffering this is, or what an unbearable pain it is. You may have had various small expectations at the beginning, but as time goes by, all those small expectations have slowly been realized. Maybe when you were together at the beginning, you thought it was because of love that you were together, but many times as time goes by. What's more, even if you meet the person you think is suitable, it is inevitable that you will also experience a dull life like this. Only he can comfort you when you are unhappy, and comfort your wounded heart when you are unhappy. Even the first love will slowly become a habit and a survival instinct. Advertisement. Maybe just like you did before, you are also used to being able to talk to the other party about your inner feelings when you have any grievances, suffering, or any unsatisfactory things. But in this short life, how can there be so many small expectations left for you? After all, only your significant other can tolerate all your little tempers and can listen to you without reservation. You feel that this kind of life is not what you originally expected. Your original intention of finding your partner was to live a different life than before. It is like a tree hole. You can tell it everything you want to say, and it is the best listener. That's why it's hard for you to let go of the other person, but sometimes you can't live a life as plain as boiled water. If you suddenly lose the other person, you will feel that when you have any grievances in your heart, you can only bury it deeply in your heart. Because this is the only time you don't have to worry about it. Then you will say the wrong thing or lose your temper inadvertently, which will cause conflicts between two people. And if you can't find anything else to look forward to, you will feel that this kind of life is too bland and is no longer the kind of life you want. But after all, that is not a real person. I will not give you timely comfort nor the most considerate comfort. So when you face your significant other, you can confide a lot of things you don't want to say to others, but you feel aggrieved in your heart. It's something that doesn't ask for anything in return, doesn't have any purpose, it's just a simple desire to make you better. Maybe you can sit in a deserted corner, facing a big tree and tell all these thoughts. Chapter 308. Thinking too simple. So never make everything look so good. There are many times when things are beyond your imagination. You just haven't experienced it, so you think it is good. Only when you actually experience it, you will find that it is not as good as you imagined. Therefore, only after experiencing all things can we understand the bitterness and pain of language. Maybe there are many times when the other person has not yet figured out what kind of status you have in his heart. Previously, he always thought that you were indispensable in his heart. Once you are gone, the rest of his life will be very difficult. That's because he never dared to imagine what he would do if he lost you. He didn't dare to think about it and didn't want to think about it. But if he really goes through it, then he can only choose to accept it silently, and then he will have to consider this when the time comes. When he really thinks about this, he will find that in fact, you are not as important to him as you thought. In other words, it's not as indispensable as he thought, although he will be miserable for a while without you. It's just that in his opinion, you are a more important person, so he is willing to pay, but this does not mean that you should accept it as a matter of course. For many things, as long as you do it, you will definitely leave clues, and it is impossible to do it seamlessly. What exactly have you done? Although others may not know it under your perfect cover. In his opinion, everything has not reached the final step, and there is still a chance that someone can save it, so he is holding on to this slim hope. No matter how pitiful you say it is, it doesn't matter how wronged you are. Advertisement, but no one knows the truth better than you, so don't try to blind yourself. It's not that many things are unacceptable, it's just that he doesn't want to consider them or accept them. QG. Plus. %, but after this painful period of time, life will still go on. Even if you are not there, there will be other people to fill his void. This is true for everyone, not to mention those who regard you as very important in their minds. When the time comes when he has no other choice but to accept it, I will find out how important it is for him to make such a decision. He just wants to try to retain you, rather than going directly to the last step, so you don't treat others as fools. Although there will be some difficulties, it does not mean that it is impossible to make the final decision. Many times it's not that you don't want to do something, but you just don't want to face it yet. So never think that you are so important that you do something unscrupulously. But you can't hide your heart. What you have done is clearest in your heart. No one treats anyone as a matter of course, and no one's contribution is a matter of course. Even if you can fool other people perfectly, you can't fool yourself. Doing that will only bring more unimaginable consequences to yourself. No one likes to be deceived. Chapter 309. Huge contrast. Because they regard you as the most important person, you are the kind of flawless existence in their hearts. No matter what happens, I will always think the best of you, and I will never speculate on your bad intentions. Although many times, they have noticed a clue, but in their hearts they still don't want to choose to believe it. Therefore, with a lucky mentality, I speculate that you will still have the same beautiful image as before. It's not that they don't know anything, it's just that they don't want to reveal everything. In fact, their psychology is very clear. In other words, they also want to try to save it, which can be regarded as giving you and themselves a chance. By the time everything can no longer be concealed, the truth will be revealed in front of you. When the last bit of luck in their hearts was shattered, they could only choose to accept this cruel reality. Although they have already been prepared in their hearts, when they actually face it, they are still a little at a loss. Because the huge contrast is a bit difficult for them to accept. After all, before this, you were such a beautiful existence. But it is often the case that the higher the image established before, the greater the final contrast will be. In the end, the chance of being accepted by others will be lower, and in the end, they will break up unhappy. Everything comes from the fact that both parties no longer trust each other, and maybe sometimes you do things. Although it doesn't seem like a big problem to you, or you just want to have some space of your own. Advertisement, but you do forget that sometimes both parties need to think about each other and not just themselves. Maybe you feel that this kind of life is too restrictive, so if you want to have some life of your own, you want to hide some things and not tell the other party. Maybe these things are just trivial things, and they are innocuous if you put them in normal situations. But just because you deliberately hide it, it makes him suspicious, and he will also think of you as a bad side. So the distrust between the two people started from here, and slowly the gap between the two people became wider and wider. Please give me flowers. Maybe you think this is not a big deal, so the mistake is not your fault, so you don't think about explaining it clearly. And the other party also considered that it was your fault in the first place, so he didn't explain everything clearly to him. If you explain things clearly, he will definitely agree to your approach. After all, it is not an excessive request. It's completely understandable that you just want to have some private space of your own, but no matter what, you have to discuss it clearly with the other party. In this way, some unnecessary troubles can also be avoided, otherwise it will definitely be a bad result in the end. It's like it's a small thing, you just go out to have a meal with your friends. But just because you deliberately concealed it, he became suspicious of you, and then the TV station started to investigate you. Many times, they will doubt you, precisely because they also value you very much in their hearts. I don't want to lose you, so I want to get you. Chapter 310. Don't want to accept it. All uncontrollable hidden dangers are eliminated in the cradle, so that in his opinion, they will not have any impact on you. But both he and the other party actually thought of these things too simply. Maybe his intentions are good, and he just wants to eliminate all these hidden dangers so as not to affect the relationship between the two of you. But in your opinion, this is not the case. You think that the other party restricts you too much, is a little stricter, and does not even give you a little private space. Moreover, the other party's investigation of you is also a sign of distrust in you, so they will be angry because of it. But one thing you haven't thought about is that you want to have some private space of your own, and that's okay. 14. But you didn't tell the other person this idea, or you had no intention of telling the other person before doing some things. So why did you do this? Isn't it because you don't trust the other person, so you won't tell him these things? Just like if you were going out to dinner with a male friend of yours, that's understandable. Then you add so much trouble for no reason, and in the end you blame the other party for not trusting you. But you also oversimplify the matter and don't tell the other person about it just because the other person may be angry. If he doesn't want to get married, he will misunderstand you and think that you have some other ideas, so you deceive him. 947. But have you ever thought that it was precisely because you didn't tell him that he discovered the incident on his own in the end, and that was the really scary thing? Advertisement. Many things are mutual, and they all happen for their own reasons, and they cannot happen for no reason. Sometimes for a man, if you tell him clearly about certain things, aren't there so many things? Then you will say, oh, I went out to eat with my friends, wasn't it because I was afraid that you would misunderstand me, so I didn't tell you? But if you secretly go out to eat with your friend of the opposite s*x without telling the other person about it, how do you want the other person to think about you? But just because of your so-called little thoughts, you made this matter so bad. Maybe you will say that sometimes you are afraid that he will misunderstand you, so you don't tell him things. Yes, you think you just went out to have a meal with friends of the opposite s*x and didn't do anything else. Have you ever thought that if the other party discovers this matter by himself, then what you will have to face may not just be simple anger? If the other person goes out to eat with a friend of the opposite s*x and hides it from you without telling you, how will you think about the other person? Then what qualifications do you have to blame the other party for not believing you and investigating you? Maybe it's okay, but you just need to tell him, and then there won't be so much trouble. After all, who doesn't have one or two friends of the opposite s*x? So it's normal for friends to go out for a meal for $10. But in the eyes of the other party, you don't think so. You just want to go out to eat with some friends, so you can tell him why you want to hide it from him. Chapter 311. It's all mutual. So many times things are mutual, and you can't just rely on your own ideas to speculate on the other party. In this journey of life, two people need to join hands with each other and work together to get to the end. Rather than relying on one person to constantly figure out what the other person is thinking. In that case, people will be tired, and their energy will be limited. You may try to figure it out once or twice, but your heart will be fine. But if you let the other person figure out your own heart every time, it will be impossible. The things that everyone is thinking about are all very messy books. It is even possible that sometimes you don't even know what you are thinking about. How can you force the other party to convey your inner thoughts and then act according to your inner thoughts? If you do this, there will be only one outcome, and that is to wait for the other party to get tired, and then you will go your separate ways. There is no other outcome. Because no one can figure out another person's heart from beginning to end. If so, it means that these two people are not suitable to be together, so parting ways as soon as possible will be beneficial to both parties. Advertisement. So sometimes people's logic is very strange, and sometimes you have to do something. Then you are afraid that the other party will be angry because of this matter, so you will not tell the other party about it. But after all, there is no regret medicine in this world. Once you make a decision, it is irreversible. Because a person's power is limited after all. No matter how powerful a person is, it is impossible for him to support you in walking the entire path. So when you are making any decision, you cannot only consider your own feelings. 6. No matter when it is needed, both parties rely on each other and help each other to reach the final destination. So no matter what you are doing at that time, you cannot just think about yourself. Please give me flowers. You must know that in the journey of life, you cannot just rely on one person's efforts to get to the end. So it is also a relatively big challenge for you to maintain and complete the next journey. Advertisement. Many times a decision you make not only hurts the other person, but also hurts yourself. 0. When you really look back and consider this matter carefully, you will find that in fact, making such a decision will not be beneficial to both parties. More is also necessary. Taking into account the other party's feelings, the effects of force are mutual. If you pay less by then, the rewards you get will definitely be reduced. Things that don't have any problems in the first place will cause trouble sooner or later due to such troubles. Then when the time comes to quarrel, you will blame the other party for not being there for you now, so human logic is really very strange. It's just that you haven't discovered it yet, and you still think that you have made the most correct decision. This is precisely why this path requires two people to work together to go on it. But since you know that doing this may make the other person angry, why do you have to do it? Chapter 312. Conservation of energy. You also need to consider the other person's feelings, and more importantly, you need to ask the other person what they think. You can't just rely on yourself to make such a decision based on your feelings or feelings at the time. Making a decision is very simple, it only takes one thought, but you have made the decision. If you want to bear the consequences when the time comes, it will not be that simple. It only takes one sentence to make a decision, but the consequences are far more than just one sentence. You have to believe that energy is conserved in this world. Sometimes you have made a decision now, but you may not have seen your retribution. But please don't doubt that sooner or later these complaints will come true for you, but the most suitable time has not yet arrived. If no matter what you do, you only know how to consider your own interests, then it will be a pity that the people you meet will be the same as you and will only consider yourself. Don't imagine that all the advantages in the world will be taken by yourself. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Even if there is, how can it be your turn? Never think that pie will fall from the sky. Everything has to be paid for and the team will be rewarded. Even if you have the intention to make up for such a mistake at that time, it is not very possible. Even if there is, it is just a trap that others have fallen into, just to deceive people like you. Never treat others as fools and only be smart yourself. In that case, sooner or later, you will always be the one who fails. Advertisement. Don't always think about paying the least and getting the most. That is always impossible. The seriousness of this matter is far more serious than what it caused when you told him about it. But if you do, by the time he discovers this matter by himself, you will have already solved the matter. But if you don't tell him about it when the time comes, let him know it by himself. But the point of this matter is not whether you will be angry. It will make the other person think that you are deliberately deceiving him, and the trust between the two people will collapse. But often the point of an incident is not whether you have solved the matter. Even if you do something, you can't always do it according to your own ideas. You also need to take into account the feelings of others. Maybe you feel that you handled this matter very well, and it was already settled without him knowing. Maybe you think that after you resolve this matter, nothing else will happen. But the consequences in other aspects are far beyond your imagination. Because it's like a thorn in your heart, and you can't pull it out even if you want to. If you don't pull it out, it will hurt your heart again, so this method is tantamount to the stupidest. Maybe you feel that you have already solved this matter, and the reason why you don't tell him is to avoid making him angry. Because if you tell him the matter, he will be angry at most, but in the end he will definitely solve the matter with you. Chapter 313 Frankness. But whether you tell him this thing is really suitable for two people to be together. Even if you talk about this matter, if you tell him, he may be angry, but even after he is angry, he will solve the matter with you. Instead of doing something like yours, which is truly stupid, it may seem very smart to you. Of course, if he didn't discover it, it would be a perfect result. But if he finds out, it will be another story. What you do will not only make him even more angry. The most important thing is that the trust between you 547 has been lost like this, no matter what you say or do in the future. His first reaction is to doubt whether what you said is true, and then he will consider other things. If he does this, you will feel that he does not trust you. If he does not trust you, the two of you are not suitable for being together. But you forget that when the two of you were together, it was also very good, just because you have been doing it wrong. This has led to today's situation. You never consider your own fault. Just complain about others blindly, and then resent others for not trusting you, and you have never thought about why others don't trust you. What is the root cause of today's embarrassing situation? Think about this clearly before complaining. Otherwise, if you keep such a character, no matter where you go, you will become an existence that others will despise. Therefore, the most important thing between two people is trust. Never treat the other person like a fool. Advertisement. You think it's okay for you to do this, but it's often what you think you do that is the real culprit. There are obviously other better solutions, but you chose the stupidest one. Moreover, I don't dare to face the consequences of what I have caused, and I am still thinking about how to shirk responsibility. Never be afraid. If you tell the other person something, the other person will be angry. If the other person is still angry, it proves that you still have a certain status in his heart. If he is too lazy to be angry, it proves that you are dispensable to him. So no matter what you do at that time, he will not be angry, even though it seems very good to you. But you have not seen the crisis hidden under the surface. In other words, to him, you are already like garbage and can be discarded. So no matter when, don't dislike the other person getting angry with you, because that's what they do because they care about you. Just like a stranger, if he does something wrong, will you be angry with him? Obviously not. If he does something wrong, he will be responsible for it, and it has nothing to do with you. So when the other person is angry because of something you did, it proves that he still cares about you. So never be afraid that the other person will get angry with you. On the contrary, you should be more honest and don't hide everything. In this case, a gap will be created between the two of you, and as time goes by, this gap will continue to grow. At that time, it will become an insurmountable divine punishment. Chapter 314 Missed. When you react and want to make up for it, you will find that this gap is already wide enough and has exceeded the distance you can jump. So when you try to make up for it later, you find that you are already powerless. So don't try to deceive the other person at any time and do something. Maybe the other party didn't notice anything strange about you at the time, so you were complacent about 733, and felt that you had a great sense of accomplishment by doing this. But don't forget, you can't stop the fire after all. Although he doesn't notice it now, one day the incident will eventually come to light. And if you wait until that day, the consequences that will erupt will be far beyond your expectations. Just like a volcano, there will always be a brewing period before erupting. The longer it brews, the more powerful it will be when it explodes. If this same thing is delayed longer, the consequences that will erupt will be unbearable for you. You have to believe in the other person. No matter what happens, as long as you sincerely want to solve it, there will be no trouble that cannot be solved. Even if some quarrels may break out during this period, they are irrelevant and will not affect the relationship between the two of you. But if you try to deceive the other party and do something alone, then if the other party notices it by then. If you don't take the initiative to tell him, the consequences will be more serious than you think. Since the other party has chosen you and you have chosen the other party, you should have the most basic trust. Advertisement. So don't think that this one thing will make the other party angry, so you don't dare to tell me this one thing. Although you may escape some scolding at the time, the consequences later will not be something you can bear. And this can also be used as a test. If someone really wants to go with you, they will never take this opportunity to abandon you. On the contrary, he will work with you to find a way to solve the problem instead of just scolding you. And for those who don't really want to go on with you, they will most likely take this opportunity to abandon you. At that time, all the faults will be placed on you alone, and all the consequences will be borne by you alone. Therefore, when it comes to good fortune and misfortune, we should never just see the surface of things, but should understand them deeply. To see the other side of this matter, only by considering the problem comprehensively can you go further. Although this incident may be a disaster for you, it is also a test for those around you. After this test, you can eliminate some scum from your side, which can be considered a blessing. Sometimes the consequences of being a scumbag are far more serious than a bad thing. 4.3 So the most important thing between two people is trust. If the young people no longer exist, it will be very difficult to continue. Likewise, you cannot take advantage of the other person's trust in you to do whatever you want. Then the consequence of this will definitely be that the other party's trust in you completely collapses. Chapter 315 Full of ups and downs. No matter what you say or do at that time, you can't undo the fact that the other party has lost trust in you. And many times this kind of consequences is far from limited to one person, since you are already a person who cannot be trusted. Then the other party will definitely spread this kind of news to the people he is familiar with, so that they will be more alert to you. Don't let them be deceived by you again, and you can't accuse the other party of this behavior. After all, from the other party's perspective, there is absolutely no problem with his approach. And you can also check others to avoid being fooled again. If another person comments, this is definitely a good thing. Of course, if this matter happens to you, it will definitely be a bolt from the blue, and it will definitely be a big bad thing. If by then more and more people know that you cannot be trusted, it will be really difficult for you to move forward in the future. So sometimes, the consequences of this kind of thing are not as simple as imagined. But even though that's what they say, in fact, many times, things are simply not what you can control. Because he is not at all, whether you work hard or not, you can change the result. The most unpredictable thing in the world is the human heart. What is more difficult to predict than the human heart is a woman's heart. There are many things in this world. It can be said that most things can be achieved through hard work. Advertisement. This is just the path you chose, so who can you blame? This road is already full of ups and downs, and you insist on taking risks. But as for feelings, you can only try your luck, no matter how hard you try. Then even if you give your life, you can't change anything, Lise. On the contrary, you must also respond to the other party's corresponding trust, and cherish the other party's trust in you. But the final result is that you are destined to return in vain and there will be no results. So no matter what you do, you must consider the consequences. If the consequences are not something you can bear, then you'd better give up this idea. You are no longer worthy of being trusted. Even if they forgive you at that time, they will definitely never accept that kind of person again in the future. If I had known today, why bother at the beginning? Even if you ask for forgiveness from others, you have already left such an impression in others' hearts. This cannot be said to be cruel, it can only be said to be human nature. If it were you, you would do the same. The consequences it will bring will spread to all directions, and it will be like a plague. Therefore, since the other party has given you trust, you should not regard the other party's trust in you as your unscrupulous capital. What should I say? You should never try to understand what a woman is thinking in her heart. Don't wait until the time comes to do this kind of thing. When the retribution comes, you will find that you can't bear it, and you will be here again calling for forgiveness from others. Even if you are a relative and try your best to treat him, but if you don't love him anymore. Chapter 316 Don't try. How to describe this matter. Maybe every woman is born to be an actor. It's not that I'm going to do it maliciously, to slander them or something, it's just that it's in many ways. You will never know what those women are really thinking in their hearts, or what they want. And many times you think you know the other person very well, but often all you know is just the tip of the iceberg. In other words, this is just something that the other party wants you to know, and for those things that the other party does not want you to know. No matter how hard you try or what you do, you can't change it. They will be very good at hiding it or through various means. Anyway, as long as they don't want you to know, it's basically difficult for you to know. So no matter when, don't be smart and think that you know a person very well, because what you know is only the surface. Of course, this does not mean that you should blindly doubt each other. The most basic condition for two people to be together is, of course, mutual trust. Advertisement, but never be so stupid as to give all your trust to the other party so easily. Some things, if they are obtained too easily, will not be cherished so much. The more unobtainable something is, the more precious it will be regarded. Maybe human beings are such strange creatures. It's like the kind of thing that can be heard and obtained easily all over the world, but it is worthless in people's eyes. On the contrary, only those things that are difficult for people to obtain will be sought after by people and will be regarded as the most precious things. The same is true in relationships. Never let the other person get everything you have too easily. Or in swimming, you have to keep a sense of mystery to the other person and don't let the other person know you too thoroughly. Why? If you get too familiar with it, you will lose some of the freshness, and eventually it will just become boring. Maybe sometimes you think that you have to give the other person the best thing you can do your best. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this kind of thinking, but the mistake is that you don't do the right things at the right time. Advertisement definitely, if two people are together, they must treat each other well independently. Because no matter what happens, it requires two people to work together to solve it. But don't let the other party get your wholehearted dedication so easily. 0 It always needs to go through various tests, or to withstand the polishing of time. In the end, when you really get to know a person, or see a person through a lot of little things. In fact, it depends on a person's character, not that he needs to do it. What a great thing, it can be reflected only from those small to insignificant things. And if you really want to understand someone, you have to look at the other person from the subtle aspects. Rather than going to see what he has done vigorously, because that has no meaning. 3. Chapter 317 details many things can reveal true feelings only inadvertently. A great man once said, details determine success or failure. Let's not say whether this sentence is right or wrong. Just looking at the superficial meaning of this sentence, many things can only be expressed in details. Often unintentional actions are the true expression of the heart, and there is no way to fake this kind of true expression. It's not that he carefully planned and gave you a huge surprise, or that he did something that moved you. Of course, these must be the results of his careful thinking and calculation plan. It must be to impress you, or it must be something special. So all this is not his true inner thoughts, it can be said to be a hypocritical disguise. And because of this, we will carefully plan all kinds of surprises, in order to keep your heart and prevent you from noticing its changes. To put it more bluntly, it is because you occupy this identity that he will do this. When you are moved and surprised, you will selectively ignore some things. But it doesn't mean that inside his heart, that's what you want to see. After all, there is still a certain gap between ideal and reality, even though those are the things you want to see. Advertisement because you are subconsciously aware of it, but in the face of such surprises and touches, you still choose to deceive yourself. Many times the surprises and touches he prepares for you are not prepared because of you. You can never know what a person is really thinking in his heart. And if he actually does this, he is expressing something that makes you want to see, or what you want to see in your heart. If I have to say something that can reflect something, I can only say that his plan was very successful and that he also put in a certain amount of hard work. You also want to tell yourself that your guess is wrong. After all, if your guess was correct, you wouldn't be as moved and surprised as you are today. But when it comes to distance, it still doesn't help you to really see what kind of person this person is. All the details or all the steps are under his consideration, so it can't be reflected at all. But that's just your wishful thinking. In fact, the human heart is the best thing to figure out. Many times he may not love you anymore, but what's left may be just that habit or reluctance. How should I say this? That is to say, if you only rely on what he has shown in the things that surprise and move you, you will never see the real him. And often these things that seem very surprising and touching on the surface are actually the most hypocritical, because they are things that he has carefully planned for the future. On the contrary, he will also give you the wrong illusion, then you think this person is who you imagined, but many times these disguises are just used to deceive. Chapter 318 An identity. In other words, if he were another person and used this identity, he would do the same thing. Because everything he did was not done because of a certain person, but because of a certain identity. All he did was just for this identity, and it had nothing to do with who this identity matched or who he was. So if you really want to see what a person is like, you can only observe carefully from some subtle places. How to put it? If we say, in fact, if many things want to change, it will not happen overnight. No matter what happens, there must be a reason. It cannot happen out of thin air. Even if you think that there is no reason for this incident, if it happens, it only means that you still have not found the reason. Maybe these reasons are not within the scope of what you have considered, but he really does exist. Even if you don't admit it, he does exist there, whether you admit it or not. And no matter what happens, there is a process before it changes. It's impossible to say that one moment we were fine, and the next moment we suddenly turned against each other and became life and death enemies. You must remember that no matter what happens, there must be a reason. Of course, you still need to discover the specific reasons and think about them carefully. So no matter what happens then, it won't happen suddenly, there will be a gradual process of change. Advertisement. How should I put it? Many times, you have noticed the changes in the other party in some small places. But again, you are just deceiving yourself and others, and you simply don't want to believe it. In fact, many times, you have already noticed the other person's changes, BC, and you have even anticipated what will happen next. It's just that you are unwilling in your heart, and then you are not willing to believe this, and you will always find some reasons for yourself. Although reality is right in front of you, you will always find ways to escape and avoid facing reality. Because for you, this reality is too cruel and not the kind you want to accept. But no matter how you try to escape reality, after all, he is right in front of you, and you will eventually face him one day. It is impossible to say that you can escape this life by relying on escape. If the other person has changed his mind, he will also show various signs of something wrong before you officially reach the final step. And you will definitely be aware of it, because, how should I say, all your thoughts are on his heart. So any changes it undergoes, even if it's just a subtle, slight change, you will be very keenly aware of it. But how can I put it? Just because you are aware of it does not mean that you can accept it and face it. Maybe you will find some other reasons or excuses to numb yourself, so as to avoid facing reality. Maybe then you will tell yourself that it is because you are not doing well enough, or that you have not met his requirements in a certain aspect. That's why he may have these changes. Chapter 319 Don't overestimate. But many times things are not as simple as you think, and many times a thing is not caused by a simple reason. It's all a combination of many reasons, fermented together to the end, that led to today's result. So many times, you have to understand that things are far more complicated than you think. And you have to understand that many times some things cannot be changed through hard work. And you should never overestimate your abilities and think that you can change something through your own efforts. What you want to change is always what you want to change. It does not mean that you can definitely change it. Moreover, the human heart has been the hardest to understand since ancient times, so don't try to see through what is going on in a person's heart. The most important thing is that even if you know what he is thinking, you have no way to change it. Maybe it's even more unbearable that you clearly know the problem but are unable to do anything about it. How should I put it? That kind of feeling may not be felt even more until the end, when you understand and come back. At first you thought it was permanent, so you kept giving, so you wanted to do your best to maintain it. But sometimes there is still a very big gap between reality and ideals, which can be difficult for you to accept. It's like your wishful thinking, but it's a very ridiculous joke among others, such a huge contrast. In any case, it is a bit difficult for a person to accept, let alone the one he loves. Advertisement. But you can say you don't believe in things like fate, but sometimes it's really hard to get rid of it. Apart from fate, there is really no other reasonable explanation, so you have to believe him. But sometimes, in your heart, you don't want to believe in things like fate. You always think that in the face of fate, as long as you work hard enough, or two people work together. This final fate can only be said to be a joke, it will always be changed by your efforts. 1. Maybe this is the innocent and childish stage that everyone has to go through. If you don't experience this stage personally, it's really difficult to explain the feeling. And because of this thing you can say, believe it or not believe it, in short, it is a very wonderful thing. Because how to put it, if you believe in such a thing as fate, then it exists 423. If you don't believe it, you can also say that it does not exist. But many times, things are indeed destined long ago. In fact, in many cases, the final result does not mean that you can change it if you want to work hard. But isn't that what life is like? It's a process of constantly fighting against fate, and it can only be achieved through constant fighting. Only then can we slowly discover the true meaning of life and the meaning of life's existence. If life is too smooth, what's the point, or it means that it has already lacked too much fun. For the setbacks and ups and downs that need to be experienced in life, chapter 320 change. We can't generalize and always think that he is suffering from hardships. Many times he also has his own two sides. After experiencing these setbacks and ups and downs, you will find that you will become a little different from before. You will find that you will no longer be as naive as before, and things will no longer be so one-sided. This is a process of continuous growth, although sometimes during this period of growth, it may be very cruel and you have to experience some very painful things. But these are inevitable things. No matter who is going to experience this in 470, these things must be experienced. No one can say that there is an exception to this rule, of course, although some people may seem to have a very smooth life on the surface. Or in your eyes, they just haven't experienced many difficulties and setbacks. But that's just what they show on the surface. What they pay behind the scenes is far beyond your imagination. The world is always fair. How much you want to get, beef, then you have to pay accordingly. There is no saying that pie will fall from the sky for nothing, and by chance, it will fall on top of your head. So never think that you just have such good luck. In fact, strictly speaking, you should think of yourself as the one with the worst luck in the world, and that's the only way. When real misfortune befalls you, you won't be so hard to accept it. Only in this way, you won't think about why you have to bear all the painful things in time. Advertisement. So in this way, you will not feel things that make you lose your balance and make some wrong decisions. In fact, what can I say about many things? It may happen too suddenly and you are not ready to bear it. Maybe according to your previous plan, these may not be within the range you can afford. Or this is not within the situation you were considering, so he suddenly found out when it happened. Your first reaction is to be at a loss, or not know how to face it. Your subconscious behavior must be to try your best to restore, or in other words, to maintain the feeling I had. Because you always think about everything, and the trajectory you originally envisioned will continue to develop. But many times, there are many things that are not what you think about, even though you try hard to save something. But once things develop to that point, it is beyond your control, so when that time comes, if you want to do something to save it. In fact, by that time, it was really too late, because many things had already changed for him. So if you are trying to save something, you really can't say that there is no chance. But I can only say that this kind of opportunity is very slim. I can hardly see it. So sometimes things are far more than what they seem on the surface. 6 IG Chapter 321 People's hearts are unpredictable. All I can say is that no matter what happens, don't test people's hearts. Things like people's hearts are the least able to withstand temptation. Maybe you think that things should develop in this direction, but in fact, many times, that is just your wishful thinking. No matter what happens, you should not do things easily and rely on your own will. In this case, what awaits you in the end will definitely be endless disappointment and a heartbreaking pain. In fact, many times, many things have already been doomed, or you have already noticed it. But you are just deceiving yourself and telling yourself that this matter is just your own guess. Perhaps you think that as long as you work harder, there is still a chance to save this matter. Although you appear to be in a particularly sad and desperate state on the surface, in fact, you still have a sense of luck in your heart. Many things are already there at the beginning of the change, but you haven't noticed it yet, or maybe you have noticed it, but you don't want to admit it. That's a step forward, a bumpy road that you couldn't avoid in the past. You can only face it bravely. Even if I buy this thing back after seeing your efforts, what will happen? But once this happens, no matter what you say or do, you will be indifferent. You still hold on to that tiny glimmer of hope and keep numbing yourself there, telling yourself that you have to continue to persevere. Advertisement. That is a scar that cannot be ignored. It has always been there, reminding you of this sad past all the time. And if things have developed to that point, there is no need for you to stay, or even if you try to stay, there will be no results. Or in your heart, you actually don't want to believe this thing, and you don't want to face it. How to put it, it doesn't mean that this thing happened beyond your expectation, it just means that you are not mentally prepared to bear it. The human heart is also the hardest thing to figure out, you don't know when it has been changed. However, he did not accomplish many things overnight, and he had already made plans for many things before he changed them. No matter how hard you try to save it, he can no longer return to the original beauty. And whether you admit it or not, this matter is right in front of you. Even if you try your best to escape, you will still face him here. But these are just the results of your self-deception. Since many things have happened to him, no matter how you try to undo it, the impact it caused will remain here. So even when this thing really happens, you have to face it. Just like a broken mirror is difficult to reunite, even in the central planes, there is still a gap there. Maybe your estimate of yourself is too exaggerated, thinking that you can solve these things. Since he has changed many things, it proves that he has been changed. Chapter 322. It's hard to accept, and once it has been changed, it is very difficult to restore it. Of course, that's not to say that this thing is impossible, it's just that the probability of it happening is so small that it's almost negligible. In fact, many times, many things are just a threshold in your own heart that you cannot pass. How to put it, it's like you suddenly get used to one kind of life, and then overnight, you are forced to accept another kind of life. The sudden and huge contrast makes it a bit difficult for you to bear, or in other words, it is difficult for you to accept it. Of course, if you have a stable life, do you want to live a turbulent life? Of course, stability will make people feel nostalgic. But fate is this very magical thing, something that is invisible, and ethereal. Sometimes you will wonder whether fate exists, and if so, what does it look like? It feels like a speck of dust facing the entire universe. The deep sense of powerlessness and frustration can really make a person's heart collapse directly. So all this can only be said on paper, and it is not of much use to you. If there was any other choice, I would not have experienced this cruel and painful growth. There are some things that just rely on others to tell you, but it is of no use, no matter how much others say. So you only understand these principles, but you cannot translate them into actions. Advertisement. So everything is relative. Although experiencing this allows you to understand these principles more clearly and thoroughly, for you, this is more like a huge ordeal. You will find that many things are actually not as complicated as you think. The most important thing is that you have to cross the threshold in your own heart. Only in this way can you solve this matter. But what's the use of this? Even though you understand these principles very well, you still can't cross the threshold in your own heart. In fact, many things cannot withstand careful scrutiny, or that is, if you really calm down and think carefully. There is indeed destiny in this world, and in the face of destiny, a person's power is really minimal. Or, no matter how serious others try to persuade you, it is actually not of much use to you at all. Therefore, the understanding of these principles must be far beyond those of them, Beb, who can only talk about it verbally. On the contrary, sometimes because you are more aware of these principles, it becomes more difficult to make a choice, or in other words, it is more difficult for you to get through this door. Because they are only persuading you verbally about these principles, but you have truly experienced them. Because no matter how others try to persuade you, you actually know those truths very well in your own heart, and you even understand them better than they do. Over time, you won't believe it anymore, but sometimes when things really happen, you have to believe it. Chapter 323. Truth. When you just faced him, because you were not mentally prepared, all your subconscious actions were derived from the truest thoughts in your heart. At this time, you are the most authentic you, and there is no room for any falsehood, and there is no chance of any falsehood. So if you really want to see someone clearly, this is definitely a very good opportunity. But after the emotional explosion period of August 13th passes, you yourself will also fall into a stage of frequent self-thinking and introspection. The original impulse has been diluted over time. At this time, every decision you make is no longer rational. Of course, it does not mean that it does not contain a little bit of rationality. But if you think about some things at this time, you will be more mixed with your own rationality. If you look at this matter again, you won't just look at it superficially, you need to think more deeply about another aspect. If you calm down and think carefully, accepting this matter is actually not as difficult as you think. Or do you think that the whole world treats you like this and it's unfair? Why do you have to bear all the bad things? This is exactly the case for you, and no one says that you can't live without him. It's just that you have been deceiving yourself and others, and are unwilling to accept this reality. There is even a feeling of being desperate and just want to sink and fall, thinking that the whole world has abandoned you. Advertisement. So when this matter first started to change, you had already noticed it yourself. Actually, in this world, there is no such thing as saying yes. Anyone who leaves cannot continue to live. It's not that your idea is exaggerated. Of course, it is excusable, but there are some exaggerations in this idea. There is no one person who is so important that without him, the entire earth will perish. Maybe it's because you have just faced this matter and are not able to bear it well, or this sudden change. Actually, things are not as tragic as you imagine, or in other words, for you, your energy is not what you imagined. You think that all the painful things in the world happen to you alone, so you become a little cynical. Maybe when you first accept it, you will be a little hysterical, or a little depressed. The final result can only be achieved after a period of evolution. Again, the occurrence and evolution of all things do not happen suddenly. In other words, some of the things that happened here have already been expected by you. Maybe you will feel in your heart now that you really can't continue to live like this without him. To put it simply and straightforwardly, the world will continue to function without anyone else. But when it actually happens, you have no chance to avoid it, or you can no longer avoid it. Chapter 324 Destined. In fact, many times things happen suddenly like this, but they are already planned by fate. You just came into contact with this matter because you just came into contact with it, so you are still a little unbearable, so you have such thoughts. When you really calm down and think about this matter, you will find that it is not as painful as you imagined. Time is really a very magical thing, and nothing can match the power of time. It can be said that in the face of time, everything will be eclipsed and lose their original color. Time is also a very good healing medicine. With the healing of time, all the pain you have endured will eventually be healed. Although that kind of scar cannot be erased, it will always exist in your heart. But how should I put it? Isn't this the kind of growth that everyone must experience? If a person wants to continue to grow, he must escape from intelligence and slowly move towards maturity. Simply relying on lip service cannot achieve such an effect, or in other words, it cannot achieve such a goal. I can only continue to experience some things and feel the days that are different from the comfortable life before. The more you experience, the more your horizons will be broadened, so that when you face something again, you won't be as at a loss as you are now. In this way, for many things, in fact, you have already become resistant in your heart. When faced with any kind of setbacks and difficulties, all you can do is no longer just blame others. Advertisement. It's not just that you can lament your fate here, or that you can be depressed here alone. By then you will figure out how to solve these problems, or how to overcome these difficulties. Because when you truly mature, your perspective on problems will be different from when you were young. When you were young, when you think about things, you only see these things in front of you. That's why you are like this, desperately trying to save it and return to the beauty you had before. In other words, the innocence in your heart will no longer be shown as easily as you did before. It's not that he will disappear because of this, but he will be placed deepest in your heart. I won't let him do this again and show it easily. Only in this way can a person truly mature. Because many times, the real difficulties and setbacks you have to experience are also because of your innocence and naivety. After you truly mature, when you think about things, it won't be as simple as it is now. What you think about is the longer term. That kind of change cannot be described accurately, money-wise, simply by relying on words. But that kind of change does indeed exist, which is why everyone likes different types. More changes are reflected in the temperament, which gives people a different feeling. Just like a relatively mature person, he gives the impression that he is stable and can be entrusted with big things. But for those who are more naive, it feels soft. Chapter 325 Cruel Growth. He is irritable in doing things, and he is unable to place heavy responsibilities on him, which gives people an unreliable feeling. And many times, this is also a very important thing, which is more related to your future. No one would joke about this or their own future, so they would be very careful in their choices. In comparison, people prefer to choose a more mature person. Only in this way can you be responsible for your own future, otherwise you will be the one who regrets it later. And if you stay with a more mature person, it will indeed have a different impact on people. When you stay with a more mature person, you will feel that you can relax about many things and don't have to think about them so complicatedly. It's a very worry-free feeling. It won't let you worry about all kinds of little things. And a person's growth also requires constant experience of some things and constant training in wind and rain. Only in this way, through constant training, can you wash away your immaturity and move towards maturity. This kind of training is very cruel, which means that this kind of growth is a very cruel and painful process. There may be times when the harm caused to you mentally is far more serious than the harm caused to you physically. But this kind of training is not as easy as it seems on the surface, it just requires more experience. That feeling is like putting a person in hot magma, and you have to endure such painful torture over and over again. Advertisement. In fact, although everyone longs for this kind of training, or in other words, they long for the final kind of maturity. Please give me flowers. So sometimes you envy others. Why can you behave like this? Really, sometimes making a person suffer internally is the greatest punishment for him. This kind of punishment is far more cruel than physical punishment. But you only see their superficial glory, and you don't see the heartbreak, blood and tears they put behind them. So this kind of growth is also very cruel and painful, but for everyone, this is an essential stage. It is also unbearable for you, but at least for you, the damage caused will be minor. But if it causes trauma to your soul, it may really be a nightmare that will linger throughout your life. In the midnight dream, I am also a person. I am awakened from that painful nightmare. After waking up, I still need to face this cruel reality. All gains and efforts are directly proportional. Although they look very enviable on the surface, they must have experienced the same pain before. The more envied one is, the more extraordinary the pain will be. Because no matter what, you have to go through a stage where there is no way to escape. If it causes harm to your body, it will take some time, but there is always hope of healing. And all you can do is try your best to reduce the harm to you, although it may be the last. Chapter 326 Just deceiving yourself and others. You will find that those thoughts that you deceived yourself before are in front of this overbearing power. How ridiculous and weak it seems, and how to really face him face to face. The deep feeling of powerlessness that he felt when he was watching comes to your heart. That's when it really breaks people down. Because, how can I put it, if you don't really experience some things, you will never understand the feelings involved. There are many things that you have to experience personally to understand the feeling. Just like when you encounter something annoying, no matter how others persuade you. For you, it actually doesn't have much effect because of the principles they persuade you. You know it very well in your heart, but how do you say it if this thing happens to someone else? If you use the same reasoning to persuade others, it will definitely be catchy, but now this matter. It happened to me, so even though I understand those principles, there is still a certain gap if I really apply them to myself. What happened is simply unacceptable to you. When this happens, there is actually very little you can do. Some of them are too sudden and don't leave you enough time to reflect, so they give you an illusion. Instead, I was thinking about how to recover, or rather, how to escape from facing this matter. Advertisement. If I face it again, I will find it very difficult, far beyond my imagination. As the saying goes, standing and talking does not hurt your back, when things have not happened to you. And when it develops to that point, the result may be worse than you imagined. He can only escape for a while, but he cannot escape forever. In the end, you will definitely have to face this ending. And many things are really like that. Time can smooth everything out as time goes by. Actually, if I really give you 5.8 for a while, and you calm down and think about this matter, you will find that it is not as difficult to accept as you imagined. All the trauma caused to you will slowly fade away. Although there will still be some traces left in the end, it will never be as unforgettable as it is now. Really, if you don't experience it yourself, you will never understand it. You can only stay forever and talk about it verbally. But you have also overlooked one thing, even if you want to escape. In fact, it doesn't mean that you can't accept some things, it's just that what happened is not for you. So when it actually happens, your first reaction is not that you want to face it. Why? If we face it again, then, it may be much more painful than it is now. You can say it anyway, I feel very relaxed, but when things really happen to me, it can be said that besides passively and silently accepting it, you have no other choice for your reference. Chapter 327. After a while, maybe when this thing first happened, when you faced him, you felt like this. For you, it is really very difficult, and it is difficult for you to cope with it. But after a while, you can really calm down and think about it carefully. If you think about this matter, you will actually find that it is not acceptable to accept this matter. That's unacceptable. I just want to say that the process is still so cruel and painful. But for you, he is also acceptable, no longer as you originally imagined. For you, this result is unbearable, and many times. Regarding the matter of feelings, it is really true that only after experiencing it personally can you understand the feelings. After a period of time, you will find that the other person is not as inseparable as you imagined. Maybe for you, it's actually more of a nostalgia for him, just after you have formed a dependence. Advertisement. The sudden loss, that kind of reluctance and unaccustomed feeling, comes from the feeling of one's own life. Suddenly, it's as if a piece is missing, giving you a feeling of emptiness. This huge contrast makes it a little hard to accept. There are also some panics. After all, it may be that for you, you have the other person's life. It has become a habit, an instinct, and it has penetrated into your bones. Just like you have to eat and drink every day, you are also used to it and have it every day. But now, all of a sudden, life without him can be a bit difficult for you to cope with. That's why you have such thoughts, but when you really calm down, get used to this kind of life after losing the other person, even at the beginning. It may be a very painful day, and the suffering is really real, if you have not experienced it personally. It's far from real, but after a while, you get used to it. Advertisement. When the other person is no longer in your life, you will find that you are not as painful as you imagined. It's not as hard to let go as imagined. Again, who has left this earth? They all ask me to continue to promote it. Likewise, your life cannot stop just because you lose someone. Or it ends like this. In fact, if you think about it seriously, since the other party has left you, that proves that there is still something between the two of you that is simply inappropriate. Instead of waiting until later, when the relationship develops to a deeper level, then let these conflicts break out. It's better to resolve it now. In this case, the harm caused to both of you will not be as huge, getting money. If you really wait until later, and then this kind of conflict breaks out again, it will be very difficult for both of you. It is definitely a huge disaster, and the consequences are far beyond your imagination. How should I put it, for you now, although it would be a coincidence if we separated like this. There will definitely still be some reluctance, but more importantly, it's just this reluctance. Chapter 328. No more worries. There are no other worries, so the current separation is relatively easy. If we really wait until later to continue development, it will not be that simple to separate. Because there are really some things that will continue to change as time goes by. Similarly, for two people, as time goes by, some things between them will also be changed. So, if you really delay it until later, you may want to separate again. It will be very difficult, because by that time, there will be a concern, or that kind of bond, between the two of you. It's far more than it is now. It's no longer just that you can do it if you want to separate. It's no longer possible to do whatever you want like now. When that time comes, every decision you make must be carefully considered. And you are no longer able to do whatever you want like you do now, and your worries have also increased. It's more about considering the consequences of the decision you make and the impact it has. Advertisement. Whether it is within the range that you can bear, you can only make a decision after considering everything thoroughly. Instead of being like now, doing anything without thinking about the consequences, even though this is also a privilege for young people, but more often than not, it is precisely because of this impulsiveness and reckless way of doing things. That's what makes a person truly regret it, and they have to wait until many years later to think back on it. Why didn't I try to save myself today? Or rather, why didn't I change myself properly? Just like that, the other person slipped away quietly from his life, just like that, he left his life. If I could turn back time, I would never do this today. But, after all, there is no regret medicine in this world, no matter how many regrets you have in your heart. I can only stay in my later years, when I have my own free time, and recall my regrets alone. Other than that, there is no other way. After all, it is just like what I said just now. Advertisement, please give me flowers. 0 There is no one who sells regret medicine in the world, and no one can predict the future. No one knows what will happen in the future, so the growth of life is a continuous experience again and again. To endure the consequences again and again, in this kind of cruel and painful training. 0 Slowly grow up, lose the immaturity of oneself, and become a mature person. This is the kind of growth that everyone must experience when you envy others. Why are you so mature? When you can win the favor of others, you only see the brilliance on the surface of others. I haven't seen the tears and sweat that others have paid for themselves, although not everything in this world. As long as you pay, you will definitely get something in return, but for most things, as long as you really pay, it will definitely be repaid. Only love is such a thing, it is really overbearing. Chapter 329 Giving. Sometimes, no matter how much you pay, what you get in the end may not be a perfect ending. Maturity is a word that is both desirable and disgusting. It is desirable because such people tend to be favored by others. It is also very disgusting, because although it is just two simple words, a simple word. But the pain and cruelty contained in it can only be understood by those who have experienced it. In fact, if there are other choices, no one will choose this cruel way to grow up. However, the fact is that apart from this method, there is no other reliable method. Life is about constantly experiencing, constantly broadening one's horizons, and then growing up in the process. Although sometimes it's really hard to make a choice, but that's just the way 14 is. I have experienced more, and when the time comes my experience will be richer, and I will face the same thing. It won't be that embarrassing. In fact, when you have experienced it a lot, you will face such a thing again. You won't feel so sad. It doesn't mean that you have developed a heart of stone. It just means that some things have been figured out and things have been understood clearly, and they are no longer as stupid as before. That way I don't know what I really want, even though sometimes I am still telling myself what I want. He said that he actually knew what he wanted, but how to say it. In fact, you don't even know what you really need. Otherwise, either you will never make it to the last step, or when the last step really comes, you will never act so hysterical again, because when you know what you really need, you will go out of your way to look for such a person, so when the time comes you actually meet such a person. Advertisement, definitely not. Let him go to the last step, and he will definitely cherish it very much. Actually, if you look at this matter from another angle, this can be considered a good thing. It's not just a bad thing. After this incident, you will also grow like this. In future contacts, you will not be so passive, at a loss or in a hurry. If a similar situation happens again, you will have to face it because of this experience. It will also be easier, and more importantly, it will be experienced again and again. It allows you to truly see your heart clearly and what kind of person you need. In this way, you will not become so confused. I won't be sad here just because I lost the wrong person, nor will I miss the really right person because of my sadness. So if you consider this matter from another perspective, it actually has certain benefits. It's just that in comparison, the damage he caused is unparalleled. Some things can only be understood after truly experiencing them. And coming out of this predicament is an unparalleled exercise for a person, as if the whole person has been remodeled from the inside out. So for a person, time is actually a very magical thing. No matter what you have said, no matter how serious the damage is, it will eventually be erased under the influence of time, and all that is left is a faint trace, because no matter what, you cannot forget him. He is always in your heart, whether you admit it or not, whether it is because of love or resentment. He has always existed in your heart. This is an indisputable fact, no matter what you say or do. If you really want to remove a person from your heart, it is also a very huge project. It's also impossible to do, unless something unexpected happens and you become frustrated. Advertisement, but even so, it still exists in your mind, but you have temporarily forgotten it. Whether you admit it or not, the facts are there. Maybe you can deceive others, but you can never deceive your own heart. Actually, I didn't do it at all. I was just deceiving myself, because for you. But if one day the other person appears in front of you, you will find that in fact, you did what you thought you did. Because you also know that once you show this softness, you will no longer be able to make that determination. You won't let him show up again easily. In this way, you can minimize the harm he does to you. Maybe you think you can already do it and flush him out of your memory. Make this decision before you change your final mind, because you know that in your heart, you are also very hesitant and entangled. There will still be various waves rising in your heart, actually for you. It is also very difficult for you to make this kind of decision, and you can only muster up the little courage you have left. Choose to downplay the traces he left in your heart, but if one day, he really appears in front of you again. So when you face these things, the only choice you can make is to do your best. It's just that you put this touch of softness in the deepest part of your heart, and you don't show it so easily. So what you think you can do easily is not as simple as you say if you really think about it carefully. No matter how determined you are in what you say, your heart is still soft. So all you can do is try your best to put it in the deepest part of your heart. Because he has truly entered your heart, even if he leaves now. You have left traces in your heart, and they are traces that are difficult to remove at all. That was something I had really paid for, and it was impossible to completely forget it. Chapter 330 The Pain in My Heart, because it is a very difficult thing for you to make this kind of decision. It is far from as easy, simple and effortless as it seems to others on the surface. Because what you are showing is that you don't want others to see your truest inner thoughts. Because you also know that once you show your truest thoughts, the other party will definitely not give up, even if there is only a slight chance, this last, if faced with his retention. You will also feel very shaken and don't know how to choose, actually in this matter. You are also hesitant in your heart. In fact, for you, you don't know what kind of feeling this is. Or maybe you are very confused in your heart, and you don't know whether what you are doing is right or wrong. I don't even know what I should do next. I just make a decision now while I still have some ideas in my heart. Otherwise, the longer you delay, the less you will know what to do. On the one hand, it is the feeling of reluctance after being with you for a long time. On the other hand, it is the inappropriateness that I feel in my heart, when these two complex emotions are entangled together. That's why you are in this hesitant situation. In the final analysis, it is for this relationship. In fact, you yourself have also given very high expectations, otherwise you would not have fallen into such a tangled state. If you don't even have any hope, then you must not hesitate. You just left decisively, so why would you be so entangled? It's precisely because you value this relationship very much in your heart. That's why you behave like this, or maybe you actually understand this idea in your heart. That's why you don't want to give the other party a chance to stay. You also know that if the other party tries hard to stay with you, you will definitely make up your mind first, then waver again, and wait until the next time you want to make this decision again. Advertisement, I'm afraid it will be very difficult, but you also know that if things continue to develop according to your situation, the final result is definitely not optimistic. By then, the damage will be even greater for both parties. If we choose this now, even though it seems a cruel choice, even though the other party looks very uncomfortable, but in fact, the discomfort in your own heart is not much less than that of the other person, it's just that you act calmly. It's just to allow the other party to cut off this thought more quickly, so that he can start another period again. It can be regarded as minimizing the harm to him. Maybe in your opinion, this is the only thing you can do for him. But what you don't know is that maybe for the other person, no matter what is important to him, it's not that important at all. The most important thing in his eyes is that as long as you are by your side, he can accept any kind of suffering. So, in fact, many times, your starting point is not wrong. But what is wrong is the world, or the fate that plays tricks on people, so even if you say that the man is in love and the concubine is intentional, but it is also destined to be faithful, and it is impossible to reach the final result, which makes people sigh. This is undoubtedly the most painful thing, but in the face of fate, what room do you have to struggle? But now that things have developed to this point, even if we try to save it, it will have no effect. So you can only accept it silently, but in fact, if you really calm down and stay for a while, you will find that it is not that uncomfortable, or that it is not as sad as you imagined. Because many things may have a passionate stage. When you first proposed it, you were in that passionate stage. So it will feel very painful, but after this stage is passed, these things have been initially accepted in your heart. It won't be so difficult anymore. In fact, many things are like this. Time is a very magical thing. In front of him, nothing can resist the pace of his advancement, no matter what it is under the influence of haha. Advertisement, they will all fade away, whether it is pain or joy, they will slowly lose their true nature as time passes by. Life still has to go on. Without him, you will meet another person, actually on the road of your life. If this one thing has already defeated you, then what qualifications do you have to face the things that follow? That's your life, live it for yourself, not for anyone else. It's a bad thing, but if you think about it from the other side, you'll understand. The same principle is very suitable when applied to this matter, just wait until you really calm down. This kind of thought should be eliminated from your mind, because the world will continue to function without anyone. Then if you think about it again, you will find that he, Wang Zhao, will really be changed as time goes by. In the end, it just becomes boring, so don't think that you can't continue to live if you lose him. So many times, a person's change is actually very important, if you look at things like this simply. 1. But when you want to understand this, there is nothing in this world that can cause harm to you, or cause you that kind of unacceptable harm. Although this kind of thought will be there at the beginning, but after a period of time. You have just taken a beginning. There is still a long way to go, and there are still many things you have to go through. In other words, it will not continue. You have to know, you have to understand one thing from the depths of your heart. Actually, many things will become very simple once you think about them clearly before facing them. In the same way, your life will not stop just because you have lost someone. What should you do? You are destined to meet more people and experience more things. If you cannot accept such difficulties, then face the long journey of life ahead. Chapter 331 Benefits. In fact, experiencing this is also a good thing for you, at least it can make you. Your ability to bear things will also be greatly increased, because you will encounter more things in the future. For your whole life, you have only finished a small part of it. The people or things we have experienced are just a few, and what follows is a longer journey of life. You will definitely have to experience things more complicated than this, and face things more painful than this. Maybe you will meet some people who will be more unforgettable to you, and what will happen in the future. Those are all unpredictable, but again, you have to understand one thing, that is, no one's life is smooth, so even if you are very smooth now, then you will definitely face various setbacks in the future, even if you don't choose to endure them now. So for these setbacks, you can't escape the past at all, so you may be allowed to accept these words in advance. For you, 290 may be a bit cruel, but this is how everyone gets through it. So you have no right to complain. Why can't you do something that others can do? You don't have anything more than others, or what's precious about you, if you don't even have the ability to bear this. Then in the longer future, I'm afraid you will lose the courage to survive and become afraid to face these things anymore. So you have to understand one thing from your own heart, that is, although these things are said, it may be a little difficult for you to accept. But these are unavoidable facts, so these things are not simple, but they can train you. It allows you to grow a little bit in the journey of life, so this is a blessing in disguise, so no matter what. You have to see both sides of him, and you can't just think about and see his bad side. Advertisement, in that case, you will feel that your own life is very miserable, because according to your concept. Even if you encounter a good thing, you will also see its bad side, such as if you win a big prize. According to common sense, you will definitely be very happy, but according to your usual perspective of looking at things, you will think that these big prizes you have planted will definitely be squandered, so there will be other troubles. You will worry about other people thinking about your big prize, and a series of bad things. In this case, even the luckiest thing will happen to you. You will also add a lot of troubles to yourself, so whenever you see things, you must start from their two sides. Even if it is the most painful thing, you have to see the positive side of it, and that's the only way. Only then can it bring huge positive energy to your life, and only then can it support you on a longer journey of life. The same is true for feelings. Whether you accept it or not, the facts are here. That is, without him, you will meet other people, and your future will definitely not be as bad as you think. With the help of time, you will no longer be so entangled with others, and you will start a new life again instead of complaining here. Perhaps you think that you are dedicated enough to put all your feelings in him alone in this life. I have to say that your idea is really very naive, in fact, if you really need to implement it. You can't hold on to this matter for much longer before it collapses. BEFD. Because many things are not as simple as you think, and under the influence of practice, many things will be changed. Just like your feelings for him, it's the same when you really calm down after a while. You will feel how ridiculous your original thoughts were, so you will choose to experience a new life again. Instead of waiting here stupidly, although for you, this result is not easy for you to accept. Advertisement because you think you are a dedicated enough person if you really do this. Since something has been lost, it can no longer be retrieved, just like the water poured out. How helpless I am, and I understand better that I can stand and talk without pain in my back. If you don't go and face those things yourself, you will never experience the time of facing such things. What's more, the authorities are confused and the bystanders are clear. If some things don't happen to you, you will never be able to understand them. Because this is human nature, if it were another person, he would definitely do the same. The true meaning of this sentence is actually the same for many things, if you experience it personally. Then go and start a new life, instead of staying here and constantly remembering the past and complaining about everything. Only then can we better deal with these. If we don't experience it personally, no matter how much we say, it will only be empty talk. If it were another person, they might not be as good as you, so don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. What's the point of doing this to you? It will only add trouble to yourself and make yourself even more sad. You won't get the praise you imagine, because no one is a fool when it comes to these things, and they see it very clearly. Since you can't do something yourself, who do you have to ask others to do it, so there's no need to worry. Make yourself even more sad. For you, it is really just a waste of your life. Others point fingers at you, because in fact, for you, what you have done is good enough. But the fact is really right in front of you, and even if you choose to do this, others will not say anything to you. There is no possibility of taking it back or continuing to use it, so you choose to accept what has happened. It's because your original personality setting has been revealed. For you, you will definitely not allow this kind of thing to happen. Other than that, you really don't show how dedicated you are to your feelings, and others will just call you stupid. Chapter 332 Replacement. In fact, you understand a truth more clearly, that is, life is like this no matter when. Everyone has to continue to operate, just like a huge machine. No matter which operator is missing, there will always be another operator to take his place. So this machine will never stop, no matter which position there is a shortage of people. There will always be others to take over, and the same is true for you. Although now you feel that he is missing from your life, it feels very uncomfortable. In other words, there is a feeling of emptiness, but whether you admit it or not, even if you are very determined on the surface. But in your heart, you actually understand this truth very well, that is, there are actually many things. It will all be diluted over time, so the missing position, even if he is no longer there. But after all, there will be someone else to replace him, so no matter what time, don't hold on to what you have lost without letting go. Actually, you know this very well in your heart, it's just that you can't accept him yet. You haven't been able to cross that threshold in your heart until you really cross it. You will find that life is the same, but it is just like that, there is nothing that no one can do without. There is no need for who is who, just as you leave him, there will eventually be someone to take your place and accompany him. Similarly, if he leaves you, someone else will take his place and accompany you. Although it seems a little ruthless, life is like this, it is always so cruel and true. In fact, things have already developed to this point, and there is nothing left for you to save. Because once a person's heart changes, it really doesn't matter what you do. They are all very difficult and can be changed, just like a broken mirror can be reunited, even if the broken mirror has become a circle. But the traces still exist, and it is impossible to remain intact. The same is true for you. Advertisement. So actually if something happens, what you have to do is to choose to accept it slowly. Even if you may not be used to it now, there is still a lot of time left for you. Let you slowly accept this, slowly get used to another kind of life, and get used to doing things alone. In fact, if you don't do many things, you may think you can't do it at all. So never let yourself live in such a humble way. In fact, everyone should be their own protagonist. No matter who you are born to owe others something. Of course you have to perform your life very well. It's very glorious, instead of like this now, so humble, even because of this illusory thing. And it's very unworthy. One thing is here, and I miss the past sadly. You should also have a better life of your own, instead of ruining your beautiful future just because of this experience. This is very unworthy and very inappropriate. Actually, if you don't do many things, you may have thought that you might not be able to do it. But if you really want to try it seriously, you will find that it is not that difficult. In other words, it is so difficult to accept. The most important thing is my own psychological threshold. Once you get over it, you will be able to figure out a lot of things and stop trying to get into trouble. Then when the time comes, I will let you choose from a lot, so there is no need. Let yourself live in such discomfort and pain, let alone even if you are in such pain and discomfort now. What does it do to you? It will only make you more embarrassed. There is absolutely no way he can change his mind, let alone for the sake of you being in such pain. He will change his mind and come back to accompany you. Let's not talk about this situation, whether it is possible that he can't bear it when the time comes. So I can continue to be with you, but for you, you are because of this matter. Your heart has begun to slowly change, and it is no longer what it was before. Advertisement 0. Although whether you admit it or not, the facts are here. Maybe you think you can still be the same as before. But really, you really can't do that, because this thing is for you. 0. It's simply impossible for you to ignore him to the point where it's like nothing happened to him. So don't have too high expectations, not to mention that even if he changes his mind and comes back to you. This may be a kind of pain and suffering, it is no longer the kind you asked, it can only bring you endless pain. Because his heart has changed, this is the most important thing, a person who has changed his heart. It really can't be done, so after this incident, your heart has actually changed. No matter how you try to stay, it will have no effect, just like you can't wake up a person who is pretending to sleep. But is that really the kind of life you want? How to put it, if he changes his mind? It's just that the time when this matter is about to come has been delayed for a while. Actually, I understand very well that if I really don't live up to this hope, what can you do even if I really come back to you? In the same way, you can't move someone who doesn't love you. If his heart has changed, it has already changed from the root, no matter what decision he makes at that time. The feeling between two people has changed. Because the heart has changed a lot, it will also change accordingly. In fact, for you, it's just each other, just make do with each other for a while. It's already far from possible, because you haven't even done it yourself, and you think someone else is doing it. If you want to go back to the way you were before, it will be very difficult to realize it in your own heart. It cannot change the final result at all, so for you. Can a person who has changed his mind do better than you? The answer is of course no. So first of all, from your own perspective, what you desire is to return to the previous state. Chapter 333 Surface. That's just what's revealed on the surface. These reactions are not his truest thoughts at all. So, even on the surface, what he did was exactly what you expected. But for you, what's the point, because he just doesn't mean what he means. Maybe on the surface, he may show that he has changed his mind as you expected. But in fact, his heart has not changed, and this is the most important thing, since his heart has not changed. Then even if you don't face this result today, you will eventually face it when the time comes. Because this is a threshold that you can't escape at all, and maybe he will too. Various reasons indicate that he really wants to change his mind. Of course, it is also possible that 600 is really like this. I wanted to change my mind and try to save him, but it was more because his heart had changed. No matter how hard he tries, he will be indifferent unless he changes his inner thoughts. But it's also more difficult for him, much more difficult than you think you can reconcile. It's even more difficult, because this kind of idea is like a seed, since it has been rooted in your heart. It will slowly grow over time and eventually grow into a towering tree, when you really have to face this result. It proves that it has grown into a towering tree, if you want to change something at this time. There is no possibility for him anymore. Even for the time being, he has put on a layer of disguise. But it's also true that his nature cannot be changed. He has become a towering tree now, even if he shows it. I am just a weak sapling, and this idea can still be changed at any time, but that is just a self-deceiving idea. When a person, especially a woman, really makes up their mind to do something, that kind of thinking is really like a flood that bursts its banks, with no hope of recovery at all. Advertisement. There is no possibility of stopping him, so you have to understand this in your heart and don't think that he is being soft-hearted. In other words, you want to try to save it, and then your judgment on the whole thing changes. For you, that kind of idea is undoubtedly the stupidest thing, because it is something that cannot be changed at all. You think he can change, but it's just your wishful thinking, so you will definitely be hurt in the end. Just like two people playing with a rubber band, the one who gets hurt in the end and feels the pain must be the one who is reluctant to let go. Of course, even though it's true like this, everyone actually understands it because it's been along the way. Even if you have not personally experienced the things you encounter, you can still see them happening to others. So this truth, if it reaches this point, everyone will be very clear in their hearts. But the most important thing is that being clear is one thing, but whether it can be achieved is another matter. Of course, for most people, it is definitely understandable, but if you do it, it is a very difficult thing. After all, everyone's heart is made of flesh. It is impossible to say that they are hard-hearted or heartless. In fact, many times, if you really have no intention, you can save countless worries. Because you will no longer be troubled by all kinds of little things, or feel sad. But of course, in this case, for a person, the most basic emotion has been lost. It is also a very huge pain, because no one is born without a heart. It must be because of some of the things they have experienced that have led them to become what they are now. It can be said that they are actually very pitiful, of course, although they seem not to care about anything on the surface. Then you may envy them for not letting their emotions control their rationality. You only see their superficial glory, but you don't see the pain they suffer behind the scenes. Advertisement, really, for a heartless person, the pain is no worse than that of you, a person who has experienced too many hardships. It may be the difference between heaven and earth. On the contrary, it will be more intense than you, because what they will endure is definitely the most cruel and indifferent thing in the world. It's like you are fighting against the whole world alone, but as far as you are concerned, you are just one person's ability. It's just a matter of fighting against one thing. If you were really asked to face the whole world, I'm afraid it would be a huge pressure. You can be crushed in a moment, so don't envy those who seem not to care on the surface. Because their hearts are definitely more painful than you imagine, and even more painful than you are. Of course, everyone has their own insincere pain, and some people may show it. And some people will bury it deeply in their hearts, so in fact, everyone seems to be moving forward with a big mountain on their backs. It's just that some people carry this mountain in their hearts, and some people carry it on their backs. But it is undeniable that in fact it is the same for everyone. Of course, it is just saying that it may be for everyone. The size of this mountain is different, but if it means this big mountain, it means something to everyone. In fact, sometimes, what may seem like an insurmountable hurdle in the eyes of others may be simply dismissive in your eyes. But similarly, if you can't get over it, the 1.8 card is just not worth mentioning in the eyes of others. So never think of things as simple. In fact, there are many things if you really have to face everything. You will find that it is not that difficult, at least it is much simpler than you think. If you just work a little harder, difficulties like this can actually be easily overcome. It's not the kind of insurmountable divine punishment you imagine, so there are many things. It's really only after personal experience that you can understand those truths, but how do you put it? In fact, most of the time everyone understands the truth, but if it really happens to you and you deal with it, you will still have some difficulties after all. Chapter 334 Simple Truth. Many things are that simple. In fact, a very simple truth is that these things happen to you. I was caught off guard and didn't react, but it was real. If you are given some time to accept him, it will be very simple. At least it's not like that, insurmountable or unacceptable. I'm just talking about myself. Personally, when something like this happens to me, it takes time to accept it. It can only be said that before, I was still stuck in my own thinking mode, and I haven't changed it yet. In fact, if you really want to accept him, it is actually very simple. The most you can do is to pass the threshold in your heart, and then you will actually find out. Things are far simpler than I imagined. The most important thing is that only after experiencing it. Only then will you understand those principles. In fact, there is no such thing as one cannot live without the other, or that one is a necessity for the other. 14 In this world, it is true that no matter who you leave, you can continue to survive. And what you imagine is that you can't live without anyone, it's just your wishful thinking. If it really happens in front of you, and you have no other choice but to accept it, you will find that the kind of person you once imagined is the kind that no one can live without. He is just the most ridiculous little friend in the world, if you really face him. You will find that many times, many things are worth replacing and will eventually be replaced. Whether it's those things that you once thought were perfect, or those things that are extremely important and irreplaceable to you. It can only be said that things have not developed to that point yet, so you may not understand the reason yet. In other words, I haven't pushed you to a certain point, so you won't consider the worst outcome. Advertisement. When you can really only accept the worst outcome, you will find that there is no threshold that cannot pass. In fact, this is also a kind of training for you when you really experience it. You will find that, in fact, if you can even cross this threshold, then for you to accept it in the future, other things will be much easier, because in your opinion your most precious thing is lost. You can accept it, so what else is more precious than this? It can only be said to be a change in everyone's psychology. This is the kind of growth that is very cruel, but that everyone has to accept. It's really only after you come into contact with it that you realize that the truth behind it is far simpler than you imagined. It's just that I haven't thought about it clearly yet. Once I really think about it, I will find that things are very simple. And I will also feel how ridiculous I was at the beginning. In the future, I may think how naive I was before. So this kind of growth is something that everyone must experience, and no one can avoid it. This is it for you. The same is true for everyone else. It is like a theorem. No one can escape, no one can escape, no one can live childishly forever. In other words, I have always lived in my own world, and everything in the world. It will never be possible. It will always rely on your will to develop, but there are some things. When it exceeds your expectations, and you actually do very little, it can be said that there is nothing else you can do except accept it. So in front of such a behemoth as fate, maybe you didn't believe in the existence of fate before. When fate comes, you will also resist, feeling that nothing is unchangeable in the face of fate. But when this behemoth actually comes to you, you will know that you are in front of such a behemoth. How weak or insignificant is one's own personal power? Advertisement, it can have the slightest impact on the final result. Only then will you understand. How childish or naive were my original thoughts. The same fate would also leave a glimmer of hope. Not all things will develop to the worst point, just as there is a saying. When God pays attention to a door for you, he will also open a window for you, and the same fate will be like this for you. Although he will cut off some of your hopes, he will also leave you with some other hopes. It won't let you fall into despair. How should I put it? No matter how far things develop. Never despair, because at any time, he will always leave a glimmer of hope. It's just that these hopes may be insignificant to you, or they may require you to explore carefully. It can only be discovered because it is really very insignificant, if you don't look for it carefully. 430. I will find out about his existence, but the same ones are there for the first time, and I hope they are there for the first time in the first semester. If you can discover him, it will definitely have an impact on your final result. Sometimes this impact is very critical and will have a decisive impact, so don't lose your last hope at any time. Always keep a glimmer of hope, because there is nothing that cannot be faced. In other words, it is unacceptable. If you truly understand this truth, you will truly grow up. I will no longer be as childish and innocent as before, thinking everything into perfection. In other words, I think that everything will develop in the direction I imagined, even if I think that way. It is also very naive and childish, but that is also a stage that everyone must go through, and it is understandable. I just hope that after experiencing these things, you will also grow and your understanding of things will also change. It won't be like before. Although this kind of growth may be very bloody for you, there is no way, there is no possibility of avoiding it, and what you can do. Chapter 335 Accepting Fate. It's just to accept all the consequences that fate brings to you, and let you bear these. Apart from that, what else can you do, because in the face of the behemoth of fate, all you can do is accept it. But while accepting it, you should also keep a glimmer of hope in your heart. After all, many things can be changed before reaching the final step. No matter what it is like this, even if you don't really face everything. 17. You never know how to deal with it, but if you are really serious and face it, I discovered that it is actually very simple to deal with. In other words, for you, these are actually nothing. How could we have done it in the past? We just said that you haven't yet and be mentally prepared. When you really want to face and solve it, everything seems to be on your side. You will find that it is not that difficult, and may even be very simple. It can only be said that it is because your mind has already decided your current thoughts from the beginning, so you feel that way. But when you really say that you want to change, it is actually just a change of habits, for a person. It may be a little difficult, but it won't be unacceptable, so if you really want to change, you have to make a decision from your own heart, and then wait until then, if you really want to change. It's actually very simple. It's not that difficult. The main thing is that I can't cross the threshold in my heart. That's why you are in this situation, but you still don't understand what you really want in your heart. That's why you are so confused. Only when you truly understand what you want in your heart. If I make any decision again, it won't be as difficult as it is now, full of hesitation, and on the edge of constant struggle. So in fact, many things are like this. If you really want to understand how to choose, you will find that things will be very simple and not as difficult as you imagined. Advertisement. In the end, it was just because of my own psychology that I couldn't cross that threshold. In other words, I haven't made a decision yet, and I don't know what I should choose in the end. That's why the current situation is caused, if we face the real situation. In fact, it is very simple, no matter whether you have understood this truth before. But if he really faces it, he will be very simple, if he really wants to do it. It won't be as difficult as you imagined, because you have already made the final decision in your heart. So even if there are still some difficulties for you, it is still within the range you can accept. Because a lot of things are like this, time is a very magical thing. It can change a lot of things, and without even realizing it, a lot of things have been quietly changed. So sometimes, you may feel that your choices are a little invisible. Or there are some things that are difficult for you to accept, or you may feel that you are done with it now. He has lived in the way he hates the most, but things are like this sometimes. In everyone's heart, it is impossible to say that they cannot continue to live without someone. Many things, he can be replaced, or is it destined to be replaced eventually? So no matter how hard you try, it will be indifferent, or it will have no effect at all. It's just that your efforts are just to insist on the arrival of this day, but this is the result. It won't change because of your efforts, of course, although some things may really change after you work hard. But more importantly, there are many things. He has already established his own development trajectory. After all, it is not based on personal efforts. You can change it, even if you don't want to face these realities, but the reality is right in front of you. Even if you don't want to face it, there is no possibility of escaping, because life is here. Advertisement. You always have to look forward or move on with life, that being the case. At that time, if you want to change something, it will be very difficult. Because many things have been changed, and it may be that for you, these are still very difficult to accept. But it is undeniable that deep down in your heart, you have actually figured out a lot of things. The reason why it's still hard to make a decision now may be because of what you did before. It also has a certain effect and changes your inner thoughts, but this change is only short-lived after all. Can't change the final outcome. What's more, if something like the human heart changes, it will change. It is very difficult to return to the previous state, even if it is a reunion, no matter what. Even if the broken mirror is reunited, there will still be very ugly scars left there, which cannot be eliminated no matter what. So it is exactly like this, if a person's heart changes, no matter how hard you try. I can't let you go back to the past. Zhu Ran said that this may be very popular indeed. But there is no way to get the promise. This is reality, this is life, a kind of growth that everyone must experience. You may have tried your best to avoid this from happening, but many things have already been determined by fate. Among friends like fate, all kinds of efforts in front of you will seem very insignificant. Even if it's insignificant, no matter how hard you try, you can't change the final result. So in fact, when fate really comes, all you can do is accept it silently. Even your true inner thoughts will not cause any interference or impact on them. What you do can only be passively accepted. There will be many times when you don't want to admit these things. But he is right in front of you. Even if you don't admit it, he is still here. You can deceive others. But you can never deceive your own heart. Chapter 336 True Heart. Maybe you can behave perfectly and deceive others, but for you, no matter how you deceive others, only you know your truest thoughts. So you can deceive others, but you can never deceive your own heart, so in fact many times. In your own heart, you have actually already had some thoughts, but you just don't want to face them. You are unwilling to face this cruel reality, and you also want to find a reasonable excuse for yourself. 11. In other words, it is 203 giving yourself some slim hope, but in fact you understand this very well in your heart. It's just an excuse you want to find, or some very slim hopes for the final result. It has no effect at all. It is even just a psychological comfort for you to tell yourself what you have done. You are all in the face of fate, and you have no ability to resist, but many times, you forget about June. Although he has already been destined, but if we really face the fate of the children, big. This kind of thing can actually be avoided. It cannot be said that it is avoided. It can only be said that it is in the face of personal efforts. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain, that's what it means, since this kind of pain can be solved in a short period of time. It's just that it can't be changed. The result afterwards, the most I can give myself is psychological comfort. If you still forget to face reality, no matter how many excuses you find or how much hope you give yourself. Advertisement, it may also change my own trajectory. Of course, I am the only one who can do this, and I understand the pain of that experience. Your most correct approach may be to face him, although this kind of confrontation may be very painful. And if you face it directly, the pain may only last for a while, but if you avoid it, all you can do is face it. If you want to escape, there is no possibility of escape. But if you really calm down and think about it, you will find that you are just deceiving yourself. It has no effect at all, so if this thing really happens by then, this kind of pain will always be with you, and that is the most painful thing. But this is inevitable. Although there will be some pain, for you, this is an unavoidable fact. You will make all kinds of excuses for yourself, or give yourself some vain hopes. Why should I continue to delay it? It can only be said that I haven't really thought about it in my heart. Even the damage caused to myself will be even greater, so many times when things happen. Only by truly facing your own heart can you know what you ultimately want. In fact, if you tell others, you can't describe it in words. You can only experience it yourself and experience it. You can understand that truth, but you subconsciously want to escape from it, so when he really comes. Chapter 337 Cover up. However, no one can always indulge in the memories of the past, no matter what you have experienced in the past. You will eventually have to keep your head up and face the next life, because you have to continue to live. The memories you have experienced in the past have caused you indelible harm. No matter what you do, you can heal that scar. Although it won't hurt, the 720 scar will still exist. You can only ignore him deliberately, but when you really touch him again, he is still there. No matter how much you try to deceive yourself, he is still there. It is a fact that cannot be changed. In fact, sometimes, what is really cruel is precisely because it is a fact. You can't argue at all, and it would be even more cruel if you could, although it may be said that the past experienced. It is also a special existence for you, or it is very important, but no matter what. He has become the past, and it is impossible to dwell on him all the time, let alone hold on to this past. It's not that he can't accept it for you, it's just that you're not ready for that yet. For you, the next life is more important, no matter how difficult you think the next life will be. Those things that you once thought you couldn't let go of and couldn't give up, those things that you once vowed to never leave, finally left you. 1.7. But what you really want to forget is one thing, or you want to start a new life. Advertisement. But after all, he has become the past and will eventually be let go. You can keep it in your heart. Under the influence of time, traces will eventually be faded away until the news is completely lost. The same is also very cruel, that is, no matter how nostalgic you are for the past, no matter how much you cherish it. But you have to try to face it. Memories have become memories, and you have to believe that time is a very magical thing. Repeating it over and over again will deepen those marks and make them remain so profound forever. With the continuous polishing of time, everything will lose its original color. All traces will be slowly faded unless you go again yourself. It doesn't mean that some things are unacceptable. In fact, everything is like this. Until the end, it is completely covered up from your memory to the deepest part. Of course, it is impossible to say that it disappears like this. It can only be said that it is hidden deep in the memory. Wait until a night when no one is around, take it out and savor it alone, but it is impossible for you to spend the rest of your life holding him. If you don't let go, you won't live the rest of your life. Of course, that's impossible, and life is full of infinite beauty. These can only stay in your heart and let you enjoy them alone. Maybe for you, this is just some comfort in your heart. But similarly, for the next life, you must still face it. What has passed can only be let go. Under the influence of time, everything can be obtained. Time will continue to slowly fade away the traces left by that person. Chapter 338 Tenacity. As long as you don't take the initiative to try, or take the initiative to touch it, then it will never appear in your mind. Of course, after all, it is a very precious memory for you, so no matter how magical the time is, neither can completely eliminate its traces, nor can it change the fact that it does exist. But what you can do is to minimize its effect on you, and its impact on you will also be continuously reduced. The best way to forget one thing is to devote all your energy to another thing. When you are constantly busy, you have no time to think about these things, let alone the energy to think about these things. When you don't take the initiative to think about these things, then under the constant influence of time, it will also gradually fade away, so if you are afraid that you can't do it, then keep yourself busy. Stop yourself from touching these things, or go over again and start another chapter. But no matter which choice you make, you need to convince your heart and stop yourself from touching these things. Stop thinking about things that no longer belong to you. In this way, you will still gain something in the end. But if you keep thinking about the old things, then the new things you receive will not be friendly to you. In this case, you will only lose more than you gain, whether it is old things or new things. In other words, it is deliberately avoiding it, because some things are just like a seed, planted in your heart. Advertisement. No matter how hard you try, it will still grow tenaciously, so many times you can't solve the problem just by working hard. It no longer belongs to you, and it has nothing to do with you. Of course, that doesn't mean it doesn't have anything to do with it. 700. In the end, you won't be able to catch one of them, so you can only cherish what you have now. It can only be said that this relationship is already very shallow, so you have to try to accept some new things. On the contrary, he will agree with him, and the grass growing in the cliffs will emit vigorous vitality. The outcome has been determined as early as the beginning. Every move you make at the beginning will have some impact on your final result. Of course, this impact may not be obvious. Otherwise, in the end, you can only draw water from a bamboo basket and get nothing. So sometimes, many things are the result. It really can't be eliminated no matter what, so that's why. In fact, it is not that difficult, and you always have to learn to let go of some things. You can't blame others, you can only say that it's your own fault, because of many things. Only in this way can you gain something new, because the past has become the past. When you try your best to forget something or cover up something, you also need to pass that level in your own heart, when you want to forget someone from the bottom of your heart. Once you touch it, it will sprout and take root. That will have an impact on you. Chapter 339 Get busy. But slowly, if these influences accumulate, they will become a force that cannot be ignored. And if you really keep yourself busy, you will actually find that some things are actually very simple. It's not as difficult as you think, if you don't take the initiative to think about it. If you have lost those things in the past, life will not be like that for you. A life as ordinary as water is exactly what you will experience every day in the future. But if you let yourself be free and do nothing, then you will be involuntarily. If you think about what has been lost, you will fall into a vicious cycle. The more I miss you, the sadder I feel, and the sadder I become, the more I miss you. In the end, you will fall into an unbreakable cycle and be unable to extricate yourself. But if you really keep yourself busy and don't think about other things, you will also find it. In fact, life is just like this, and it is fair to everyone. Think about what you want to do every day. You won't divert your energy to other places. This is also a very good ending for you. It's like a desperate flood along the way. Once the embankment breaks, it will rush forward with an unstoppable attitude. Wang does. How can you come to a conclusion easily? Maybe in the near future, you will meet a better person. But among all possible outcomes, this is the best, and how to say it. Advertisement, and you should cherish every day of your life more, because you never know which of the surprises and accidents will come first. Because it can also prevent you from thinking about some very sad things, which may be a good result for you. They are all insignificant and cannot have any effect at all, even if you use all your strength. Don't give up easily on things you should persist in. You have to always believe in yourself. Maybe this time it was a failure, just laying the foundation for your next more perfect success. Of course, maybe for you, if you think about it sometimes, you will feel that he is not in the most ideal state. You also need to let yourself think about these things. In the face of many things, personal power is actually yours. Maybe for this matter, it is just to avoid blocking the car, but it will not have the expected effect. Some things should be persisted. Don't blindly insist on things that should be given up. Although you may feel that the world is not very friendly to you now, things have not yet reached the final stage. There are some things that he is one-sided and has no impression of at all, which may mean that once they happen, they cannot be undone. On the contrary, you will be laughed at. Why bother to ruin yourself like that if you don't know your capabilities? Some things should just be given up. There is no possibility of turning back at all. Just like your current state, if you want to use your meager personal power. To stop the rolling flood is tantamount to asking for death, so many times. When you encounter better things, so life is full of surprises. Chapter 340 Nothing. In fact, more often than not, you just can't overcome the hurdle in your heart. That's why you are so entangled, but when you really think about these things, 17. Then take corresponding actions, and you will discover the things that made you life and death in the first place. Looking at it now, it's just mediocre. Really, there is no threshold in this world that cannot be passed. There is nothing unacceptable. The so-called unacceptable things are just a little hard to accept when you first accept them. But in the face of the roll of time, nothing can withstand the passing of time until 520. No matter what you can accept or not, you will accept it silently. Those who once thought they could not cross the threshold did not come across the same in the end. So, you also have to believe in your own abilities, and you also have to believe in the not-too-distant future. There will be better things waiting for you. Don't lose confidence in life because of temporary frustration. In fact, life is also full of all kinds of surprises and accidents, and I hope you are encountering them now. It's just one of the surprises, but that doesn't mean there will be no surprises in the future. On the contrary, you should also be happy, because you have eliminated an accident, then your chance of encountering an accident next will be reduced by 1 point. The probability of encountering surprises is even higher, so when you think about things, you should also consider them from 2 aspects. Advertisement. Don't conclude a matter because of your temporary emotions. Doing so is tantamount to your biggest mistake. Many times if you really calm down and think about a passage, you will find that things are not as bad as you thought. It's far from unacceptable, really, if after a while. If you look back at this incident, you will find that in fact, he was not just like this, B. And there is really no saying in this world that you can't live without someone, and you have to rely on someone to live without someone. When you lose him, it may be a little hard to accept for a while, but it is more difficult for you to accept. It's the kind of habit that has been formed subtly. You may be used to it, the kind of living habit of 2 people. Someone will accompany you every day, and you will get used to it when you feel unhappy. You are used to having people listen to you, and there will be people who will act coquettishly or lose their temper with you from time to time. If you suddenly become alone again, the huge contrast may be a bit difficult for you to accept. But for you, what you call difficult to accept is just this sudden change of habit. It doesn't mean that you can't live without this person, since you still have the ability to sigh here. That proves that you can actually survive without this person, so things are not as bad as you think. You can live without him, it just means that you haven't adapted to this kind of life yet. Wait until you adapt. You can try to get in touch with a new life, then you may face a better life than now. Chapter 341. A different scenery. So never lose confidence in life. You may suffer temporary amnesia. But it does not mean that your journey will not be smooth. You may experience heavy rain for a while. But this heavy rain will not stop forever. If it keeps raining, there will eventually be a sunny day after the rain. And what you are looking forward to is waiting for the rain to clear up after the heavy rain, and then you will see it again. It will no longer be a dark cloudy sky or a violent storm. When the time comes, you will see the most beautiful rainbow. You will also breathe the freshest air, see the freshest scenery, and you will sigh that life is so wonderful. You will also feel another kind of beauty in life, so in fact, sometimes, if you go when you are not going your way. Going out to see the scenery is also a very good choice because the scenery is different. It can also bring different feelings to people. Why do people always want to go out for a walk when they are not going well? Because when you get used to seeing some scenery, if you suddenly face another scenery, you will also find it. The artistic conception brought about by it is also unique, and you can also realize some things that you have not realized before. The result cannot be changed, and his decision will not be changed just because of what you have paid and what kind of feelings you have. So many times, only by truly thinking about these things from your own heart can you truly solve them. When it happens, you will still be as confused as you are now, and it may even turn into an accident. Advertisement. To a certain extent, it can also relieve your irritability and uneasiness in your heart. Otherwise, no matter how calm you appear on the surface, or how indifferent you are on the surface, in the end, there is no real solution to it, because you can perfectly deceive others. Or it could be said that it changes his inner thoughts, but in fact it is more about after experiencing time. In other words, you care about that person, when this person appears in front of you, or when this thing happens. Only after you have figured out many things can you truly solve them. Otherwise, no matter how much you are deceiving yourself. In fact, if at the end of the day, you still think that your feelings for him come from the bottom of your heart. But you can't deceive yourself. In fact, you still care about this matter very much in your heart. Please give me flowers, but the most important thing is that you still need to be able to pass the threshold in your heart. But you can't deceive your own heart. You can deceive yourself and others, but you can never deceive yourself. After the test of time, when you look back and think of this incident, you will realize how naive you were at the beginning. Then maybe, it's really what you think, but even if that's the case, so what? When you look back at this incident, you will find that you actually overestimated yourself and your feelings for him. In many things, you can also see through the surface and see his essence. Only then can you understand how you feel about him. Chapter 342. Looking back. What do you think is the feeling of vowing to be united, if you look back and think about it even at the end? You will also find it a bit ridiculous, and you will understand in your heart that the so-called love at that time was nothing more than that. It cannot withstand any test at all. It is too fragile and suffers some major setbacks and tribulations. You can kill this weak seed, and it will never be able to grow into the final big tree. Although it is possible, you will still have the last hope, hoping that this young sapling can grow and grow up. When it becomes a towering tree, I have to say that your thoughts are very positive and optimistic. But many times, the gap between reality and ideals is much wider than you imagine. Many times, it simply cannot grow as you expect because of this small seedling. It is also much more fragile than you think, and it may not be that violent in a slightly heavier wind or rain. Just a stronger wind and rain may destroy it, so the road of growth is also full of all kinds of hardships. It is far from smooth sailing as you imagined, alas, but it is precisely because of this that life will be filled with more fun. If everything goes smoothly without any twists and turns, it will be just like boiled water. At that time, a lot of interest will be lost, often even more, if it is so monotonous and boring. I'm afraid it's also a very difficult thing for you to accept, so sometimes when you experience those setbacks and ups and downs. Advertisement, don't complain about anything, because sometimes for you, this may be a better enjoyment. Let your life become more colorful instead of becoming so monotonous. But similarly, don't think about things too well. Sometimes, there is still a big gap between ideal and reality. Far from it, relying on your so-called imagination can make up for the gaps in the middle. So, you have to face life with a positive and optimistic attitude, but you also have to be prepared for the worst. Only in this way, when failure really comes, you will not be unable to bear it or be defeated by it. So this is exactly what happens in many cases. You have to use the best attitude to face it, and you also have to prepare for the bad. A two-pronged approach can make you stronger, precisely because you have experienced so many difficulties and setbacks. Only then can you develop a stronger heart. Only when your heart is truly strong will you be able to face those setbacks and difficulties. You won't be so stretched, and you won't be at a loss when the time comes. If a person only has a strong body, it is not truly strong. Only when the heart is strong can one become powerful in the city. 0.5 Because when you only have a truly strong heart, when you face some things again, only then will he be stronger than before. Otherwise, his unique appearance is just an air to scare people. It's impossible for people to feel real fear at all, but if it starts to change from deep inside, it can bring psychological pressure to people. Chapter 343 Change. The only way to change these things from the depths of your heart is to face him when the time comes, or to endure anything. It will become very simple, at least more calm and relaxed than now. Only by constantly tempering one's own heart can a person become stronger. Likewise, you really have to experience these things that make you feel painful and sad. Then it makes you feel hopeless, or that the world is unfriendly to you. 14 Only then will we be able to get you out of that comfortable living environment. In other words, it allows you to eliminate the comfort in your heart and allow yourself to face or create those difficult and painful things. Only in this case will it serve as a training ground for you, only through these constant training. Only can you grow up and become stronger and stronger, although it may be that this kind of growth is not good for you. There is some cruelty and pain, but other than that, you have no other better way. You can't always live like this, such a comfortable life. You will eventually have to face things that make you feel cruel and painful. This is different. The process of steelmaking always requires repeated blows and continuous tempering over and over again. It can become a useful thing, so you're like this too, if you can live a stable and comfortable life like this. In the end, it is just a piece of ore and cannot play any role at all, but if you have the energy. Advertisement After going through all kinds of hardships and tempering, you can get rid of your initial youthfulness and ignorance. Only one can become a person who can truly make a difference. This may be the so-called growth. 11. But sometimes, this kind of growth seems to you to be very cruel. But there's no way to avoid it, and what else can you do? In addition to acceptance, it can only be acceptance. Instead of passively accepting it, it is better to prepare yourself mentally. Then take the initiative to accept it, so that the impact on yourself will be smaller. Because of many things, he is there, whether you choose to face it or not. He is all there, and there is no possibility of escaping, except for you. It may be the difference between accepting it actively or accepting it passively, but no matter what, you can't get past it. Then continue the journey, you have to face it face to face. Then get rid of it before you can continue the journey of 543. Even for some things, you try your best to avoid them. In other words, it's a deliberate avoidance, but what's the use? It's just delaying his arrival. In the end, he will come eventually, and the final result will not be changed at all because of your subjective wishes. What you were destined to experience at that time is still destined to be experienced in the end. Nothing will change. Maybe this is because of the cruelty of the facts. Precisely because you know it is reality, you cannot argue or refute anything, you can only passively accept it. Chapter 344 Powerless That makes you feel so powerless when facing him that you can't take any action at all. Because no matter what you do, you can't change him, there is no way to change its final outcome. It will eventually come, and you will eventually have to face it, and you will find a way, and you can only find a way to solve it. So when you face him, you have no way to escape, and you may not have the ability. So you can only choose to face it. You want to resist, but you can only be powerless. Your weak strength is insignificant in the face of the absolute rolling reality. It doesn't have any effect at all, so maybe this is why reality makes people so painful. Because you can know a lot of things, but you don't have any ability to change it. This feeling of powerlessness makes people feel powerless. It is the real pain, so in many cases, you can only continue to increase your endurance. In fact, there are no such excited, ruthless, or cold-blooded people in the world. Therefore, the determination of each person's character is constantly changed bit by bit through a large number of acquired experiences. When the accident comes, you won't look so embarrassed, but in fact, your ability to withstand it will continue to improve in many cases. That's why there is such a huge gap in everyone's personality, Zhao Zhao's, because everyone's energy is different. Advertisement, It's just that what they experienced later made them lose bit by bit the gentleness and tenderness they had at the beginning. So in the face of some things, you are powerless, so you can only choose to passively accept them. In the end, they slowly lost all love for this world. It may also bring different influences, thus affecting what kind of character they will form at that time. In fact, for everyone, they don't want to become so ruthless, but it is a cruel fact. It is also constantly forcing you to develop in a direction you don't like, because sometimes you simply can't help it. What's left in the whole world is cruelty and coldness, so they also choose the same method to treat the world. But there is always a big gap between ideals and reality, and this gap cannot be changed by personal will. It doesn't mean that it can be achieved overnight, nor does it say that anyone is a born evil person. In fact, everyone longs for that kind of ordinary and happy life. So the impact on them is different, not to mention the same thing affects different people. You can only continue to survive by adapting to this change. If there is any deviation, will be wiped out without mercy, so in order to survive, you can only become so ruthless. But it is no surprise that no one desires to become that kind of ruthless person, because everyone has the last trace of kindness deep in his heart. It is also accompanied by painful experiences again and again that a person's heart can be continuously tempered. Chapter 345 Cold-blooded. But this time, kindness seems so weak, because everyone still retains the last trace of kindness in his heart. But I don't know when I will experience something and lose this last trace of kindness. Thus becoming a truly cold-blooded and ruthless person. Kindness is such a precious and distant word for some people. Who doesn't want to live that kind of life, but there is no way, the cruel fact is forcing them. Slowly, I became the person I hate the most, and ended up doing the things I hate the most. However, use the things you hate most to change others and make them become like yourself. This cannot be entirely blamed on them. It can only be said that the reality is too cruel and forces them to do this. Between yourself and others, everyone must consider themselves. Only you can survive well. Only then can you consider other things, and only if your own life still exists can you be qualified to consider other things. Otherwise, if you can't survive safely, then what qualifications do you have to talk about other things? BEDG. No matter how much we talk, it is just empty talk on paper, let alone in the face of a life and death crisis. But this decision to change is sometimes unrealistic because you may have considered this. You can only watch things develop in the direction you least want to see. Because you know the reasons for these things, but you don't have the ability to change them. So this is all human nature, and there is nothing to blame. Advertisement. It's just that when the time comes, if you think about it again, you will feel angry, but what's the use? Therefore, you are not qualified to blame others, so this is the cruelty of reality. Similarly, if this happens to you, you will first consider your own interests. 17. But reality is also cruel, if you want to realize the things you are considering. Maybe sometimes, you will keep asking yourself, but maybe, you have also made some decisions that you want to change. Rather than others, only after considering yourself first will you consider other things. Reality simply doesn't allow it, and you don't have the conditions to implement it, so in the end, it doesn't mean that when facing danger, you have to force others to give up the hope of survival to you. The choices everyone makes are the most instinctive reactions and the deepest reactions in the mouth and heart. You can only keep the last trace of kindness deep in your heart without letting him completely lose it. For you, this may also be the best choice. I will definitely consider myself first. Of course, this choice is understandable and I am not qualified to criticize anything. However, this choice of letting yourself die is simply impossible, no matter when it comes. None of this choice would be possible. What's more, if you have such an idea, others will also have such an idea, so it is simply impossible to achieve it. Because if the same thing happens to you, you may not be as good as others. Chapter 346 Try. And many times, you can't keep thinking about one thing all the time. You have to learn to let go and accept new things. If you keep holding on to something and don't let go, you will definitely be hurt in the end. It can't be someone else, because it's like two people playing with a rubber band. In the end, the one who gets hurt must be the one who is unwilling to let go. And the one who lets go will definitely live a carefree life, at least much more carefree than the one who is reluctant to let go. So in fact, many times, some pain and suffering are caused by you. No matter how others try to persuade or enlighten you, it will be of no use. If you were just the person who handed out rubber bands from the beginning, you wouldn't have suffered the painful things that will happen later. But equally, just because you can't do it, it's probably also the reason why you started. Therefore, everything in this world has a cause and a result, the result of everything. It may become the cause of another thing, so don't go and stay on one thing without letting go. Advertisement. If you try to let go and try something new, you will find that this is the world. There are still many beautiful things that are worth cherishing and experiencing if you keep guarding them. Please give me flowers. This is also a bad sign, which means that you are about to become the kind of callous and ruthless person you hate. No one can survive with one thing in mind, let alone this thing that has become a thing of the past. If you have that kind of twisted and dark psychology, in the end it's you who is asking for trouble, so you can only figure out many things by yourself. You will find that there are still many beautiful things in this world that are worth cherishing and protecting. But if you really try it, it's not that difficult. So, life is like this, it is to keep letting go of old things during the journey. Because there are many truths that you understand in your heart, but you just can't get through them at all. Advertisement. Think it through before making a decision. No matter what others say, it is of no use to you. What's more, when you get used to it, you will find that he is actually very simple. Of course it is possible to say so. It's also unfair to you. After all, if you really deal with this kind of thing, you won't have any psychological burden. But if you really try it, you will find that it is actually relatively simple. This world is so cruel and ruthless. Such words will also destroy your heart. Then keep accepting new things. Maybe it's difficult for you to do this. That threshold in my heart is why I can't let go of so many things. No one can live in the past forever. If you try to let go and go out to experience the new world. If you and I can't let go of this, you will think that the world is not good to you. Missing the past is something everyone does, because the difference between man and beast is Sichuan. Chapter 347 Difference. The biggest difference between humans and beasts is that humans have complete thinking and can think about things. And think clearly about the truth contained in it, and then judge what you should do and what you shouldn't do. But for beasts, all they have left is their own instinct to survive. Faced with some judgments of right and wrong, there is no ability to make choices at all, so the biggest, 710, difference between humans and beasts lies in this. Therefore, it is also because of the existence of emotions in people's hearts that they are so different from beasts. This is exactly why humans can occupy the top of the food chain, while beasts can only be driven by humans. So it is normal for everyone to miss the past, because they are all living people with emotions, not robots who only know how to do things mechanically. Of course, sometimes for humans, this kind of emotion is also a very fatal thing. Because many times, the emotional harm is far more serious than the physical harm. Therefore, the existence of emotions has advantages and disadvantages, but at least for now. It is also a very normal thing to miss the past, but missing the past does not mean. It can make you dwell on the past without facing the reality, which is already considered as losing your mind. This matter has become a thing of the past for him. No matter how much you miss him, it will have no effect. Advertisement. He has become the past. You can recall and recall these things when you have nothing to do. But you can't live in this kind of memory all the time, because you don't want to face reality. You have to continue your life, and you have to face a new future, so you can properly miss the past. But you can't live in the past all the time. You have to learn to try, let go of the past and face a new life. Maybe this is cruel to you, but you also have to understand that this is what you have to do. This is an inevitable growth for you, no matter how much you value this part of the past. How important it is in your heart, but after all, it has become the past. For you now, it is no longer a beautiful thing, but has become a burden to you. So you can keep it in your heart and think about it when the time comes, but you absolutely can't. Don't let it have any negative impact on you now, because you are no longer the you used to be. Therefore, everything you do now will be responsible for you in the future. You do things. We can't just think about you now, but also think about you in the future. Because you are also destined to accept your current life in 5.4, so every decision you make now. It will all have an impact on your future, and you must also be responsible for these possible impacts. Because this is your own decision, no matter what the consequences will be, you have to choose to bear it. It is something that you cannot avoid at all, so every decision you make now. Chapter 348 Can't ignore. You must be cautious and consider it carefully before making a decision. Because maybe for you, you think making a decision now is that simple. Just do it as soon as you think of it, but if you consider the impact it will bring, it may be that it is completely outside the scope of your consideration. But this is something you can't ignore. Every decision you make now will have an impact on your future. The impact that cannot be ignored may be these impacts, big or small. But it does exist 14, and this kind of influence is something you must bear and cannot escape at all. So this means that you can't live in your memories now. Keep thinking about the wonderful things you have experienced and the wonderful memories you have experienced. No matter how precious these things are to you, and how beautiful those memories are. But after all, it has become the past and has become something of yesterday. Advertisement. It is impossible for you to repeat yesterday's life and time again today, because that is simply impossible. So you have to understand that what is in the past is in the past, and if you lose it, you are in the past. There is simply no way you can restore him to the same condition as before, even if he is reunited. So when you find that a road is dead, you can give up on him. Rather than wasting time and energy on this, it is better to try other options. But for the final result, there will be no changes at all. Such a result is what truly makes people feel desperate. Therefore, it is better to experience that kind of disappointment again after experiencing a blow. No matter how superb your repair skills are, you cannot change the fact that it still exists. Instead of going forward to solve it, sometimes, maybe for you, those tests are of no use at all. No matter how much you cherish or recall it, it has already been lost. Advertisement. So the best result is to accept these realities, then face them, and then solve them. Actually, it's just like this. If you miss something, you have missed it. If it passes, it will pass. It is better to be prepared to bear it from the beginning and be more prepared to face this fact. Then try another path. It doesn't mean that you choose to retreat in the face of difficulties and setbacks. Two broken mirrors, the crack in the middle is still there. So sometimes, the facts are like this, which makes people helpless, no matter how hard you try to change. No matter how much I miss you, no matter how reluctant you are to part with me, it's of no use. It's just adding trouble to yourself. Then minimize his impact on yourself, so as to welcome another new life. Instead of what you see in front of you, this winding path is a path full of bumps and thorns, where you can't see any hope or sunshine at all. Thus begins a new journey of 583. you must understand that your journey is the sea of stars. Chapter 349 Bearing a heavy load, of course, in fact, for the whole life, you also have to experience more ups and downs and setbacks. Only in this way can a person's character be tempered, and a person's youthful temperament can be quickly faded and he can grow up. But sometimes you have to understand that not every setback and difficulty needs to be experienced or faced by you. Some difficulties and setbacks can be completely ignored and ignored at all. Because even if you really spend time and energy to solve it, he won't bring you any benefits. It's just a waste of your precious time and energy. Rather than that, it's better to give up on this path decisively. So trying other paths cannot be said to be cowardice and retreat, it can only be said to be a very wise choice. Sometimes, not all problems can be solved by relying on brute force. You also need to learn to be flexible. Although it can be said that many problems can be solved by just relying on brute force, there is no doubt. Sometimes, it is the details that can determine success or failure, so you need to make every choice carefully and carefully. When you can truly distinguish these clearly, you will experience less difficulties and setbacks. Never underestimate these things, because it is possible that when you experience difficulties and setbacks that are completely meaningless. What else do you need to give up? In ancient times, there was an insect that liked to carry things on its back. Advertisement: it was crushed to death by the things that he had added with his own hands. This ending is nothing short of a very sad thing for them. It will have some indelible impact on you, and sometimes, these indelible impacts will actually have an impact on you. They just kept adding new things to themselves, but they ignored one thing. So many times, you have to recognize the facts and the importance of what you have experienced. But even if I get wet until I die, I won't throw away the things on my back. You need to learn to distinguish right from wrong by yourself, and you need to distinguish by yourself what needs to be tried and experienced by yourself. This method of solving problems is too inefficient, and the price paid is far more than others. That is, the things they added, Wang Qianhao, added up, and in the end, it was far beyond the limit of what they could bear. He also guarded them as if they wanted to, and there was only one fate for them in the end. The choices you make in the future, or experience, will have a devastating blow. Never underestimate any detail. It will also waste less time and energy. In this case, the probability of achieving final success will be higher for you. They will not put down the old things. On the contrary, they will continue to put the new things on their backs. You have to understand what things you have to experience and what things you don't need to experience. Whatever they encounter, they put it on their backs and carry them forward when they encounter a new thing. Chapter 350 Can't see clearly. Those things that I consider to be extremely precious, things that I protect with my own life. Even until death, it is something that will not let go. In the end, it gave me a fatal blow. If you don't experience it yourself, you will be far from able to understand the pain involved. Although this kind of insect has such an end, it is completely the result it deserves. But if something like this happened to a human being, what would be the outcome? Some people are like this, unable to see clearly the reality of 443 from a distance, and they are also unable to see clearly the impact this incident will have on them. What's more, he ignored what consequences he would have if he continued like this. It's just like this: give your sincerity and give those things that you think are important to you. I also guard them tightly by my side, but I don't know those things that I think are extremely precious. In the eyes of others, you are simply worthless, but in the end you will be ridiculed endlessly by others. How sad it would be if we really faced that kind of ending. It may be very difficult for anyone to accept it. After all, people are animals with their own emotions. It's far beyond what those beasts can compare to. It's something that you have to sacrifice your heart and even your own life to protect. In the end, I found that in the eyes of others, I was so unbearable, and even in the eyes of others, I was just a joke. Advertisement: what he did was just something for others to talk and laugh about before and after tea. It was like the whole world was sitting in the audience watching his performance. And I was on stage alone, performing a show in a funny way, but I still integrated all my emotions into it. When the final performance was announced, it was discovered, that it was all just a joke in the eyes of others. That kind of huge blow can really make a person collapse, so if Bu Zhen experiences it personally. It's also far beyond my ability to understand the pain involved, not to mention the endless pressure when the time comes. It will be like a big mountain, pressing on your shoulders, far beyond the limit of what you can bear. In the end, these pressures will overwhelm you alive, and you will be unable to stand up even if you want to. Moreover, a person's ability to endure is really very limited. It does not mean that anyone can be very strong. Everyone has an upper limit of the pressure they can exert. Once this limit is exceeded, the pressure that comes next will be very difficult, and may even lead to complete collapse. What's more, such cruel things are far beyond what anyone can bear. No one hopes that the sincerity they give will be worthless in the eyes of others. Even being despised by others, because everyone's sincerity is very precious. Only those who consider their most precious things will give them to the people they care about most, because in their eyes, only the people they care about most can enjoy these most precious things. Chapter 351 Gap. But in the end, after I gave it all, I discovered what I thought was precious. In the eyes of those who think they are the most important, it is so unworthy of mention. Even the person he considered most important didn't take him seriously at all. Therefore, the two things that a person considers to be the most precious in his life, did not expect that in the end, they would indeed become so cheap. It's not even worth mentioning. The sudden huge contrast is really hard to accept. What's more, this is not an ordinary thing at all, because everyone's feelings are not so cheap. You can give it to whomever you want. all the most precious feelings should always be left to the person you think is the most precious. In other words, it is the person you think is most important to you. Only in this way can you express what you think is most important. It has its own values, but in the end, I found that the result was completely opposite to what I imagined. The blow to a person is really huge if it is someone with poor physical ability. Only when you cross the threshold in your own heart, and then the most important thing is to be able to convince your own heart, and then make this decision. If you want to avoid and suffer more serious injuries, you must face these cruel experiences. If you persist a little longer, you may see hope, but sometimes, even if you give it wholeheartedly, please give me flowers, 0. You will even be crushed on the spot, so on the road to growth, you will experience more difficulties and setbacks, and experience more trials that you have never experienced before. Advertisement, and what you imagine is just your wishful thinking, so you need to think clearly about many things yourself. It doesn't exist at all, so sometimes life will make some jokes on you. It is also possible to put all those unrealistic ideas in his heart, or those that are too childish. Of course, this kind of growth may be very cruel, but it is inevitable. Then when the time comes, whatever decision you make in the end must be carefully considered. Then the future you expect will only become a bubble in the end, bursting at the first touch, as if it never existed. For a person, it is not a bad thing, at least it can exercise one's tolerance. 0. In fact, no matter what others say, it will not have much effect on you. But when that time comes, you realize that the future you expected, or success, is simply illusory. However, life is like this. I like to make all kinds of jokes with you, many times when you are frustrated. In this way, a lot of harm can be avoided invisibly, or some unnecessary harm. If everything is eliminated, the final considerations will be closer to reality. Even if you have experienced so many things that make you sad and desperate, if you still persevere, the success or future you think is not far away. Chapter 352. Leave no regrets regardless of the final step, whether my decision is right or wrong, or whether it is what you expected. But at least, this is your own decision after careful consideration, so when you make this decision, you must also be prepared to bear the corresponding consequences, so when you make a decision, you must make it after careful consideration. That is, no matter what kind of consequences he will have when the 633 happens, you will have to bear it at least. At least then, no matter whether the outcome is good or bad, you won't have any regrets in your heart. As long as you have nothing to regret at that time, it will be the best outcome for you. Anyway, in the end, the choice you make is yours after careful consideration. Anyway, no matter what others say, it will be useless. Anyway, no matter what others say. You always need to wait until the time comes. No matter what result you face, you will not leave any regrets. This is already the most perfect result. In fact, there are many things, if you can really let them go. You will find that this world is still so vast and beautiful, and there are still so many beautiful scenery waiting for you to discover. It's just that you have been focusing all your thoughts on remembering the past, and you have not discovered any other good things. So if, in fact, you can actually discover it, there are still many beautiful things waiting for you. Advertisement, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely gain something. Of course, my harvest may not be what you expected. In other words, it is what you expected. There is still some gap, but it is still better than you. It is meaningless to hold on like this now. In other words, things that have become memories are much better here. Many times, in fact, the burdens you carry are just imposed on yourself. Who can you blame for making yourself live so exhausted? I can only say that the pressure you put on yourself is too great. If you can think clearly about many things, there will undoubtedly be a lot less pressure on you. At that time, the life you experience will be much easier than it is now. As for the so-called things that you can't let go of or can't let go of, they all appear so vulnerable in the face of time, which does not mean that the role of time is very limited. Maybe you will wonder why, even after such a period of time, those who can't forget still can't forget you. Obviously I tried so hard to forget it and start a new life, but no matter what, it was like a nightmare. It entangles you deeply and makes you try every means to forget it, but in the end, it exists more deeply in your heart. 3.9 makes the traces of its existence become more and more obvious, and your original ideas are stolen instead. Maybe you will blame the effect of time, but it is still too weak and cannot achieve the desired effect at all. All I can say is, don't underestimate the power of time, if there is still a certain gap between the results and your expectations. Chapter 353 Expected. Don't doubt the powerful power of time. It can only be said that the time you use to do this thing is not enough. If he has enough time, there is nothing he can't achieve. As you imagined before, there are some expected results, if given enough time. It will definitely be achieved in the end, but just saying it's possible, you might be a little too hasty. On the contrary, it inspired some things. It did not achieve the expected effect at all, but made it more profound. But if you look at it in the long run, it will give you enough time to forget these things. In the long river of time, nothing can withstand the passing of time, and it will definitely be gradually faded in the end. Until you forget his existence, this is the powerful power of time. Sometimes, you will be amazed by the powerful power of this time. Because there are many things that you don't want to forget. They may be very important to you, no matter how important they are. But if, when you really make up your mind and want to change, it is not something completely impossible. In other words, it is insignificant, and you once wanted to hold tightly what I deeply left in your heart. In the end it becomes as dull as water, and even when you think about it again, you may not remember that such a thing exists. But there is no way that time is like this, and it is impossible to change it because of a person or a certain thing. Advertisement. Presumably there is no big problem, maybe you are already used to this or that kind of life. The only one who can change is yourself, so when you find out, you are no match for time. When you are determined enough to do something, although you will experience various hardships or difficulties in the process. It's just that you haven't set aside enough time to finish it, and there are a lot of things that you haven't experienced yet. It is very difficult to change this environment by relying on one's own strength. So in many cases, don't ignore its role. The powerful role it contains is far more powerful than you imagine. Only in this way will you experience less pain or regrets. I just want to see if you are determined enough to complete this matter. In the face of time, it also appears so unbearable, and in the end, all traces of existence will be eliminated by time. Then your best solution is to change yourself and adapt yourself to the final result. In other words, it can be said that it is almost ignored, because the environment is a whole environment. Although it will be very difficult to change the entire environment if you use this energy to change yourself. In other words, it has the value of a unique existence, but in front of the world, it seems a little weak at all. Therefore, you cannot realize that sometimes you also want to make the power of the world less powerful. Chapter 354 Determined. But as long as your inner thoughts are determined enough, the probability of success will be very high. Of course, you also have to overcome all kinds of setbacks and difficulties you have to go through. Otherwise, relying solely on people's firm determination will not have much effect at all. Just like building a skyscraper, you only have the building materials and no corresponding workers. Then it is just a pile of building materials and cannot be turned into a skyscraper. Therefore, both are indispensable, but equally, it is difficult and inseparable for both. Otherwise, you only have building materials and no workers, and it has no effect. There are just construction workers but no corresponding construction materials, so we can only look at them with big eyes and small eyes. No results will be achieved at all. Indeed, it may be said that it is very difficult for a person to make changes. After all, some habits are developed since childhood, and many habits have been deeply rooted in the bone marrow. Advertisement. It becomes a subconscious action, but there are many times when you have to change it. You have developed those habits that have become almost instinctive, after you might say change those habits. You will find that you will experience a completely different life from the one before, which may be far away from what you want. In other words, it is what you expected. There is still a certain distance, but it will develop in a better direction. But the same thing, if you just keep your own self as it was before. Perhaps in the end, you still can't escape the fate you were destined for, so I say it often. All you can change is to change yourself, although you cannot judge whether this change is good or bad. But it's better to just sit here and wait for death. If you make changes, there are still opportunities to try. There is still a glimmer of hope for success, but if you say nothing and don't do it, then what awaits you in the end? It must be failure or that kind of disappointment. There are some things that you must learn to give up and learn to let go. Advertisement. Even if you talk about these things, how important they were to you. In other words, how important a position it occupies in your heart, but many times. These things also have to be abandoned, otherwise, they will be like all kinds of burdens. Then it will exist in you, and it will slow down your progress, just like a long-distance running race. One person goes into battle with light clothing and weight, while the other person is equipped with various functions. So in the final competition between two people, the result is obvious. It must be the one who wears light clothes and loses weight, who can win the final victory. And the person who carries all kinds of luggage will definitely fail, so there are some things that you must learn to let go of. Only by giving up can you usher in all hope, if you still don't repent. In other words, if you want to protect those things wholeheartedly, then it is very likely that you will end up in vain. Not only are those things you want to protect not protected, but even the things you are pursuing now will be lost. Chapter 355 Burden. So that's it, you have to understand a lot of things, instead of just dwelling on the past. That would be meaningless to you. Not only would it not be of any help to your future, why? On the contrary, it will become all kinds of burdens and slow down your progress. Balala people are not omnipotent gods. Even if you are a god, you will make mistakes sometimes. As an ordinary person, it is inevitable. We will make all kinds of mistakes. For an ordinary person, making mistakes is not that terrible. The terrible thing is that when you know that you have made a mistake, you do not repent but instead focus on the mistake you made. The really scary thing is when the road goes dark, so what is really scary is not the mistake itself. It's about the way you choose to deal with a mistake when it happens, and this also reflects a person's approach and attitude towards life. Once a mistake is made and corrected in time, the loss can be minimized, but if the term continues to develop wantonly, then the final loss will definitely exceed the limit that you, Biba, can bear. So, no matter how much you talk about the various truths, you will be very clear in your heart. It's just that sometimes people's sensibility exceeds their reason and they make some reckless moves. No one can maintain a trace of reason all the time. Just saying something does not touch his bottom line. That's why he was able to maintain that rare sense of reason, but said something. Advertisement. Once it exceeds the limit of what he can bear, how can Pingli stay rational and inner? No matter how rational a person is, he will lose control when the time comes and make some choices or decisions that are unimaginable to him. But equally, no matter what impulsive choices you make at that time, you will ultimately bear these choices. In the end, you can only be responsible for the result, and of course you cannot deny it. It is said that in this life of a person, there is no time to be impulsive, but even if it is impulsive, then the final result must be borne by yourself, in many cases, as long as you feel it. As long as you don't leave any regrets by doing this, you don't need to consider other people's evaluation of you at all. Or how others see you. What's more important is that you must also learn to try to give up something. Then accept something new, because you can't live in the past world forever. You also need to face a new life, now that the past has become the past. So what kind of nostalgia you have is meaningless for the moment. You can think about it and cherish it when you have nothing to do. But you can't spend all your energy on remembering the past instead of accepting the new. Many times, in fact, just a thought on your part, maybe a change of your mind, may make you face a whole new world. It's also possible that a simple thought of yours has kept you living in pain and guilt, so no one can make this choice for you. No one can make this decision for you. Chapter 356 Others' Perspectives. Everything needs to be done by yourself, and only in this way, no matter what the final result is. You will not leave any regrets, so many times, you cannot place all your hopes on others. More importantly, you must learn to make your own choices. You need to allow yourself to force yourself to try something new. Otherwise, lingering on the past will not do you any good. On the contrary, it will make your life worse. In fact, this world is also very beautiful. You are not the only one who has encountered these bad things. In addition to these, there will be other better things waiting for you to discover that the bad things you have encountered can only be said to be something that everyone will experience in life. It doesn't mean that you are the only one who will be treated like this, so don't think that the whole world is this bad. In fact, the real world is still dominated by more and better things, and these are the bad things we encounter. It's just something that happens with a small probability, although it is said that everyone will encounter it, the difference is more or less. Maybe you think what you've experienced is the worst thing in the world, but it's the same in the eyes of others. They also think that what they have experienced is the worst thing in the world. What others have experienced is nothing compared to myself, but these things are not easy to measure at all. Advertisement because for everyone, the things they think they have experienced are also very important to them. So this kind of thing should be considered on an individual basis. As long as you think it is very important to you, then it is an important thing. No matter how insignificant this matter is in the eyes of others, as long as it is very important in your eyes. That's enough. In fact, many times you can't care too much about what others think of you. Of course, since you exist in this world, you can't say that you don't care at all about what others think of you. Please give me flowers. I can only say that you should not rely on how you live in the eyes of others. The most important thing is that you also want to live your own life. Instead of living for others, you have to know everything you do, or the value of your existence. Chains exist because of yourself, not because of others, so you still have to care about other people's feelings. Because after all, you can't survive perfectly in this world just relying on one person. That's impossible, and it's impossible for you to be alone in this complicated world. Therefore, it is inevitable that you will have various connections or close dependence. But no matter what, in the end, you can't care too much about other people's opinions. You also have to follow your own innermost fundamental thoughts. To accomplish the things you want to accomplish, you cannot change your inner thoughts or your determination just because of what others think of you. Chapter 357 Wonderful. So, the most important thing is that you need to respect your truest thoughts in your heart. Only in this way can we live our own wonderful life. If we say that we care too much about other people's feelings everywhere. In other words, you care about other people's opinions and consider what you will look like in the eyes of others before doing anything. Or in other words, if you do this 580 thing, how will others view you? In that case, it would be tantamount to adding too much trouble and annoyance to yourself. In that case, life will be very tiring for oneself, so in fact, many times, those burdens are considered by oneself. You are just imposing it on yourself. In fact, there is absolutely no need to regard other people's thoughts on you as so important. No matter how others view you, it can only be a reference for what you do, or just an opinion. It simply cannot replace your final thought or determination to do this thing, no matter when it comes. You have to follow your truest inner thoughts, which means you have to make your own decisions. Instead of saying what others say, do what you do, and don't do it because of other people's remarks. In other words, it is because of other people's comments that it changes one's determination, or it is one's idea of wanting to do something. This is undoubtedly a very stupid thing. Such people will never achieve much success no matter when. In other words, you will not live a very happy life, and you will not complete a few of the things you want to do in the end. Advertisement, and in the end, it will definitely leave you with more regrets of all kinds. Wait until you are too old to move, then sit in the rocking chair, and then think back to the decision you made. It also leaves endless regrets, but when that time comes, what's the use of regretting anymore? Everything has become the past, and it is the irretrievable past. So you should stop dwelling on the irreversible past and look to the future. You have to believe that there will be a better life waiting for you in the near future. So don't forget hope. Life is about painful partings over and over again, followed by lucky encounters again and again. So, since some things have been lost, there is no need to dwell on those things that have been lost. What's more, many times, this kind of thing doesn't just rely on one person. It just relies on one person's ideas. In other words, it is very difficult to change something by relying on the power of one person. After all, this kind of thing requires active coordination between two people, and there is a certain possibility that it can be achieved. If you just rely on one person's efforts, then no matter how optimistic the result is of 3.0, it will still be the result you imagined. The difference is very far, not to mention if only one of them is allowed to pay unilaterally. Although maybe at the beginning, I won't pay too much attention to something. But as time goes by, some things are slowly being changed, so by then it is no longer the original feeling. Chapter 358. The beginning. Maybe at the beginning, I didn't hear the two people's joint efforts, no matter how many boyfriends there were. There are too many difficulties that can be overcome, and they can be solved. I was very convinced at the beginning. Two people can go on unswervingly until the end and see the final result. It is precisely because of this firm belief that supports your words for a period of time in the future. I just rely on you alone, working hard to maintain, and living happily for a year. 14. Because you also have a firm belief in your heart, believing that you can find and finally get what you want. Result. But maybe, as time goes by, some things will conflict with what you originally imagined. The innocence and childishness at the beginning will slowly disappear with the polish of time. Instead of it, there is a kind of maturity and reality. You will understand what you originally felt. That's because many things have really gone through the test of time before we can truly recognize the value they contain. In other words, it's his true face. When you truly mature, you can look at the choices you made at the beginning. In other words, it was the decision I made at the beginning that led to my violent career. It was such a naive and childish thing. It can also be understood that these things just now are far from being solved by one's own efforts or one's own wishful thinking. Because for many things, it is not enough for one person to be strong. For many things, two people must work together. Advertisement. Because things like this require two people to work together and support each other. Only by relying on each other can we get to the end. If we only rely on one person to work hard to maintain. There are also very big difficulties, and those cruel ones will also make you understand. This kind of thing really doesn't depend on force, or in other words, on the feeling of reluctance. Because many things will be verified by time in the end, and nothing can withstand time. If you wait until the end, your most complete face will finally be revealed, so even if you are really forcing yourself, you can also say that you are deceiving yourself. You can accept it yourself, but when the truth really comes, there is no way for you to escape. Maybe you are the only one who is forced to face these, but if that time comes, you have already given a lot of things, including your own treasure, to wait until that time. If you are asked to accept this result 703 again, it may be a huge blow to you. Even sometimes, it will exceed the limit of what you can bear. It is really the kind of thing after giving all your sincerity. The huge gap of not having any gains after that can really make a person collapse, not to mention that people are also emotional animals. It's not that kind of beast that just relies on instinct to survive, so if you want to do many things, it is also necessary to consider the consequences of doing so and whether the same result is within the range that one can bear. Chapter 359. Bear it. You have to think clearly, if I really face such a result, whether I can really bear it. If you can't bear it, then you have to think carefully about whether you still need to do this. Because there are many naive ideas, if you really calm down and think carefully. You will also find that many things are not as precious as you think. In other words, there are many things that you are reluctant to give up. If you really think about it, you can think about it clearly. You just need to give yourself some time to fully realize this matter and its importance to you. So, no matter what decision you make at that time, you can't make it recklessly or in a hurry. Because it's possible that you made a decision in haste. At that time, it will cause you some unavoidable harm. In other words, it is an irreversible consequence, so many times, you have to think carefully when making a decision. In other words, just calm down and think carefully. It's not too late to make a decision after you really think it through. The same is true for you now. No matter what, he has become the past. The only thing you can do now is to slowly let go of this memory that may be very important to you. Seal it in your heart and start a new life, because you still need to let go of the past and move forward. Advertisement. Because no one can live in memories forever, and the same is true for you. Whether you admit it or not, you must face the reality that time is constantly passing by. Everything will lose its original color. For those of you who have been, things that are very difficult to forget and considered very precious will eventually lose their original beautiful color. In the end, it became unremarkable. It can only be said that you didn't leave him much time, and he didn't show his true power in the world. When you truly experience it, you will find that time is really a very magical thing. So never let yourself be in such a passive environment, because now that he has become the past, then no matter what you say or do, there is no possibility of redemption, because the most difficult thing in the world to understand is the human heart. What's more, people who have changed their minds, so you also need to try to let go of the past and start a new life again. Although life is full of all kinds of difficulties and ups and downs, no one can guarantee that what you encounter next will be the right one. That person cannot guarantee that you will never experience these heartbreaking and painful things again. Because no one can guarantee you anything, because life is also full of too many unknowns and impossibilities. Perhaps it is precisely because it is full of unknowns and impossibilities that life exudes its unique light and charm. So no matter what, you have to look up and look forward. You have to believe that although the future is full of all kinds of unknowns and impossibilities, it makes life more colorful. Advertisement. Chapter 360. Confidence. It is precisely because of this that you can be confident about the future, otherwise. If you could know now, what will happen in the future, or what you will experience in the future. 17. Then life will lose a lot of fun, and because of this, you will also lose confidence in life. So it is precisely because of these and too many uncontrollable factors that you have some confidence in the future. Only in this way can you understand that if you really work hard to try some things, there is still a certain possibility. Of course, there are also many 520 things. It cannot be solved by hard work or so-called persistence. Because many things are so unreasonable. Even if you want to be reasonable, there is no reason for you to do so. Just like what you are experiencing now, there is no reason to explain it. But even so, you have to try it, because many things will not work for a long time. You never know whether it is feasible or not. Maybe many things seem extremely difficult to you. There's not even a possibility of success, but if you really make up your mind and give it a try, you will find that it may actually be very simple, but there are also many things that look very simple to you. But if you really try to do it, you will find that it is far more difficult than you imagine. Why? Advertisement. So no matter when, don't lose confidence in the future, because you never know what's waiting for you at the next intersection. Is it hope or a more painful destruction? So even if it is the case, you must continue to walk bravely with a positive attitude. Because although, if you continue on, you may face greater pain. But there are still certain, opportunities to encounter beautiful things, but if you have been stuck in the past, then what is waiting for you is absolutely endless pain, so for the slightest chance that may exist, you can't lose all hope. You have to believe in fate and never push a person to a dead end. It's just that sometimes, you have blocked all your escape routes, or all your outlets. Then you look back and complain about the unfairness of fate. In fact, you haven't thought about a thing. That is, many times, your so-called desperate situation is caused by yourself alone, and you can't blame others at all. So the most important thing is that you still need to understand the truth yourself. Then when the time comes, you will be able to better solve the problems you face. Otherwise, no matter how much others persuade you, it will not have much effect on you. What's more, the final decision-making power is all in your hands, if you don't want to make changes. In other words, if you do it from the bottom of your heart and don't want to try it, it will have no effect at all. Maybe you can deceive yourself, and then let yourself try it on the surface, but you are still very repulsive in your heart, but you have forgotten one very important thing. Chapter 361 Roots. That is, maybe, you can deceive others, or you can even deceive fate one day. But no matter what, you can't deceive your heart, so there are some things. You also have to make a decision from your own heart, whether it is to change or to try. You have to come from your heart and want to do these things. Otherwise, no matter how perfect you are on the surface, but from your heart, you don't agree with it at all, so the final result must be very different from what you imagined. Don't deceive yourself and others like this. When you wait for the final result, you will find that the final result is very different from what you imagined. Then look back and complain about how unfair it is that fate treats you like this. When you want to complain about others, you also need to consider a very important thing first. That's what led to today's ending, or what led to this ending. Don't attribute all faults or reasons to others. You also need to look through the so-called objective factors on the surface. Advertisement. Then find the root cause. Only in this way can you truly solve the problem. If you just blindly put the fault on others, then no matter when, you must face it bravely and solve it face to face, instead of finding various reasons for yourself. You can't escape for such a long time just by escaping. As the saying goes, you can escape the first day of the junior high school, but you can't escape the 15th. That's the truth. You can't get it right. If you solve these problems, maybe you can avoid them this time. Only in this way can we fundamentally solve the problem and prevent him from having recurring attacks. Escape and avoid these problems. In the end, you still need to face him, because you can't escape at all. It does not mean that it is a form that makes you reckless. It also means that you need to make a final choice, or a decision, after serious and careful consideration, and then solve these problems. Please give me flowers. When you try to solve him in the end, you will find that he may be far beyond the limit of what you can solve. Advertisement. 0. All problems need to be solved from the most fundamental cause. It can be so obvious and yet appear to be evasive, so you also need to understand this truth. And when multiple problems accumulate, they will become more troublesome and troublesome. If there is any connection at that time, it will be the biggest trouble for you. So never accumulate problems, solve them in time, otherwise. Of course, the most important thing is that you also need to recognize the state you are in, and you also need to understand it. There are many things that you need to face by yourself, or solve by yourself. It becomes very tricky, so don't delay at all, but even though it is, let you solve the problem decisively. But the next time this problem happens, you won't be so lucky. Chapter 362 Deep in the heart, and many times, you actually know many truths very well in your heart, but you just haven't accepted them from the bottom of your heart. In other words, you never thought that these things would happen to you. When it actually happens, you may have made some mistakes or failed to respond in time. But if you really leave yourself more time, 820, let yourself think carefully. In other words, if you accept these things, you will find that in fact, it is just such a very simple thing. And if that time comes, you will find that what awaits you is not much more painful. But it may be a brand new sky. You have to know that everything has a reason for its existence. Everything has a reason for its existence. It may be said that you have not yet understood the meaning of its existence. But you can't, so you deny the value of his existence. Since everything exists, it has the value of existence. It can only be said that you haven't discovered it yet, and all you have to do is calm down and discover the value contained in these. Then confirm your judgment and then make the final choice, otherwise. If you only rely on the choices you make on impulse, you will definitely be left with endless regrets and regrets. And many times, you also need something to convince yourself, something that you have no way to refute. In fact, many times, it is precisely because of this that it makes you more painful, not what you are facing. Advertisement lies or deception for you, but what you are facing is the naked reality. It is precisely because it is reality that you are helpless and don't know how to solve the opposite. If this is just a kind of deception for you, then it is relatively easy to solve. It is precisely because it is the reality of existence that makes people even more helpless. But for you, whether it is deception or naked reality, you have to face it. And you still need to solve it. If you blindly escape by then, you will only be able to escape for a while. But you can't escape forever, you have to actively solve it. Only in this way can we relieve your worries, because many times, if you were restrained for a moment, the consequences to you in the end would definitely be beyond your imagination. Because of many things, he will give you a heavy blow when you were caught off guard. Maybe you didn't consider it at the time, or that it didn't have such power at the time, but after time, he will burst out with more powerful power 2.3, catching you off guard. So there are many times when you make choices or deal with things. Never be hesitant or indecisive, because every time you hesitate or delay, these are all extremely irresponsible behaviors for your future. You must understand clearly in time what kind of risks or crises are hidden behind the surface of these things. Advertisement Chapter 363 Germination. Then being together has not had such a huge impact on you, so we have to solve it before. Only by nipping these sprouts in the cradle will it reduce all kinds of troubles for you. In this case, it may be a better ending for you, otherwise, if you let these troubles and setbacks continue to grow. At the end of the day you make up your mind and want to face them, or you want to deal with them. But you find that he has gone far beyond what you can bear, and what awaits you will definitely be a devastating blow. It is even possible that you will be overwhelmed by such a blow and become decadent from now on. So no matter when you were 14, never underestimate these things, because life is like this. It consists of countless inconspicuous small events piled up together, and finally it becomes a big event that can interfere with your life. You also need to understand these things. More often than not, you lack the courage to face him. In fact, you also know many things. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will have irreparable consequences. So, before you make any decision, you must think it through. 517. The only thing you can rely on is yourself, no matter how beautiful others say. As a result, some judgments and decisions were made that were not considered rational in comparison with the situation at the time. Advertisement. But although this kind of behavior can be understood, it does not mean that this kind of thing can be forgiven. The only way to do this is to accept the final result and then resolve it. This is the most correct and rational approach. Perhaps you also want to change, but you haven't made up your mind yet, or you don't have the courage to face him yet. Although sometimes I know what the rational approach is, there will always be times when I am dominated by emotion. You are still holding on to that unrealistic fantasy, or you are still deceiving yourself and others, thinking that there may be room for redemption. But if you encounter them, they will actually shrink back. The first one is them, so you must be clear about these. And all of this can only be borne by you alone, and no one else can share it for you. You may not necessarily have the courage to forgive him. Therefore, for many things, you must think clearly before making a decision. But after all, people also have their own emotions, and they are not the kind of beasts that rely solely on instinct. How to say, because there are some things that you can understand why they happen, but if they really happen. But these are understandable situations. After all, no one can maintain that kind of rational state all the time. And you also have to understand the price you will pay and the consequences when you do this. Although others say what will happen when the time comes, but when things really happen. But in fact, when it really gets to that point, there is no room for recovery, and there is no possibility of recovery. Chapter 364 Solution. And for many things, it's best to figure out the ins and outs of them at their earliest stages. In other words, it's the reasons before and after, of course, although it is more difficult to think like this. Because in the beginning, everything must be beautiful, everything is beautiful in your eyes. You are also full of infinite hope, so even if there are various problems, you also have great confidence that you can solve it, even if there are various hidden dangers. You are also confident that you can overcome it as long as you work together, so you can detect all problems at the beginning. And making the right decision, that's also very difficult, it's only as time goes by. Slowly let you understand the essence of everything, and also let you truly see clearly what you are experiencing. What you have accepted, and what you will face in the future. If you wait until then, you still have great confidence. In other words, if you have great courage, then there is nothing wrong with it, but the same. If the world really develops to that point, your own heart, no matter how firm your thoughts are, will be shaken at this moment. You will also have other ideas and make some other choices or decisions. So it may continue to develop like this, there will be good and bad, but these are things that must be experienced, and no one can replace you to experience these, or make decisions. Advertisement. There is absolutely no possibility of escaping or avoiding them, so you can only really face them. Then go through the threshold in your heart and make what you think is the right choice. At least when you think about it in the future, you won't have any regrets, or it's a regrettable choice. Don't think about how right or wrong the choice you made is. Whether it is right or wrong, that is your own business and the consequences or impact it brings. It's all something you need to bear, so you don't have to care too much about other people's opinions or what they think. It only needs to be worthy of your own heart, or to enable you to cross the threshold in your own heart. It's enough. There is no need to value others. All things, when you really think it through before choosing a topic. You will find that it is not as difficult as you imagined, or that it is so difficult to accept good luck. It's just that you haven't thought it through yet. Give yourself more time to think about it carefully. Let you accept these things, well, Jiao, but when you accept these things from your heart, you will find that it is not a big deal. Of course, it may be because you have experienced too little and have never dealt with such a thing. So when you actually deal with him for the first time, you will be a little at a loss. In other words, they don't know what to do, and they just want to save it, without considering the actual results at all. Chapter 365 Understanding. But in fact, sometimes, if things develop to a certain point, you can't do anything to keep them. In fact, they are all meaningless things, because things have developed to that point. Many things have become very clear. You no longer want to rely on blind recovery to solve everything. To develop in a good direction, not to mention if it continues to develop in the current direction. It may not be a bad thing, at least it is within the scope of what you can bear, so you can accept it. 163 Instead of waiting until you slowly change yourself as time goes by, if you wait until you really can't live without the other person. If you have to accept this thing again, it will be such a painful thing. It will also be a huge blow to you. So sometimes, things that appear to be bad on the surface are actually bad if you consider the consequences. That is not necessarily a bad thing entirely. The same thing may appear to be a good thing on the surface if it continues to develop. It may, Beth, also bring very bad consequences, so never be blinded by the superficial phenomena you see. This leaves more time for those things that you really need to experience in detail. Even though a person has to experience all kinds of ups and downs and setbacks in this life, he must continue to hone himself. The choice is in your hands. You need to choose what kind of life you want to experience. Letting you endure all kinds of torture will only make you lose your confidence even more and make you even less understanding. Advertisement, only in this way can it truly serve the purpose of training you, rather than just letting you endure the pain or making it unbearable. It can only be said that a more rational decision can help you avoid making some mistakes and make you take less detours on the road of life. Why are you doing this? It will make you lose confidence in this world. And all you have to do is avoid these completely pointless things. It makes you lose your positive and optimistic attitude towards the future, so there are a lot of things to say. In other words, it is a decision, and others simply do not have the ability or qualification to intervene. This allows you to make wrong judgments or choices, and you can only see the root cause through the appearance. If it just blindly makes you endure that kind of pain, then it will lose the meaning of its original existence. Only then can you make the most correct choice, but of course it cannot be said to be the most correct choice. So when you really make up your mind and want to choose a life, then you need to think carefully. Experience less unnecessary suffering or torture. For you, it will not have any tempering effect at all, and it will only bring you all kinds of pain. But this does not mean that all your pain and suffering need to be experienced personally. Some things are completely avoidable, and there is absolutely no need to experience them. Chapter 366 Figure it out. You should also think carefully about whether this kind of life is the kind of life you want. If this kind of life really comes, you face it, or it is time for you to experience it. 11. Will it make you regret it, or what kind of regret will it leave behind? You should also think about it. If you really experience this kind of life, what should you do if you regret it later? So, you have to consider all aspects of the issue and make corresponding preparations. This is the only way, in case there is a huge gap between what you experience and what you imagined. You won't panic and don't know what to do, although it may seem like it will become very troublesome. It is also possible that all the preparations you have made will be in vain, which means that all the efforts you have made will be in vain. Just for the slightest possibility, such a huge amount of energy is wasted. Therefore, this choice is not acceptable to everyone, but who can say clearly what will happen in the future? Advertisement may be what you think has a very low probability of happening will actually happen to you. Then what should we do? Have you considered such a problem again? Never take chances. If you feel that the probability is so small that it will never happen to you, have you ever thought about it? Since the probability is such a small one, it proves that it is still possible for it to happen. And everyone has the same probability. If it really happens to you, what should you do? So never take chances, otherwise you will only push yourself into an endless abyss. At that time, what you will face will be beyond your imagination, because you never thought that such a thing would happen to you. I have never thought about how I would face these things if they happened to me. At that time, you will also panic, which will cause a series of vicious cycles, so although this is the case, you must be prepared in all aspects. It may be said that there will be some trouble, or it may be a waste of energy, but in the same way, what you pay is directly proportional to what you gain. Advertisement Please give me flowers. If you prepare all these things, then you will experience less panic when the time comes. There will also be less rush to respond, so that you can avoid making some wrong choices or judgments in a hurry. 0. This will bring you irreparable regrets or losses, not to mention that you can't either. I just think about what if I won't encounter these things, and then all these preparations will be in vain. You have to consider how calmly you would be able to deal with it if it really happened to you. At that time, the negative impact it can have on you will be minimized, which is the biggest gain for you. Otherwise, if you keep thinking about luck, then you really won't get real training. You won't get anything useful. For you, what you have experienced is just a painful experience. Chapter 367 Deep Trapped. It will not bring you any substantial help, and on the contrary, it will only make you go further and further into the endless darkness. I am sinking deeper and deeper into this painful quagmire. I cannot extricate myself at all, and I cannot break out at all. So no matter what time you do, you must be fully prepared. Only in this way can we guarantee that no matter what the result is, it will be what we thought it would be. I won't let myself panic, nor will I let myself become so passive. Of course, maybe you haven't realized how bad it feels to be passive. Moreover, when you really get to that step, you will find yourself surrounded on all sides. The feeling of being alone and helpless, so if you can, never experience this feeling. This feeling is really very bad, and the impact he has on you will never be, it is just a temporary impact. It will also cause various subsequent effects on you, and will bring some indelible scars to your psychology. So that when you face the same thing in the future, the first thing you will consider is these injuries. In the same way, the way you deal with it may be somewhat negative. It could have been a very beautiful thing, but under this negative way of handling it, it won't produce any good results. So although it may make you spend a little more energy to make these preparations, but you have to believe that all your efforts will be rewarded in equal proportion, of course. If things can develop in the direction you imagined, that would be a better thing. But what you have to consider is in case things develop beyond your control, or even completely different from what you imagined. What should you do when the time comes? You need to be fully prepared at this time, and you will not let yourself be so passive. So in fact, for many things, if you have to be prepared in your heart, if and when it really happens. Advertisement, I won't panic you. Of course, that doesn't mean you can accept everything. It can only be said that there is a preparation, and when the time comes, it will not be so hasty to accept it. Not to mention, because when the time comes, it will be so unbearable for me. This will cause some inevitable embarrassment. In fact, if you want to think clearly about many things by yourself, then you have to face them. He will find that it is not as difficult as you think, of course, that is not to say there is no difficulty at all, it's just that the difficulty is much simpler than what you imagine. And you also need to understand that there are some things that you have to face, not that you can avoid it by just escaping. There are some things that you have to choose to give up, because you are also destined, because you can't say this kind of thing. If you don't believe it, you can't say that he is that accurate, because there are many times when you can't accomplish anything by relying on fate alone. But sometimes, if you don't believe in fate, there are still some things that you can't explain. Many things, before they happen, will follow the path they will take, as well as the impact and consequences they will cause. Everything is already destined. Even if you don't believe that he exists, he does exist like this. Even if you don't believe him, in many cases, you can only choose to believe it. Because if he develops along that trajectory, it will be very different from what you imagined. Even if you don't believe it, or you don't accept his words, he still exists like this. If you just do this and blindly deceive yourself, what's the use? In the end, it's only you who gets hurt, and it won't have any physical impact on others. In other words, it is interference. It may be said that some people will be kind to you out of common consideration. But most importantly, what can you accomplish if you rely solely on the sympathy of others? Advertisement, and just relying on other people's sympathy is completely useless. It just brings a little comfort to your painful heart. In fact, it cannot solve any problems at all. On the contrary, sometimes these so-called experiences will make you fall into an even more painful abyss. You can't help yourself. Sometimes you will think that the choice you made is the right one because of the sympathy of others. Therefore, I will continue to persevere on this road of no return, even if I know that this is a road with no results. But I will choose to continue to persevere, so sometimes, I can't value other people's opinions too much. In other words, it is other people's evaluation of you, because many times, you have to do things according to your own heart. Because you live this life for yourself, not for others, even for the choices you make. In the eyes of others, it seems very stupid, or it makes others unable to figure it out at all, but so what? The choices you make are only for yourself and are not responsible for others. As long as you feel sorry for yourself, as long as you feel that this is right, then that's fine. Why should we impose other people's ideas or opinions on ourselves? In that case, it will only make yourself more uncomfortable and painful, and it will also make you live as if you were carrying countless shackles and burdens. You make your life miserable, so most of the so-called pain and suffering are all inflicted on yourself. So everyone can actually choose to live a more relaxed and happy life. It's just that many times, it adds various burdens to oneself invisibly, making it difficult for one to breathe. In the end, the burden on yourself will become heavier and heavier, so you also need to understand these principles. Of course, it may be said that these truths actually lie with you, and you are very clear in your heart. It's just that when these things happen to you, or when you want to solve them, you will feel how painful and embarrassing it is, and then it will be difficult to make a decision, but these are stages that you must go through. This is inevitable on the road to growth. Chapter 368 Understanding. Speaking of the acquaintance between Lin Hao and Han Ya, it was also because Lin Hao experienced some huge blows at the beginning. Then also, I feel a little disheartened about these things in my family, or in other words, about the whole world. He felt that the whole world had betrayed him, abandoned his destiny, and was so unfair to him. That's why he chose to run away from home without saying a word, so that the entire family has been looking for traces of him for many years. Although according to Lin Hao's power, there are not many in this world who can threaten his existence. But after all, the responsibility and burden of the entire family are also placed on him. How should the entire family develop and continue in the future? He is also required to make judgments and decisions, and only he can bear this responsibility. Others are unable to make decisions for him, or to assume some responsibilities. Because they 14 don't have this qualification. Only he, as the heir of the entire family, has this qualification. So when he ran away from home, the whole family was in a hurry, and some work was carried out in an orderly manner. Various mistakes also appeared at this moment, so that period of time was also a relatively dark period for the entire family. Many businesses and many development plans have encountered various obstacles, and those competitors are also seizing this opportunity. The massive attack on them brought them a lot of losses, although Lin Hao's family. In this world, it can be considered a relatively powerful family. Logically speaking, this kind of family. It is also the kind of existence that can never be touched in the eyes of ordinary people, but when you really reach a certain level, you will find that in fact, everything seems a bit fragile in the face of absolute interests. This is especially true for Lin Hao and his family at this level. It really interprets the word profit to the extreme, and in a battle of this level, one must be cautious and careful. Advertisement, because if something goes wrong, the price paid will be beyond ordinary people's imagination. So although Lin Hao's family is also very large, it is the same world. It's not just his huge family, there are also many other huge families. And during the development process and stages of the entire family, it is inevitable that there will definitely be conflicts with other families. So this also leads to the fact that although their family has some very powerful allies, they also have powerful enemies. And those powerful enemies also took advantage of this period of chaos in their family, then catch their vulnerabilities. They can also tell by launching a massive attack on them. This opportunity is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, the more top-notch big families like them pay more attention to themselves, every word and action. Because when they are at this point, any mistake they make may be fatal, especially if it may not seem like a serious problem on the surface. But once you reach their level, even a small problem can turn into a fatal crisis. Therefore, although they look extremely glamorous on the surface, there is also an unparalleled danger behind this glamorous surface. If they are not careful, they will be shattered into pieces, so they must be cautious and let themselves do things. If anything goes wrong, it will be a trivial matter to destroy yourself at that time, if it drags down the entire family. Then he himself is the eternal sinner of the entire family, so they would rather lose some opportunities sometimes. I won't risk the whole family by myself, but of course, these are absolute. Especially after they saw that Lin Hao's family had fallen into chaos because of Lin Hao's disappearance. If they didn't seize this precious opportunity, they wouldn't know when the next time would be. Weighing the pros and cons is also to discover that the benefits contained therein are far greater than the risks they bear. That's why they dared to take this opportunity to attack Lin Hao and his family. Advertisement, only then can he lead the whole family to where it is today, but the same Lin Hao does on weekdays. It is inevitable that some other forces will be offended, after all, no matter how mature and steady young people behave. Then there is really no hope, not to mention that there is a talented person like Lin Hao watching from the sidelines. So in the eyes of other families, this is really a very good opportunity, because of the rise of Lin Hao. But it is inevitable for 607 to have some pride, and that's what Lin Hao is like. Therefore, it is inevitable for them to worry about the future of their family and what it will become. If it weren't for an emergency, no one would be willing to face such a powerful opponent. This made him make wrong judgments and choices, which led to him running away from home in frustration. He is also very proud of these great achievements he has made. After all, looking at this world, it has reached the point where it is today, so at their level, they are also wary of the character Lin Hao. We still have their support now, so the family's situation is still relatively good, but if we lose their support. In fact, Lin Hao's ability is also very powerful. He can lead the entire family in a short period of time. Where should the family go if it only relies on the few playboys in the family? And we also need to be aware that in other families, the people in control are middle-aged or even old. There are really very few people who can achieve this level at his age, and it may be precisely because of this pride. Lin Hao is so young, and maybe because of this, he has greater enthusiasm for fighting. They are also wary. In their eyes, the entire family under their leadership is compared with the family led by Lin Hao. We are already at a disadvantage, and our next generation does not have talents as outstanding as Lin Hao. Chapter 369 Situation. Therefore, the situation of the entire family is also very dangerous. In fact, they are very aware of it in their hearts. If there are no big surprises, after they leave this world, their family will inevitably enter the stage of decline, and wait until then. Lin Hao will definitely not miss this great opportunity and will definitely take the opportunity to annex their family. In this way, they will inherit the family for many years. To be defeated like this, to be honest, they must be very unwilling, but there is nothing they can do. There is no good solution. Who wants to let his children fail to live up to expectations? In fact, if we are being honest, their descendants can be considered relatively outstanding, but there are some things that he is afraid of comparing. Excellent people are afraid of comparing themselves with better people, which will make them appear not to be that outstanding. For those families, the situation is like this, compared with Lin Hao, a monster with incredible talent. The few descendants in their family really seemed a bit mediocre, even a little embarrassed to hold important responsibilities. In fact, if Lin Hao did not exist, then their family would really not be in any big risk. But the problem lies with Lin Hao. After all, the pressure brought by Lin Hao is too much, which makes them very panic. You must know that they have gone through all kinds of ups and downs and formed various networks of relationships. They were able to support themselves to this point today, but even with such a profound foundation, when they faced Lin Hao, it's inevitable that there will be some feelings of inadequacy, not to mention their young quilders. It's not too late to go through this stage of building your own network and cultivating your own power. Therefore, if we wait for them and face Lin Hao, it will definitely be more difficult and troublesome than them. And if Lin Hao really devotes himself to dealing with them, he will definitely not be able to hold on for long. Advertisement will be defeated, so in their eyes, Lin Hao is also the #1 obstacle that hinders the inheritance of his family. If conditions permit, they will definitely choose to get rid of Lin Hao without hesitation. But after all, Lin Hao's family is also very powerful, and they don't dare to start a war easily. After all, at their level, if they don't have an overwhelming advantage, they don't dare to choose to start a war at will. In this case, if one party has some remnants and escapes, then even if the other party wins, there will also be various losses. As the saying goes, it's easy to hide if you grab something in the open, but it's hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Once those remnants escape, they will hide themselves and do not choose to confront them face to face. On the contrary, when the time comes, we will continue to use some small means, even dirty means that are worse than dirty. If you harass them in various ways, it will also cause them a lot of headaches. Although it would not cause any great losses to them, the feeling of being constantly harassed was indeed very unpleasant. That is to say, in fact, although they don't like this method, they have to say it. The effect of this is also relatively obvious. The most important thing is that they also have their own pride. You would certainly not choose this method unless it was absolutely necessary. But once my family is destroyed, I will just become one of the few survivors. When the time comes, there will be no so-called pride. When the time comes, all possible means will be used for revenge. They will adopt it without hesitation, so once it reaches that point, even the winning side will feel a huge headache. In this case, the price they pay in the end will never be much less than the benefits they gain. Therefore, they will not easily choose to go to war before they are completely and absolutely sure. Because if this is the case, it will also bring chaos to them. Advertisement, it's not a very good choice, let alone once you reach their level. Every time a war starts, it will cause chaos in the entire world, and then other top families will be involved. Because no one who can live to their level is a fool. Everyone is shrewd and even more cunning than a fox. We will certainly not allow this to happen, after all, once we enter an era of chaos. Therefore, a life and death battle between top families like this is basically very rare. Because, de nuos, their series of operations also made Lin Hao's family feel a huge crisis. Although the big families secretly have all kinds of hatred towards each other, they will even use all means to plot against each other. But if we let one family face it alone, it would definitely be impossible. So, before there is absolute benefit, they will definitely not choose to act recklessly. It has allowed him to reach the present step by step, and it is easier to control the entire family. After all, this is not a small move by a family. In fact, they know very well that they will definitely not be able to let Lin Hao's family develop dogs. And they will also weigh the pros and cons before doing this. If what they can get in the end is much more than what they pay, then they will definitely not do this kind of loss-making business. Let the other party cause losses, but these are done in secret and will not be put on the surface, because once it is put on the surface, it will change the taste. Not to mention that two big families declared war face to face, let alone the gap in strength between the two. It will definitely affect other families, and various accidents will definitely occur. But other families would not allow this to happen, so they could only watch Lin Hao's rise over the years. Otherwise, when the time comes, it will definitely be an irreparable disaster for them. But in the end, instead of achieving their original goal, Lin Hao's reputation was achieved. But there is nothing they can do, because they have already used all the methods they can. Chapter 370 Containment. But if we don't curb the development of Lin Hao's family, then in the end I'm afraid all the families will. It will become their stepping stone, thereby making their entire family prosperous. Therefore, those families who usually have hatred have temporarily put aside their prejudices. Then after careful discussion and exchange of interests, a tentative agreement was reached. We need to work together to curb the development of Lin Hao and his family, so although Lin Hao's family was relatively powerful before this. But in the face of it, if several families of the same level unite to attack, it will be a huge disaster for them. If the situation is not handled properly, the entire family will be destroyed and no one can escape. Suddenly, the entire family was in panic, and some people were even ready to escape. But in the face of this huge crisis, Lin Hao did not panic. Instead, he calmly dealt with these so-called disasters. So instead of achieving the 240 plots of those families, they actually made Lin Hao famous. Therefore, the appearance of Lin Hao also gave the entire family a glimmer of hope, so the entire family was under the leadership of Lin Hao. It also solved those huge disasters, and the entire family has recognized Lin Hao's status for a while. The same goes for everyone. Originally, those who controlled the entire family because of Lin Hao were still dissatisfied. There is no more opposition at this moment. Speaking of which, those voices of opposition within the family are all shocked by Lin Hao's strength at this moment. Every one of them didn't say anything more. They all figured it out at this moment. If the family can be led by seafood, it may reach a peak that was previously unreachable, so the entire family is also unprecedentedly united. Even before that, in fact, within every family, there would always be some people who wanted to fight for power. Then it caused division within the family and brought down the overall strength of the family, but now in the face of Lin Hao's powerful strength. Advertisement. No one can think of this anymore, because they also know that if they want to face Lin Hao, they don't have much chance of winning at all, unless they join forces with other hostile families, and there is still a certain probability. But once they do that, the tribesmen under them will be the first to oppose them. Because those hostile families all regard them as a thorn in their side and will definitely not help them. Even if he helps them, it's because the weasel has no good intentions to pay New Year greetings to the chicken, or it may be after he helps them get rid of Lin Hao. Turn around and deal with them later. They still understand the principle of cutting off the grass to get rid of the root. It is impossible to leave these hidden dangers for ourselves, so there is only one way left for them. Either they will reach a higher peak under the leadership of Lin Hao, or they will seek death. They are not fools. You can also understand how you should choose. If you still want a better life, you must follow Lin Hao's arrangements. Therefore, the entire family has reached unprecedented unity at this moment, and is responding to Lin Hao's various orders. There will not be any discounts, and it is precisely because of this that their entire family is now such a top strength. They didn't even dare to think about this before, but the fact did not disappoint them. Under the leadership of Lin Hao, the entire family has indeed reached a peak that was not reached before. Because before, Lin Hao was too young, it was said that he would inherit the entire family. And there are some elderly people in the family who are not very convinced by this decision, and they always feel a little uncomfortable. In their eyes, Lin Hao is just a young boy, and in their eyes, it is impossible for Lin Hao to lead such a huge family and then show the glory of the whole family. You must know that in their eyes, even if they were to control the entire family, they would still be somewhat powerless. Advertisement after all, the whole family is not just talking, there are many things to consider, especially at their level. No small thing can be taken lightly, you have to find out through one of these small things. There are various meanings behind it, and only in this way can the entire family be safe. But if a young boy like Lin Hao is allowed to control this family, he has not experienced so much human experience. The understanding of society as a whole is also very limited, so in their eyes, Lin Hao really doesn't have enough ability to take on this task. Of course, it's more about their inner reluctance. In their eyes, he had made so many contributions to the family and worked hard for himself. He deserved the credit for being listed on the stock market, but in the end he left the entire family in the hands of a young boy. They are also very unconvinced. In their eyes, even if they are not themselves, they control their entire family. It should also be other people similar to myself, rather than being handed over to such a child. In their eyes, he looks like a child, and they think this is the greatest insult to them. Therefore, for the reforms Lin Hao made at the beginning, they were also superficial. Well, I don't actually support Lin Hao's work very much. Lin Hao actually experienced a lot of obstacles and setbacks along the way. And many times, these setbacks come from the family, within the family. This is the one who worries Lin Hao the most. He also understands these people in the family very well. After all, his own experience is relatively shallow. So what's more, those people are also my elders, and what they did is not that excessive. It's still within the tolerable range, so Lin Hao didn't punish them too much because of the family's face. In other words, it shows something. But in fact, although they said that these would not have much impact, it would indeed make him more upset. Chapter 371 Solution. So Lin Hao doesn't have any good solution. Well, he can only tolerate them like this. Then I keep changing my own strategies and methods. After all, I am very happy, even though I may not be that old yet. But it is also true that the time when it is so easy to be impulsive has passed. After all, he is a child of a big family. You have to be trained under strict requirements since childhood. What's more, Lin Hao's character is so easily offended. Then it is impossible to leave the entire family in his hands, because for the entire family, what he needs is someone who can control the overall situation and control the direction of the entire family's development. It's equivalent to if the entire family is a ship, then what they need is a helmsman. Controlling the direction of the entire family is the most important thing. If they end up in this direction, they must maintain a rational mood and not mix personal emotions when making choices or judgments. If he was confused just in the face of such a small trouble, then it is enough to show that he is simply unable to bear this responsibility. Then it would be completely different. He would hand over the entire family to him, otherwise, the family would be handed over to him. It will only lead to the final destruction of the entire family, so this can be regarded as a test for Lin Hao. And for Lin Hao, these are nothing compared to the real big trouble. Therefore, Lin Hao did not take these too seriously. His main purpose was to solve the problem. Other families have united to deal with their big trouble. After all, this is no joke, it is a trivial matter. If he is not careful, the entire family may be completely destroyed. He cannot afford such consequences. Therefore, he needs to seriously solve any of the minor problems, and at this time, he needs someone he can trust. It's also very few. After all, the whole family is now surrounded by enemies. And Lin Hao didn't need to think too much. He knew that within the entire family, there must be gaps arranged by other families. Advertisement. Then investigate the movements of the entire family and see if you take any action at that time. Those hostile forces will definitely know about it first, so he is really powerless now. But no matter how bad the situation is, he can't give up easily now. After all, what he now shoulders is the fate of the entire family. If he gives up, then the whole family would be doomed, so no matter how much pressure there was, he had to persevere. Then you need to solve all these problems yourself, otherwise, once the news comes, so-called, for the entire family, a huge blow is not conducive to destroying the entire family, so it is said. In fact, this is the most difficult time for Lin Hao, but he can only choose to bear it all by himself. This is also his responsibility and even his mission, if he can't even overcome such difficulties. So for the entire family, there is no need for him to continue to be in charge, and Lin Hao also knows these things very well in his heart. So he also forced himself through the most painful period of time with gritted teeth. And those hostile families completely wanted to kill them because they saw that Lin Hao was still too young. Moreover, he has just taken charge of a family, and his ability to control the entire family is not yet complete. And based on the traitors they planted, we know that many people inside Lin Hao's family are dissatisfied. Lin Hao is in charge, and the entire family is also a little bit ready to take Lin Hao out of this position. As for those hostile forces, they are also very happy to see this result. Because by then, if Lin Hao can really be pulled down, no matter who is in charge of this family, it will definitely take some fighting, and then I will be able to weaken the world power of their family without even having to take action. When the time comes, they will be able to obtain maximum benefits at the minimum cost. Advertisement. This is really a very cost-effective deal for them, not to mention that the probability of this method being feasible is also very high. Please give me flowers, as long as it is done well, it will definitely be successful. As for the so-called sense of family belonging, in their eyes, it is a very ridiculous joke, as long as there are enough benefits. There is nothing that cannot be discarded. Of course, there is no problem with this idea. After all, this is also a world of the jungle and the law of the jungle. Indeed, before doing so, there were indeed those who wanted to join forces with those hostile forces to pull Lin Hao down from this position. But due to various reasons, this plan can come to an end first, but now it seems that this plan, it is still very feasible, but it still needs a suitable opportunity, and these people can only be used as pawns. Place them within Lin Hao's family. Only when they are activated at the most appropriate opportunity can they unleash their greatest power. And Lin Hao also understands very well that there must be various kinds of destruction within the family. But he doesn't have the energy to solve these problems now, and he also knows that the biggest crises now are external ones. As long as the danger posed by the hostile families outside is eliminated, then these disasters within the family are nothing to be afraid of, if there are no outsiders to provide them with support. Even if they have too much ambition and don't have enough strength to support it, then their ambition is just empty talk. But it is still necessary to be on guard. If something goes wrong, it will really affect the whole family. So although the threat they pose is not that great, it cannot be taken lightly. At least they must be strictly monitored, and they must not be allowed to join forces with outside hostile forces. Only by controlling all risks within his control can Lin Hao feel at ease. And I also know that at this juncture, we must not have any luck, and we must have enough strength to support it. Chapter 372. Behind the scenery. It's even more difficult to think of what might happen to you with a certain probability. If you are not absolutely sure, you must be at least 80% sure before you can make a decision. His responsibility also does not allow him to make fun of the future and destiny of the entire family. Because every decision he makes is related to the May 17th fate of the entire family. So although on the surface, it looks like a crazy adventure, on the surface, Lin Hao also has unlimited glory. He can be in charge of such a huge family and enjoys all kinds of honors. And each has a dazzling aura, but behind this dazzling aura, Lin Hao has put in so much effort. He has put in so much effort, but now the whole family is in a mess for him. Not only does he have to solve this mess, but he also has to always be on guard against the powerful enemies outside. There are also those ambitious people within the family who are ready to take action, under the combination of these three pressures. Lin Hao is really very tired, and if you don't experience it yourself, you will never be able to feel the pain. Especially when you know that the people closest to you will betray you and join forces with your enemies to deal with you. That kind of huge psychological contrast is what really makes people collapse, even though they can be regarded as such a family figure. Some things must be taken lightly, and everything must be taken lightly, especially personal feelings must be taken very lightly. Advertisement. You cannot let these so-called personal feelings sink into your own attitude towards handling things, and cannot affect your judgment. Every choice he makes must rely on the interests of the entire family, that is, every choice he makes. Everyone should put the interests of the family first. That is to say, when their personal feelings conflict with the interests of the family, he must give up his personal feelings without hesitation and choose the interests of the entire family, of course. If you have experienced this kind of thing personally, you will not be able to understand the pain involved. It may really be an experience that makes you miserable. After all, you have to know that even if you are in charge of such a huge family, you have enjoyed all kinds of glory. But in essence, it is just an ordinary person with flesh and blood and emotions. It does not mean that it is extraordinary because of it. It still has some feelings of its own. But when you face a dilemma, you must choose to abandon that dilemma and which choice you make. It will make you extremely sad. That feeling really gives people such a huge pressure to collapse. Then Lin Hao is alone, and he has no one to talk to. You can imagine how depressed he is inside. But he has to be like this when he is 3.5 years old. He must be strong and shoulder the responsibility of the entire family. To assume the responsibility of the entire family, since he chose to take charge of the entire family, he must assume his corresponding obligations. That is to say, he must lead the entire family to glory and not let the family decline in his own hands. Chapter 373. Cutting out the roots. Otherwise, he would not have the face to face the family patriarchs. You must know that the entire family has been able to reach this point, which is inseparable from the efforts of each clan leader. You must know that the entire family was just a little-known family at the beginning. And the reason why we can only reach this point today is to be able to enjoy the halo of glory that we enjoy today. And today's status, as well as these current development resources, are not due to the efforts of any one of them or their strength. It was only the unremitting efforts and various huge sacrifices of those in charge of the family that led the entire family to where it is today. 14. It can be said that it is not easy for the entire family to reach this day. He cannot tolerate the glory of the family. It was cut off in his own hands, and the reason why he was chosen in the first place was to become the leader of the entire family. How painful it is, not to mention he is only a young man, and the powerful opponents they faced. It was precisely because of this and knowing that Lin Hao was just a young man that he made up his mind to join forces. They will not be given any chance to breathe, and the principle of eradicating the roots is very clear. Because not every family's rise is smooth sailing, and you are destined to experience all kinds of storms. They'll leave you with a second chance to grow up, and once they take action, it will definitely not be a vigorous and resolute method. Advertisement, it is also his responsibility and even more his obligation. Since he chose these, he must also bear the corresponding sufferings. In other words, he must lead the entire family to glory. This is his mission. It has already been proved that he understands the unparalleled state he is shouldering. And there is no chance of survival. It can be imagined that in this high intensity and high pressure state, for Lin Hao. Therefore, he must be careful. Every day is like walking on thin ice. If he is not careful, he may fall into the abyss. But even in this crisis, he still accepted this state without hesitation. The current environment that the family is in is not optimistic, and it can be said that it is also full of dangers. Because those powerful opponents may leave you a chance to grow up, but they will never. And all kinds of difficult choices. Think about all the people in charge of the entire family when they led the family to glory. Lin Hao must also shoulder such a responsibility. No matter how huge the sacrifice he has to make is, it is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He has also made various huge sacrifices, there is no doubt about these, and as the current leader of the family. Furthermore, the family is not monolithic. Under internal and external difficulties, the entire family is also at a critical juncture of life and death. He cannot have any hesitation, otherwise, once he hesitates, it may be a fatal blow. Chapter 374 Pressure. As the leaders of a family, they understand that it is at their level. If you want to take charge of an entire family, how difficult it is and how much pressure you face. The energy and effort that will be expended at that time are far beyond expectations, and the most important thing is, they also went through continuous training, and gradually and slowly, they took the entire family into their own hands. The time and energy spent in this process are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and what they have experienced. As a young man, Lin Hao has never experienced this. He was also in a dilemma and took orders in the face of danger. There was no time to integrate all the resources and strength of the family and take control of it in his own hands. And he was ordered to do so in danger. Although he himself was good enough, he was still a young man after all. He does not have those so-called qualifications, so a considerable number of people in the family are not convinced by this and do not think Lin Hao has this qualification. This is from within their family. There are people who want to be those enemies who want to unite with the outside one. Therefore, after Lin Hao is pulled from this position, it can be seen that if Lin Jie is left for a while. In other words, Lin Hao was silent for a period of time, united the entire family, and took control of it. If all those internal hidden dangers are dealt with, then they won't have the courage to unite against Lin Hao today. Advertisement for them, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity if they miss it this time. So once Lin Hao grows up, even if they join forces again, they won't have much effect. It will not bring such a big threat to Lin Hao, so if it is not lost, the time will never come again, and we can only seize this opportunity. Only can give Lin Hao a fatal blow. If they miss this opportunity, I'm afraid they will be the ones who suffer next time. What's more, the leaders of these families are all smart, just like foxes, maybe they have other choices. They may also become confused, but in this case, when the interests of the entire family are involved, they are absolutely sober, not to mention that for them, this is also a very rare opportunity to develop. If what they plan can really succeed, then it will be a big deal for their entire family. It will also be a huge help, although it is impossible to control the entire world. But it will truly become one of the top big families, under the temptation of such huge benefits. That's why they are willing to take risks. Otherwise, they would definitely not be swayed by all the hype, good stuff. After all, what they have to shoulder is the responsibility of the entire family, and they cannot make some wrong choices just because of impulse. Otherwise, they will not have the face to face the ancestors of the family in the future. But they did. The situation was very favorable to them at the beginning, and with the help of insiders, they also took some very effective actions. Chapter 375 Taking advantage of the situation and the results obtained are also very optimistic if this trend continues. Then the final result is definitely not far different from what they expected. For a while, they also felt some joy in their hearts. As a result, I became more determined in my inner decision, so I put more effort into it. I don't know, this is also a trap under Lin Hao, although it may be that when Lin Hao first took control of the entire family. It is true that there is some confusion or some lack of control, and some aspects are difficult to consider. Moreover, the control over the entire family is not that strong, so they were given the opportunity to take advantage of it. And it is precisely because I know these shortcomings that I have, that I simply give up those short-term 233 interests. Then he gave all of these to those enemies, partly because of that. Lin Hao is currently incapable of guarding. On the other hand, he can also paralyze his opponent. This way, B will also create an illusion for the enemy, making them feel that they are not as powerful as they imagined. In this case, when they attack or take measures, they will inevitably feel a little more relaxed than before. When the time comes, you can take advantage of this time, or this stage, to make up for your shortcomings. When the time comes, I will wait for myself to accumulate strength and then give them a fatal blow. There is no need to rush anything now. Advertisement, after all, the benefits they have gained are only a small part. For the entire family, it has not reached the point of breaking the bones. What Lin Hao planned was to directly deal with them all, although this goal also had some difficulties. But if you take a step back, giving them a fatal blow is also a very simple matter. So he also seized this opportunity and planned a very far-reaching strategy. Of course, if he only relied on himself, he would definitely not be able to complete the entire plan. So the spies within the family can also come in handy at this moment. Lin Hao just pretends not to know their existence. From time to time, some information is deliberately revealed. The purpose is to expose these traitors within the family. Passing on wrong information will also cause wrong intelligence to the enemy. Only then will they be able to carry out their plans according to their own plans. In the end, it will definitely make them miserable. Now let them have a try first. As for who will win in the end, he still doesn't know. It's just that the traitors within the family and those powerful opponents didn't expect such a far-reaching plan at all. In their eyes, Lin Hao is just a young boy. How could he come up with such a big plan? So it is precisely because of their contempt for Lin Hao that they made such a huge negligence. It will be given to them when the time comes. It is precisely because of this slight that they will regret it for the rest of their lives. Of course, it will be too late to regret it when the time comes. Chapter 376 Comeback. Lin Hao will definitely not give them any chance to breathe, just like they will not give Lin Hao a chance to make a comeback. It's just that Lin Hao's current strength is very limited if he only relies on the power of the family. Then, if all these families are to be dealt with, there will be some idiots talking about it, so we will do our best. Then weaken the opponent's strength to seek the greatest benefit for your family, and then for the entire family. Their future development will be extremely smooth because of those families who can obstruct them. In other words, those families that can be called opponents will definitely pay a heavy price in this intrigue. At that time, it will take some time for them to recover to the current level. And during this period of time, it is the time for their family to develop rapidly, and when their strength recovers. Lin Hao and his family can already take advantage of this opportunity to develop to another level. In this case, they will forever widen the gap, so for Lin Hao. This is both a huge crisis and a huge opportunity, if it can be grasped. There is no one who can share the burden for him. This does not mean that there are no talented people in the family. But for Lin Hao, there are very few people he can trust now. In other words, Lin Hao cannot guarantee that these talented people have no intention of imitating him at the moment. Advertisement. Then the whole plan will fall short, and it will be an unparalleled disaster for the entire family. Everything must be controlled by him alone, because now he has no one he can trust. Therefore, Lin Hao did not dare to risk the fate of the entire family until he was absolutely sure. There is no possibility of turning over, so Lin Hao must be more cautious, even with the series of plans he has laid out. But if there is a slight negligence, or if there is a mistake in any link, then the entire family is likely to fall into a bottomless abyss. Then the entire family will definitely reach a new peak under his leadership. Please give me flowers, otherwise, if these confidential plans are told to those ambitious people. After all, sometimes plans never keep up with changes. He couldn't take anything lightly. Because it may be said that there are talented people in the entire family, but Lin Hao doesn't know his details. For such a large family, there must be good and bad, since there is such an ambitious traitor. It is also very detailed and thoughtful, so that no one can find any faults, but it is also to prevent accidents. Therefore, Lin Hao did not dare to tell those people the plans, and only arranged a small link. Even if these most secret plans are so huge, he can only choose one person to bear them. There are also people who have the ability to protect the entire family. Otherwise, the entire family would not be able to develop to the extent it is today. Chapter 377 Proportion. In this case, there is no risk of the plan being leaked, because Lin Hao only included the entire plan. If a very small part is revealed, then even if they are aware of it, they will not be able to know the contents of the entire plan. So, this is also a very safe measure, and if Lin Hao accidentally reveals more information, then they, 900, will have doubts. After all, they are also very cautious at this moment. In other words, various conspiracy theories have also come to their minds, so if too much information is revealed, on the contrary, it will achieve the opposite effect. Not only will it fail to achieve the expected purpose, but it will be self-defeating and reveal too much. On the contrary, it will make them think that this is a trap, so they need to grasp a relatively good standard and not exceed it too much. Only in this way can we induce them to develop according to their own plans. Only in this way can we avoid letting our family suffer greater losses in this turmoil. Only in this way can we better obtain the maximum benefits. After all, the status of this family is also weighing on him. There is no way to solve them all in a short time, even if it can be solved. In this way, the entire family is firmly in his own hands. If he does this, he will have any plans in the future. However, this turmoil can be regarded as bringing an opportunity to Lin Hao, although at the same time. And we can also take advantage of this opportunity to put things in order within the family. Advertisement. It is also accompanied by huge risks, but the greater the risk, the greater the benefits. As long as he can do this, he is already a very good family controller. Because now he is no longer just fighting for himself, but more importantly, he now has to consider the entire family. There is no need to be as passive as now, or put all the conditions on oneself. Or if we only rely on his personal ability to deal with the hidden dangers within the family. It can be completed with 100% guarantee, and what Lin Hao needs to do is to eliminate the possibility of error. It will also leave various sequelae, so it is indeed very difficult. It makes it difficult for me to breathe, but I can do it when the time comes. I have a team to share the pressure for me. If there was no such turmoil at the beginning, then if Lin Hao wanted to realize this ambition. In this way, he can also maximize the possibility of success and minimize the possibility of mistakes. It still requires a lot of thought, after all, whether it is those voices of opposition within the family. Minimize and strive for the greatest possibility of success, this is his mission and responsibility. Of course, the risks involved are unavoidable. There is no such thing as everything in the world. But in Lin Hao's heart, he also has an ambition of his own, which is to achieve the glory of the entire family many years ago. Chapter 378 Let it go temporarily. Although there are still various hidden dangers within the family, in the face of such a crisis. Some hidden dangers can also be temporarily put aside, and now they're united. After all, in some cases, if the entire family is gone, then they have no meaning now. Of course, those ambitious people will be excluded, because their purpose is to overthrow the entire family. Therefore, they can control this new family by themselves, so their ambition cannot be satisfied. 14. There is no possibility of being merciful when dealing with such a person, and the only option is to use the most violent means. Get rid of them, otherwise, once such people are given a chance to breathe. Then next time, they will definitely make a comeback, and they will appear in front of them with a more ferocious attitude than before. It may be said that they will fail this time, but next time, they will not leave any chance for Lin Hao to breathe. So the hidden dangers Lin Hao targets are all based on the existence of these ambitious people. Advertisement for other disasters, or some problems, he can also argue, close one eye. For the sake of their bloodline, forgive their mistakes and just give them a small punishment. If the time comes, they won't do anything too extreme. There is no doubt that they will be eliminated. After all, it is like a bomb hidden within the family. It still has a certain value. If the entire plan wants to run perfectly, it cannot do without them. This leaves such an opportunity for the enemies, so Lin Hao will never tolerate such a thing happening. Then Lin Hao will also consider saving his life, but 240 is if they really choose to betray when the time comes. As for those in control, what their final destination will be depends on their next performance. But it's obvious that they don't have this awareness now, and they are still imagining the situation then. There is no doubt about this, so their fate is also in their own hands. Advertisement, unless it is guaranteed at all times, it will also bring huge losses to the family. After the entire plan is completed, we will liquidate them at that time. They will not be able to escape no matter what. We also need to use them to complete our entire plan. They are now important to us. But at this time, I want someone who betrays this family, and Lin Hao has always hated the existence of such people. Therefore, now is not the final moment to solve them, but also to temporarily let them have a hard time. They will definitely be cleared out. Of course, it also depends on their next actions. It's just that it's not yet mature yet, and it's not the best time to deal with them, let alone now. Under their adjustment, it will become very beneficial to them, thereby seizing the final control of the entire family. Then Lin Hao will definitely not be merciful when the time comes, and will definitely use the most thunderous means to deal with them. Therefore, when it comes to dealing with it, there will be no mercy, and thunderous means will definitely be used. Chapter 379 Sweet Dreams. They are also dreaming of being able to control the entire family. I have to say that they have such thoughts. There is no big problem, because the current overall situation is also very favorable for them. With the help of these traitors within the family, they also started to attack and became very excited. The situation has become very unfavorable for the entire family, and it has also begun to lose too many benefits. However, Lin Hao doesn't seem to take this to heart and still goes his own way. In their eyes, this actually became a sign of cowardice. They also felt that they had made the decision at this moment. It is also very correct. It seems that Lin Hao is indeed not suitable to be in charge of the entire family, and I don't know the previous person in charge. What is it about him that makes him succeed the entire family, even though they admit it? Lin Hao also has one aspect that stands out, but overall, it is still too early to take control of the entire family. In fact, they are not opposed to letting Lin Hao control the entire family, because in their eyes, it is impossible to find a better junior than Lin Hao, but for them, this power transfer process is indeed a bit too hasty. Before they were mentally prepared, the entire family had already changed its controller. In their imagination, they think that in the end, they will wait until people of their generation grow old. It will be Lin Hao's turn to take control of the entire family. Before that, everything in the family should be in their hands. After all, in their opinion, Lin Hao also has a lot to learn from them. And they will tell Lin Hao everything they know without reservation. But Lin Hao now controls the entire family, which makes them feel a lot of discomfort. Moreover, there are some arrogant people who believe that Lin Hao is not suitable for this position, which is why today's situation is caused. Advertisement. But no matter what, these are all decisions made by the previous controller. At least on the surface, they don't dare to take any drastic action, and they can't change these things. It has become a foregone conclusion, but there are always some people who are ready to take advantage of the family's turmoil. And then seek some benefits for himself. Lin Hao has never been merciful to such people. And the reason why Lin Hao has not taken action now to deal with all these traitors is because he wants to wait until the last chance. Then catch them all in one fell swoop. If we do it now, we can certainly deal with the current urgent need. However, if you think about it for the entire family in the long run, it is not very appropriate. Because it is impossible to attract all the traitors within the family now. In this case, he can only solve it, just that part, and the remaining part. I will definitely be more prepared because of this incident when the time comes. If you want to take any effective action, it will also become very difficult. At that time, chapter 404 will lurk for the entire family. So after Lin Hao thought carefully, he decided to keep them for the time being. After all, they still have value now. And out of consideration for the long-term development of the entire family, they cannot be solved like this now. But after they have played their value, Lin Hao will definitely not be soft-hearted. Similarly, for those who are still lurking within the family, they have not shown any clues. Those Lin Hao also hold very firm ideas, and regarding those traitors who are still lurking. And Lin Hao is even more disgusted, because such people seem to be more selfish. It will be even more difficult to deal with them then, if they really need to make up their mind and want to betray this family. Then it will cause greater losses to their entire family, because sometimes advertisement those enemies that show their teeth and claws in front of you are not so scary, because you know how to deal with them. Or how to deal with them, but for those people lurking in the secret, or those enemies lurking in the secret. What really makes you feel scary is that you don't know when they will give you a fatal blow. So you must always maintain a high degree of vigilance and not slack off in the slightest. Because maybe when you relax a little, they will pounce on you and give you a heavy blow. So this is what is really uncomfortable, because you cannot maintain a high level of mental tension all the time. That would place a very heavy burden on a person. What's more, you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but there is no reason to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. It is easy to dodge open guns and difficult to defend against hidden arrows. This is exactly the truth, so it means that the enemy on the surface is not the most terrifying. Those people who are lurking in the dark and waiting for someone to take action are truly scary and need to be treated with your heart. And no matter when, you cannot take them lightly and must maintain the highest vigilance. Of course, their final outcome must have been predetermined, but how can I say it? Now it seems that there is still value in using them. Before getting rid of them, let them use their remaining heat. Otherwise, they have been lurking within the family for so many years, which has also caused a lot of losses to the family. So if we just deal with them directly, it would be a relief for them. So it is definitely not possible to let them get rid of it so easily. We must also recover part of the interest from them. This is the only way you can do it, and then he will pay a real price, otherwise if you say it. Just get rid of them happily like this, and they won't leave behind some painful lessons. Not to mention, it will bring some warning to other people who want to be ambitious, and they will only have to pay a heavy price. Let other people who want to be ambitious know that you can be ambitious, but you must also be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Chapter 380 The price of betrayal. Otherwise, if the cost of betrayal is too low, then everyone will have an illusion. You will feel betrayed, but that's it. Then there will be an opportunity to gain greater benefits. We must also know that in the face of absolute interests, even rational people may fall into madness. It can only be said that the reason is that he can still maintain his sanity and that the benefits are not big enough. After thinking about it, for them now, it is just a very bad situation. But if they want to betray, 507 still has a certain chance of success. What awaits them then is endless glory and wealth. But if it continues to be like this, then for them, the last days are just like dying in the ordinary, so for some ambitious people, they will definitely choose to fight hard. After all, even if they fail in the end, it will only be death. On the contrary, it is also a kind of relief for them, so that's what Lin Hao wants to do. It is to make those who choose to betray pay a heavy price, so as to set an example for those who want to betray. It also plays the role of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, letting them know if they choose to betray. It's not just about getting rid of them, they must be allowed to suffer corresponding pain. Pay a heavy price to let them know that no matter when, they can never choose the path of betrayal. Advertisement if possible, it will make them doubt their life, so just say it. This would be a bit cruel. But for the long-term consideration of the entire family, it is tantamount to a suitable plan. In other words, it is the most appropriate consideration. If you want the entire family to develop more steadily, such a method is indispensable. In all aspects, for the huge family that controls in the entire company, if they always adopt weak methods, then the people under my command must have other various ideas, so sometimes it is also necessary to use some tough methods to remind those who are ambitious and let them know who is the real controller of this family. Even if they have ambitions, they must put these ambitions away as long as he still controls the entire family. Then no matter how many ideas they have, they can only think about them in their hearts, rather than put them into action. Otherwise, once they take action, they will inevitably pay a heavy price. Only in this way can a culture of fear of betrayal be formed within the entire family. In this case, no one will choose to betray easily, although doing so will not fundamentally solve all problems. But yes, it can play a vigilant role, so there will be many fewer people who choose to betray. Otherwise, if the price of betrayal is too easy, then those who have evil intentions will be there. They will always take risks and fight. When they are truly desperate, they can do anything. In other words, very disadvantageous. Chapter 381 Defense. Therefore, Lin Hao must guard against them, not to mention if he wants to keep the entire family firmly in his hands. This type of iron-blooded method must also be used, not to mention those who have already become traitors. Lin Hao will not feel any psychological guilt at all. Now that they have chosen to betray, they must make a sacrifice. Be prepared to pay the corresponding price. From the moment they choose to betray, they are no longer members of this family. Although it is possible that the blood of the family still flows inside their bodies, but other than that, they are no longer members of the entire family. In this way, Lin Hao will be able to handle it without any psychological guilt or any psychological burden on himself. Because if he does this, he is also considering the long-term development of the entire family. No matter who he is, if he has doubts when the time comes, he will have a clear conscience, let alone in his position. He must also do this. No matter when, he must put the interests of the entire family first. So this is a good opportunity for Lin Hao to scare the monkeys. After all, he has just taken control of the family. After all, there are still some unconvinced people within the family, some who are ready to have thoughts of betrayal, and some who are ambitious enough. Now we have chosen to be trapped and have united with the enemies outside, but for some more conservative ambitions. They are still choosing to wait and see, and they have not made a decision so easily, although the current situation of the furniture family is not optimistic. But for them, they have not yet reached the end of the road, so the situation will not become very clear before advertisement. They will not make decisions easily either. This is also the reason why they protect themselves. Otherwise, compared with their ambitions, they would not be able to survive to this day easily. Of course, this kind of thing also carries certain risks, now that you have made your choice. If you want to take the careerist route, you have to be prepared to pay a corresponding price, so for some people. Please give me flowers. They don't have this ability, so they can only act cautiously, of course. It is also difficult for such people to achieve certain achievements. It can only be said that when others are successful, they take this opportunity and get some small benefits, but in the end, that's all. Point 0. They will definitely not be the final winner, but doing so will also have an advantage. That is, the risk is very small, and no matter what happens, it will not threaten their own safety. Because whether they choose to continue normal or the consequences of betrayal are very small to them. So in comparison, their status is actually relatively stable, of course. However, this kind of person will not become a big loan, at least there will not be a crisis that endangers the entire family. But if the number of people affected by this kind of thing is still too much, it will also have a bad impact on the family. Chapter 382 Killing Two Birds with One Stone. One of the reasons Lin Hao adopted this series of plans was to shock this group of people. Let them understand that you can be ambitious, but if you want to realize your ambition again, you must also weigh your own strength. See if you can bear the consequences of doing this, if you can't bear it. So I admit that I should give up this idea. If the 640 office stops now, then Lin Hao can still think about it for the sake of the family's face. Give them a way to survive. If they continue to persist in their obsession, they will be rescued by Lin Hao when the time comes. Then the consequences for them can be imagined. But I, too, are all human beings. I am more cunning than a fox if I am mature. But he can definitely be called a human spirit, so before you see real benefits in everything, or before you are very sure, they will not make any choice easily, for them, although there are risks in choosing this path. It's also very small, but for them, once they make a decision, then you will be gambling with all your wealth and life, if you are not careful at all. Even if their identity and reputation are shattered, they may fall into the endless abyss, so they must be careful. No matter how careful you are, you can't make any flaws, otherwise, they won't be able to bear the consequences, of course. They didn't think that Lin Hao was powerless to fight back. They had to know that the previous head of the family was the real one. Advertisement. It makes people feel the presence of fear. Every decision he makes will not be groundless, let alone choosing the entire family. At least for us, this is a very important matter, and this is an analysis of the life and death of the entire family. This thing cannot be joked about, so it is based on the character of the previous family leader. Since he would choose Lin Hao to become the head of the family, he must have his reasons. In other words, there are some trump cards that they don't know yet, otherwise he would definitely not make such a choice. If Lin Hao cannot afford to be in such a state when the time comes, it will be a disaster for the entire family. He is not stupid enough to send the entire family into the abyss at the bottom of the valley. In this case, I am afraid that after his death, he will not be able to face the formation of the family, and the previous family leader has been in charge of the family for so many years. He also made a huge contribution to the entire family, and during this period, every decision he made. There are all kinds of reasons, and they all understand this very well. Sometimes he makes choices. They didn't know what his purpose was, but when the time came to the end, then he will use facts to prove that his choice is correct, or that it is very beneficial to the entire family. As time goes by, they no longer dare to doubt the decision of the person in charge of the family. They also knew that according to their eyes, or vision, they could not see the long-term plan he saw. Chapter 383 Convinced. Therefore, they obeyed every decision made by the previous family leader with sincerity. But now that Lin Hao has the identity of only one family heir, they are indeed a little unconvinced. On the one hand, it is also because they have been suppressed by the previous family leader and unable to lift their heads. Even if they have great ambitions in their hearts, or have some better plans, as long as they don't get his consent. 14. Then all the plans are just empty words, so they have been said for so many years. Although every decision made by the previous family leader was very wise, it was also because he was too tough. A lot of resentment has been accumulated. When he was here, they still didn't dare to say anything. After all, His Majesty is still here. But after all, he has passed away now, and before his death, he also called the family to a young boy. After all, this is also a very important responsibility, and there can be no sloppiness. It is also full of all kinds of intrigues, but it really involves the continuation of the entire family. So all this is about to explode. What's more, as far as these funds are concerned, he has not transferred it to the family. The elders in the older generation of the family have no higher qualifications than Lin Hao, so no matter which aspect you consider. If there is not enough ability, then no matter how many people support him, or there is some sufficient guarantee. Advertisement Lin Hao should not be allowed to take charge of the entire family, so all the factors came together, plus this special opportunity. I would choose him as the heir to the entire family because of Lin Hao's ability. If I say Lin Hao, most of them are in their own hands, which also gives some people opportunities to take advantage of, so for Lin Hao at the beginning. If the family declines, it will not be of any benefit to them, then they will be able to enjoy the resources. And those people are still kept in the dark, so there is no doubt about his ability now. This is why the previous head of the family. It is also necessary to ensure that the entire family can continue for a longer time, or in other words, to make the family more prosperous. There is indeed some confusion inside, but now his rhythm has gradually stabilized and he has begun to play a big game. They will not have any ambiguity, after all, the fate of each of them is closely related to the entire family. Therefore, when they choose a successor, they must take this as the most important indicator. There is nothing outstanding about him, so he will definitely not be chosen, after all, for them. This point also made them even more unconvinced, according to the seniority of the family, which one was present. The most important thing is that the whole family can be passed down. Apart from that, there is nothing more important than this. It will also decrease accordingly, so if they want to live a better life and enjoy more generous resources, it is absolutely impossible to leave the entire family in his hands, so even in such a big family. Chapter 384 The weak and the strong only by making the entire family more prosperous will the resources that each of them can enjoy become more abundant. The status they can obtain is also more noble, so this is the fate of each of them. In fact, we are all connected with the entire family. No one can survive alone without the entire family. Especially in this society where the law of the jungle is taken to the extreme, if they are separated from the entire family. If a person survives alone, then of course there is no big problem if he survives. But if you want to live a comfortable life like today, it will still be quite difficult. So in the face of a large enough threat, personal strength still seems very insignificant, of course. If a person's strength is reached to the extreme, the impact it can bring is also very huge. It can even affect the future destiny of the entire family, but for most of these people, they will not be able to reach such a height in this life, so if they want to enjoy a more comfortable life, we must rely closely on the family, this big tree, for the prosperity of the family and the family. Then they can enjoy a better life, if they break away from the entire family. Then their future lives can already be imagined, so although they are said to be some advertisement, they also want to control the entire family, but what they value is also the generous resources that the family can bring to them. Especially after taking control of the entire family, the resources that can be enjoyed are even more abundant. No one said that they wanted to bring down the entire family. This would do them no good at all. Just imagine that their family must have gone through countless hardships to develop to this point. There must have been many powerful enemies among them. Just like the predicament they're in now, they face the same number of enemies. If the strength of the entire family declines, the entire family will definitely be divided up by those former enemies. In this case, they will become prisoners of other families when the time comes, and they will not even have a chance to survive. Whether it can be preserved is still unknown, let alone thinking about those more abundant resources. And no one wants to be someone else's prisoner. When you become a prisoner, you know that it means that the backer behind you has collapsed. Even if you can escape death by luck, what's the use? Everything you can rely on has been lost. In this world where the jungle is strong and the strong eat the weak, you will also become unable to move forward, and you will become a street rat that everyone shouts and beats. No matter where they go, they have to hide here and there and cannot live as they please. This is also a very painful torture, so if there is nothing wrong with their heads, they will not lose their comfortable life now. Then it leads to a very miserable end, of course, for the traitors planted by other families. Chapter 385 Arrangement. That's another thing. For them, their mission of existence is to bring the family into which they have been inserted. After leaving it in decline, only then can it bring opportunities to their family and annex them. After the annexation, it will also bring a huge improvement to their family's power. In this case, he can serve as a hero and be allocated a large amount of generous resources. Of course, this approach cannot be said to be right or wrong. After all, in this world, the only one you can rely on is yourself. If you want to survive better, you can only continue to improve your own strength, only when you are strong. If you don't have the corresponding strength, you can't do anything. Only then can you do what you want to do. If you don't have enough strength, all your ideas are just empty talk. It simply cannot become reality. In the face of the law of survival, there is no right or wrong. It can only be said that reality is too cruel. Everyone can only think about their own survival, and they can't worry about that much. Or the so-called treachery is just a passing cloud, as long as it can improve one's own strength. The so-called love or the so-called friendship is in the face of real and absolute interests. So if you don't want to go and abide by the rules of the game set by others, then you have to work hard to improve your own strength. You can always only abide by the agreements made by others, or those rules, of course. Advertisement then formulates some rules you want to formulate, and only in this way can you live the kind of life you want. Those rules will definitely impose great constraints on you, so when you want real freedom, thus becoming an existence above the rules and detachment, so the weak follow the rules, but the strong make the rules. You still have to abide by those rules, so you can only continue to enhance your strength and continue to break these rules. Why? Those are just rules made by the strong for the weak. The real strong rely on their own careers. Otherwise, people with good intentions would have become bulging graves at this moment. You have broken some rules, but there will also be rules made by people more powerful than you. Rather than being restricted everywhere, so in this cruel world, everything is fleeting. In this cruel world, only strength is the only pass. What is the so-called kindness? What qualifications do you have to talk about kindness or justice, and what are the so-called disputes, or what is morality? The so-called real freedom is just a relatively greater right to freedom when you are stronger. You can only break these rules, so there is no real freedom in this world. Let yourself be the one who can make the rules, otherwise you will always be able to act based on other people's faces. It is correct to let yourself survive better in this world. After all, if even survival is a problem. Chapter 386 Pale and Powerless. It also seems pale and feeble, not of much use at all. Of course, there may be times when personal power is used. In the face of these hardships, it will seem a little insignificant, so people with a common purpose will gather together. Various forces are formed, but if there are enough interests, then there is nothing that cannot be betrayed. If there is, then it is the price you have paid, which is not big enough, if we talk about the benefits you have paid. In other words, if the price paid is high enough, no one can resist the absolute temptation. And what Lin Hao has to do is to continuously enhance the family's strength and make them bright. Only by relying on the big tree of the family can they develop in the longer term, otherwise once they leave the family. Judging from the current situation of the enemies the family has established, they will only die. It is also necessary to dispel the idea of betrayal deep in their hearts, and to make them understand. If you want to betray the family, then there is only one way to die, and it is not a happy and direct death. But after enduring all kinds of torture, you will also be squeezed out by Lin Hao, the last trace of their own value. Only to let them die in pain and despair. This is the price of betrayal. No one can avoid it. Therefore, Lin Hao has just taken control of the entire family. He still needs to establish his prestige within the family. The best way is to let them know that their form and style are also very decisive through iron-blooded means. Advertisement. If you want to make a choice or decision, you must consider in advance the consequences of doing so. Otherwise, Lin Hao will not be merciful if there are any consequences. I will definitely use the most iron-blooded means to solve these problems. Only in this way can we establish prestige within the family. Only then can your orders be implemented throughout the entire family, and only then can every order you give out be implemented. Please give me flowers. All can be implemented very resolutely, otherwise, if the whole family says it themselves. If it has no weight at all, it will be very detrimental to the future development of the entire family. Because sometimes, if the people under your control are not of the same mind as you, then what do you want to do at that time? You will also feel powerless because they will not truly execute your orders from top to bottom. At that time, it will also destroy many of your unknown plans, so you must solve all problems. Before taking advantage of this opportunity to solve everything, he is still worried about finding a suitable opportunity to solve it. Now the opportunity has arrived, but this opportunity also comes with very high risks. If you are not careful, the whole family may be separated and analyzed. But Lin Hao didn't hesitate at all, even though the responsibility he shouldered was also very important. Similarly, the mission he undertakes is equally important. Chapter 387 Consideration. What he is considering now is not only to pass on the entire family, but more importantly, leading the family to a new peak, judging from the current state of the entire family. Even if Lin Hao can avoid this turmoil, it will not be of much benefit to the entire family. Because the current situation of the entire family is not optimistic at all, even if the 620 does not have these external enemies. Just relying on these internal worries will be enough to cause serious trauma to the family. By then, the strength of the entire family will be greatly reduced, and I am afraid that by then, there will be no need for these external enemies to come out to the people. The entire family's internal crisis can be solved by the entire family, so Lin Hao is also very worried. What he has in his hands now is just a mess, and he also needs to clean up this mess. Pick them up and resolve the constant troubles. Only in this way can the entire family be truly brought back to life. Otherwise, if this situation continues, sooner or later the entire family will decline in internal struggles. The best way to resolve internal struggles is to transfer all cargo to external enemies. In this way, when everyone has a common enemy, they will temporarily put aside these internal battles. And it's okay to buy yourself some time to solve the problem. After all, his control over the entire family is still very limited. When his control over the entire family becomes stronger, he can take measures. Advertisement. It's time to resolve internal worries. We must resolve all external and internal worries. Only in this way can we lead the entire family to a new peak. He would not let down the heavy responsibility that the previous family controller entrusted to him, and he knew why. He was chosen to be the controller of this family precisely because of his decisiveness. As well as being able to make unwavering choices in the face of big issues of right and wrong. In addition to this, it is also related to some of his own abilities. The most important thing is within the family. At this moment, there is no more suitable candidate, no matter it is the younger generation. Or those of the older generation, more or less have their own self-confidence. More often than not, they want to seek more benefits for themselves, which will cause unfairness within the family. And unfairness is also the trigger for the outbreak of civil strife. Once civil strife breaks out, the strength of the entire family will decline rapidly, which will also give opportunities to external enemies. Fortunately, although it is said that now, external troubles are very serious and the situation of the entire family is also very critical. But fortunately, the internal worries have not yet broken out at 0.7, and Lin Hao has already made a series of plans. As long as it can be implemented, even if the final result will not be ideal, as long as it can be achieved. One of the goals you planned is already a very profitable business. And when the time comes, Lin Hao also has absolute confidence that he can lead the family out of the current predicament. Chapter 388 Hidden. In fact, Lin Hao only has a rough understanding of the situation within the family. After all, those old foxes. Each and every one of them is hidden very deeply, otherwise, they would probably no longer exist by now. You must know that the previous family controller was a very wise leader and could be guided by him. For the ambitious people who continue to survive until now, you can only imagine how deeply they hide, of course. Perhaps this is also because the previous 14th family controller did not have the idea of getting rid of them completely. Because according to this situation, if we analyze all the hidden ones, we can solve them neatly. Then it will also cause a lot of turmoil for the family. After all, those who are ambitious. They must all be people with a certain status within the family if they take action rashly. It will only bring endless turmoil to the family, thus bringing the family into a very dangerous situation. Therefore, the previous head of the family was considering the long-term development of the entire family. He didn't take too harsh measures, he just beat them from time to time to let them know. There are some things that should be done and some things that cannot be done, and he also knows that there are several factions within the family. Why? He also needs to take advantage of the conflicts of interest between these factions, and then let them reach a situation of mutual restraint. In this case, it may be the best choice for the entire family. After all, they're still in the same boat. Advertisement: everyone's fate is tied to the entire family. If the entire family collapses, there is no benefit to any of them, and if all of them were really dealt with, it would be a serious loss for the entire family. At that time, the deterrence that the entire family can create will also decrease, and it will also bring endless trouble to the family. So no matter what the considerations are, let's keep them for now and let them restrain each other. For the current situation of the family, it is also the best choice. Of course, it is actually the heart of the previous family leader. He prefers a more iron-blooded method, and he also knows that hidden dangers cannot be kept, even if Shili keeps them. Sooner or later, other changes will occur, but after all, the family's situation at the time did not allow him to do this. That's why he was able to retreat and choose these 613 methods, but if there was any possibility, he will definitely choose the most straightforward and decisive method to eliminate all hidden dangers. It was precisely because of this that he fell in love with Lin Hao. He also knew that Lin Hao was a very straightforward and decisive person at heart. If the time comes, the whole family can still have the same solution as him. Then there will be no second person besides Lin Hao, so in this regard, Lin Hao is very similar to him. And through the test of Lin Hao, he also understood that Lin Hao was not a person who would use power to benefit himself. Chapter 389 means therefore, the previous family controller actually considered carefully before making these choices. It was not a choice made in confusion, as those within the family imagined. After all, this is a major matter that affects the entire family and whether it can continue to develop in the long run. There is no room for sloppiness. But he also knew that he could not continue to deal with the troubles within the family. Although the current family situation does not allow him to take such measures, so he is. I want to find someone who is as hard-blooded as myself, after the family situation improves. All these internal disasters must be resolved, and there must not be any left behind, otherwise. If the family continues to develop once the time comes, these people will be buried inside the family like bombs. In this case, he won't have too much worry about the future development of the entire family. After all, it is very happy to have such an excellent successor. I don't know when it will suddenly break out, and the losses it will bring to the family will not be the same as now. He also believes that Lin Hao will definitely solve these things very thoroughly when the time comes, for a smart person like Lin Hao. It all relies on his own efforts, or it can be said that it all relies on himself, and there is no back door. And Lin Hao is also capable enough to lead the entire family out of trouble, once the family is on the right track. Advertisement: if there was even the slightest mistake, he would not take Lin Hao into consideration, but to his great surprise, Lin Hao was not the only one. That is to solve them from the root cause. Only in this way can various accidents be avoided. But if you avoid it, you will not get the most real result. He just wants to do it without Lin Hao knowing. In other words, they are cared for by a special relationship, but sometimes the more outstanding a person is, the easier it is for others to be jealous, or look down upon. To judge whether I can leave the entire family in his hands, Lin Hao can achieve today's results. But I didn't expect it. It also brought him a very unexpected surprise, and he also found a successor who was more iron-blooded than himself. Subjecting him to various tests, only in this way can he get the most authentic reaction, Qian Li's, and only in this way can he truly understand Lin Hao. All this was done in secret, and the person involved, Lin Hao, had no knowledge of it at all, but he was also the previous family controller. Therefore, after considering many factors, he decided to choose Lin Hao, if it was Lin Hao during his assessment period. If Lin Hao is notified in advance of the desired effect, then it will still be a test when the time comes. It passed his test perfectly, and was even better than he imagined, of course. You must also know that to cut the grass, you need to get rid of the root. No matter when it is solved or changed, there is only one way. Then we can get rid of the current predicament, and then we can let go of the unresolved internal disasters. Chapter 390 Injustice. Just like the crane that stands out from the flock of chickens, the crane that is out of tune with the flock of chickens can be noticed by others at a glance. But at the same time, he will definitely be treated unfairly by a group of people who will definitely try their best to exclude him. So sometimes, the better a person is, the easier it is for others to target him. Because the jealousy in their hearts will make them lose their most rational judgment, and they will also feel unbalanced. Why is he better than me when we are all human beings, under the influence of the dark 197 thoughts in our hearts? It will also allow them to unite to target someone who is better than themselves, and also to make him become like themselves. They must make him become like themselves. You can't be better than yourself. As the saying goes, anything good in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. People who are too good will often experience more hardships. But these same hardships are also a test for him, if he can successfully survive these tests. So what awaits them in the end is definitely a very bright future, and Lin Hao is exactly like this, precisely because of his excellence. This will arouse the jealousy in other people's hearts. Moreover, the glory he can enjoy today is something that others can only hope to achieve. That's why they wanted to find ways to pull Lin Jia down from this position. It's because of the existence of jealousy in their hearts, and Lin Hao understands this very well. That's why he didn't act rashly, because he knew that now he must be a thorn in everyone's side. Advertisement. He must be waiting for himself to make a mistake, if he ever makes any mistake, even if it is just a small mistake. They will definitely take it out and amplify it, saying that it will be for sure when the time comes, and they will use it as an excuse to attack themselves. So, BEDG, Lin Hao's current situation is also very embarrassing, and he must be cautious at this time. There can't be any mistakes, and we can't let them have any leverage, otherwise. He will also fall into a very difficult situation. After all, he is already in a very difficult situation now. If the situation worsens by then, it is very likely that he will not be able to take care of it, so he must act cautiously. Of course, he must start cultivating his confidence now. After all, it is such a huge family. If I just rely on myself, I will definitely not be able to completely manage it, and I will not be able to manage the whole family by then. It is also necessary to place one's own confidence, and every aspect must be considered. Once there is any trouble within the family, I will be able to know it immediately. At that time, I can make the most timely response. Otherwise, if I don't have a good grasp of the entire family's internal information, at that time, you will also let yourself miss something, causing you to make wrong judgments. After all, he is in his position. Once he makes a wrong judgment, it is not a small matter. Therefore, he must grasp this matter quickly and train his own confidence. Chapter 391 Confidence. And throughout the past and present, no family leader has ever had such a team of confidence. It can be said that if there is no team of confidence of his own, then the current head of the family, he will definitely not be very comfortable being in charge, if you want to control a family, especially such a huge family. So the first thing to grasp is the movements of everyone in the family, although it is impossible to understand every aspect. They can all be taken care of, but it is still necessary to be clear about the overall trends of the family. The second is the source of intelligence, and these two items are very important, related to whether the entire family can be controlled stably. So things like this cannot be left to others, they must be left to the people you trust most. And we must make sure that he will not betray himself. In this case, it is necessary to cultivate a team of his own confidence. It is best to start cultivating it from an early age, so that when the time comes, you will not betray yourself. Only then can he better help himself manage the entire family, otherwise he would only rely on the strength of one person. Advertisement. If you want to manage such a large family, it can be said that it is a bit overwhelming, not to mention a bit cold. It doesn't mean that after he gives the order, it will be immediately implemented by the people below. Will it be greatly compromised during the period? In other words, although I promised you on the surface, there was no actual action at all. So if a controller wants to better manage the entire family, it can be ignored to nothing, if you regard managing the entire family as going to the battlefield. The situation is much crueler than the current one. In the face of such absolute interests, nothing can be trusted. Although it seems a bit sensational on the surface, in fact if we really want to compete. It has been firmly instilled in me that I can only follow my own destiny. Only when such a person is cultivated, will he not betray himself. You can only let your own people know about it. Once the news is revealed, in the end, it will only fall short. Advertisement. Then the first thing he has to do is to cultivate a team of his own confidence. Only then can various tasks be assigned to them, especially some very hidden things. Only in this way can we survive tenaciously on this cruel battlefield. Then even if you are nominally in control of the entire family, it depends on the strength of the entire family's control. Otherwise, in the end, he will definitely be eliminated by this cruel battlefield, and by then he will be eaten by others without even leaving any bones. Let them take it. These are all for. This is why I say that if you don't have a team of confidence of your own, then cultivating your own team of confidence can provide you with the most powerful weapon. Please give me flowers, and we must make sure that the entire team, Song, obeys the orders of one person. There is also something that has been cultivated by myself since childhood, in my heart and even in my mind. Any ridiculous friendship, or love or family relationship, can be betrayed as long as the benefits are big enough. Chapter 392 Secrecy. Moreover, this team must be kept completely confidential, which means that no one knows their existence except themselves. Even if they don't know each other's identity, only in this way can you minimize all risks. Only by keeping them completely secret can they play their greatest role, once their identities are exposed. Then the 740 and other people will also take advantage of them, and some tasks will not be completed at all. It is also unable to achieve the goal he wants, so this team only has two requirements, one of which is absolute. You must obey your own orders, and the other is to keep them completely confidential. No one can mobilize them except yourself. In other words, to make them obey orders, only after such a team is cultivated, when one is truly facing a desperate situation of life and death. Only people like this will risk their own lives to save themselves. Only such people will use it when the time comes. Only then would he feel at ease, without the worry of being betrayed, and he could do it quietly. Otherwise, once those important positions are controlled by others, it will be like a knife hanging on one's head. They won't frown, so this can be regarded as one of the benefits of cultivating this kind of team. What's more, the entire family still needs him to manage if he only focuses on one person. It is impossible to say that he is just looking at one person. That is also completely impossible. Advertisement, and there is no need to worry that when they gain control of power, they will betray themselves. But the same training of this kind of team also has a very obvious shortcoming, and it is still unavoidable. Then who knows what tricks he will do to them secretly? After all, his energy and a person's energy are limited. So in order to play their role, their identities must be kept secret. Controlling all aspects of the family's lifeline, only in this way can we better ensure that the entire family is under our control. Because they have been instilled in them since they were young, the idea that they can only follow their own orders. Use the power in your hands to arrange the people in the team you have trained into various aspects of the family. At that time, they will inevitably feel a little powerless regarding their own destiny. Although on the surface, they are still very respectful to themselves. It has been deeply rooted in their minds. It is no exaggeration to say that if I let them commit suicide, they can only be used secretly and cannot play their role openly. It will also arouse the other party's vigilance. In the end, you will get nothing, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Only by giving them certain rights in this way can they be able to do things for themselves better. So at this time, you also need to let your subordinates keep an eye on them, but if you are just cultivating them secretly. In fact, they don't have much value in themselves. They are like walkers walking in the dark. Chapter 393 Training. Because this kind of confidant and subordinate must be cultivated from an early age, that is to say, for the future. You can't predict it at all. You can only train them first. In this case, it is very likely that after you train him. But you didn't achieve the expected goal at all, which means you didn't achieve the position you wanted to do. Then some of the confidants you have trained seem to be overqualified, which is not to say that they are completely useless. They can be used in many ways, but compared with expectations and the cost of cultivating them, it seems that the gain is not worth the loss, and it seems that there is some loss. Moreover, cultivating this kind of team does not mean that 14 can be completed in 2 days. It takes a lot of time and energy, as well as countless wealth, to cultivate them. It can be said that countless amounts of money are thrown at them every day to train them to have the effect they want. This also means that the cost of cultivating this kind of team is also very high. If there is a slight mistake during the period, it is very likely that the turnover of your own capital chain will not be open, which will cause a series of reactions. The most important thing is that the matter is serious. Things like this cannot be known to others and must be done in secret. Such a large-scale transfer of wealth will also attract the attention of some interested people, and they will follow the clues when the time comes. You can also deduce what you are doing, which will alert your potential enemies. Advertisement. By then, the role these people can play will be greatly reduced, so this is also a very difficult thing. If you think about it from all aspects, you must be careful and not expose any flaws. Otherwise, then, they lose their original value, but even if the price is so high. Each family also cultivates a large number of confidants, and the entire family is divided into several factions. Under each faction, they also use the power in their hands to cultivate an unknown number of confidants. In order to wait until one day, if I can ascend to the most noble position, I can also place these people in other places. In order to help himself, he can better control the entire family, and if other factions are cultivating. And if you don't cultivate yourself, then your situation will appear to be very passive. Therefore, no matter what 517 situation they consider, they must train these confidants. Only in this way can you survive better, whether you want to seek more benefits or want to save your own life. Everyone must do this. It is inevitable, of course, at such a huge price. Even if they want to refuse, there is no room for bargaining at all. If they refuse, there will definitely be more people who want to seek this position. When the time comes, they will appear very passive in comparison. Chapter 394 Small Moves. And for those who are caring, they also wish they could train less confidants. This will give them more opportunities to take action, or to make small moves, and the entire family will be so huge by then. The benefits contained in it are also very amazing, if Lin Hao does not cultivate it. If they belong to the team of their own confidants, then they will definitely also include the faction to which they belong. The confidants who were trained were placed in various positions throughout the family to strive for greater benefits and resources for their faction. And gradually, Lin Hao's rights will be removed. In this case, Lin Hao will only be in name only. He has control over the entire family, but in fact his orders have no effect within the entire family. It's also the people below who don't know how to implement it. In other words, he has become the controller of a puppet. Even if he has some empty ambitions, he won't be able to realize them much by then. The most important thing is that his life safety has been placed in the hands of others. If the people below are dissatisfied with his existence or his approach, if it causes dissatisfaction among other subordinates, they may change the family controller at any time. After all, for them, all they need is a puppet, and they don't need any overly experienced abilities. If he was a capable controller, it would not be good news for them. Advertisement, because in that case, the space left for them to operate will become smaller, so in this world. It may not be easy to find talented people, but if you just need a puppet, that is also effortless, so no matter what aspect you consider, Lin Hao must be cultivated. Only in this way can a team of his own confidants be able to better assist him and control such a huge family. And we can also dig out the traitors placed within our own family from other families one by one. Then resolve all these internal worries. Of course, the traitor Leng installed by other families. It is certainly impossible to remove them all, but we should try our best to reduce their presence in number. Only in this way can your family develop better, otherwise. Once those spies have certain rights and then destroy the family, they will be a force that cannot be underestimated. What's more, the strength of the entire family has declined now, and Lin Hao cannot tolerate such a situation. Otherwise, once there is any panic within the family, he will no longer be able to control the situation. So he, too, cannot let this difficult situation happen, otherwise it will be something difficult to control. So he also needs to hurry up. After all, there is not much time left for him now. Those within the family have also begun to get ready to take action. I believe that their inner patience has reached the limit. Chapter 395. Fortunately, if this situation continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before they take corresponding actions. As for those outside, Lin Hao had already anticipated the suppression methods of other families. So it didn't cause him too much panic. The most important thing was these people within the family. It really gave him a headache, even though in his heart, he had already decided to deal with them harshly. Even when the time comes, he will deal with them mercilessly, but after all, Lin Hao. He is still unable to be as cold-blooded and ruthless as 330. He is just a living person, a member of the family. They also have the same bloodline as him, and there are so many of them, which means that when the time comes, he will. Once we take action, a large number of people will be killed or injured, if we say a few people were killed or injured today. So Lin Hao's heart will not cause too much trouble, after all, for a person like him who wants to do big things. Killing is also a very common thing, and it is definitely not possible, because it will be unbearable if a few people die. BECC. I also know that my unbearable emotions cannot exist in my heart. I will definitely choose the entire family without hesitation, and this idea will not waver in any way. There will definitely be no hesitation, and the decision that Lin Hao made before will definitely be made. It's not like Lin Hao. Although he said he made a choice, he still has some hesitation when it comes to actually implementing it. Advertisement. You must allow yourself to make the most decisive decision, because now he controls the fate of the entire family. What's more, the blood remaining in the body is the same as his, so considering both aspects. Even if there is a risk that the entire family will be wiped out, then he cannot forgive himself. Then Lin Hao must put away his soft-hearted thoughts and not have any hesitation. The reason why they are able to succeed is because they understand very well. When choosing between the entire family and a few people, there is no need to doubt it. And it also needs to cultivate a decisive character. Faced with this situation, if you are a qualified winner. After all, Lin Hao has not yet become that ruthless executioner, but Lin Hao also knows his thoughts. So the situation is still within the controllable range, but if they really take action. If it was because of his temporary soft-heartedness, it brought irreparable losses to the family. It's also very dangerous, but fortunately, they haven't taken action yet, and Lin Hao doesn't have to really face that situation to make a choice. But after all, today's situation is somewhat special. It doesn't mean that the number of people dying will be very large. You will also face countless choices. If you don't have a firm heart, it won't be possible. He is always a little difficult to start, but Lin Hao also reacts very quickly. And for him, this should also be regarded as a test, to know that he is on the way to achieve great things. Chapter 396. Benefits. Therefore, although the things Lin Hao experienced before were also very painful and difficult. But overall, there are still certain benefits. Of course, the last person in charge of the family. When I handed the family into his hands, I also told him all these things, even though it was in Lin Hao's heart at that time. There was also some anger, but later I figured out the reason. If he was in this position, then he will definitely make the same choice. After all, the fate of the entire family is not a child's play. It cannot be used as a joke, so it is precisely because of this that I am full of respect for the previous family leader. After all, it is very difficult for those who can achieve this step. This is also for the entire family, and they only have the best interests in mind for the entire family. There is no chance to seek benefits for oneself, such a selfless person who considers the family wholeheartedly. He is also respected by Lin Hao, so although he has some complaints in his heart, but he also understands that this is their responsibility and mission, and he is also a member of the entire family. We also have this obligation to shoulder these responsibilities, so in the end, Lin Hao also chose to forgive. He also has great confidence in Lin Hao and believes that Lin Hao can lead the entire family to another peak. At the same time, he also promised that the previous head of the family would manage the entire family well and lead the entire family as much as possible. So he can feel at ease. Even if he goes to meet the family members, he won't find it difficult to face them. Advertisement. When it finally became possible, for him, it was the greatest recognition of his efforts in this life. He will never allow this to happen, so he must be stricter and stricter on this matter. It can be said that the time he can survive is running out, and I'm afraid he won't see it in his lifetime. Before getting Lin Hao's guarantee, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. It's not that he just had a hesitant personality. Towards a new peak, as the previous head of the family, after receiving such a sure guarantee from Lin Hao. In other words, he can watch Lin Hao lead his family and complete the mission that he has never completed, but fate has not left him this opportunity. Please give me flowers. Lin Hao fulfilled the wish in his heart, but he knew that the great wish in his heart would definitely be realized by Lin Hao. To be able to fulfill his unfinished wish, he also really wants to see Lin Hao reach that point. That's when you really feel relieved. After all, before this, all his feelings about Lin Hao were just his guesses. It was just a matter of time. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. It was his goal that he had been striving for many years. Then the entire family may die, as the leader of the entire family. So it was only after he received Lin Hao's absolute guarantee that I could safely hand over the management of the entire family to him. I just want to say that this matter is of great importance and we cannot relax in any way, just in case something goes wrong. Chapter 397 Flaws. Now that everything has been arranged, let's wait for things to continue to develop, of course. There are still some small flaws in many aspects that need to be improved by Lin Hao, although the existence of these small flaws will not affect the final result. But after all, this matter is also very important. You can't be careless in the slightest. It's always right to be cautious. It would be a real pity if the entire plan collapses because of these small flaws. And if this is the result, Lin Hao will never forgive himself, and Lin Hao knows it very well in his heart. What often gives you a fatal blow is not what is on the surface, but the small details that are often easily overlooked. So even if this thing is done, it is very complicated and will consume a lot of time and energy. But Lin Hao is the same and will not shrink back. After all, this is his mission and responsibility for him. He has this obligation to complete these, and Lin Hao also feels at this moment that there is a team of confidants. How important is it to me if I have a team of confidants of my own? Then just leave these little things to them and you don't have to do it yourself at all. Otherwise, if I manage such a huge family, I would need to do such small things by myself. Then I'm afraid that the grand plan in the heart of the previous family leader has already died of exhaustion before he has completed it. Therefore, this also strengthens Lin Hao's idea of cultivating a team of his own confidants. Advertisement, and this matter also needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible, but judging from the current situation of the family, it was not a very suitable opportunity, so after this crisis was resolved, Lin Hao also decided. He will start training these confidants immediately, and they will be there to help him share some of the pressure. And you don't have to worry about their betrayal. In this case, all you need to worry about is macro control in the general direction. As for the implementation of specific details, leave it to the people under your command. In this case, even within the family. There are still some people with other ideas, and it is not something to be afraid of. After all, if most of the power of the entire family. If you control everything in your own hands, even if you let those people jump around, they won't cause much trouble. If they still don't give up, then Lin Hao will no longer be merciful and he can tolerate them. These people with other ideas may cause trouble once, but they will never be given a second chance. Because for Lin Hao, this is his bottom line, and no one can challenge his bottom line. In other words, if he violates his bottom line, he can escape with 4.1, no matter what the price is. Lin Hao will not hesitate to defend his final bottom line. For him, especially when you control such a huge family, you sometimes have to keep your bottom line. Otherwise, once you lose your bottom line, many things will be very troublesome to implement.